Following the conclusion of the previous narrative in the world of Demon Slayer, the original protagonist, Ueshima Naruya, has now entered the realm of Naruto. Possessing an irresistible charm and an impressive knack for manipulation, the plot contains certain inconsistencies. Characters who were clearly deceased in the original work are inexplicably alive here, but do not be surprised the protagonist has intervened to save them. The primary romantic interest is Obito. The story begins slowly, focusing primarily on the emotional journey of Obito. After over 80 chapters, the protagonist returns to the Warring States period, unlocking the legendary Warring States F4. Chapter 1. The Meeting of Two Orphans. In Konoha, the golden rays of the setting sun glimmer upon the riverbank, painting a serene tableau in the spring twilight. Today, Uchiha Obito has just been promoted to a Chunin, yet he trudges down the path with a dejected demeanor. Suddenly, he lifts his gaze towards the riverbank, not far away. There, a figure clad in white is leisurely fishing. The individual appears slightly younger than Obito, dressed in light-colored short sleeves and shorts, with a cloak adorned with cherry blossoms draped over his shoulders. "Naruya!" Obito exclaims, swiftly descending the slope and rushing to the side of the fisherman, his black eyes behind orange goggles wide with astonishment. "The sun is setting. Are you not going to reel in your line and head home?" Peering into the empty bucket, Obito's expression morphs into one of sympathy. He feels that Naruya's plight is even more disheartening than his own. "Seriously? How long have you been fishing without a single bite?" Ueshima Naruya silently retracts his fishing rod, frowning slightly as he glances at the astonished Obito. "It's all your fault. Your loud shouts scared the fish away. Otherwise, I would surely have caught something by now. Once I catch this fish, he'll catch another, and then he'll have two. After that, one more. And that will make three, then he'll have dinner sorted." Obito twitches his lips. "Is that really how fishing works?" "That's utter nonsense. Don't bother, the turtle's crawling speed is so slow that I might as well jump in and catch it for you." With that, Obito deftly removes his shoes, rolls up his trousers, and cautiously steps into the water. Fortunately, the river is not very deep, and once the water reaches his knees, he halts his advance. Through his goggles, he keenly observes the fish swimming below. Spotting one, he attempts to strike swiftly, yet ends up with nothing. Obito's countenance darkens, his already foul mood exacerbated. Just then, Naruya, standing on the bank, inquires, "By the way, why did you end up here, Obito? I saw you heading to the park with such enthusiasm half an hour ago," roses in hand. At this revelation, Obito stumbles, landing awkwardly in the water. When he resurfaces, his clothes are drenched, and his face is flushed with embarrassment. "How do you know about that?" "I went to the park." Obito's expression reveals surprise and a hint of resentment. How could this guy have seen him searching for Rin beneath the cherry blossoms? However, Naruya likely only witnessed him carrying roses to the park, unaware of his true intentions. Taking a deep breath, Obito regains his composure, only to hear Naruya's blunt words piercing through. "Your expression suggests a failed confession to Miss Rin, doesn't it?" Uchiha Obito. In an instant, his face flushes anew, and in a fit of frustration, he splashes water towards Naruya. Fortunately, the distance is not great enough for any droplets to reach him. "If you keep talking, I won't let you have any fish," Obito retorts angrily. Naruya blinks innocently and raises a hand in a gesture of apology and surrender. This year marks the second since he was transported into the Naruto universe. He has deliberately adjusted his appearance to resemble a child of around 9 years old. His backstory presents him as an orphan, seemingly adopted by a kind couple from Konoha, who tragically passed away 6 months ago due to illness, reverting him once more to orphanhood. Yet for Naruya, this was not an obstacle. He sought merely a plausible identity within Konoha. Having surpassed the appropriate age for enrollment in the ninja academy, he chose not to pursue it, as he would not be illiterate regardless. As for his acquaintance with Uchiha Obito, it stemmed from a chance encounter one day when an elderly lady collapsed at his feet. Before he could comprehend whether she was attempting to deceive him, the impulsive Obito rushed over, demanding to know why he wasn't helping her, accusing him of standing idly by, even suspecting him of causing her fall. Initially, Naruya intended to ignore him and walk away. Perhaps his dismissive attitude reminded Obito of his own obnoxious teammate, Kakashi, prompting him to confront this bothersome stranger. Had the elderly lady not regained consciousness promptly to clarify that the white-haired boy was in no way involved, Obito might have unleashed his fists upon Naruya. Afterward, Obito awkwardly released him. only to learn from onlookers that the white-haired boy was an orphan recently bereaved of his adoptive parents, living alone, which left him in a moment of deep reflection. The following day, Naruya was casually fishing when Obito, breathless, found him and sincerely apologized for his earlier outburst. Sharing a similar loss, Obito felt he could empathize with Naruya's feelings. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Uchiha Obito, with the aspiration of becoming Hokage. I am Ueshima Naruya. Under the setting sun, the two boys shook hands, reconciling their differences. Obito's character is aligned with the manga, devoid of any family, and lacking the anime's original grandmother. While Obito is the primary romantic interest, the narrative accommodates other characters, allowing for an all-encompassing interpretation. The preceding fanfiction in the Demon Slayer universe was placed in a small black room, inaccessible to those who did not add it to their shelves. Here, I will briefly outline the protagonist's abilities. 1. The grayish-white left eye is a personal enhancement I bestowed upon him, granting him the ability to alleviate pain and access an alternate space. 2. He can regenerate and heal himself and others similar to the regenerative abilities portrayed in Demon Slayer, and he is immune to toxins, excluding certain drugs. 3. He possesses a rather mischievous system that can transport him through the past 100 years. 4. And so forth. His time travel primarily revolves around rescuing characters who have faced unjust fates. Chapter 2. Excellent. Full of spirit. By the time Obito finally demonstrates his prowess and catches 3 fish, night has nearly fallen. The gentle sound of the river flows beside them, with the faint glow of fireflies reflecting the delicate stars above. Naruya sets down the bucket intended for the fish, glancing at Obito still in the water, and kindly extends his right hand. All right, he'll pull you up. Obito hesitates momentarily, surveying his drenched attire before flashing a cheerful smile. No need to machinin. After all, I can manage this. With that, he lets out a shout and leaps from the water in a showy manner, splashing Naruya in the process. Thus, this is why he suggested pulling Obito up. Apologies, my bad. Realizing his error, Obito sheepishly scratches the back of his head and offers a sincere apology to Naruya. Naruya says nothing further, casually lifting the fish bucket and strolling leisurely homeward. Obito, twisting the water from his clothes, hastily catches up to him and eagerly suggests, Naruya, why don't you come over to my house tonight? What for? Naruya glances at Obito, skeptically. Obito's dark eyes gleam with anticipation as he casts a glance at the fish bucket, and Naruya suddenly understands. Fine, in light of your failed confession, I'll whip up something delicious to cheer you up. Obito, flustered, protests, there was no failure. His face flushes crimson as he vehemently defends himself. I didn't even get the chance to say anything. It's all Kakashi's fault. Rin's attention was entirely on him at that moment. How infuriating. All right, fine. No failure, let's try again next time, Naruya says, patting Obito on the shoulder. With a dazed expression, Obito gazed at the person who had patted his shoulder. The tone of that voice was calm and accommodating, imbued with a hint of tenderness, contrasting sharply with the seemingly aloof and unapproachable demeanor suggested by appearances. He was entirely different from the arrogant and blunt Kakashi. Obito fixed his eyes on the profile of Kamizato Nari, and after a few seconds he abruptly closed his eyes, raked his fingers through his hair, and turned his face away. How embarrassing. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, who boasted the Sharingan, he often found himself envisioning his good friend as a beautiful girl. But then again, it was hard to blame him. Naru's appearance certainly invited such misunderstandings. His handsome face was one thing, but the striking color of his heterochromatic, Aisa, unique blend of gray and blue left a lasting impression on anyone who beheld them. With long, shoulder-length white hair that showed no signs of being trimmed and a penchant for wearing cherry-pink haori, that it was no wonder that anyone who glanced at him would initially mistake him for a girl. Just half a year ago, he had been so oblivious that he had almost resorted to violence over the misunderstanding. After a few moments, Obito, feeling guilty, turned back, pretending to adjust his goggles while curiously asking, by the way, who designed that haori for you? It's not a haori. Huh? The length is practically trailing at your heels. What else could it be? It is my Jubin. Jubin? Indeed, this marks the 4th time I've explained this to you. If you fail to remember again, I may just have to don my haori. Obito, taken aback, remained silent. Though he couldn't comprehend the latter part of the statement, he discerned from Naru's expression that if he foolishly inquired about what donning a haori meant, he would surely miss out on a delectable dinner. 20 minutes later, Uchiha Obito returned home with his good friend. Since neither of their households contained adults, their living spaces felt particularly spacious. However, after finding companionship in each other, Obito found that the cool night air was imbued with a touch of warmth whenever he visited Nari. The sole downside was that the Uchiha clan forbade outsiders from entering their residence uninvited, so Naru's visits to his home were few and far between. Fortunately, this did not hinder Naru's ease in bustling about the kitchen. Chuckling to himself, Obito sneezed and swiftly dashed back to his room to change out of his damp clothes. When he emerged, he was startled to discover an unexpected guest in his home. Kakashi observed Obito pointing at him, seemingly so excited that his tongue got tangled, before calmly saying, "Teacher Minato sent me to inform you that we have a mission to undertake tomorrow. I already knew that, but you ought not to treat the Uchiha household like your own." Kakashi retorted, "Knowing and not being late are two different matters, which is precisely why I came to remind you and to inquire when you might finally overcome your chronic tardiness. That I don't need you to worry about that. Just leave. If the guards catch you, I won't be able to explain." Obito ushered him out, but Kakashi, with a knowing glance toward the kitchen, exposed, "Aside from me, isn't there another non-Uchiha person in your home?" "Hey!" Kakashi deftly sidestepped Obito, leaning in just as he made eye contact with Nari, who was holding a plate. "Oh, it's Kakashi. The main dish tonight is fish. If you haven't eaten yet, why not join us?" "All right," Kakashi readily agreed, stealing a glance at Obito, who appeared utterly petrified. Kakashi casually settled at the dining table. Upon witnessing this, Obito widened his eyes, having removed his goggles, and began frantically searching his mind for when Kakashi had befriended his best friend. To his dismay, he could find no recollection. Obito was utterly exasperated. Clearly, he had not spent enough time with Nari. How could he have overlooked such a significant detail? By the time Nari finished his cooking and set the steaming dinner on the table, Obito was still engaged in his habitual squabble with Kakashi. Obito declared, "Since you're mooching off my meal, you'd better wash the dishes before you leave." Kakashi replied, "In the guest, you're the host. It's unreasonable to ask guests to wash dishes," Obito retorted. "And it's also unreasonable for the guest to let the host do all the cooking without lifting a finger," Kakashi continued. Obito, feeling guilty, glanced at Nari and countered loudly, "That's because Naru's fish is far tastier." Kakashi swiftly interrupted, "So, since Nari is cooking, you wash the dishes. It's a fair arrangement." Obito. It was evident that in this matter, Obito could not best his rival, and his previously fiery demeanor visibly deflated. Noticing this, Nari wiped his hands and, as he passed by, ruffled the hair of the only straight male in the Uchiha household. "Both of you are so spirited, it seems you're not that hungry after all." He calmly took a seat, gurgle. Just as Nari finished speaking, Obito's stomach audibly protested. His face turned beet red. Fortunately, Nari pretended not to hear and casually handed the chopsticks to the two of them. "Let's eat. Finish quickly and rest. Don't you both have a mission tomorrow?" Kakashi gently lowered his mask, revealing a face so handsome it could make any girl swoon. "Then, I won't hold back." Obito shot a furious and disdainful glance at Kakashi, indignantly gripping his chopsticks as he attempted to snag some of the fragrant fish on the plate. Yet, in the next moment, his chopsticks collided with Kakashi's as they both reached for the same piece. The atmosphere instantly became tense, caught in an awkward standoff. Nari let out a long sigh, and while the two sets of chopsticks were locked in a silent battle, he calmly snatched the piece of fish away. Delicious. Chapter 3. Quite amusing, the meal commenced with an atmosphere thick with tension, but soon Kakashi relished the delectable flavor of the fish, leaving no time to continue his contest with Obito. After 5 or 6 minutes, Kakashi set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and swiftly pulled up his mask, concealing most of his face and revealing only a pair of seemingly languid, yet piercingly dark and astute eyes. "I am satiated. Thank you for your hospitality," he stated, his tone exhibiting a maturity not befitting his age. Seeing Kakashi's pretentious demeanor, Obito could not contain his dissatisfaction. "Hey, Kakashi. You." But before he could finish, Kakashi suddenly vanished in a puff of white smoke. Obito stared in disbelief for 2 seconds, his frustration mounting as he clenched his chopsticks. He really just left after eating, to come and go as he pleased, leaving Obito feeling unsettled. At the very least, he could have stayed to wash the dishes. That fool Kakashi. Noticing Obito gritting his teeth, his rice almost obliterated by resentment, Nakanishi-saya chuckled and shook his head, moving from his chair into the kitchen. The fact that the two could bicker indicated a healthy camaraderie. Moreover, in the original narrative, during this period, Obito and Kakashi were indeed companions and rivals. Although the rivalry was one-sided on Obito's part, their friendship was certainly unscathed. I just prepared the last fish. Would you like me to cook it for you to take with you tomorrow on your mission? Seiya inquired. Obito's cheeks flushed slightly. No need, if I brought food. Kakashi would definitely tease me for being overly sentimental. Then I shall place it in the refrigerator. You can prepare it for yourself upon your return from the mission. Obito nodded absently, his mind wandering elsewhere, failing to register Seiya's words. Watching Seiya, busily moving between the kitchen and the living room, Obito, for some reason, felt compelled to ask, Seiya, when did you first meet Kakashi? I have no idea. You definitely wouldn't know. I've known him longer than I have known you. What? Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly the latecomer? It was quite strange that the two individuals he felt closest to were acquainted with each other. Yet he remained oblivious. Clearly, after answering, Seiya had no intention of elaborating further. Curiosity gnawed at Obito, and he hurriedly finished his last bite of rice, only to choke and turn red, desperately pounding his chest without managing to swallow. At that critical moment, a cup of water was promptly offered to him. Obito quickly seized the cup, tilted his head back to gulp it down, and exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had been reborn. Breathless with gratitude, he grasped Seiya's slender arm. You should just stay here tonight. Seiya tilted his head in confusion. Why? Obito, feeling too shy to admit he simply wished to learn more about his connection with Kakashi, concocted an excuse. Because it's so dark outside, the journey home isn't safe. That's not a problem, Seiya replied nonchalantly. Obito insisted, no, you should sleep here. It's perfect for us to chat. Seiya raised an eyebrow. Chat about what? The romantic musings of a pubescent youth? Obito's face flared crimson at the teasing. Why you, a mere child, how could you understand such things? Have you been corrupted by that brooding lecher, Kakashi? Darn it, I'll confront him tomorrow. That isn't the case. I've only met Kakashi 3 times since we became acquainted. Only 3 times. Obito's excitement quickly morphed into a contemplative pause. If that was true, he had spent the most time with Seiya, hadn't he? In an instant, Obito straightened his back, a subtle joy blossoming within him, akin to something he felt was about to be snatched away, but unexpectedly returned to him. Unbeknownst to him, this sensation had a name, possessiveness. What are you grinning about? Seiya observed, bewildered by Obito's emotional shifts, from righteous indignation to sudden joy. Did children's emotions change so swiftly? However, he remained unaware that in Obito's eyes, he was the one who should be cared for. Determined to act the role of an older brother, Obito suppressed his exuberance and gently pushed Seiya's back. All right, it's settled then. You'll sleep at my place tonight. Go rest now. I'll handle the cleanup. Really? Why do you look at me with such skepticism? I've lived alone for many years. I can surely manage this. Seiya was momentarily rendered speechless by Obito's casual mention of living alone for so long. After all, his orphan status was fabricated, while Obito's was genuine. A wave of complex emotions washed over him, and he earnestly patted Obito's shoulder. Then I leave it to you. Just don't break any dishes. Obito leapt in protest. Don't underestimate me. Before long, Seiya remained quietly in Obito's room. Unsurprisingly, he soon heard the clattering of dishes and the unmistakable sound of a bowl shattering in the kitchen. A mental image of Obito, cautiously cradling his head and looking utterly distressed, surfaced in his mind. While he imagined the scene of him stepping out to inquire about the commotion and being met with an embarrassed Obito, Seiya found it quite amusing. Nevertheless, to spare Obito embarrassment, he refrained from stepping out to mock him, instead feigning ignorance as he sat at the desk. Upon it lay a group photograph of the 4th Hokage's team, featuring 4 individuals. Though 2 bore solemn expressions, the overall atmosphere of the picture was harmonious. Currently, Obito was less than 2 years away from the day he would go missing in the battle at the bridge of heaven and earth. It was almost unfathomable to think that such a sunny, kind-hearted individual, who often assisted elderly ladies across the street, would eventually transform into someone utterly ruthless and devoid of compassion. Seiya, what are you looking at? At that moment, Obito entered, wiping his hands. Seiya replied indifferently. I'm gazing at the object of someone's unrequited love. Obito dashed over in a fluster, clutching the picture frame to his chest, his face turning a deep shade of red. Why do you always tease me about such things? It's not teasing, it's admiration. Obito froze in surprise, gazing into Seiya's unique eyes, which, under the light, seemed imbued with a touch of sorrow. He realized that, like him, Seiya perhaps had no photographs with anyone in this place, which made him envious of Obito. After a brief pause, Obito suppressed the heat rising to his face and set the picture frame down, attempting to sound cheerful. No need to be envious. When I return from my mission tomorrow, let us go to the photo studio and take one to place here. He reached out, ruffling Seiya's hair, flashing a bright smile revealing his youthful exuberance. Chapter 4. A bit early. Obito's dark pupils were clear and bright, his eyes sparkling like gems, and his face radiated optimism. Seiya had not anticipated that Obito would misconstrue his envy for the group photograph. After several seconds of silence, he suppressed the urge to clarify, nodding and smiling faintly. All right, we'll go once you return. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Obito's smile widened. Suddenly, he froze, as if jolted by electricity, quickly retracting his hand from Seiya's head. Seiya tilted his head in confusion. With an awkward expression, Obito asked, Seiya, when are you going to get a haircut? A haircut for what? Obito inhaled sharply, slightly irritated as he replied, because I keep mistaking you for a girl. Seiya, sensing that his words might bruise Seiya's pride, Obito hurriedly added, I'm not saying you lack masculinity, it's just that long hair, well, it's really not ideal. Why is it not ideal? Due to the detrimental effects on my heart. Itadori awkwardly scratched his cheek, although he wished for a charming and endearing younger sister. He fidgeted with the fabric of his pants, seemingly attempting to erase the lingering sensation of her soft hair between his fingers. Nonetheless, it was impossible for him to truly regard you as a girl. Oh, I see. Shima nodded, saying, You're concerned that if we were to walk together, Miss Rin or other girls might see us and misunderstand, thus jeopardizing your romantic prospects, right? Huh. Itadori was taken aback, realizing this was indeed a concern he hadn't considered. No, that's not what I'm worried about. What I meant is that having short hair is safer. You have no idea about the peculiar and unsightly old men lurking outside the village. Without my protection, you, defenseless as you are, could easily attract unwanted attention. Itadori, fretting like a mother hen, exclaimed with wide eyes, Where on earth did you pull out those scissors so quickly? Never mind, Shima said, twirling a strand of white hair, measuring its length, and snipping it off without a hint of hesitation. This sent Itadori into a panic as he scrambled to find a mirror, exclaiming, Don't cut recklessly. What if you ruin it? Gazing into the polished mirror, Shima asked, Itadori, do you often look in mirrors? Itadori flushed, Not often, just when I'm at home putting in eye drops. Subsequently, in order not to disturb Shima's concentration while cutting hair, the room fell into silence. Itadori lay on the bed, holding a book, occasionally glancing toward him, his demeanor betraying a nervousness that surpassed Shima's own. I can't see the back of my head. It's difficult to cut. Itadori, could you help me? Oh, here I come. He put down the book and clambered up, his hand holding the scissors trembling slightly. Damn it. He had no idea how to cut hair. Perhaps like this, from here. Noticing Itadori's hesitation, Shima gestured behind his ear, making a few motions. Itadori responded with a couple of O's, seeming to understand, and was about to act when he inadvertently glanced at the mirror. He suddenly froze. After waiting for a while without any action from Itadori, Shima heard him say, Shima, after we finish cutting, why don't you dye your hair black? Stunned by Itadori's sudden suggestion, Shima chuckled, Should I also buy a pair of black glasses to match? Lost in the fantasy of having a beautiful younger brother, Itadori proudly nodded. Should I also change my surname to Uchiha Shima? Itadori nodded again with pride, realizing the implications. Itadori was taken aback, hurriedly shaking his head. Just be yourself. Don't mind me. I was just rambling. After all, asking an orphan to abandon their surname felt somewhat hurtful to Itadori, though he knew it was not a feasible notion. As the cool night enveloped them, they lay side by side on the same bed, Itadori tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He glanced at the person beside him, who had already drifted into slumber. With calm breaths and a serene expression, Itadori found himself smiling involuntarily. He then closed his eyes, attentively listening to the surrounding tranquility, and soon fell asleep. At 5:30, drowsily, Itadori heard sounds coming from the kitchen and living room. Instinctively, he turned over, ignoring it, and continued sleeping. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted in, stirring his appetite, and just then, the alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock. Ding, ding, ding. With a frustrated snap, he turned it off and sat up, raking his fingers through his messy hair. Suddenly, he heard voices outside, followed by the sound of a door closing. His foggy mind snapped awake, and Itadori leaped out of bed, sprinting out like a 100-meter dash. Hey! After exchanging greetings, Kakashi expertly stuffed a rice ball into his mouth. Chewing while teasing Itadori, did a chicken just scratch your head? You. Itadori was at a loss for words. Did you really make yourself at home in my house? Wrong, Kakashi replied, sipping on warm miso soup and picking up a piece of side dish. I consider Shima as one of my own, so I came to enjoy breakfast made by my own. You, who have only met Shima 3 times. How dare you say such cheesy things? No, wait. Today makes it 4 times, Kakashi said nonchalantly. Though the encounters are few, the bond runs deep. At this, Itadori felt nauseated. Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance. I advise you to eat quickly. We need to gather at the village entrance by 6:40. I'm personally here to oversee you. You wouldn't want to be late, would you? Quit the chatter. Itadori gritted his teeth as he sat down. Only to notice someone was missing. Where did you hide Shima? Kakashi pulled out a note from the drawer beneath the table and slid it across to Itadori. Upon closer inspection, Itadori realized the note was upside down and a vein throbbed on his forehead. Seeing you so slow, Kakashi commented. While the sky is still dim and the Uchiha guard hasn't T-mobilized, Shima left on his own just half a minute before you dashed out. Itadori suddenly understood. So, the breakfast Kakashi was enjoying was Shima's? Be a decent person, Kakashi. At 6:40, 2 figures appeared at the village entrance. It was Kakashi running ahead, with Itadori chasing after him. Rin and Minato were both surprised, astonished that these two who often bickered would appear together, and even more so that Itadori wasn't late. Itadori, well done. Rin praised, you're quite punctual. Then, observing Itadori's reddening face, she made a startling remark. It seems that being in love has indeed provided you with extra motivation. Itadori. Kakashi, huh? A merciless laugh. The oblivious Minato blinked. Huh? Has my disciple fallen in love? Isn't that a bit early for your age? Chapter 5. Special recommendation before long. As they walked along the path, Itadori, after much internal struggle, mustered the courage to ask, Rin, why do you think I'm in love? This question wasn't unfounded. Itadori did feel he was in love, but he never imagined his crush would think he was dating someone else. Rin tilted her head in confusion. I saw you yesterday evening with a girl with white hair, happily chatting on your way home. I even called out to you, but you were so engrossed in conversation that you didn't hear me. By the way, that girl was quite cute. Her eyes were heterochromatic and very beautiful. Itadori's expression shattered as shock flushed his face red, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. Kakashi, now privy to the truth, erupted into unabashed laughter, growing louder and more unrestrained. Oh, so it was a boy? A minute later, after Itadori's pale and weak explanation, it was now Rin's turn to blush furiously, her expression awkward. I'm sorry. Itadori, embarrassed, covered half of his face, mumbling that it was fine. Last night, Shima had expressed fears about being misunderstood by Rin, and now it had come to pass. By the way, does your friend have a special bloodline limit? No, Itadori shook his head firmly. Shima comes from an ordinary family. He was adopted into the village by a kind-hearted person, just like me. Both of us are now without parents. Ah, Rin gasped, covering her mouth, her expression filled with sympathy. Nearby, Kakashi chimed in. You Uchiha have so many rules, you can't do this or that. One day, I'll ask my dad to bring Shima to my house. The Hitaki family doesn't have such restrictions. Huh. Itadori was displeased. What grievances do you have against the Uchiha? Why should Shima go to your house? If that happens, how will I hang out with him? I don't want to see your face every time. Of course, I had to ask my father to adopt Chinya under the pretense of fostering him, which conveniently allowed me to teach him some swordsmanship. I see you are enamored with Chinya's culinary skills and wish to have him in your home as a cook, am I right? And teach him swordsmanship? What kind of swordsmanship? Chopping vegetables? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. What did you say? Obito retorted, did you not hear me? Let me repeat. The two began to argue, their voices escalating, leaving Naira Rin utterly unable to mediate. Minato, standing by, could only helplessly wave his hands. Hey, Obito, Kakashi, cease your quarrel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ueshima Chinya casually munched on some bread he had bought from the street. Upon returning home, he sensed the presence of 2 others in the house, though they seemed devoid of malice. He produced his key and opened the door, feigning surprise at the sight of 2 Umbu ninjas donning cat-faced masks in the foyer. The Hokage wishes to see you, one of the male Umbu stated tersely. Noticing Chinya's confusion and his endearing appearance, the female Umbu explained, you were not home last night. So we have been waiting for you since early morning. Please come with us. The male Umbu crouched down, indicating for Qingye to climb onto his back. Once the view was unobstructed, Qingye observed that his belongings had been disturbed. For instance, the largest leaf of the Bodhi plant he had placed by the window was now positioned differently, with a few specks of soil scattered on the sill. Books on medical theory that had been neatly arranged on his desk had also been moved and thumbed through. It must have been these two. Even though he had been adopted, it was clear that Qingye had been under surveillance since arriving in Konoha. However, his mundane existence had rendered the watchers bored, leading them to simply check in occasionally before filing their reports. Now, with the Umbu appearing openly, Qingye speculated that this might signify the conclusion of his year-long surveillance. With the Umbu serving as his legs, they soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Early in the morning, the village of Konoha was already bustling, accompanied by the sound of the third Hokage snoring behind closed doors. "Hokage-sama," the Umbu announced as they knocked, causing the snoring to cease immediately. "Come in." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice feigned alertness. Upon entering, Qingye beheld the third Hokage, looking spry, surrounded by a pile of documents and a pipe yet to be lit. Impressive acting, he thought, silently applauding the seemingly kind-hearted Hiruzen. The third expressed his concern for this orphan in the village and delicately inquired whether Qingye would be willing to live with another family. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Qingye replied politely. Mistaking this for agreement, the third noticed the boy's expression dimming. "This situation is quite satisfactory. Although everyone in the village is kind, I do not wish to be passed around. I want to continue guarding the home of my father, Ueshima, and the others. They left nothing behind, only me." Tears welled in Qingye's eyes, his sorrowful visage deeply moving even the cunning third Hokage. Recalling the Umbu's report from the previous night, which noted Qingye's normal behavior and social interactions, the third was struck by the boy's diligent study of medical texts, struggling to read each night. It seemed he was burdened by the thought that he could not save his adoptive parents. The third felt a pang of sympathy, setting aside the papers regarding potential adoption. "Little Qingye, may I ask you one more thing?" He picked up his pipe, attempting to light it, but the boy's innocent gaze made him hesitate, leading to an awkward cough as he set it down. "Do you wish to attend school?" Qingye was taken aback. The third continued, "Through systematic learning, you could acquire skills in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, depending on your outstanding talents. If you aspire to become a medical ninja, I have a distinguished disciple of the legendary Sannin, renowned in the shinobi world, who could be your teacher." Feigning excitement, Qingye hesitated. "Hokage-sama, I am twice the age of most students in the ninja academy. I would be ridiculed." "Huh, not at all." The third laughed heartily. "You are a child I personally recommend for admission. There is no need for concern." Qingye thought, "You old fox, not even sparing a 10-year-old. Insisting on molding him into a worker." Thus was his admission to school decided so simply. The third continued to chatter cheerfully, reminding him of various enrollment details while eagerly attempting to light his pipe. "Report to school next Monday, little Qingye. Do not be late." Next Monday, just 2 days hence, meant he would be attending school with a bunch of little children. No, a ninja academy. After finishing, Sarutobi finally lit his pipe, contentedly taking a few puffs. His wrinkled eyes, shrouded in white smoke, caught sight of Qingye, whose face seemed pale. Why does it seem this child is not very happy? He wondered. Hearing Qingye mumble softly, "Where did Ueshima Papa and the others keep their savings? If I cannot pay the tuition, will I be expelled? At my age, no one in school would want to befriend me." The third's ears perked up, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. After the end of the Second Great Ninja War, the ninja world had enjoyed a few years of peace. However, following the recent disappearance of the third Kazekage, the old geezers of Sunagakure were stirring, seeking ways to create trouble. Countless orphans had emerged from the brutal war, and several ninja villages willing to take in orphans must have adopted some. These orphans, whether integrating into the village or serving as future low to mid-tier combatants, were invaluable. In the past year, Konoha had taken in 12 orphans from outside villages, all under the care of Hitaki Sakumo. After careful short-term observation, 11 turned out to be quite ordinary, except for the 12th child before him, Ueshima Qingye, whom Sarutobi had worriedly monitored more closely. This was due to a report from Sakumo that the boy's eyes were exceptionally unique, resembling a rare bloodline limit he seemed to have seen before. Having lived for decades, the third had never encountered such a phenomenon, prompting him to extend the observation period a little longer to see if the boy would exhibit any changes, which ultimately did not occur. With the current state of affairs being less peaceful than in previous years, it was no longer viable to expend excessive energy on a small child. Given that the boy had been obedient and sensible for over a year, they could rest assured. Even if it were discovered later that the child possessed unique powers, as long as it did not endanger the village, they could guide him appropriately. There is nothing to worry about. Remember to enroll on time the day after tomorrow. You need not fret about tuition fees. Recovering his composure, the third continued to relay a few more instructions before instructing the Umbu to escort the boy back. Chingye shook his head, politely declining. Thank you, Hokage-sama, but I can walk back on my own. And I can also stop by the shopping district to purchase some school supplies. Good child. Off you go. Sarutobi smiled in agreement. As the door to the Hokage's office opened and closed, a few minutes later, another person knocked on the door. Hokage-sama, said the third Hokage, smiling with a pipe in his mouth. You're late, Shumo. That child just left. Shikaku Nara, who had just returned from a mission, paused and sighed. Did you promise to visit any villagers? The third Hokage shook his head, stating that he had enrolled the child in the ninja academy, and he would start attending in 2 days. Shikaku's expression grew serious as he contemplated for a moment and suggested, Hokage-sama, let me speak with him. I wish to discuss matters regarding the Nara family directly. The third Hokage, aware of Shikaku's intention to mentor the child, neither nodded nor shook his head but teased. You've been here for over a year, and apart from your son Kakashi, it seems your best relationship is with a child from the Uchiha clan. Shikaku knew exactly who that child was. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's teammate, and an orphan. However, compared to the quiet and introverted demeanor of Shikaku's own son, Obito was always optimistic and cheerful, and the friendship between the two children was heartwarming. Go ahead, let the child make his own choice, the third Hokage said, taking a deep puff from his pipe, signaling he wouldn't say more. Shikaku understood this tacit approval and turned to leave the Hokage's office. As Shikaku went to find the third Hokage, Nara Shumo, just exiting the Hokage building, sensed he was being followed again. When will it end? Frustrated, he pretended not to notice, walking with his head held high, deliberately displaying a cheerful expression full of anticipation for his future life. 2 minutes later, as he passed through a narrow alley, a shadow suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. This time, it was a ninja wearing a dog mask. Seeing the child freeze in fear at his sudden appearance, the root member's expression behind the mask remained cold and unchanging. Lord Danzo is waiting for you, came the chilling voice. Nara Shumo slowly turned to look, and there, 8 meters away in the depths of the alley, stood a man whose right eye was wrapped in bandages. Half of his body was concealed in the shadows of the building, and the exposed left eye seemed to be sizing up its prey, creating an unsettling feeling of being ensnared. This man was Shimura Danzo. If one were to speak of ninjutsu within the Hokage that no one knew the origin of, it would be the creation of Senju Tobarama. And if one were to ponder whose fault it was for any grievances, it would be Danzo's. Nara Shumo blinked innocently, speaking in a tone that was both candid and polite. I'm sorry, but I don't recognize you. His words caused Danzo, who was slowly stepping out of the shadows towards him, to pause. This is the esteemed Lord Danzo, the root member emphasized, his tone heavy. Nara Shumo replied with a simple, oh. The root member assumed he understood, and Danzo continued to approach with a fa of profundity. But in the next moment, the child innocently asked, since we are both lords, is Lord Danzo stronger than Hokage-sama? Danzo, root member. The root member was taken aback by the child's unexpected question, his eyes widening in fear, unsure of how to respond. What do you think? Danzo, now 2 steps away, looked down at the child with heterochromatic eyes, coldness radiating from his left eye. Comparing him directly to the third Hokage was a sensitive topic, and Shumo gazed back innocently and unafraid. Child, who do you believe is stronger, me or Lord Sarutobi, the Hokage? The question struck Danzo deeply. Nara Shumo, oblivious to the tension, answered, I think Hokage-sama is a bit stronger. Danzo's gaze darkened further, but instead of exploding in anger, he probed, why is that? The seemingly calm, yet menacing tone made the previously aloof root member break into a cold sweat. Shumo, however, remained unfazed, responding, because Hokage-sama's office is very large. Danzo, root member. Nara Shumo pointed towards the Hokage building, speaking enviously. Living in such a big place, Hokage-sama must be very impressive, and that Hokage rock is also enormous. After a moment, he paused, retracting his gaze to sincerely inquire, Is the place where Lord Danzo lives as big as Hokage-sama's? By the way, it seems Lord Danzo's face isn't on Hokage Rock. Why is that? Why? Is there a reason? Is it not because Hokage Rock only carves the faces of the Hokage? Danzo is not a Hokage. Furthermore, the Hokage does not reside in the Hokage office. The root member, who had been silently sweating bullets, now felt anxious for the child, fearing that every single word he uttered was displeasing to Danzo. What could this foolish child possess that would catch Danzo's interest? Despite the underlying tension, Danzo maintained a calm demeanor, and to an ordinary observer, his unusual behavior was hardly noticeable. However, a keen eye would detect the slight twitching of muscles at the corners of his eyes, revealing his extreme discomfort. Suddenly, Danzo burst into laughter, startling the root member. Is Lord Danzo laughing out of anger? We are the roots supporting the great tree of Konoha, Danzo said succinctly after a few seconds, his words sharp and to the point. From now on, you two shall become a ninja of root and our companion. These words were directed at Naruto, who realized that Danzo was indeed trying to recruit children, and now he was eyeing him. He feigned ignorance, a silly grin spreading across his face as he nodded. Thank you, Lord Danzo. By the way, Hokage-sama did instruct me to report to the Ninja Academy in 2 days to train to become a useful ninja. Seeing his novet, the root member's forehead throbbed as he interjected, to receive an invitation personally from Lord Danzo is an immense honor. Rather than standing on equal footing with those children at school, following Lord Danzo is the correct choice. Shimo. Shikaku's voice suddenly resonated from a distance. Recognizing the troublesome figure of White Fang, Danzo's expression darkened. Seizing the moment Shimo turned to look at the perplexing white-haired boy, Danzo signaled to his subordinate, and they vanished in an instant. Naruto raised an astonished yet obedient smile. Uncle Shikaku. Shikaku Naruto approached with a furrowed brow, having caught a glimpse of an Umbu ninja near Shimo just moments ago. Due to the clever angle at which Danzo had stood at the alley's entrance, Shikaku had not seen him. What are you doing here? I was talking to Lord Danzo. Huh, where did he go? Danzo. Shikaku was slightly taken aback, quickly glancing at the now empty alley. So, was that a member of Root? Do you know Lord Danzo? Naruto nodded, then shook his head. I just met him a few minutes ago. I was walking along fine when those two suddenly appeared and startled me, talking about a bunch of things I couldn't quite understand. Shikaku hurriedly inquired about what they had said. Naruto recounted Danzo's words in his innocent tone. Shikaku lowered his head, lost in thought. Uncle Shikaku, what is Root? Kakashi Hitaki, with a smile, gently ruffled the hair of the child before him, attempting to divert attention. Forget about that. It is of no consequence. By the way, you've had a haircut, Haven to you? Yes. That fool Obito said I look like a girl with long hair, worried that someone like me might be abducted by some ugly old man, the child replied, eliciting a chuckle from Kakashi. He thought to himself how close that child had indeed come to being taken away by such a person. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time, and the child's innocence had prevented him from grasping Danzo's true intentions. With this in mind, Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Shima Toshiya's shoulder and heartily said, I heard from the Hokage that you're starting school soon. Come, I shall take you to buy some stationery. I have a few matters to discuss with you as well. Lord Danzo, that foolish child is not worth cultivating, his subordinate remarked. Moreover, he spoke disrespectfully. Hearing this, Danzo, who had just returned to the village's roots, narrowed his eyes, his gaze so profound that others found it difficult to decipher. Had it not been for the interference of White Fang, he would have likely already brought that child back with him. Rihei, do you believe a child newly arrived in the village could possess the cunning to deliberately say such things to me? I think he merely speaks without filter. Furthermore, such an innocent child is perfect for manipulation. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Rihei, a member of the Roots, hesitated and quietly responded. I just feel that child lacks anything particularly special. Danzo, with his penchant for collecting peculiarities, replied, It is precisely his eyes that I desire. Chapter 8. What does that even mean? There are indeed individuals with remarkable eyes, whether through their color or the abilities they possess. Danzo considered himself quite knowledgeable. Yet, upon encountering that child's gaze, an overwhelming desire to possess them surged within him, as those eyes seemed hauntingly familiar. After some reflection, he was certain he had seen them before. Hiruzen had also encountered them. However, it appeared that Hiruzen had not recalled them. Perhaps his duties as Hokage were too consuming. Or perhaps he had intentionally chosen to feign ignorance. After all, Why would he make special arrangements for an unrelated child to attend the ninja academy? To send someone to the academy to learn at a leisurely pace was merely a waste of time. If that were the case, he found himself perplexed by Hiruzen's motivations. Regardless of the reasoning, that child was one he was determined to have. Uncle Kakashi, what were you just saying? In the midst of selecting school supplies in a shop on the Konoha shopping street, Shima Toshia vaguely heard Kakashi's gentle words, though his mind was elsewhere. And he paid little heed. His inattentiveness did not go unnoticed by Kakashi, who suddenly felt hesitant to revisit their earlier conversation. Was he still troubled by the matter of his adoptive parents, still grieving? Was that why he had declined the Hokage's proposal to visit another villager's home? Moreover, he had heard that this child struggled with reading each night, diligently poring over medical texts. Such earnestness was indeed heart-wrenching, yet one must always move forward. Steeling himself, Kakashi repeated, Toshia, what do you think of Uncle S' home? It's quite spacious, and I am certain you will like it once you see it. After uttering this, Kakashi sensed a sudden hush enveloping the surroundings, accompanied by several astonished and peculiar glances directed their way. Toshia's expression froze, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Kakashi. What's wrong? Kakashi inquired, perplexed. 2 seconds later, Toshia remarked, the strange uncle that Obito mentioned is actually you. Isn't it? Because what you just said sounded like something a perverted kidnapper would say. Kakashi, flustered, quickly waved his hands. No, that is not it. No wonder the customers nearby were staring so intently. Had he not been wearing his forehead protector and the Janine vest, they might have rushed over to apprehend him. Was it his choice of words that had been so peculiar? He realized he had seldom interacted with children. Although Toshia was of a similar age to Kakashi's son, the topics he discussed with his son were few and far between. Was there truly a generational gap? What I meant was, Toshia, would you like to come stay at Uncle S' house? There are spare rooms. As soon as he spoke, Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss. It seemed he had again misstepped. Being mindful of the child's dignity made him hesitant, leaving him somewhat flustered. Observing the pained expression of Konoha's white fang, Toshia couldn't help but smirk slightly, finding the situation amusing. He had initially thought the visit was for something significant, yet it turned out to be just about his living arrangements. Having just declined an invitation from the third Hokage, now he faced an offer from White Fang. He was beginning to realize how much attention he was attracting. Oh, I almost forgot about Danzo. But recently, he truly had no desire to visit anyone's home. However, out of the blue, the scheming Shimura Danzo had appeared, compelling him to reconsider. Given Danzo's insidious nature, he suspected Danzo might come to him with some brainwashing rhetoric. If he wished to avoid such harassment, finding a protector was indeed prudent. As luck would have it, Kakashi had approached him. Furthermore, Danzo seemed to harbor some trepidation towards Kakashi. Wasn't he that the renowned White Fang? As Toshia pondered this, a raspy male voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. Is that not Kakashi Hatake? The speaker approached, sporting long black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple shadow extending to the nostrils, and pale skin adorned with aquamarine Magatama earrings. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Orochimaru. What a coincidence, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. I spotted you with a white-haired child from afar and thought you were out shopping with your son. I see that that's not the case. With a hint of sarcasm, Orochimaru's golden pupils scanned the expressionless child. What is wrong with this child's eyes? Please refrain from your concern. His eyes are perfectly normal. Oh, natural? Heterochromia is quite rare, Orochimaru said, intrigued. Kakashi wished to steer clear of further discussion on this subject with Orochimaru, thus he redirected the conversation. Aren't the other two accompanying you back to the village? Understanding he was referring to Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru maintained his seemingly amiable demeanor. Yet, with eyes reminiscent of a serpent and skin as pale as his, he exuded an unsettling aura. They each have their own matters to attend to. Even if they returned with me, we would not often gather. That is quite unfortunate, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi, smiling. This child is among the group you were responsible for bringing back last year, correct? Children of unknown origin possess great potential for exploitation. Kakashi's expression turned icy. Please do not speak of such matters in front of the child. Although Toshia is young, he can understand. Who would wish to be brought back to a village merely for their utilitarian value? Orochimaru did not perceive any issue with his words. But seeing the chill in Kakashi's expression, he wisely chose to refrain. After all, Kakashi's prowess surpassed even that of the legendary three ninjas. and maintaining a facade of respect and politeness was essential. Then I shall not disturb you further, Orochimaru said slowly, turning to leave, yet casting a lingering smile over his shoulder at Kakashi and Toshiya. I've heard there have been reports of child abductors near the village. Do take care not to let the children wander off. Thank you for the warning, Kakashi managed to utter through clenched teeth. Once Orochimaru's figure had receded into the distance, Kakashi finally withdrew his cold gaze. As he turned around, he discovered that Shima Nari, who had just been standing beside him, had suddenly vanished. Chapter 9. First to arrive, Kakashi hurriedly wandered around the store and finally found a familiar figure squatting in the section selling hair accessories for girls. He breathed a sigh of relief and approached with curiosity. Nari, what are you doing? How did you end up here in the girls section? Are you planning to buy something for a girl you like? No, that seems too early for you. Kakashi couldn't help but express the same sentiment as Minato earlier. At that moment, he noticed Nari holding a silver eye mask. Somehow, Kakashi instantly understood the boy's intentions. His emotions became quite complex in an instant. Those unique eyes must have attracted a great deal of unwanted attention, hadn't they? Perhaps it was better to conceal them. After all, he was about to attend the ninja academy, and compared to the adults around him, who were too preoccupied with their busy lives to pay much attention. The children there spoke with sincerity and no reservations. Being from the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, if he were to reveal those unusual eyes, he would inevitably become the center of excessive scrutiny. It seemed that this child's thoughts were more sensitive than he had anticipated. Sighing, Kakashi lost the desire to persuade Nari to come live with him. He would bring it up when the time was right. At the counter, when Nari reached for his wallet, Kakashi gently pressed his hand down. He ruffled the boy's hair with a smile. You're starting school soon, so let me treat you today as a gift for your enrollment. But Uncle Kakashi, I have money. That's all right. It's not an expensive item. Consider it a gift for your new journey. When Kakashi returns, we'll celebrate together with a meal. How does that sound? Kakashi spoke while swiftly handing over the payment. Turning back, he noticed Nari with his head lowered, his voice barely a whisper. Why are you being so kind to me? Kakashi chuckled heartily. Being kind to others requires no reason. And don't dwell on what happened today. He was referring to their encounter with Danzo and Orochimaru, especially Orochimaru's nonsensical words. He worried that Nari might take to heart the notion of being of use, thinking that Kakashi's kindness stemmed solely from self-interest. And although he appeared as a child, Nari was indeed aware of Kakashi's intentions. He was merely playing the role of a sensitive and introverted orphan. After parting ways with Kakashi, Nari focused entirely on completing his enrollment procedures, casting aside thoughts of Danzo and Orochimaru. Following the orders of the third Hokage, a young ninja academy teacher named Tsukuwa Iri was assigned to assist him. Upon noticing that Nari was wearing a half-cut eye mask over his left eye, Iri's expression turned slightly astonished. Why is a child specially recommended by the Hokage blind? Teacher, is something wrong? Nothing at all. Tsukuwa quickly shook his head, refraining from voicing his thoughts. He handed Nari the enrollment forms and other documents to fill out. When you come back the day after tomorrow, remember to bring a photo for your enrollment file. Does the photo need to be taken without the eye mask? Nari inquired, just as Tsukuwa was about to say yes. A large hand suddenly landed on Nari's head. Turning around, he found Orochimaru's pale face right in front of him. Here we meet again, Orochimaru smiled. Don't you remember me? We met just a few hours ago. Before Orochimaru could finish introducing himself, Tsukuwa, seated across from them, stood up excitedly. Lord Orochimaru. Iri. Orochimaru smiled lightly, exchanging pleasantries and gathering some information from Tsukuwa. His gaze returned to the seemingly dazed Nari. So it was Sarutobi-sensei's decision. Orochimaru mused, raising an eyebrow. There's no need to remove the eye mask. It hardly obscures your face. The photo will be recognizable. All right, understood. Tsukuwa nodded. Caught in the middle, Nari remained silent and bewildered. He couldn't comprehend how Orochimaru appeared so suddenly and even came to his rescue. You are Nari, correct? Orochimaru said gently, glancing at the form Nari had just filled out. Would you like to become my disciple? Nari stood frozen in shock, while Tsukuwa exclaimed in disbelief. As one of the legendary Sannin, countless individuals would kill to become Orochimaru's apprentice. Although he had not yet begun his scientific pursuits, Orochimaru was undoubtedly a reliable adult. Yet Nari couldn't help but feel apprehensive about the implications of becoming his student. Would he be subjected to cursed seals or become part of human experimentation? Nari's inner voice resolutely refused. However, at that moment, Tsukuwa rushed over, grasping Nari's hand and passionately extolling Orochimaru's greatness, urging him to seize this rare opportunity. If he were not too old, Tsukuwa would have likely volunteered to be Orochimaru's disciple himself. No wonder he was so excited and obedient. It turned out he was an admirer of Orochimaru. Nari then rose from his seat and, with utmost seriousness, bowed to Orochimaru, appearing both sincere and courteous. Seeing this, Orochimaru assumed the boy had accepted, as who would dare reject one of the legendary Sannin. I'm sorry, but I cannot be your disciple. Orochimaru's smile faltered. Tsukuwa's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Had all his earlier praise of Orochimaru been for naught? Why not? Orochimaru asked hoarsely. Because I am already Kakashi Uncle's disciple. Upon hearing the name of Konoha's White Fang, Orochimaru was taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. Tsukuwa, still in disbelief, paused for a moment. Oh, it seems someone has already beaten you to it, and his master is none other than Kakashi. At that moment, a solitary man named Kakashi, lamenting in his empty home due to his son's absence, suddenly sneezed. Is it getting colder? Why do I feel a chill down my back? Chapter 10. Do not be angry. In the dim underground chamber, an old electric light emitted a cold yellow glow. With a creak, the door swung open, casting light on Orochimaru's pale profile. Upon seeing him, Danzo, who had been waiting, asked without looking up, "How have you been?" "Quite well," Orochimaru replied, taking a seat opposite Danzo with a natural demeanor. His golden eyes scrutinized Danzo, who was partially shrouded in darkness. Orochimaru directly inquired, "However, your complexion seems off. Has something troubling occurred recently?" "Indeed, there has been a minor issue." As Danzo spoke of his troubles stemming from Kakashi, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile creeping onto his face. It seemed the negative impact from that incident years ago had lessened significantly. Kakashi remained quite active within the village. Danzo's expression darkened as he continued, "That matter is seldom mentioned now. Perhaps he has even forgotten the immense losses his foolish decision caused to the land of fire and Konoha." "What will you do?" Orochimaru asked. "Will you suppress Kakashi as you did before?" "Even if I wished to, it is not easy to achieve now," Danzo replied coldly. "Sarutobi has not given up on him, and other high officials will not cooperate with me as they once did. Since there is no way to proceed, then let it be. Like me, seek out a more suitable disciple," Orochimaru said with a smile. Noticing his expression, Danzo seemed to recall something, speaking up. "The teacher Tsukuwa at the academy is one of yours, isn't? Orochimaru's smile faded, and he replied calmly, "We merely had some past connections. He does not belong to me." Danzo narrowed his eyes. "Regardless, I require your assistance with a task." "What task?" "Through the hands of that Sakigawa individual. I need you to deliver the monthly updates concerning that silver-haired child to me." Orochimaru turned his head to glance at Danzo, and after a brief pause, he readily agreed. "Very well." Danzo relaxed his furrowed brow and nodded in satisfaction. "I shall expedite the provision of the materials you seek." The following day, just before noon, a loud knocking echoed at the door of Ueshima Naruyashi's home. He opened the door, and before he could discern who it was, he was enveloped in an eager embrace by Obito. "I'm back, Naruyoshi." It was evident that this young man, returning from a mission, was brimming with joy. Naruyoshi smiled, about to tease Obito about whether he had made any progress with Rin, when he suddenly heard Obito's voice rise in a trembling pitch. "Ah, what happened to your eye?" "It's nothing." Startled by Obito's volume, Naruyoshi rubbed his ears and then lifted his eye patch, revealing his normal left eye. "I merely thought the heterochromia was too conspicuous, so I covered it." Obito sighed in relief. "You scared me. I thought something had happened to you while I was away." "Be a bit more considerate," Naruyoshi said as he pulled Obito inside and closed the door, as if he were in his own home. Obito stretched lazily and settled onto the sofa, beginning to recount the interesting episodes from his recent mission with fervor. Since they had become friends, it was as if he had found a confidant. He often shared these experiences with Naruyoshi, and whenever they spent time together, there was always an abundance of conversation. Naruyoshi never seemed to mind Obito's chatter, always listening attentively. Obito cherished the feeling of having someone who cared about what he had to say. While pouring water for him, Naruyoshi noticed Obito's excitement and refrained from interrupting. When Obito finally paused, he handed him the water cup. Unprepared, Obito took a sip and, just then, Naruyoshi asked, "So, did you not make any progress with Rin?" Obito spluttered, spraying water all over Naruyoshi's face. "Ah, I'm so sorry." He quickly turned to find a tissue to wipe Naruyoshi's face. You always tease me about this, so it's your fault I ended up like this. Nariyoshi grabbed a tissue and wiped his own face, saying, I didn't realize you were so sensitive about this matter. Obito's face turned an astonishing shade of red. You're not that old. Why do you speak so maturely? It's as if you've lived for decades. Call me older brother. You must be joking. You're clearly younger than I am. How could I possibly call you older brother? Hearing this, Nariyoshi frowned, regretting not adjusting his appearance to appear slightly older than Obito. What a disadvantage. Noticing Nariyoshi's furrowed brows, Obito assumed he had misspoken and quickly rubbed his hands together. By the way, I brought back a gift. You mustn't be angry with me. Obito rummaged through his belongings and swiftly retrieved a kunai. How perfunctory. Nariyoshi exclaimed, stunned. You picked the wrong one. Obito awkwardly shoved it back and, after a moment of fiddling, produced a bamboo-colored short flute of similar length. Nariyoshi took the flute, examining it for a moment. And as he did, Obito's heart began to race with anticipation. What's wrong? Is it unattractive? Not at all. Nariyoshi raised an eyebrow. It's beautiful. But why did you suddenly gift me this? Are you so sure that I can play it? Obito bashfully scratched his head and grinned. I thought it would suit you. Besides, I didn't buy it. The musician's sister taught me how to make it during this mission. However, I was quite clumsy at it. And with Kakashi constantly teasing me, I almost got sidetracked into an argument with him. Upon hearing Obito's story about crafting the flute, Nariyoshi fell into an odd silence. With such patience and skill, you chose to dedicate it to me? Not understanding, Obito looked up, huh? Upon seeing the innocent and Navi eyes behind his orange goggles, Nariyoshi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. If this gift were to be given to Noera Rin, wouldn't Obito be one step closer to love? Thank you. I truly appreciate it, Nariyoshi said as he tucked the flute away, feeling both anxious and helpless for Obito's pursuit of affection. I will learn how to play it and perform for you in the future. Upon hearing this, Obito's heart soared, and a radiant smile spread across his face. You must promise. Chapter 11. Like brothers, yes, I promise. The two made this simple agreement. Suddenly, Obito's smile faltered, and his eyes widened in surprise. Nariyoshi, did you buy new stationery and a backpack? This prompted Nariyoshi to share the news of his upcoming enrollment in the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes widened, and his excitement seemed to surpass Nariyoshi's own. Really? That is fantastic. Since it's the recommendation from Lord Hokage, you should definitely go. Perhaps I can fight alongside you in the future. Just don't become too powerful all at once. Nariyoshi chuckled. You've already become a nin. How could a rookie like me ever catch up to you? Obito, flattered by Nariyoshi's praise, nodded appreciatively, but soon realized something was amiss and shook his head. I can't think like that. Though geniuses are rare, I do have one nearby, like that Kakashi guy. He's a renowned genius. Acknowledging his companion's excellence, Obito pouted but then shifted back to his cheerful demeanor. Who knows, Nariyoshi might just become a genius like me. As they conversed, Obito grew increasingly animated, his desire to impart knowledge bubbling within him. So, would you like me to teach you some basic chakra knowledge right now? Oh, if only I had kept my old books. Upon hearing Obito's eagerness to become a teacher, Nariyoshi couldn't help but recall the iconic moment when Naruto taught Konoha the Rasengan. It was a daring endeavor for one, and the other had indeed learned it independently. After all, Konoha was also a genius. Moreover, Obito had a reputation for being at the bottom of his class during school. This label was not meant to belittle Obito. Rather, it was heartening to see him so confident, and his earnest attitude was quite endearing. Haha. Watching Obito fumble about in nervous excitement, Nariyoshi couldn't help but chuckle. Obito, noticing his laughter, looked puzzled. What are you laughing at? Because you resembled an ant on a hot pan just now. Realizing this was directed at him, Obito's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and mild irritation. How dare you? I was trying to think about you, and yet you mock me. My apologies, my apologies. Nariyoshi stood up with a light smile, reaching out to pat Obito's head reassuringly. Don't be upset. Let us set that aside for now. You've just returned from a mission and must be exhausted. It's lunchtime, so please rest here while I prepare a meal. Obito blinked, and suddenly his earlier embarrassment receded like a tide. Oh, all right. Obito quieted down, laying on the sofa, his gaze following Nariyoshi's movements. If one were to disregard other factors, living together with Nariyoshi wasn't half bad. It felt akin to being biological brothers, like a family. Perhaps it is indeed the spark of romance that has infused such motivation. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Obito's mind echoed with Rin's words from yesterday when they gathered at the village entrance. His gaze momentarily froze, and he subconsciously looked away from Nariyoshi, who was busy. Although he had explained the truth to Rin at that time, those words constantly echoed in his mind, making him hesitant to look at Chingya. After 2 minutes, silence enveloped the air. The curious Chingya, washing vegetables, turned back to see Obito nestled in his arms, seemingly asleep, prompting him to move more quietly. However, after a brief moment, a voice emerged from Obito's direction. Chingya, Rin mentioned she wants to meet you. Huh? Chingya paused, feeling surprised. What does she want to see me for? Just to get acquainted. She said that Kakashi and I both know you, and as our trusted companion, she doesn't want to feel excluded. All right, you can arrange it. Obito quickly lifted his neck and raised his voice to remind. But you must promise me not to tease me about that incident in front of Rin. Chingya couldn't help but chuckle. I know how to choose the occasion for such jokes, don't worry. It's enough for me to jest in front of you, after all. That is one of my pleasures. Obito remarked, I didn't expect you to be this mischievous. Despite his words, he bore no trace of anger. He even sprang up, his mood noticeably brighter, and hurriedly walked over. So what are we making to eat? Let me help. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Obito contentedly patted his belly, leaning against the sofa, pondering what to do with the afternoon. Perhaps they could train at their usual practice ground. It would be nice to have Chingya accompany him. All right, let us do that. Just as he made this decision, Chingya's calm inquiry broke through the silence. Obito, what do you think of the Hitaki family? While tidying up the table, Chingya seemed to casually pose the question. This left Obito perplexed. Chingya, why do you ask that? Chingya countered with a question of his own. If I were to go to Kakashi's house, wouldn't that mean you wouldn't come to find me as often? What? Hearing this, Obito felt as if he had springs under his feet, bouncing up from the ground and rushing to the table, stretching his neck in surprise. Why the sudden change? Chingya explained, yesterday, Uncle Tsukumo, Kakashi's father, came to see me. From what he said, it seems he is inviting me to live at the Hitaki household. Obito froze. I could ask my father to bring Chingya over to my house another day. The Hitaki family doesn't have that many matters to deal with. It needn't even be another day. Clearly, Kakashi had already made his move. Otherwise, how could his father suddenly seek out Chingya? Overwhelmed by emotions, Obito stared blankly for several seconds. It was only when he saw Chingya collecting the dishes into the sink that he blinked, regaining his composure and letting out a long sigh, as if regretting his overreaction. I think this is a good thing. Obito sat down, attempting to speak calmly, his gaze sweeping across the sparsely populated environment before settling back on Chingya. If someone is by your side, I would feel more at ease. Besides, living in an empty house must be quite lonely, right? Although Kakashi often says things that irritate me, I do recognize him. Moreover, his father is quite impressive. Becoming a foster child of the Hitaki family would greatly benefit your life. As he spoke, Obito's voice grew fainter until it trailed off into silence. He bowed his head, his eyes downcast, quietly clenching his fist. Some heavy emotions lodged in his chest, making it difficult to express or swallow. Chingya was about to have a new family, which should be a source of joy. Yet why did he feel so miserable? It wasn't as if they would never see each other again. He could always visit the Hitaki household to play, and perhaps Kakashi would just tease him a bit more. It wasn't a big deal. With this thought, Obito took a deep breath, striving to adjust his demeanor and donning a cheerful smile. Chingya, go ahead. The sound of running water abruptly ceased. Chingya quickly turned off the tap, dried his hands with a towel, and then turned around. Noticing that Obito's gaze was fixed on him, his heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Chingya did not respond immediately. He simply stared at Obito for a moment, then walked towards the orange cabinet against the wall. As he rummaged through the drawers, he began to speak. By the way, I almost forgot. I have something prepared for you. At this, Obito froze, feeling a surge of nervousness. What is it? Is it a gift in return? That didn't seem right. Chingya shouldn't have known he would bring something back from his mission. What is it? Unable to contain his curiosity, Obito craned his neck to catch a glimpse. I found it. Chingya approached, signaling Obito to extend a hand. Reluctantly, Obito opened his left palm, and a somewhat cold object was placed there. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a key. What does this mean? Why is Chingya giving me a key? Chingya's gaze was steady as he said, I was hesitant at first about giving this to you, but after seeing your expression just now, I no longer hesitated. Obito's dark eyes widened behind his orange goggles, shimmering with confusion. He still didn't understand. Chingya smiled faintly, It's not something useless. It's a spare key to my house. Obito, I want you to live with me from now on. The air around them seemed to be sucked away, and a profound silence spread between them. After about 10 seconds, the bewildered Obito finally regained his senses. Chinya, didn't you want to go to the Hitaki family? I'm not going. Obito's expression shifted in shock. Why not? Chinya replied earnestly, your feelings are more important than that. Besides, it's not something that must be done. I will have a proper talk with Uncle Tsukumo later. Upon hearing this, Obito felt overwhelmed with confusion once more. The key in his palm felt like a heavy stone, weighing down his thoughts. After a long pause, he struggled to swallow, feeling foolish. What do you mean by that? Chinya? It means exactly what it says. Seeing Chinya's serious tone, which bore no hint of jest, Obito's eyes widened again in disbelief. No. Since it's an invitation from Kakashi's father, it would be great to go. You don't need to worry about me. I'm genuinely happy for you. Having someone around is far better than being alone in a quiet house. If you're here, then I want to be alone. Obito's gaze trembled anew. He stood there, his already sluggish thoughts further entangled. You don't want to live with me? Chinya tilted his head, inquiring. How could that be? Obito murmured, covering his face. Then you should keep the key safe. Just like completing a mission, Chinya turned and slowly walked back to the sink with the unwashed dishes. Obito's throat felt tight, leaving him momentarily speechless. He glanced at Chinya's figure, then at the key in his hand. It was strange, though the key felt cold. At this moment, it radiated an immense warmth, just like the words Chinya had spoken to him. It turned out that his fleeting moment of gloom had been noticed. While he had previously been baffled as to why Chinya would give him a key, he now finally understood, his heart trembling uncontrollably. They were both orphans, and it was not easy to become companions who relied on each other and shared mutual trust. If one suddenly integrated into another family, the other would inevitably feel loneliness. So, had Chinya noticed his emotional shift and feared he would feel isolated, which led to the decision not to go to the Hitaki household. He even invited him to share a life together. The more he contemplated, the more his emotions surged. Obito removed his goggles and discreetly rubbed his aching, teary eyes, inadvertently triggering a flood of tears that cascaded from the corners of his reddened eyes. Unable to contain himself, he wiped them away, only to find the flow increasing. Not wanting to be seen by Kimizaki, he hurriedly turned his back to conceal his tears. Just then, the serene voice of Kimizaki broke through the sound of running water, asking why the silence. Have you been crying? No way. Obito stammered, caught off guard, and ultimately succumbing to a choked sob. It's all your fault for saying such touching things with a straight face. How could he possibly hold back? Damn it, the tears wouldn't stop. Kimizaki smiled gently. Try not to cry for too long. Otherwise, your eyes will swell up, and our photo together won't look good. A photo? Obito froze mid-wipe. Oh, how could he have forgotten that? He had indeed mentioned wanting to take a picture with Kimizaki. Just then, Kimizaki finished washing his bowl and sauntered over, peering at Obito, whose eyes were already red and swollen. He was genuinely crying. You. Obito's face flushed an astonishing shade of red, and despite having faced Kamizaki's teasing multiple times, he was always at a loss for words. Although he knew there was no malice intended, he still felt immensely embarrassed. As Obito frantically searched for a way to evade his fragile tear ducts and retaliate against Kamizaki, another question broke the silence. So, what was the answer to my earlier question? Obito, momentarily dazed, replied, What answer? Whether you want to live with me, Kamizaki said earnestly. At those words, all thoughts of retaliation vanished. Obito's heart raced wildly, thumping as if it might leap from his throat, filled with an indescribable anticipation. While they often visited each other's homes for meals, living together was undoubtedly more desirable. Yes, with red-rimmed eyes, Obito tossed aside his goggles and, without hesitation, lunged forward to embrace Kamizaki, exclaiming, I want to live with you. As the words left his lips, his eyes stung again, and tears streamed down his face. Kakashi was right. You really are a crybaby, Kamizaki remarked, nearly knocked over by Obito's sudden embrace. After regaining his balance, he comfortingly patted Obito's back. Chapter 13. A misstep? Why bring up that guy Kakashi at a time like this? Obito exclaimed, and he actually spoke ill of me in front of you? It didn't seem like ill words to me, more like the truth, Kamizaki teased, his voice light with laughter. Obito, still sniffling, couldn't help but grip Kamizaki tighter, instinctively sobbing. In that embrace, Obito realized that Kamizaki's frame was surprisingly slender. You should eat more. You need to grow up faster, Obito urged. How tall do you expect me to be? Kamizaki replied, bemused. At a loss for words, Obito paused for a moment before saying, well, when we grow up, we can do so many things. Like working hard to become Hokage. Hearing this, Kamizaki reminisced about the original story, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, you have quite a few things to accomplish in the future. His voice intentionally lowered. Obito barely caught the words. He released Kamizaki and cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. Grinning, once I become Hokage, would you be interested in being my assistant? The ambitious declaration caught Kamizaki off guard, but he smiled in response. Then the future Hokage must ensure I receive a generous salary. Otherwise, I won't do it. Obito pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, rest assured. I will definitely do that. If you are unsatisfied, you can keep my salary. Kamizaki, half-jokingly, replied, no need for that. Save it for when you get married. Wait. The moment Obito heard the casual mention of future marriage from the young boy, his cheeks flushed crimson. Marry? Who am I marrying? Who do you think? Kamizaki winked suggestively at Obito. You should really make an effort with Rin. As Obito caught the mischievous glint in Kamizaki's usually calm face, he was momentarily stunned. When he finally snapped back to reality, he felt a surge of anxiety and confusion. Was he too happy because of something else? He hadn't even thought of Rin in that vision of the future. All right, go wash your face. We're heading to the photo studio soon. Kamizaki's voice interrupted his thoughts. Obito snapped back to attention, responding with an "oh," and dismissed the matter from his mind. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the sunlight was just right. The photo studio was nearly empty, and they were quickly called in. However, Kamizaki needed to take a solo picture first, so Obito obediently waited nearby, knowing it was for his admission file. Moments later, Kamizaki waved him over. Come here. Obito perked up and moved closer. They sat side by side, and Obito felt that simply placing his hand by his side for the photo was too stiff, so he draped his right arm around Kamizaki's shoulders, embracing him like brothers. Then he beamed brightly, saying, let us take the picture like this. Kamizaki nodded in agreement. The studio owner, seeing their pose ready, adjusted the camera and prepared to press the shutter. Just then, a deafening shout erupted outside the studio. Kakashi. As the voice faded, a black shadow dashed into the shop. In the next moment, the distinct sound of the shutter echoed, capturing the intruder's profile just as they entered the frame, blocking out everything below Obito and Kamizaki's necks, leaving only their bewildered faces visible. Realizing what had just happened, Kakashi halted, quickly apologizing. Sorry. Angered, Obito jumped up, pointing accusingly at Kakashi as if he could poke through the mask. What are you doing here? Kakashi. Found you. Hiding here won't work. Let us settle this. Mato Guy declared, arms akimbo, oblivious to the other customers present. Seeing this, Obito's expression darkened further, his forehead twitching in frustration. Why are all my peers like this? After lamenting, he seized the opportunity while Kakashi was distracted by Mato Guy's antics to see the studio owner packing up the camera, seemingly preparing to develop the photos. Wait, sir, that one doesn't count. We need to retake it. Obito shouted urgently. It's fine. We can use that one, Kamizaki interjected, noting that Kakashi had also been caught in the frame, which was pretty good. What? Obito gasped, his mood plummeting. They had agreed it would be a picture of just him and Kamizaki, so why was Kakashi suddenly intruding? Is that so? Then please develop the previous photo for me too, Kakashi added nonchalantly. Obito felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He turned sharply, pointing an accusing finger at Kakashi. How can you even ask for that photo? You didn't do anything wrong, so why the hesitation? Hearing Kakashi's retort, Obito inhaled deeply, unable to contain himself as he rushed to the studio owner, pulling at his sleeve. Sir, please remove that guy from my photo. Obito gestured dismissively towards Kakashi, who simply returned the gesture calmly, saying, in my photo, please remove him too. The troubled photographer. Ultimately, the owner candidly admitted that the technology was inadequate, and the best he could do was develop the photos. They would have to take scissors into their own hands to remove the parts they found displeasing. However, such an approach would render the photographs quite unsightly. Indeed, retaking the pictures would be preferable. Upon hearing this, Obito gritted his teeth and cast a glare at Kakashi. Kakashi, truly worthy of being my rival, so adept at intruding into others' frames. Might Guy praised. Yet, no one present found joy in this compliment. Even Kakashi, holding his head in exasperation, lamented, Guy, if you hadn't suddenly rushed over, I wouldn't have made such a blunder. Were you startled, Kakashi? An eager Might Guy responded. Does that mean you have a weakness when it comes to courage? How about we compare who is bolder? No. Now is not the time for contests, Kakashi indicated with a glance toward Obito, who had been glaring at them for quite a while, unfazed by Obito's menacing stare. Might Guy instead noticed a white-haired boy across the way whose hair color resembled Kakashi's, even sharing a similarly composed expression. Is that your little brother? I wish he were. Kakashi replied. Chapter 14, The Fool. A few hours prior to returning home from a mission, Kakashi learned that his father had visited Shima Toshiya the previous day. But due to other matters, the topic concerning the Hitaki household had not been pursued. Now that he had the opportunity to meet him, Kakashi thought it would be appropriate to extend a formal invitation once more. Thus, he stated directly, Toshiya, come stay at my home as my brother. Shima Toshiya was momentarily taken aback by this sudden declaration, glancing at the still-growing Kakashi. They were of similar height, though Kakashi appeared more mature than his age might suggest, particularly with that listless gaze reminiscent of a dead fish, which hinted at a potential future devoid of motivation outside of affectionate pursuits. But Kakashi, we are the same age. Why should I be the younger brother? When is your birthday? September, Kakashi replied honestly. Then mine is in December, Shima Toshiya remarked. So, I suppose that makes me the younger brother after all. Seeing that Toshiya had no argument, Kakashi's mouth curled slightly beneath his mask, ready to continue speaking, when suddenly Obito intruded, pulling Shima Toshiya protectively behind him, his fiery black eyes fixed on Kakashi. Forget that thought, Kakashi. Toshiya will not go to your house. Do not presume to make decisions for others. Obito, Kakashi frowned. Clenching his fists, Obito declared loudly, that is not presumptuous. Toshiya and I are already set to live together. Really? Why would I lie to you? Obito responded, his forehead twitching in irritation. Kakashi shifted his gaze to Shima Toshiya behind Obito for confirmation. Obito is correct. We decided a few hours ago. I will speak to your father personally about it, Kakashi, so you need not worry. Oh, I see, Kakashi replied, momentarily taken aback, but nodding in acknowledgement. Though slightly disappointed, he felt indifferent. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Obito felt a surge of triumph, ready to capitalize on the moment when Kakashi's voice interrupted again. Toshiya, be cautious. Living with this fool will likely turn you into one as well. Obito exploded in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting, Kakashi? Who do you look down upon? Shima Toshiya smiled as he replied, I will be careful. Obito's angry expression instantly faltered, his disbelief evident in his wide eyes, as if accusing Toshiya of siding with Kakashi against him. Consequently, Obito became quite displeased. Shima Toshiya added cheerfully, but I do enjoy making friends with fools. At this, Obito paused, his expression brightening. Did you hear that, Kakashi? Kakashi, exasperated, cast a sidelong glance at Obito, seemingly questioning his intelligence. Obito felt insulted by that look, his voice trembling with fury. What kind of look is that? What kind of look? Ignoring Obito's admission of foolishness, Kakashi rubbed his forehead and turned to Might Guy. Let us go, Guy. Oh, Might Guy responded, energized. Are you ready for a showdown with me, Kakashi? Kakashi replied, I almost forgot. This one here is also a fool. I will return to collect the photos tomorrow. He informed the photographer. Turning to Shima Toshiya before leaving, he added, and Toshiya, congratulations on your enrollment. Ah, thank you. As Kakashi and Might Guy exited the photo studio, a now calmer Obito let out a sigh. That guy finally left. The perfect photo had been ruined by Kakashi's abrupt interference, leaving Obito feeling quite dissatisfied. After a moment's thought, he seized Shima Toshiya, his expression earnest. Let us take the opportunity to retake the photo. Toshiya, I'm sorry, it's already developed. The photographer interjected, somewhat inconveniently. Even if we retake it, the previous one still requires payment. I'll pay. I have my wallet with me, Obito responded without hesitation, pulling out his small stash of money, only to have his hand stopped by a smaller one. There's no need to spend that money. You've been working hard on missions. What you should do now is go home and bring over some necessary items, like clothes and toiletries. Hearing Shima Toshiya mention this, Obito blinked in surprise before nodding enthusiastically. Oh, okay. After a moment's reflection, he asked, what about you? I'll browse around nearby for a bit. You can move your things into the house later, since you already have the keys, right? Upon hearing him refer to it as home, Obito's smile widened. Yes. As the two temporarily parted ways, Obito's light and cheerful steps suddenly halted. The matter of retaking the photo. How infuriating. He had completely let himself be led by Toshiya and forgot all about it. At that moment, Shima Toshiya was making his way toward the Konoha vegetable market. Since they would be living together, it was essential to prepare double the supplies. After finishing lunch, he realized the vegetables were nearly depleted, prompting him to go out and buy some more. Regarding Obito, he had never envisioned living together. He had considered visiting the Hitaki residence. However, when he initially brought up the topic with Obito, he noticed Obito's mood had notably dipped, despite his smiling congratulations. The loneliness hidden deep within those black eyes was quite striking. Thus, he had given Obito a spare key, inviting him to cohabitate. It was too cumbersome to sneak into Uchiha territory, and it would be simpler to have Obito come out instead. As far as he knew, Obito didn't possess a strong sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan, so he wouldn't refuse. And indeed, the outcome was just as expected. Obito's expression visibly brightened. "Hey, you little brat, mind your own business and go home for a nap." Suddenly, in a less crowded alley, Shima Toshiya heard a sharp reprimand. He halted, turning to look inward, where he saw 3 children of similar age surrounding a little girl. One black-haired boy was gripping her aqua-blue hair, oblivious to her pained expression, refusing to let go. Another smaller arm had a firm hold on the black-haired boy's wrist. The child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, possessed strikingly beautiful large eyes, with slightly curled hair that stood out. "He seems to be from the Uchiha clan," one of the black-haired boy's companions noted, spotting the clan emblem on the back of the child's clothing. "Is the Uchiha clan that impressive? Such rudeness in barging over here and meddling in others' affairs. I couldn't care less whose family he belongs to. But what if his elders are nearby? The Uchiha family is not to be trifled with." Chapter 15. The Prodigy Uchiha Shursui. Upon hearing this, the black-haired youth visibly trembled, his expression faltering with hesitation. "Let go," Shursui calmly interjected. "Bullying the weak, especially targeting a girl, is indeed shameful." "Huh." The black-haired youth tightened his grip on the girl's hair, causing her to cry out in pain, tears welling in her eyes. He couldn't fathom how a mere child dared to address him. Besides, the Uchiha elders had yet to arrive. He might as well teach this little brat a lesson. At the signal of his gaze, the 2 accomplices stepped forward to restrain Shursui. However, before they could comprehend the situation, Shursui deftly evaded their grasp, and they both fell to the ground, bewildered. Witnessing his subordinates defeated by a 5 or 6-year-old Uchiha prodigy, the black-haired youth's eyes widened in rage. Without hesitation, he drew a kunai, which he had scavenged from a training ground, now finding it quite useful. Seeing the black-haired youth clumsily wielding the kunai, Shursui's expression hardened. Despite his youthful voice, he spoke with a low tone. "I have no intention of harming you." "Enough chatter." The black-haired youth discarded the girl and lunged at Shursui. In the ensuing chaos, Shursui had no choice but to nimbly evade the onslaught. Frustrated by his ineffective attacks, the black-haired youth gritted his teeth, feeling his pride slipping away in front of his subordinates. However, the disparity in stamina between children was evident. He did not believe this little brat could evade him indefinitely. Sensing the black-haired youth's intent, Shursui decided not to prolong the confrontation, nimbly leaping onto the wall to maintain distance and conserve his energy. "Why are you running? Come down." Shursui frowned, about to say something to make the black-haired youth reconsider when a calm voice interrupted from the other side. "Sano, it's been a while. Have you really sunk so low as to bully others? You don't even spare a child this small." The black-haired youth, Sano, turned in surprise. "Ueshima, is that you?" He was one of the orphans who had come to Konoha with Ueshima, and they had not seen each other much since being adopted by different villagers. When they were brought back to the village, he had even spoken to Ueshima, thinking he was a rather pretty girl. "Oh, best not to dwell on that. Don't meddle," Sano exclaimed, his face flushing as he recalled the embarrassing moment when he mistook Ueshima's gender. "She randomly smashed the windows of my family's shop. I was just teaching her a lesson." Ueshima stood momentarily stunned, and Shursui was slightly taken aback as well. "Is that so?" The girl with azure hair, now trembling, stood up and quietly protested through her tears. "Who told your parents to falsely accuse me of stealing their cake?" Sano glared, ready to lash out again. The girl quickly hid behind Ueshima, clinging to him like a lifeline. Ueshima replied, "While it was indeed wrong for her to break your windows, that does not justify your rough treatment of her, nor does it excuse you for wielding a kunai against a 5 or 6-year-old child. You should first return home and clarify the situation with your parents. And put away that kunai." Sano glared, wanting to retort, but when he met Ueshima's calm gaze, He found himself at a loss for words. Cursing under his breath, he begrudgingly sheathed the kunai. Seeing this, Ueshima's expression softened. It was embarrassing to flaunt such poor kunai skills before the prodigy Uchiha Shursui. With that thought, Ueshima turned to Shursui, who was still perched on the wall, enjoying the breeze. It's all right now, come down. After a brief pause, Shursui gracefully leaped down and approached. Initially, he had thought the newcomers were accomplices, but they were not. Moreover, they had managed to diffuse the situation with just a few words, prompting Shursui to steal a few more glances at the young boy before him. You must be Uchiha Shursui, the boy asked first. Yes, Shursui replied graciously. How do you know me? Ueshima lowered his head slightly, fixating on the small figure of Shursui, his gaze lingering on the boy's unique curly hair, unable to suppress a smile. When filling out the enrollment form, I heard from teacher Tsuchikawa that the most formidable student this year is you, Shursui. I also happened to see your photograph. Shursui was momentarily speechless. The enrollment form? So, you also passed the Ninja Academy entrance exam? However, the boy's age seemed a bit off. May I ask your name? Feigning a deep demeanor, Ueshima replied. You'll find out tomorrow when school starts. With that, he waved goodbye to Shursui. See you tomorrow. Hey, you're just leaving like that? Sano hurriedly pursued, startled. This left behind two bewildered subordinates, a relieved girl, and the composed Uchiha Shursui, who was already showing signs of maturity at such a young age. What are you following me for? Ueshima frowned. Who told you to meddle? Sano retorted angrily. If I hadn't intervened, you would have been hurt by Uchiha Shursui, and it would be you who suffers. How could that be? P.S. barely taller than my shoulder. Ueshima glanced sideways. It seems you weren't paying attention to what I just said. Huh. Shursui is a genius at the Ninja Academy. Don't let his age fool you. Think about how embarrassed you felt earlier. Recalling how he had been unable to lay a finger on Uchiha Shursui, Sano's face turned crimson. Hey, Ueshima, that's a bit excessive. Ignoring Sano's outburst, Ueshima calmly selected vegetables in the market. Sano watched from the side, aware that Ueshima's adoptive parents had passed away, leaving him to live alone. However, he couldn't fathom why Ueshima needed to buy so many vegetables. Wouldn't they spoil if left too long? Additionally, it seemed Ueshima was preparing to attend the ninja school tomorrow, comparing his own situation of only being able to help out at the cake shop. Sano felt a twinge of envy. By the way, what with your eyes? Ueshima replied nonchalantly. I'm just trying to look cool by covering them up. Sano. It was clear that Ueshima hadn't changed a bit. He must have been blind back then to think he was a cute girl. Chapter 16. What does it matter? Upon returning home first, Obito heard the door open and eagerly rushed over to greet. Ueshima, you're back. Then he noticed a boy he had never seen before standing next to Ueshima. The boy's expression was more arrogant than Kakashi's. Obito furrowed his brows. Who is this annoying guy? For some reason, he was helping carry groceries and had even brought Sano back, catching Obito off guard. Upon noticing that Ueshima had another boy with him, Sano blurted out, Oh, so you're living with someone else? Ueshima, I suggest you stop reading weird books, otherwise, your vocabulary will be just as strange. Sano's face flushed red as he didn't want to linger any longer. He dropped the bag and dashed away, shouting, I won't let this go, Ueshima. Obito, peering through the door, looked at Sano with a hint of disdain. Is that guy an idiot? What is he talking about? Moreover, he seemed to be quite familiar with Ueshima. Could he be the second Kakashi? Just as Obito was lost in astonishment and wild thoughts, he heard the sound of bags being carried and hurriedly stepped forward to help bring in the other bags, marveling at the variety and weight of the vegetables inside. Wow, how did you manage to buy so much? You mentioned earlier that I should eat more to grow. Obito was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a foolish grin. It seemed that everything he had said had been taken to heart by Tia. As Tia entered the house, he glanced at the pile of clothes and other items on the sofa, instinctively frowning, fearing that others might misconstrue him as untidy. Obito quickly set down the vegetables and came over to explain, I've been tidying up. However, Tia replied, You move quickly. Why not place everything in another empty room first before organizing it? What appeared to be a heap of clothes, upon closer inspection, turned out to be only a few items. A uniform collection of navy blue long-sleeve shirts and stand-collar jackets, along with some trousers, nearly identical to what Obito was wearing. Oh, should I stay in the room of your adoptive parents? Obito asked in surprise. Tia raised an eyebrow. If you're afraid of sleeping alone, you can share a room with me. Who would be scared? Obito retorted, his temper flaring at the teasing. If he were afraid, he wouldn't have endured all those years. Next, Obito hurriedly placed his belongings in his room. After a while, he held out a wallet, sincerely presenting it to Tia with both hands. What does this mean? Tia inquired. Obito quickly explained. Even though I'm living with you now, I can't take advantage of your hospitality. I will contribute to the food expenses monthly. Understanding, Tia accepted the wallet after a brief moment of contemplation. The tension in Obito's expression eased slightly, as if this act confirmed that he had truly moved in. Back in his room, Tia neatly stored the wallet away. For now, it would be kept until he could return it to Obito later. After Obito had tidied up the room, arranged his belongings, and made the bed, the clock was nearly 5:30. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he noticed Tio appearing at the door with a picture frame. The photograph was undoubtedly the one ruined by Kakashi's intrusion, and Obito stared at it for a long time, still finding it quite displeasing. He needed to cut Kakashi out of it. Why don't you have a group photo of your Minato squad? Tia asked, and Obito stifled his impulse, responding honestly. I couldn't carry everything alone because I have too much stuff, so I'll pick it up tomorrow. Tia looked at him in surprise, his gaze making Obito feel somewhat uneasy. What's wrong? Tia smiled. I thought you would carry a photo of Miss Rin with you at all times. Obito's heart tightened, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. Hadn't Tia agreed not to tease him about that? What does it matter? It's just the two of us here now. Unable to refute, Obito fell silent. After a few seconds of quiet, he suddenly extended a hand toward Tia. What are you doing? Tia asked, perplexed. Obito replied, give me a solo photo of you. Although Tia didn't quite understand Obito's thought process. He handed over an extra photo, knowing that only one was needed for the enrollment documents. Upon receiving the photo, Obito examined it, smirking. Why does that uncle make you look so dazed? Tia responded. So you're here waiting to turn the tables, huh? You're a bit cunning, aren't you? Obito carefully placed the photo into his pocket, not forgetting to inquire about Sano. He wouldn't allow anyone to be closer to Tia than himself. Though he felt that Sano couldn't compare to him, he still cared about it. At this moment, Tia was completely unaware of Obito's emerging possessiveness, as even Obito himself did not realize how strong it was. He merely perceived it as Obito's ordinary curiosity. So he briefly explained the matters in the alley and how he had met Sano. Upon hearing that their relationship was quite ordinary, Obito felt a wave of relief and a hidden sense of joy. However, when Tia mentioned that he had encountered the renowned genius of the Uchiha clan, Shursui, Obito discreetly scrutinized Tia. Suddenly, he lowered his head. As a fellow Uchiha, he felt mediocre compared to Shursui, even ranking last during his graduation from the ninja academy. Although he had worked hard to become a true ninja, the gap between him and others remained significant. Had Tia ever compared him to Shursui in silence? Noticing Obito's mood shift from high to low, Tia was somewhat puzzled. What was wrong with this kid? Are children of this age all so capricious? By the way, when are you going to ask Rin out? After pondering for a couple of seconds, Tia chose a topic that might cheer Obito up. Obito looked up in confusion. Huh, why are we suddenly talking about this? Doesn't she want to get to know you? And you want to meet her too, right? Obito was taken aback, not picking up on the teasing tone Tia usually had. He was momentarily at a loss. Oh, okay, I'll contact Rin tomorrow. Good. Time flew by. And before they knew it, it was already the day to head to the ninja academy. Early in the morning, Obito hurriedly dressed and packed his ninja gear. Tia initially thought Obito was going to train diligently, only to discover that he intended to escort him to school. No, it's embarrassing enough for me to go alone, he sighed. An enthusiastic Obito responded, what nonsense are you talking about? After much persuasion, Tia finally managed to lead Obito away under the pretext of seeking Rin, and he set off for school. In the noisy first-grade classroom, there were lively and adorable new sprouts of Konoha, apart from himself, the elder child. Quiet down, Sukawa Yui called, swiftly writing Tia's name on the blackboard and introducing him as a new transfer student. 30 pairs of curious, delighted, and some with a hint of coldness gazed at him. Teacher, did he come to the wrong class? He looks much older than us. Sukawa Yui, maintaining a straight face, replied seriously, age can sometimes be an advantage. Though he is a new student, be cautious as he might learn things faster than you. At this point, Sukawa Yui broke into a smile. Eventually, he might leave you far behind. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the students immediately changed. The teacher's words are quite harsh. Indeed, next to him, a speechless Tia thought, thanks for establishing a group of little rivals for me right from the start. Go find a seat. Sukawa Yui casually gestured. Several adorable little girls eagerly waved at Tia, inviting him to sit with them. However, a few boys, who appeared to be troublemakers in the class, shot him disapproving glances, clearly rejecting him in response to Tsukuwa Yui's words. Just then, a voice called out to him, "Sit with me." Everyone turned to see it was the smiling Shursui Uchiha. Tia had noticed Shursui when he first entered the classroom, and upon seeing him, Shursui initially showed a flicker of surprise, but quickly concealed it. Although school was bothersome, having the renowned Shursui Uchiha in class suddenly made it feel less daunting. He nodded and walked toward the second-to-last row where Shursui was sitting. The expressions of the other students were filled with astonishment, and even Tsukuwa Yui looked slightly taken aback. When did this child become acquainted with the much-admired Shursui? Orochimaru instructed him to attentively observe the movements of the child and compile a report each month. Should this also be included in the documentation? Meanwhile, Ueshima Naruya had already taken his place in the second-to-last row on the right. A girl sitting at the end of the row promptly stood up to make room for him. Politely expressing his gratitude, Naruya settled into his seat, sandwiched between others, while Shursui, sitting by the window on his left, rested his chin on his hand, gazing at him with a smile. His long, curled eyelashes accentuated the brightness of his large eyes. "You didn't deceive me. You truly came to school. Finally, I know your name, Naruya." Accustomed to not being called brother by children, Ueshima Naruya returned a faint smile, saying, "Please take care of me." Shursui's smile deepened, responding, "Certainly. Lin, are we indeed meeting Naruya this afternoon?" On the street at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Obito, having completed his self-training, followed closely beside Rin, feeling somewhat flustered. Rin, leisurely walking with her hands clasped behind her back, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this afternoon. Didn't you mention that your friend started attending the Ninja Academy today? I can buy him something as a gift for his enrollment." She pondered, "What is he like?" Obito, suddenly taken aback by her inquiry, found himself at a loss for words, his mind as barren as a desolate wasteland, utterly ignorant of another's preferences. What does Naruya usually enjoy? Coming to a halt. He widened his eyes in realization, crouched down, and cradled his head in his hands, lost in deep thought. Observing his perplexed expression, Rin sighed softly. She knew that the oblivious Obito wouldn't notice such details, so after a moment's consideration, she took his hand and cheerfully suggested, "Let us buy him something sweet from a cake shop." Feeling cared for, Obito was momentarily taken aback, his heart warmed, yet he felt embarrassment wash over him. He had boasted to Rin about being Naruya's best friend, even better than Kakashi, yet he didn't even know what his good friend liked. What a failure. Before long, Rin chose a bustling shop and led him inside. "Welcome." A dark-haired boy greeted them. Upon recognizing him, Obito turned around, raising his voice in surprise. "Huh? It's you." Sano, still rubbing his sleepy eyes, looked over and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, the suspicious fellow living with Ueshima." A bewildered Rin interjected, "Huh? Living together?" Obito promptly grabbed Sano by the collar. "Didn't I tell you to stop reading those ridiculous books? Take back that unpleasant remark. Why should I listen to you?" "I'm not going to," Sano retorted. "Besides, am I wrong? Being friends with someone as strange as Ueshima makes you a fool." Obito, infuriated, ended up fighting with Sano. After a day of relatively manageable studies, Ueshima Naruya returned home to find Obito sporting a bruised face. After a round of inquiries, he fell into an odd silence. Obito, still simmering with anger, gritted his teeth and added, "If I hadn't seen him as an ordinary person, I would have used ninjutsu on him. I only used my fists. Not even taijutsu. There's no need to get worked up," Naruya consoled him. Suddenly, Obito sprang to his feet. "No way. That guy was too rude. And he even spoke ill of you. I can't stand someone like him. He needs to learn a lesson." All right, Naruya said, helplessly pulling him back down. He scrutinized Obito's face, bruised lips, and a scrape on his forehead. Thankfully, Rin had already treated him, applying medicine and bandaging the wounds. Despite the pain, Obito could still articulate his anger clearly, and Naruya found himself admiring him. "Does it hurt?" he asked, touching Obito's forehead, surprised to find it prickly. "Is it because your temper is flaring?" At the gentle touch, Obito paused momentarily, shaking his head. "It doesn't hurt. Compared to that, Sano lost a tooth. His eyes and face will surely be swollen like a pig's tomorrow." Seeing the situation unfold, Rin, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. "I'm sorry. My skills only allowed me to handle it this way." Naruya withdrew his hand, softly replying, "It's fine, thank you." Rin, taken aback, murmured shyly, "Finally meeting you." Just as Obito said, You are a very gentle person. Chapter 18. Growing closer upon hearing this, Obito became animated, enthusiastically praising his good friend. He recounted how, in a moment of impulsiveness, he nearly attacked Naruyoshi due to a misunderstanding. Rin listened patiently, smiling happily, while Naruyoshi silently sighed. Obito, in front of his crush, rambled on about others. He should have shared more about himself, perhaps whining about his injury to elicit sympathy from Rin. But instead, he stubbornly claimed it didn't hurt. Oh, perhaps he felt embarrassed. So stubborn. Yet, he dared to fight in front of his crush, so his courage had certainly thickened. All right, this is a gift for you. Remembering his purpose, Rin hurriedly presented the cake she had purchased from a different shop to Naruyoshi. Thank you. If you don't mind, how about staying for dinner? Really? Is that possible? Rin's face lit up with excitement. Of course. That's wonderful. Naruyoshi smiled slightly, and then gave Obito a knowing look. Obito, confused, asked, huh? For the sake of his friend's romantic endeavors, Naruyoshi thought, ugh, we're not on the same wavelength. Nevertheless, as Rin became distracted by a new photo opportunity, Naruyoshi swiftly pulled Obito aside and whispered, after dinner, remember to personally escort Miss Rin home. Really? Obito exclaimed in surprise. Seeing his dazed expression, Naruyoshi raised an eyebrow. Questioning, are you a blockhead? Oh. Suddenly realizing Naruyoshi was providing him with an opportunity for solitude with Rin, Obito's cheeks flushed crimson. Naruyoshi, you really don't have to do this. After a brief pause, he placed one hand on Naruyoshi's shoulder while the other covered his flushed face. However, his noticeably red ears betrayed his feelings. Oh, in what way? Naruyoshi teased, feigning innocence. Naturally, Obito was left speechless. You fool. Thus, their acquaintance with Rin blossomed. And Naruyoshi dedicated himself to his studies. With Shursui beside him to explain various concepts, his learning progressed smoothly. Indeed, as Tsukuwa Ayan had said, he swiftly surpassed his classmates, emerging as a remarkable presence within the school. Other teachers were astonished that an ordinary child could excel so significantly, while students looked on with envy and jealousy. Only Naruyoshi understood that if he couldn't even score full marks in elementary school subjects, he would be utterly defeated. The result of his newfound fame was an influx of curious children, both boys and girls, observing him in the classroom, making him feel akin to a monkey on display in a zoo. Indeed, he is slightly older than the others. But what is up with his eyes? I don't know, but they are undeniably cool, aren't they? Indeed. And he seems quite close to Shursui. Could this be the bond of genius? Ha. Having listened to all the conversations, Shurmao Naruyoshi mused. Do these children gossip without the presence of the parties involved? Quite intriguing. At that moment, the crisp voice of Shursui interrupted his thoughts. The knowledge from our textbooks can no longer satisfy us. Why not learn something a tad more challenging together? Shurmao Naruyoshi snapped back to attention and nodded. Sure. Let's meet at the training ground on the north side after school. Shursui winked at him, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Very well. Days passed by, and before long, it was already the second month since school started. One day, after completing a mission, Obito returned home, only to find the place eerily empty, clearly indicating that another person had yet to come back. While this was not an unusual occurrence, an unshakable sense of disappointment welled up within him. During this time, Naruyoshi had been diligently studying, and indeed, as Obito had speculated, Naruyoshi excelled in all aspects, growing particularly close to Shursui, who was also regarded as a prodigy in their class. Moreover, for quite some time now, as soon as school ended in the afternoon, Naruyoshi's first stop was not home, but rather the training ground to meet Shursui. Feeling rather bored staying at home alone, Obito had secretly observed what Naruyoshi and Shursui were up to, and he was profoundly impressed. The two were practicing shuriken throwing, and their precision and quantity were nothing short of flawless. Was this truly the level attainable by those who had just begun their studies? Naruyoshi truly was a genius. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 6 o'clock, and since Naruyoshi had not yet returned, he supposed he was still at the training ground with Shursui. Well then, I shall prepare dinner tonight. That way, when Naruyoshi returns, he can enjoy a warm meal. Setting aside his worries, along with a hint of inexplicable jealousy towards Uchiha Shursui, Obito enthusiastically removed his goggles and rolled up his sleeves, ready to work diligently. Why do I feel like you're going easy on me? On the training ground, Shursui lay on the ground, panting, a fine sheen of sweat covering his forehead. Their practice with shuriken had concluded, and on a whim, he had begun sparring with Naruyoshi. Initially, he thought that being the first to enroll and having undergone various training within his clan would give him an advantage. However, after their exchange, it was clear they were evenly matched. In fact, he sensed that Naruyoshi was holding back. Not at all. I'm doing my best to keep up with you, Naruyoshi replied, his breath relatively steady. Perhaps it's because I'm a few years older than you, thus having greater strength and stamina. Haha. Shursui couldn't help but laugh, his dark eyes fixed on the broad, dimming sky. It's getting dark. I feel like I don't have the energy to return home. No sooner had he spoken than Naruyoshi adjusted his stance, turning his back to Shursui and squatting down. Hop on. I'll carry you to the Uchiha clan's entrance. The rest of the way, you'll have to manage on your own, as I cannot enter. Surprised, Shursui sat up. Yet, he quickly nodded and naturally climbed onto Naruyoshi's back. You really have a nurturing disposition, Naruyoshi. Hearing Shursui's sentiment, Naruyoshi replied without turning around. Compared to me, you're equally considerate, Shursui. Haha. Shursui chuckled again. Although their ages differed, after a month of interaction, he found himself quite comfortable in Naruyoshi's company. Their personalities and learning styles meshed well. Had he not known that Naruyoshi was an orphan from another village, he would have wished he were born into the Uchiha clan. He admired him greatly. Noticing the silence behind him, Naruyoshi remarked, Don't fall asleep on your own, otherwise, I might just leave you at your clan's gate to freeze. Rest assured, I'm wide awake, just pondering a few things, Shursui replied, shaking his shoulders and stifling a laugh. He recognized it was all in jest, yet found it quite amusing. Chapter 19. You're truly adorable. The path to the Uchiha clan was lengthy. Were it not for accompanying Shursui, Naruyoshi imagined that Shursui would be training in the Uchiha clan's grounds after school, which would be much closer to home. Yet, this arrangement was rather pleasant, although he was uncertain how long it could last. After all, Shursui was destined to graduate swiftly under the title of genius. As the grand entrance of the Uchiha clan loomed closer, Naruyoshi, while conversing with Shursui, heard a stern male voice call out, Halt. He turned around to see Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto approaching, accompanied by a small child even younger than Shursui. Itachi, put me down, Naruyoshi. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Shursui politely greeted Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to Naruyoshi, saying, This is not a place where outsiders can roam freely. Upon sensing the coldness in Fugaku's tone, Shursui hurriedly explained that Naruyoshi was merely escorting him home. Fugaku furrowed his brow. What were you doing outside? Shursui replied honestly that they had practiced shuriken throwing and engaged in some sparring. Hearing this, Fugaku scrutinized Naruyoshi with a laden gaze. Shursui was utterly exhausted, yet this young man still had the energy to carry him home, even considering their age difference. The disparity in their stamina should not be so pronounced. And who won the sparring match? Shursui had anticipated Fugaku's interest in this matter and hesitated before responding. It was a draw. Oh, a draw, you say? Fugaku's expression tightened further, becoming even more serious and oppressive. Sensing the tension, the young Itachi instinctively grasped Mikoto's hand. Though he remained silent, Mikoto gently urged her husband not to maintain such a serious demeanor with the children, as it might frighten them. However, Fugaku paid little heed to this detail, solemnly calling out Shursui's name. Here, Shursui replied, straightening up. You are a source of pride for our clan, and I hope you will consider how to further enhance your strength. After speaking, Fugaku cast a meaningful glance at Itachi beside Mikoto, then turned back to Shursui, saying, As Itachi grows older, you should take some time to mentor him. Shursui silently regarded Itachi, who returned his gaze. Their similarly dark eyes locked, prompting Shursui to clench his fists. Words momentarily lodged in his throat, and while he wished to voice his thoughts, he understood that doing so would only serve to further alienate Naruyoshi in the eyes of the clan leader. Thus, he swallowed his words. Understood, he nodded in agreement. Very well, return home. After addressing the younger generation, Fugaku cast one last look at the silent Naruyoshi. The boy had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, seemingly unaffected by their words or Fugaku's veiled suggestion for Shursui to limit his interactions with Naruyoshi. Such resilience was rare. Furthermore, this was the very child who had reportedly risen to be on par with Shursui within just a month. If only he were a child of the Uchiha clan. What a pity he was not. I apologize, he just like that, but means no harm. As Fugaku stepped back a few paces, a flustered Mikoto leaned closer to Naruyoshi, hoping to soothe the child's feelings. It's all right. I don't mind, he replied, shaking his head. Mikoto was taken aback upon witnessing Naruyoshi's curious gaze land on the young Itachi she was holding by the hand. "Hello." He even greeted him. "Hello." Itachi blinked, responding politely with his crisp voice, embodying the refined upbringing he had received. "I must say, you are truly adorable," Naruyoshi remarked candidly. Suddenly praised. Itachi couldn't contain his laughter, while Mikoto, unable to suppress her amusement, chuckled softly. Beside them, Shursui, scratching his head in exasperation, sighed. Mikoto was well aware of her son Itachi's adorable nature, as he often garnered compliments whenever they ventured out. Thus, she found nothing particularly surprising. In fact, this made her quite fond of the white-haired child before her. "In any case, do not mind what my husband said earlier. Shursui, feel free to continue playing with your friends. He is quite amiable," she remarked, affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair. "If possible, I would also like to ask you for a favor." "No problem," Shursui replied with a smile. Observing Mikoto and her son lagging behind, Fugaku began urging them to hurry. Consequently, Mikoto waved her hand in farewell. With a sigh of relief, Shursui rubbed his temples. "Well then, see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." Upon returning home, the clock read 6:30. As Narashinya stepped through the door, he was immediately hit by an overwhelming, acrid smell. Glancing at the table cluttered with failed dishes, he was taken aback and turned to the other individual present. "Obito, what on earth are you doing?" Obito, focused intently on the stove, adjusting the heat while keeping a close watch on the frying shrimp, was oblivious to Shinya's arrival. Shinya approached and gently tapped Obito's shoulder, causing him to jump in surprise. "Ah, you scared me. What are you doing?" I'm cooking," Obito stammered, awkwardly turning off the heat, wondering if this time it would finally be acceptable. Just as he was about to inspect the pot, he recalled the 2 plates of his culinary failures on the table, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Shinya must have seen them. How utterly humiliating. In truth, it wasn't entirely his fault for struggling with complex dishes during his solitary days. Every meal was a mere quick fix. It was only after befriending Shinya that his culinary skills gradually improved. However, in the months since arriving here, he had not prepared a single meal, but to ease his conscience, he had taken on the task of washing dishes and cleaning up after meals. As Obito reminisced about his previous culinary struggles, he suddenly heard Shinya's approving voice. This time it's not bad." Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he caught sight of Shinya using chopsticks to prod the shrimp in the pot. "Really?" "Indeed." With this affirmation, Obito finally felt a sense of accomplishment and exhaled in relief. Seeing Obito so tensed, Shinya chuckled. "I just came back and noticed you were practically leaning into the pot. I hope you're not expecting to gain insight from that." What? It's impossible to gain insight from something so trivial." Obito stammered, his cheeks warming. If gaining insight were truly that easy, he would have made progress by now. "Don't worry, it will happen soon," Shinya reassured him. Although he recalled that Obito's awakening moment had occurred at the age of 13, during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, quite some time ago. Yet, to encourage the child, he could only say such things. At the dining table, Shinya noticed Obito across from him, his expression hesitant and contemplative. He gently inquired, "What's on your mind? Is there something you wish to share?" Obito fiddled with his chopsticks for a moment before asking about Shursui and the Uchiha clan. "Things are going quite well." "Oh." Staring blankly at his bowl of white rice, Obito absent-mindedly poked it. "However, when I took him back to the Uchiha today, I accidentally caught the attention of your clan leader and received some veiled reprimands." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes widened in astonishment. "What happened?" "Your clan's exclusivity is somewhat severe, though I can understand it," Shinya replied, choosing not to elaborate further, and returned to his meal in silence. Obito's expression stiffened as he clutched his chopsticks, remaining motionless for quite some time, although he was unsure why the clan leader had reprimanded him. Did Shinya really escort Shursui home every day? If so, it must have been dark for quite a while by the time they returned. That seemed rather excessive. His already unappealing expression grew even more rigid as he stared blankly for several seconds, silently sighing within. It was unthinkable to directly tell Shinya not to get too close to Shursui, for that would be utterly absurd. Having more friends around Shinya was, after all, a good thing, right? Moreover, the exclusivity mentioned by the Uchiha seemed a tad disheartening. At a loss for words that might offer comfort, Obito finished his meal in silence. Even after washing up and lying in bed, he continued to fret about how to address the matter. This resulted in him tossing and turning until the following day when, during a mission briefing, Rin noticed the dark circles under Obito's eyes and gasped in surprise. Obito, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well? Are you okay? Obito sheepishly scratched his head. Ah, it's nothing. Nevertheless, his lack of energy caught even Kakashi's attention. You didn't stay up all night, did you? You actually arrived early for once, without being late. Feeling exposed, Obito shot a glare at Kakashi. What of it? This prompted Kakashi to conclude, seems like something's amiss. Rin, sensing Obito's distress, quickly pressed him for details about what had transpired. Yet, Obito could only offer a strained smile. Unsure of how to begin, it's truly nothing. Don't listen to Kakashi's ominous words. He could hardly admit to Rin that he felt overshadowed by a 5 or 6-year-old child. Furthermore, with Kakashi present, if he learned that Obito was troubled over such trivial matters, he would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. You didn't do something foolish and anger Shinya, did you? Did he kick you out? Absolutely not. Stop jumping to conclusions. Obito exclaimed, indignantly pointing a finger at Kakashi's forehead, wishing to poke a hole through it. Shinya has never been angry with me. He hasn't in the past, and he won't in the future. That's not necessarily true, Kakashi retorted, casting a sidelong glance. That's because he has a good temperament and seems to tolerate everything. But that doesn't mean you've never acted foolishly. Isn't it true that you often arrive late for some bizarre reasons, making us wait? What nonsense are you spouting? Obito shot back, his eyes wide with indignation. Helping an elderly lady cross the street is hardly a bizarre reason. As the atmosphere grew heated, Rin initially intended to mediate, but upon meeting Kakashi's gaze, she lowered her hand. With a resigned smile, she realized Kakashi was trying to rouse Obito's spirits. The two continued their animated banter for a while. Eventually, Kakashi coldly dropped a bombshell. Since your rebuttals are so loud, don't present yourself as if your brain has been drained. What if our mission client sees you like this and thinks that Konoha has many unreliable ninjas like you? Obito froze at Kakashi's unexpected remark. Struck by the weight of his words, he turned to Rin, seeking validation. Is there something wrong with how I look right now? Rin hurriedly waved her hands. It's not that serious. But Kakashi is right. Do not let personal emotions affect your performance on missions, Obito. After that, she took hold of Obito's hand, smiling gently. Once the mission is over, if you're still troubled, share it with me then. I'll give you sound advice. As Obito looked at their clasped hands and listened to her words, he felt deeply moved, his eyes misting over. A few moments later, he wiped away his tears and quickly adjusted his mindset. I'm sorry. It's quite all right, Rin replied tenderly. All right, let us swiftly complete this mission. Where has Watergate-sensei gone? The teacher should be waiting for us at the village entrance with the client. Oh, let us hurry. It seems that Obito has taken the hint and is now brimming with enthusiasm, charging ahead like a determined bull, while Kakashi shakes his head, thinking how easily he can be led. Indeed, he is quite the gullible fool. After reviewing the first month's report submitted by Tsukuwa IRI, Danzo's expression appeared inscrutable under the dim light. That child has recently been quite the sensation at school, and has formed an inseparable bond with another exceptional member of the Uchiha clan. Despite lacking any familial or bloodline advantages, he has achieved so much in such a short time. Could it truly be because he is possibly a descendant of that person from my memories? I must observe what that child is currently lacking. Yes, a root member named Rahira, who was on standby, responded affirmatively. Just after he departed, Orochimaru's figure silently emerged from behind the door. I never would have guessed your interest in that child was so profound that you wished to win his heart materially. Danzo, with his fingers interlaced under his chin, concealed a cold glimmer in his eyes. I will handle that child. Continue with your affairs and refrain from contacting me so frequently. Come to me only when your supplies run low. It is precisely for this reason that I came to see you. What? Danzo was slightly taken aback. It has only been a month, Orochimaru stated. Since this is an unprecedented research endeavor, numerous failures will inevitably arise, leading to substantial wastage. I understand, Danzo replied. Orochimaru, having been interrupted, chuckled softly, turned, and quickly vanished into the darkness where the light did not reach. After school, Kamishima Seiya rushed home. Today, Shursui was busy with matters within his clan and could not join him for training, so he decided to return home instead. During dinner last night, Obito had mentioned he would be on a mission outside the village today, and Seiya was unsure when he would return. He had been lost in thoughts about the Uchiha clan and hadn't paid much attention to Obito's words, making the meal rather dull. Now, he felt a twinge of guilt. That kid wouldn't be secretly crying, would he? Chapter 21. The Sealed One. While pondering about Obito, A tall figure suddenly flashed past Kamishima Seiya, stirring up a gust of wind that halted his steps, as if pressed for time. The person gestured for silence and swiftly concealed themselves in the nearby bushes. Moments later, 3 fierce-looking women in yukatas hurriedly approached, scanning the area. Not finding any suspicious targets, they instead spotted him and loudly inquired, "Young boy, have you seen anyone suspicious pass by here?" Seiya quickly stole a glance at the unmoving bushes and nodded honestly. "Yes, I saw." The women's expressions turned alarmed at his words. The hidden figure felt a pang of anxiety. This kid wouldn't he betray me, would he? He went that way. Seiya pointed towards the bustling street to the left, deliberately stating, "He ran really fast, almost colliding with me." The person in the bushes thought, "Damn it, there really is someone peeking at us." But with that, he must have already escaped. Soon, after failing to catch anyone, the 3 irate women departed. And sensing safety, the figure in the bushes stood up, exhaling a long sigh. He was tall, wearing a forehead protector inscribed with oil characters, with a red marking beneath his eyes, and striking long white hair. Jiraiya-sama. Seiya accurately called out the identity of the person, noticing that behind this wall seemed to be the women's bath. "What brings you here?" Haha, not intending to explain in front of a child. Jiraiya awkwardly masked his embarrassment with laughter. Then, feigning seriousness, he patted the boy's head and changed the subject. "So my fame has reached even you little ones, huh? It seems you just got out of the ninja academy. You helped me today. When you graduate, I'll teach you a powerful jutsu." Seiya calmly declined the grand promise Jiraiya painted, kicking it away with a foot, saying, "I'm only in the 1st grade. It'll be a long time before I graduate. But you can teach me now, and I'll surely master it by the time I graduate." Jiraiya, taken aback, thought, "How can a child this large still be in the 1st grade? What is going on?" But thinking it was not his place to interfere, he retracted his hand and casually replied, "Let us save it for next time." After all, he hadn't even learned that jutsu from Minato yet. Just as he turned to leave, he was suddenly kicked away with tremendous force, rolling on the ground for several circles before finally halting. Jiraiya, clutching his abdomen and trembling in pain, struggled to sit up. Tsunade appeared, unconcerned about the child present, marching over with each step echoing like a heavy weight on Jiraiya's frail heart. She forcefully yanked him up. "I just passed by here and heard you were up to your usual lewd antics again." "Wah, how could it be me?" Jiraiya hastily waved his hands, denying any involvement. "I was just having a lively conversation with this child." He pointed to Kamishima Seiya, and as Tsunade raised an eyebrow to look in that direction, he discreetly shot Seiya a pleading glance, hoping for assistance. Receiving the signal, Seiya, acting as a lifeline, turned away stubbornly. Seeing this, Jiraiya became frantic. "Hey!" Hearing the commotion, Seiya glanced back, accidentally locking eyes with Tsunade, who suddenly became lost in thought, loosening her grip on Jiraiya, who fell back down with a resounding thud, completely losing the imposing image of a legendary ninja. Before he could even inquire what Tsunade was planning, Jiraiya saw her striding towards the boy. Before long, that woman who always resorted to violence against him squinted at the white-haired child, scrutinizing him for a long while. This scene left Jiraiya utterly bewildered. "He looks just like him," Tsunade remarked wistfully. Jiraiya asked, "Like who?" Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he walked over while questioning, "Like what?" Suddenly, Jiraiya seemed to realize something, halting abruptly and loudly clarifying, "Just to be clear, this child has nothing to do with me." Tsunade scoffed, "You? Who can't even get a girlfriend? Think I would suspect this is your child?" Jiraiya retorted, "So what do you mean?" "Nothing." Tsunade's expression shifted, and she abruptly stopped speaking. "What is his name?" She turned to ask Jiraiya. How would Jiraiya know? His already guilty gaze began to waver. "Why are you asking me?" "You should ask him directly." Tsunade glared at him. "You were chatting so animatedly with this child. How could you not even know his name?" Feigning seriousness, Jiraiya replied, "I can have an engaging conversation with beautiful ladies at the tavern too, and I don't necessarily need to know their names." Bang! Another one of the legendary Sannin, the lecherous white-haired ninja, was ruthlessly sent flying again. Finally, after the chaos subsided, Seiya looked at the two with a peculiar expression and asked, "Can I leave now?" Go on, Jiraiya waved his hand. However, Tsunade, deep in thought, grabbed Seiya and said, "Young man, let me see your other eye." Seiya hesitated for 2 seconds, unsure why Tsunade was curious about his eye, but he obediently removed his eye patch. Upon seeing his heterochromatic eyes, Tsunade was visibly taken aback, then nodded, "All right. Put it back on." After releasing him and watching him walk away, Tsunade furrowed her brow without taking her gaze away. "What is going on?" Jiraiya asked with concern. Tsunade gravely remarked, "Jiraiya, do you recall the peculiar individual whose name was erased, as mentioned by the adults during our childhood?" Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I don't seem to recall such a tale, and even if it were true, it was so long ago that who would remember?" Tsunade fell silent. Indeed, so much time had passed that no one would remember. She too had only vaguely overheard the adults discussing it in her youth. For decades, there had been a person whose name was strictly forbidden to be mentioned, and all records pertaining to him had been sealed away. As for what that person was called, she had forgotten. Although she had once seen a portrait at her grandfather's, the details had faded from her memory. She only vaguely recalled a man with white hair and odd eyes, much like the child she had seen earlier. Perhaps she should inquire with Master Sarutobi. He might still remember. Chapter 22. Whispers of the Past in the Hokage office. Upon seeing Jiraiya and Tsunade at the door, the third Hokage, surrounded by a pile of unread documents, took a deep drag from his pipe. Surprised. "What brings you here?" He was almost ready to leave. Jiraiya grinned, scratching the back of his head. "Of course, we came to pay you a visit." "Spare me," the third thought, well aware of his pupil's antics, thus remaining unfazed. Tsunade got straight to the point, stating earnestly, "Master Sarutobi, I wish to ask you about something." Noticing a different tone in her voice, the third set down his pipe and nodded. "Go ahead." Thus, Tsunade began to speak, with both the third and Jiraiya listening intently. Gradually, however, perplexity crept onto their faces. The third mused, "I must admit, I have no recollection of the person you mention. Perhaps age has dulled my memory." Tsunade pressed, "You must have seen him in the past, right?" The third, placing his pipe back in his mouth, seemed to contemplate before his thoughts became obscured, as if trapped by some unseen force. He remarked, "The individual you speak of belonged to the generation of the first Hokage, older than I by far. I may have seen him, or I may not have." "What was his name?" Tsunade inquired. Upon hearing this question, the third's expression turned serious as he gazed at her. "What piques your interest in this matter?" Tsunade blurted, "Because I wish to know what sort of person would have a portrait displayed in my grandfather's room." The third's pipe fell from his mouth with a clatter, creating a comical scene. Jiraiya, taken aback, appeared as if he had unintentionally overheard some gossip about the first Hokage, his expression one of astonishment. In contrast to their shock, Tsunade furrowed her brows, reflecting upon the hazy past. She vaguely remembered her grandfather sighing at the portrait, a memory that lingered in her mind for quite some time during her childhood. The next day, when she inquired about it, she discovered the painting had vanished, and her grandfather denied having concealed any portraits from her grandmother. As time passed, she gradually forgot about the incident. Yet, certain memories from her youth often resurfaced unexpectedly. Upon seeing that child, a spark of curiosity ignited within her. However, how could Master Sarutobi be so forgetful? Surely the records of that individual were still housed in the archives. Upon hearing Tsunade's question, the third picked up his pipe, wiping the mouthpiece, and casually replied, "Such old records have been lost or damaged over the years due to the renovations of the office and the dampness of the weather. You will find nothing. Moreover, it is a matter strictly forbidden to discuss, further limiting the clues available." "How can this be?" Tsunade exclaimed. "Let it go, Tsunade." In the ensuing silence, Jiraiya placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, gently patting her. "It's all in the past. Let it be." Tsunade turned and shot him a fierce glare, startling him, causing him to awkwardly retract his hand. "Do you remember who issued the ban?" Tsunade asked once more. "Was it the first or?" Amidst the swirling smoke, the third narrowed his wrinkled eyes. "Such strict measures are generally instigated by the second Hokage, namely Tobirama Senju, my teacher." "How is Naru in school?" "Well, everything is going smoothly." As they made their way to a barbecue restaurant, Shikaka Nara conversed kindly with Nara Naru, inquiring about his current circumstances. Initially, having distanced himself from Jiraiya and Tsunade, he returned home only to find Shikaku waiting for him, extending an invitation for barbecue. "Is that really all right, Uncle Shikaku?" After all, Kakashi and Obito were out, and the two had come to enjoy a meal. Shikaku smiled, expressing that there was no concern. "More importantly, how do you get along with Obito?" "Very well, we never argue." Hearing this, Shikaku's expression eased somewhat. "That's good. Having companionship is always beneficial." Moments later, they entered the barbecue restaurant, the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Just as they sought an empty table, a familiar, husky voice called out from nearby. Have you brought your beloved disciple out for a meal? Glancing over, they found Orochimaru, accompanied by a girl in a mesh outfit who appeared to be 2 or 3 years younger than Naru, her golden eyes surveying Shikaku before shifting towards Naru. Upon hearing Orochimaru's question, Shikaku frowned, tacitly acknowledging that Naru was indeed his disciple. After deciding to live with Uchiha Obito, Naru had specifically sought him out to discuss his apprenticeship and mentioned that when filling out the enrollment form, Orochimaru had inquired if he wished to become his disciple. Naru had candidly confessed that he had declined Orochimaru's offer, citing he was already a disciple of White Fang. At that time, Shikaku had been taken aback, smiling as he waved his hand dismissively, pretending to ask Naru why he hadn't seized the opportunity to become Orochimaru's disciple, as he was one of the legendary Sannin. Compared to that seemingly ominous legendary Sannin, I prefer Konoha's White Fang. The child's words were sincere, and his expression genuine. Instantly, Shikaku's heart swelled with pride, and with a grand gesture, he made Naru his true disciple. Although this matter had not been publicly acknowledged, and he had been too busy to teach Naru anything yet, he had decided to take him out to dinner today to alleviate his guilt as a mentor. Akane, Orochimaru called to the child beside him, signaling her to politely greet the contemplative Shikaku. Shikaku reciprocated, prompting Naru to greet Orochimaru and his companion, observing the natural demeanor between the master and disciple. Unlike a Fade, Orochimaru had no choice but to dismiss his doubts and courteously suggested, "Since fate has brought us together, shall we dine together?" Shikaku recognized the politeness in his words, not taking it too seriously, yet to maintain harmony, he did not deny Orochimaru's request and agreed. Once they were seated, the young Akane scrutinized Naru, squinting her eyes with apparent displeasure. "You are the one who rejected teacher Orochimaru?" With this statement, the already awkward atmosphere at the table became even more tense. Naru couldn't help but return Akane's fierce gaze, and after a moment, he innocently tilted his head, stating, "I already have Uncle Shikaku. If I hadn't turned down your teacher, he would have split his attention between us, and even then, would you still be willing?" The audacity of someone daring to reject Orochimaru had Akane momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 23. The peculiar individual, such a compelling argument. She had been rendered speechless, her intention to assert herself in front of Orochimaru thwarted. This impudent boy, Akkad, gritted her teeth, unsure how to retaliate. She could only tighten her grip on her chopsticks and huff in irritation before turning away, seemingly conceding that Orochimaru's attention was solely fixed on her. Meanwhile, Ueshima, who had effortlessly dispatched his opponent with a single move, calmly sipped his drink. Orochimaru, having witnessed the entire exchange, couldn't help but chuckle, his chilling laughter lingering for several seconds before his golden gaze shifted to the somewhat exasperated figure of Hatake Tsukumo across from him. "You've taken on a remarkably capable disciple," he remarked. Hatake Tsukumo offered a forced smile in response. "I apologize for the embarrassment." The two adults engaged in a playful back and forth, while the two children, one fuming and the other awaiting their meal, were embroiled in their own childish rivalry. During the grilling of meat, an agitated Akkad secretly competed with Ueshima. Each time he attempted to grab the perfectly cooked meat, she would swiftly snatch it away with her chopsticks, leaving him with nothing but frustration. Ueshima, however, chose to ignore her childish antics, which only fueled Akkad's irritation further. Was he a fool? Even when bullied, he remained silent, yet when he spoke, his words were sharp. What a peculiar individual he was. As she overheard the praise he received from Orochimaru, lauded for his cleverness, diligence, and excellence, even surpassing the young prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Akkad could no longer contain herself. Fueled by jealousy, she boldly slammed her chopsticks on the table, pointing at the white-haired boy and challengingly declared, "Let us settle this once and for all. Genius." Ueshima, perplexed, replied, "What nonsense is this? Have you been infected by Might Guy?" Fortunately, a confrontation was averted when Orochimaru intervened, admonishing Akkad for her rudeness. "Apologize at once." Akkad felt wronged. The usually warm gaze of Orochimaru now glinted with icy authority. "Do not disappoint me." Startled by his words, Akkad immediately stood, bowing deeply toward Ueshima. "I'm sorry." The meal that followed was a torturous affair, devoid of flavor. The next day, school was out. Ueshima, having prepared early, set off for the training grounds with his ninja tools. On his way, he sensed a shadow stealthily trailing him. initially inclined to ignore it. He was startled when several small white snakes descended from above, landing on his head. It was the relentless Akkad, attempting to spy on him and vent her frustrations. However, such antics did not intimidate him. In fact, when she momentarily froze, his shadow vanished before her eyes. Shocked, Akkad rushed out from her hiding place. Hadn't he only been in the ninja academy for about a month? Was he truly as talented as the Uchiha? Clenching her teeth in frustration, she could only retreat for the moment, vowing not to give up. 3 days after leaving the village, Obito returned to Konoha, eager to head home. He waved and said, "I'll be off now, Minato-sensei, Rin." Glancing at the silent Kakashi beside him, their eyes met, and after a second, they both turned away with a huff, seemingly unwilling to bid each other farewell. Minato, unable to navigate such awkwardness, scratched his head and said, "I'll head to the Hokage's office to submit my mission report," and swiftly made his exit. Witnessing this, Rin smiled wryly, turning to ask, "Are you all right, Obito?" As he took a step, Obito paused, recollecting the incident that had kept him awake 3 nights prior. The mission had been so demanding he had forgotten about it. Moreover, 3 days had passed. Seiya should still be the same, probably training with Uchiha Shursui. Reflecting on this, Obito felt relatively calm. Though one thing nagged at him, Seiya had mentioned he took Shursui home, resulting in a scolding from the clan leader regarding their exclusionary practices. The tone and expression suggested displeasure. Didn't he it? It was all his fault for being tongue-tied and not saying something at the time. Surely Seiya wouldn't think he was like that too, would he? Well, it's fine. Not wanting to worry Rin further, Obito forced a cheerful smile and invited, "If you're free now, why not come over for dinner? I learned a new dish a few days back that Seiya praised." At that moment, Kakashi chimed in, glancing at Obito lazily. "Just one? Why are you butting in?" Obito's forehead twitched. Rin, looking apologetic, replied, "Sorry, Obito, but I have to head home. How about next time?" "Oh, all right." As Rin waved goodbye and walked away, Obito reluctantly withdrew his gaze, only to be startled by Kakashi's presence. "Why are you still here?" Kakashi, unabashed, replied, "I'm waiting to go to your house." Obito's eyebrows rose in disbelief. "I didn't invite you." Kakashi offered no response and simply walked away. Shocked by his decisiveness, Obito hurried after him. "Why are you walking so fast? You don't have a key to my house. I can climb in through the window." "What? Don't make me call the guards on you, Kakashi." It was afternoon, and the warm sunlight bathed the street in comfort as Obito and Kakashi walked side by side, exchanging playful banter, though their exchanges were lighthearted. Suddenly, Kakashi halted, causing Obito to frown and squint. "What now?" "Over there." Kakashi pointed toward a street corner ahead. Following his gaze, Obito spotted a familiar white figure beneath a utility pole. Recognizing who it was, he felt a surge of excitement and was about to dash over when Kakashi swiftly grabbed him by the collar, yanking him back. "Kakashi!" Obito was on the verge of losing his patience. "Look over there." Kakashi calmly indicated another direction. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, Obito turned quickly, eager to see what Kakashi was up to. Chapter 24. Why are you two in such a hurry? Approximately 7 or 8 meters away, Akkad concealed herself behind a bush, cautiously adjusting her hiding spot while ensuring Ueshima Seiya remained oblivious to her presence. Obito widened his eyes, recognizing that it was a girl, momentarily taken aback. Was she stealthily approaching Seiya? Who was she? Could it be that Seiya's brilliance at school had caught her attention, leading to a secret crush? Intrigued by the prospect, Obito's expression shifted from surprise to one of mischievous delight. Haha, Seiya had often teased her about Rin. Now he had caught her in the act. His triumphant demeanor was not lost on Kakashi, who noticed the telltale signs of Obito's thoughts written plainly on his face. Observing the scene ahead, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, sensing that the girl did not appear to be experiencing a crush, but rather seemed to be stealthily approaching an adversary. "Hey, Obito." Perceiving something amiss, Kakashi attempted to issue a warning, but before he could fully articulate his thoughts, Obito had already rushed out with unbridled urgency. As he sprinted halfway, Obito suddenly spotted the girl, who was infatuated with his friend, leap forth from the underbrush with remarkable speed, hurling 4 shurikens towards a nearby telephone pole. Simultaneously, she unleashed her hidden shadow snake hands technique. Upon witnessing the rapid emergence of several sinister, brown snakes from her left hand, Obito's smile faltered, his black pupils dilating in disbelief. The shurikens collided with a resounding clarity, nearly synchronizing with Obito's anxious shout as they fell haphazardly to the ground. Kakashi, armed with kunai, appeared just in time, yet the aggressive snakes were already perilously close. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In a critical moment, a massive orange fireball surged forth, effectively neutralizing the snake's onslaught at the very brink of disaster. With a moment to breathe, Kakashi distanced himself and turned to Obito, remarking, though the fire was timely, "I hope you can better gauge the distance next time. The flames nearly scorched me." Obito, retracting the hand he had poised to cast the technique, retorted loudly, "To perform the jutsu in such a frantic state is already my utmost capability." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that was an extraordinary display. Obito's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. However, this was not the time for banter. Suppressing his anger, he swiftly shifted his gaze in search of Uchiha Shinya. Yet, there was no one by the telephone pole. His eyes widened in alarm. Where was Shinya? Kakashi, still unaware of the disappearance, fixed a keen gaze upon the opposite side. Confronting Yuhi Kurenai with a cold inquiry, "Why did you suddenly attack others in the village?" Kurenai snickered disdainfully, "Mind your own business. This is a duel between me and that boy." "What? A duel?" Obito spun around, indignantly pointing at her. "What kind of duel is this? You could have killed him. And from behind, no less. How despicable." "You." Kurenai snapped back, gesturing dismissively. "I have not harmed him. Why are you two so anxious?" Following her, Obito and Kakashi turned to see Shinya, unscathed, perched on the wall, gazing down at the trio. "Hey," Shinya greeted with a gentle smile. Upon seeing his face, Obito momentarily froze, relief flooding over him, though his fist clenched tightly, eyebrows twitching in agitation. What on earth is going on? Kakashi picked up a piece of wood from the ground, realization dawning upon him. It's a substitution technique. Thus, he didn't require assistance and could easily evade that attack. Humph. Since outsiders have intervened today, I shall let this slide. But mark my words, I will defeat you another day. With a parting threat, Kurenai ground her teeth and fled. How could you become entangled with such a person? Kakashi tossed aside the wood, his brow furrowing in inquiry. Shinya gracefully descended, letting out a soft sigh. This is akin to me asking how you became involved with Might Guy. Kakashi paused, retorting bluntly, Guy would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Shinya nodded in agreement, contemplating, that is indeed true. Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly lunged at him from behind. It was Obito, clinging to his neck. Filled with trepidation, wow, that truly terrified me. It's over now. Shinya gently grasped Obito's hand, inadvertently feeling the cold sweat within his palm, raising an eyebrow in surprise. You were that frightened? Obito quickly withdrew his hand, his eyes widening. If I hadn't made it in time, my heart would have stopped. Hearing this exaggerated statement, Shinya initially blinked in astonishment before chuckling softly. My apologies for causing you and Kakashi concern. However, I witnessed your seamless coordination just now. It was quite impressive. The two exchanged glances, and after a brief pause, Obito pouted and turned away. Kakashi's reactions and movements were swifter than mine. Noting the awkward tone, Shinya chuckled, but Obito, your fire style was also remarkably timely. Thank you. The simple expression of gratitude caused Obito's heart to tighten inexplicably, stammering, why the sudden thanks? Because I saw both of you rush in without hesitation to protect me. Frankly, that moment truly moved me, Shinya reflected, glancing between Obito and Kakashi. A reminiscent smile gracing his features. This feels like the first time I have been so well protected since arriving here. He referred to his solitary arrival in this world. Obito and Kakashi interpreted it as his experience since joining Konoha. The two shared a moment of complex emotions. Obito was the first to firmly pat Shinya on the shoulder, flashing a bright smile, his eyes gleaming. What is the big deal? You and I are the best of friends. No matter how many times, I will always rush in to protect you. However, having witnessed the recent situation, he realized Shinya seemed capable of utilizing the substitution technique on his own. In just 3 days of absence, he had mastered it. Though it was a skill every ninja could learn, Shinya's progress was indeed alarming. At that moment, Kakashi's dismissive voice chimed in. The definition of best friends is merely your unilateral perception, isn't it? Just as Obito was lost in thought, Chapter 25, a sense of belonging? Noticing the two were about to bicker again, Shinya quickly intervened, grabbing one of each to interrupt the impending argument. Let's not dwell on that for now. I discovered a delightful pancake shop yesterday. Let's go check it out together. It's on me. Really? Yes, truly. He pulled along a now cheerful Obito. discreetly observing a certain area behind them with his peripheral vision. Since Kurenai's appearance, he had sensed two concealed presences nearby. However, there was no immediate movement, so he chose to remain vigilant without further concern. Meanwhile, a pair of golden eyes observed the trio from a distance, watching as they gradually moved farther away, until Orochimaru slowly withdrew his gaze. He understood that Kurenai would never measure up to that boy, so it was wise to cease the confrontation. Furthermore, that boy was not only a disciple of Hatake Tsukumo, but also a prominent figure at the academy. Should he suddenly go missing, it would undoubtedly raise alarms. Contemplating this, Orochimaru turned, catching a glimpse of another shadow swiftly trailing the three children. Recognizing it as one of Danzo's subordinates, a smirk crept across Orochimaru's lips. Let Danzo worry about these matters himself. I shall focus solely on my research. Orochimaru. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. It was Tsunade and Jiraiya. Orochimaru was not surprised to see the two together. He turned his head to regard them. Tsunade's somewhat aloof demeanor was familiar to him, as he had long since grown accustomed to her coldness. Jiraiya, however, greeted him enthusiastically. "Ah, it's been several days since I returned to the village, and I finally see you again. By the way, what have you been so busy with?" "Nothing much," Orochimaru replied tersely. "Do you have something to discuss?" Jiraiya, taken aback by his dismissive tone, suddenly lost the desire to continue the conversation. Tsunade, unfazed, stated directly, "I have a question for you." This statement caused a flicker of emotion in Orochimaru's eyes. Had they discovered something? However, once Tsunade finished her inquiry, Orochimaru realized it had nothing to do with his recent activities, but rather something he had scarcely heard of himself. "What?" Beside them, Jiraiya groaned in frustration. "Is it really necessary for you to inquire about that long-deceased individual every time you meet someone, Tsunade? What if the person is still alive?" "Huh. As if that were possible. If so, that would be disastrous." "Shut up." Tsunade impatiently punched Jiraiya in the gut. Observing Jiraiya's pained expression, Orochimaru took a moment to contemplate before calmly responding, "I'm sorry, but I haven't heard anything." Kakashi remarked, "So she is that disciple of Orochimaru." With a pancake in his mouth, Obito let out a cold laugh. "No matter whose disciple one may be, it is utterly disgraceful to ambush someone on the street under the guise of a duel. How shameful. If I encounter that person again, I shall ensure he is left in ruins." He glanced at Rin, who, being a girl, was so gentle. Nakanishi Chiha looked over. "Obito, were you just comparing that person to Miss Rin in your mind?" "Huh." Obito's face flushed red in surprise. "Chiha, how did you know what I was thinking?" Nakanishi, caught in the middle, took a bite of the delicious pancake and replied, "Because your thoughts are written all over your face, making it all too easy to understand. I can't even guess what Kakashi is thinking." Obito retorted. "His mask covers his entire face. How can you discern anything?" Kakashi glanced over and asked Nakanishi, "What is your current academic standing?" "Well, I've learned the basics," she answered. Upon hearing this, Kakashi seemed surprised yet unsurprised. "Would you like to assess my learning outcomes?" Nakanishi asked with a smile, knowing she was suggesting a spar. Kakashi nodded without hesitation. "Sure." No sooner had he agreed than Nakanishi adeptly leaped onto the wall, her figure racing towards the Hokage's office building, with Kakashi closely following. Obito stood dumbfounded. "What do you mean, sure? Don't just ignore me, you too." He stubbornly bit down on the unfinished pancake and reluctantly chased after them. As the sun set, the golden glow of dusk enveloped Konoha in a tranquil atmosphere. On the cliff of the first Hokage's statue, Nakanishi was the first to arrive, followed closely by Kakashi. And then a panting Obito. "Why did you suddenly start running?" Obito asked, bewildered. "To compete in speed and to catch the sunset," Nakanishi replied, turning back with a smile before gazing down at the expansive view of Konoha. "It seems I have the upper hand today, but that may not be the case. Considering you two just returned from a mission and must be fatigued, we can compete again next time." Kakashi and Obito remained silent, their gazes transfixed on Nakanishi's back. Her cloak fluttered in the wind, her white hair dancing, creating an almost surreal scene. The figure standing there resembled the fading light, as if it might vanish from sight at any moment. Obito felt a tightening in his chest. Why did it always seem like Chiha wasn't as carefree and happy as she appeared? Was it because she had not been in Konoha long enough to feel a sense of belonging? Obito felt a lump in his throat, wanting to say something but unsure of how to begin. Kakashi frowned and reached out, pulling Nakanishi closer. "Come over a bit, don't fall off." Suddenly, Might Guy appeared like a specter. "Wow, Kakashi, You two were incredibly fast just now. Startled by the unexpected intrusion, Obito exclaimed, "Hey, don't come closer, you beast." But his foot slipped, and he felt the rush of wind as he began to fall. The suffocating sensation of weightlessness struck his mind blank, but soon, through the orange goggles, he spotted a white figure rushing toward him. Nakanishi quickly threw down a rope, shouting, "Grab it!" Simultaneously, the kunai embedded in the rock beneath him began to slide perilously downward. Obito's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as his vision blurred from tears. Damn it! His position was precarious, right under the chin of the first Hokage, with nothing beneath him. His legs couldn't reach anything else. He had to swing himself over and use chakra to cling to the rock's surface for escape. However, if he swung like that, the person above him would be in danger as well. Don't overthink it. I'll get you across. Just hold on tight, Nakanishi suddenly said, as if reading his thoughts. Without waiting for his startled response, she hooked her foot around the rope and used her strength to throw him to a safer spot. What to do, Kakashi? Guy muttered, scratching the back of his head, feeling guilty as he noticed Kakashi's furrowed brows, which seemed to threaten to crush him. I'll go below, Kakashi replied, urgency overriding any inclination to blame anyone. Just as he turned to rush down, Obito's hoarse voice echoed up, "CH ya." Thanks to Nakanishi's help, Obito successfully stabilized himself on the rock surface. Just as he expressed his surprise, he noticed a white figure, along with the kunai, plummeting from his view. Everything happened too quickly. Even as he instinctively reached out to catch her, the distance was too great for him to grasp even the edge of her clothing. Amidst his shock, her expression as she fell appeared calm, and her green eyes showed a hint of reassurance. In that instant, Obito's heart seemed to stop, and he clutched his eyes, feeling sharp, radiating pain around them as if countless needles were pricking his delicate eyeballs. Consequently, he missed the final moment of her descent. Meanwhile, Kakashi hurried back, leaning down to assess the situation. To his dismay, he found that both of them had vanished. They both fell. He quickly turned and rushed down, with a concerned Guy following closely. However, at that moment, Nakanishi found herself in someone's embrace. All right, I've caught up, the figure said cautiously, gently setting her down on the rooftop. Beneath the golden hair, a pair of gentle blue eyes gazed at her with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Nakanishi stared in disbelief at Minato Namikaze. In truth, she could have landed safely from that height. Having seen Obito was safe, she had already planned her landing position. However, Minato's sudden appearance changed everything. After all, she was still a young student, and if her abilities were displayed too remarkably, it could lead to complications. I'm fine, thank you. She blinked, expressing her gratitude. That's good, Minato smiled, his handsome features complemented by a warm grin that outshone the morning glow. Nakanishi quietly averted her gaze, thinking how he was the embodiment of everything people admired, except for his inability to name things and his status as a living legend. Wow, your speed is impressive, Minato. At that moment, Jiraiya finally noticed that the two kids were not simply playing. Looking down at Nakanishi, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's you, little rascal." He then playfully patted her head and laughed. "Last time you helped me, and this time my student Minato saved you, so we're even now. No need to teach ninjutsu anymore." Upon hearing this, Nakanishi wondered, "You understand the concept of being even?" "Oh yes, I know him well." Jiraiya nodded vigorously, though he found it inconvenient to articulate the process of their acquaintance. He cleared his throat and refrained from continuing. Success. The two figures that rushed over were Kakashi and Might Guy. Upon seeing that everyone was safe and that both Minato and Jiraiya were present, Kakashi instinctively deduced certain implications and let out a long sigh of relief. Jiraiya, curious, inquired about their activities and questioned why they were causing such a commotion atop the first Hokage's head, which left the three momentarily speechless. Uchiha Tensei glanced behind them, furrowing his brow with concern. "Where is Obito?" Might Guy exclaimed. Wasn't that kid with you when he fell?" "No." Uchiha Tensei shook his head. Before anyone could say more, he turned to leave. "I will go find him." His figure quickly vanished into the distance. Jiraiya, feeling perplexed, scratched his head. What was that child's full name again? Minato, astonished, replied, "Teacher, you don't know? Didn't you just say you knew him?" Jiraiya remarked, "Minato, you are quite the innocent one, believing everything I say. His name is Uchiha Tensei," Kakashi honestly stated in response to his master. Jiraiya nodded, committing the name to memory, yet found it utterly unfamiliar upon reflection. "What's wrong, Teacher Jiraiya?" Hearing Minato's inquiry, Jiraiya proceeded to mention the individual that Tsunade had recently expressed curiosity about. We all suspect that person might be related to that child in some way. After pondering for a moment, Minato asked, "Can we ascertain that person's stance?" Jiraiya shook his head. "It's hard to say, but anyone whom the second Hokage deemed too dangerous to mention is undoubtedly not benign. They might have posed a threat to the village or be a rogue ninja on the run." "Impossible," Kakashi interjected decisively. "Tensei cannot possibly be the descendant of such a person." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "One must not judge solely by appearances." Kakashi, with a serious demeanor, responded, "If we are to judge him, appearances are already sufficient." He recounted how, when Obito accidentally fell from the Hokage rock, even he, Nin, had not reacted in time, yet Tensei had unhesitatingly jumped down to save him. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and Minato exchanged glances, both surprised. Unhesitatingly. One must regard Obito with significant importance to evoke such a heart-stirring reaction. Truly, the bond of youth is commendable, Jiraiya exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. However, his expression turned serious. "But do not fault me for sowing discord. You mentioned that even you, Nin, were caught off guard. How could a child who has only trained at the Ninja Academy for a little over a month react faster than you, a prodigy in your own right?" Kakashi paused, a hint of urgency in his voice as he defended, "That's because Obito and I had just returned from a mission. My reflexes may have been a tad lax." "Well, perhaps." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to pursue the matter further, as it was not his concern. Chapter 27. An awakening as the sun began to set. Casting shadows behind the Hokage rock, the area grew dim. Uchiha Tensei swiftly ascended a few steps, only to be halted in a shadowy corner by an individual. "Kid, I have something to tell you." "I'm sorry, but I don't have time to listen," Tensei retorted, recognizing the individual as a member of the Umbu. He was impatient to find Obito. The ninja quickly positioned himself in front of Tensei, blocking his path. "I won't take up too much of your time. Don't be ungrateful." The condescending tone immediately registered with Tensei. This was a member of Root, an organization under Danzo. The Umbu members who reported directly to the Hokage would never speak to him so arrogantly. "What do you want to say?" Tensei asked calmly. Ikeda Rihei furrowed his brows, sensing a notable change in the child before him, who no longer seemed as naive and dull as before. However, this was not the crux of the matter. He aimed to persuade the child to join Root, which would surely delight Lord Danzo. There was no need for material incentives. After all, what could a child offer? A few low-level ninjutsu scrolls would suffice. Just as he prepared to speak, Tensei, impatient with the delay, interjected. "You might want to think your words through before seeking me out. But let me tell you this. No matter what you say, I will never betray Uncle Shikamo. Save your breath." The firmness of Tensei's tone, laced with mockery, ignited a spark of irritation within Ikeda Rihei. "Your teacher has made mistakes and broken rules. Following him leads nowhere. I don't need a future." Tensei's response shocked Ikeda, who scoffed. "Does a child even comprehend what you're saying? Who taught you such notions?" Just as they stood in a tense standoff, a faint cough emanated from the side, acknowledging the presence of another. Ikeda Rihei clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned to leave. However, before departing, he warned Tensei, "Kid, think it over." "Think about what?" Tensei dismissed the entanglements of Danzo's subordinate and hurriedly followed the sound. Soon, he discovered Obito, half-seated on a platform at a staircase corner. "Obito." Hearing the concern in Tensei's voice, Obito shuddered, lifting his head. Initially unable to recognize him, he instead noticed the chakra flowing through Tensei's body. "Tensei?" Obito grasped him tightly. Astonished. "Are you alive? Am I supposed to die from a fall?" "Don't worry, your teacher caught me just in time." Tensei crouched down to meet Obito's gaze. It appeared that his goggles had been removed at some point, perhaps while he was wiping away tears. His once pitch-black eyes now gleamed a vivid crimson, each pupil adorned with two tomo. Tensei was taken aback, instinctively cupping Obito's delicate cheeks, inspecting him closely, while Obito, in a daze, was at a loss for how to respond. What's wrong?" "Obito, congratulations, your eyes have awakened." After confirming, Tensei released his hands, smiling genuinely. "No wonder you've been absent for so long. It must have been painfully overwhelming to awaken so suddenly." Obito blinked and touched the corners of his eyes, feeling the soreness. Though it was a long-awaited and joyous event, upon hearing Tensei's words, he could only gradually lift the corners of his mouth, lowering his head. His smile, transforming into a voice filled with emotion. More than that, I'm just relieved you're okay. Tensei was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I'm fine. He softened his tone to offer comfort. Neither of us is hurt. In fact, you've gained something beautiful with your eyes. Sitting there, Obito suddenly raised his head and embraced Tensei, bursting into tears. When I saw you fall, I was so scared that I forgot to react. Why do I always make such embarrassing and troublesome mistakes? I'm sorry, Tensei. Tensei, caught off guard by Obito's emotional outburst, patted his back reassuringly. It's all right. How can it be all right? You nearly got killed because of me. It's not that serious. Tensei smiled wryly. You won't die from a fall, at worst. You might just end up with a fracture. That still hurts. Obito straightened up, glaring at him. And I acted so uselessly. At this point, Obito's mood further plummeted. When he fell, Tensei had leaped without a moment's hesitation to save him. Yet in that crucial moment, he had failed to jump after Tensei. What are you thinking? Hearing Obito's spiral of self-reproach, Tensei couldn't help but frown. You did the right thing. Otherwise, why would I have swung you away? Do you really want to fall with me, turning us both into ashes? Tears streamed down Obito's face as he startled slightly. Don't do that. The future Hokage must not belittle himself. Nakanishi took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and gently wiped Obito's tears. The future Hokage must not be overly emotional either. Obito glared at him with red eyes. You are mocking me again. Nakanishi suppressed a smile, standing up and extending a hand towards Obito. Cheer up. You are now Uchiha Obito with the Sharingan activated. Obito sniffled, and after a couple of seconds, he lifted his arm to grasp Nakanishi's hand. Then, without even realizing it, he tightened his grip around Nakanishi. Where are Kakashi and the others now? Nakanishi responded, they should still be below. Then let us wait before going out, Obito insisted. Pulling him back with force, Nakanishi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Obito's cheeks flushed slightly as he awkwardly admitted, if Kakashi sees me crying again, he will definitely tease me. Nakanishi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Obito stared at him, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance on his face. What are you laughing at? You cried like that in front of me, and you're not afraid of me teasing you? Obito paused, shook his head, and replied, it's all right. Because it's you. Nakanishi's gaze softened. Oh. Chapter 28. Something needs to be done. Do you feel any discomfort? Nakanishi and Obito were sitting together. Noticing that Obito's expression was still not quite right, he inquired, it's normal to feel a bit disoriented after awakening your eyes. But what triggered it? Was it the fright from falling? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a pang of guilt. He reached out to touch the still red corner of Obito's eyes. You cried quite a bit this time. After all, Obito had no way of knowing he would be fine. He had always viewed him as a younger brother to protect. The sudden event must have been quite an emotional shock for him, and the harsh conditions for awakening the Sharingan required one to experience profound inner turmoil. Reflecting on this, Nakanishi's soothing gesture paused. The guilt deepened. It seemed he had unknowingly brought pain to someone else. However, there was little he could do about it. He gently ran his fingers through Obito's somewhat unruly hair. Obito blinked dully, his heart skipping a beat for reasons he couldn't understand. How curious. Although they were of the same age, he always felt as though Nakanishi was like an elder, indulging him with such tender care. Yet, he didn't dislike it. Was this special treatment reserved just for him? Did Nakanishi treat everyone this way? What about Kakashi, Shursui, or even that bothersome Sano? What's wrong? Seeing Obito's gaze suddenly turn vacant, Nakanishi immediately furrowed his brow and shook Obito's shoulder. Is there something still hurting? Obito quickly snapped back to reality, shaking his head. No. I was just thinking about some things. What things? Obito had shifted to his darkened pupils, staring at Nakanishi for 2 seconds, then anxiously raked his hair, diverting his gaze. Nothing. Nakanishi, still concerned, pressed. Has the child grown up? Is he keeping secrets from me now? It was said that Uchiha became particularly sensitive after awakening their eyes. But this felt abrupt. Previously, he would always chatter incessantly. Sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, Obito's eyes furtively glanced back, and he felt a wave of panic. Hey, Nakanishi, what's wrong? Nakanishi displayed an expression of concern for the psychological well-being of the youth, but it seemed to backfire, leaving him dejected and tearful. If you don't want to talk, I won't force you. No pressure. Obito, unsure of what to do, grasped Nakanishi's hands firmly and declared loudly. I was just thinking about you. Thinking about me? Uh-huh. Obito nodded vigorously, his eyes burning with intensity, but the emotion quickly faded as he lowered his lashes. Because I noticed you seem to always be unhappy. Nakanishi was taken aback, his azure right eye widening slightly. Living in this unfamiliar place was indeed a bit challenging. And there weren't many good things happening around him, not to mention the trouble I often caused. What were you thinking when you fell? Did you think that by landing all of this unpleasantness would come to an end? Don't think about dying, you fool. Obito continued, feeling the fragile tears welling up again, his voice dropping low. What can I do to make you truly like it here? Nakanishi fell silent, looking at Obito, who was beginning to choke up again. He tightened his grip on Obito's hands and sighed. I don't dislike it. I never thought about dying. Your imagination is too wild, but it's interesting. Yes, I must tell Rin about this when I get the chance. Obito was momentarily speechless. Wow. He lifted his head in surprise, 2 tears precariously hanging at the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, Nakanishi smiled brightly at him, seeming invigorated at the mention of Rin. Obito gritted his teeth, wanting to retort that it wasn't like that, but seeing Nakanishi's radiant smile, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he couldn't suppress the bitterness rising within him. So he simply threw himself at Nakanishi, embracing him tightly, gruffly saying, Stop changing the subject with Rin, you jerk. Obito, don't think that I can't tell you're secretly wiping your tears on my clothes. Caught. Obito stubbornly denied. I'm not. Nonetheless, the one who embraced him didn't push him away in disdain. Instead, they gently patted his back, softly asking, Do you feel better now? Obito mumbled, Not really. Besides, what's wrong with holding on a bit longer? After all, Nakanishi had intentionally teased him about Rin. However, if this little amusement could bring some joy to the other, he was more than willing to indulge. Looks like you really did cry. Just then, Kakashi's face suddenly appeared before them. Obito jumped in surprise. Do you need someone to comfort you? Are you a toddler? Kakashi's gaze was laced with disdain. Obito's ears turned crimson. Why are you still here? Kakashi casually glanced at him. I was a bit worried since you two hadn't come out for a while, so I came to check on you. I didn't expect. Obito lamented, I want to die. The reason for staying inside was to avoid Kakashi mocking him for crying. But he had been discovered nonetheless. What are you doing here? Kakashi's voice rang out again. Did Obito get so scared he can't walk? His questioning gaze fell on Nakanishi. Nakanishi raised an eyebrow, declaring, Something good happened. Obito awakened his eyes. Kakashi looked at Obito in astonishment. Then his expression shifted slightly. Obito jumped in protest. What kind of look is that? Kakashi sighed. I see. That is indeed good news. But the circumstances of awakening your eyes are rather ridiculous. Falling off Hokage Rock and being scared into awakening? How absurd. Obito snapped back angrily. What do you know? I awakened because I was anxious about my friend being in danger. Nakanishi chuckled. Kakashi, don't tease him. Kakashi nonchalantly turned away, but after a couple of seconds, he turned back with a more serious tone. Come to my house tonight. Chapter 29. Why are you still alive? Excuse us. At the entrance, Nakanishi and Obito spoke in unison, then bent down to remove their shoes. Kakashi glanced at the living room and remarked, It seems my father is not home. Obito, who had just taken off one shoe, looked up in surprise. Huh? Didn't you say your dad had something to discuss with Nakanishi, so we came here? What is going on now? Kakashi teased. I invited Naru, who knew you would tag along. Huh? Of course I have to come. Obito retorted, clenching his fist. Who knows if you're trying to trick him into staying at the Hitaki household as the cook? That would be you, Kakashi replied. At your age? Not only are you still crying, but you also want someone younger to cook and take care of you. Obito, taken aback and visibly agitated, fell silent. Kakashi observed him in surprise. He expected to hear Obito's usual defiant retort, but instead, there was only silence. The typically lively Obito appeared as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare, his head drooping in contemplation. Sharing a glance with Naru, Kakashi exhaled and gently said, I may have spoken too harshly. Naru, would you like something to drink? Juice, please. As Kakashi walked to the refrigerator, Naru turned to Obito and whispered, Don't be mad. Kakashi just apologized. Obito's brow twitched in dissatisfaction as he mumbled, What kind of apology was that? Just as he finished speaking, Naru lightly patted his head, causing Obito to simmer down a bit. Kakashi placed a prepared cup on the table, only for a sudden gust to whisk it away. Obito eagerly offered the juice-filled cup to Naru. So, you finally realized you should take care of others? Kakashi remarked, Don't use my hand to present gifts. He frowned at Obito, adding, If you're sincere, why not cook dinner tonight? Obito nearly sprang up. What? Are you joking, Kakashi? I'm the guest. Kakashi seized a gap and sat between the two, saying, "Didn't you tell Rin you learned to cook? This is your chance to showcase your skills." "Who asked for your opportunity?" Obito protested. "There's plenty of space on the sofa. Why must you sit between us? I can't stand it." "What kind of reasoning is that?" As the argument grew heated, Kazuki Tsukumo entered, arms laden with bags. "Kids, how about we have mackerel tonight?" Nara nodded. "Sounds good." "Good boy," Tsukumo smiled. "You too. Don't just stand there. Come help out." Inside, the room was brightly lit with a warm glow, and a lavish dinner awaited on the table. Tsukumo set down a large platter, pulled out a chair, and, noticing the three children beside him, spoke softly. "This is all I could manage for now, so let us dig in." Obito's eyes widened in astonishment. Apart from Naru, Tsukumo was perhaps the second person he had met who excelled at cooking. How fortunate Kakashi was to live in such comfort at home. Naru, however, gazed at Tsukumo for a long while, suddenly pondering a question he hadn't considered in over a year. Why was Tsukumo still alive? In the original story, he had taken his own life after being blamed for a failed mission, particularly by those he had saved, unable to bear the ostracism. This likely occurred when Kakashi was around 5 years old. Yet now, 5 or 6 years later, Tsukumo had not perished. Perhaps this was why Kakashi had not succumbed to darkness, prioritizing mission success over the welfare of his comrades. But the aspect of love and Obito's squabbles, indicating a poor relationship, remained intact. Nara chuckled, biting his chopsticks. "Uncle Tsukumo, I ran into a subordinate of Danzo today." Tsukumo raised an eyebrow. "What did he say?" "Said some bad things about you. I didn't quite understand, but I can repeat it." Upon hearing Naru's recount, Tsukumo's expression turned serious, prompting Kakashi to involuntarily set down his chopsticks. After dinner, as they walked home, Obito placed his hands behind his head, glancing at Naru, who seemed deep in thought. "What are your thoughts on rules and comrades?" "What about you?" "Me?" Obito closed his eyes, reflecting. "We call those who break the rules and ironclad laws waste." Slowly opening his eyes, his dark gaze was resolute and earnest. "But those who fail to value their comrades are even less than waste." Nara nodded thoughtfully. "There it is. The famous saying of Uchiha Obito." Obito's face flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Naru's teasing. After a brief pause, Naru remarked, "By the way, the person who ensured Uncle Tsukumo's survival must have been incredibly wealthy, compensating out of pocket for the losses incurred during that mission." Obito responded, "Indeed, quite impressive. If possible, I'd love to meet such a wealthy person. But Uncle Tsukumo mentioned he doesn't know anyone like that, so meeting them would be difficult." Obito nodded in agreement, curiosity bubbling within him. Speaking of which, what country was that person from? Did Kakashi's dad save his life? Naru smiled. "Regardless, it's wonderful that Konoha's White Fang is still alive." Obito, puzzled by the mention of Konoha's White Fang, suddenly noticed Naru's gaze fixed upon him, causing him to freeze. "What's wrong?" "Obito, you need to stay close to me." Chapter 30. Do you like me, Rin? Huh. The next day, in the park, Noara Rin sat on a bench, curiously observing the downcast Obito. Though she sensed something was off, his demeanor didn't seem indicative of unhappiness. "What's wrong, Obito?" Obito looked up, scratching his cheek, his profile appearing somewhat bashful as he cautiously spoke. "When someone suddenly says they want you to stay close to them, what does that mean?" "Huh." Rin was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring her stunned expression, Obito continued, gazing ahead in a daze, adding, "Especially if that person seems genuinely serious and is smiling." Upon hearing this, Rin's expression softened, and she smiled, concluding, "That definitely means they consider you very important." "Really?" Obito exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he scratched his hair. Then, smiling foolishly, he rubbed his nose. "Is that so?" Rin nodded earnestly, gazing past the trees at the vast blue sky, her gentle smile accentuating her warmth. Obito stared in awe, hearing Rin whisper, "Obito, you are truly loved." His breath hitched, warmth flooding his cheeks as his heart raced. Yet, he found it hard to discern whether his feelings stemmed from Rin's smile or her previous words. Confused, he felt an urge to confess his feelings amid the perfect atmosphere. "Rin, I have something to tell you." Rin shifted her gaze back to the now nervous Obito. "What is it?" She tilted her head. Obito clenched his fists, his heart pounding wildly as he slightly parted his lips. But the rehearsed words stuck in his throat, as if nailed down, lacking the courage to utter even a single syllable. Beads of sweat formed on Obito's forehead, betraying his anxiety. Noara Rin blinked and smiled softly. "Oh, I haven't congratulated you on awakening your Sharingan yet. I wasn't there yesterday evening, so I'm not quite sure what transpired, but truly, congratulations. Thank you, Obito replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. He was indeed taken aback, for despite his relentless training, he had been unable to awaken his eyes, even while training in the rain and injuring himself. Yet, under those particular circumstances, he had succeeded. Wait, that wasn't what he intended to convey to Rin. However, as the conversation veered off course, Obito found it impossible to steer it back, ultimately departing with a sense of defeat. On his way, a hand suddenly wrapped around his neck. Hey, what's up? Turning to discover the identity of the person, Obito's heart raced once more. Narita? Yes, it's me. Narita raised an eyebrow at Obito. I saw you from a distance with Rin. Your face was all flushed. Did you confess successfully? With a look of keen interest on his face, Obito fell silent for a couple of seconds before pouting and responding. No, I didn't say anything. Narita appeared astonished. Then why were you blushing over there? Obito, feeling belittled by the question, abruptly turned to face Narita, who was still hanging on to him. The words Rin had just spoken danced in his mind like a vivid painting. In a moment of unexpected impulse, he blurted out a rather peculiar question. Narita, do you like me? Narita was taken aback, releasing his hold on Obito, his brows furrowing in surprise. Observing his expression, Obito felt as though he had been struck by a sudden realization and immediately covered his face in embarrassment. Oh no, that was just a random question. You don't have to answer. What does your feelings for me have to do with your confession to Rin? Just then, Narita interrupted him. If you're trying to change the subject, you should at least find a better excuse. Obito felt his ears burning with embarrassment, nervously swallowing as he cautiously moved his hands to reveal one eye. He noted that Narita seemed unfazed and not offended by his question. So he paused for a moment and pressed on. So, do you? Seeing Obito still fixated on the question, Narita hesitated before replying. And if I do? What of it? What friend doesn't like their good friends? Especially when their friend is as adorable as you. Just as he thought this, Obito suddenly widened his eyes behind his goggles and leaped forward, exclaiming, I like you the most. Narita responded, what good does it do to say it so boldly? He gently pushed Obito away. You should really tell the person who matters. Obito stiffened, burying his face in Narita's shoulder and mumbling, I can't say it. Huh. Narita was puzzled, his brow furrowing. Suddenly, a teasing laugh echoed from a few steps away. Standing there was Uchiha Shursui, grinning. Did you say you ran into someone familiar and wanted to come over for a chat, only to find yourself entangled? No need. Upon hearing another's voice, Obito quickly lifted his head, turning to face the shorter Shursui. This was the first time he had encountered this prodigy from his clan directly. He seemed rather ordinary. But, speaking of which, isn't it currently your class time, Narita? Narita glanced at Obito, who had finally caught on, sighed, and walked straight over to Shursui. Shursui, understanding the situation, explained, Narita and I left shadow clones in the classroom to teach. I have other training to attend to. Obito glared at him, clearly dissatisfied. Who asked you? Was I being too nosy? Shursui raised his hands apologetically. My bad. Enough chit-chat. Let's go. Narita beckoned, then turned to Obito, raising an eyebrow. In any case, good luck. I'm looking forward to hearing your good news. Haha, I'll borrow him for now. Shursui winked at Obito as he waved goodbye. Once their figures disappeared from sight, Obito clutched his head in frustration and sank to the ground. Damn it. How could Narita, who just admitted he liked me, turn around and walk away with someone else? Does training have to be done exclusively with Uchiha Shursui? I could ask him too. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just go around doing that here. Obito was deep in his thoughts when Kakashi's voice suddenly interrupted from above. Startled, he looked up and, after a couple of seconds, seized Kakashi's arm. Kakashi, I have a plan to win him back. Are you in? Kakashi, confused, asked, what are you talking about? Chapter 31. Being followed, was that Obito, the one you live with? Yes. Upon seeing Narita nod, Shursui pondered. Though we are both Uchiha, I haven't met him before. When we met just now, it felt like he held some hostility towards me. Hostility? Narita said, slightly surprised. Obito is so warm and kind. He wouldn't treat anyone like that. Shursui, tilting his head, chuckled, so certain? No wonder you two are such close companions. Speaking of companions, when will you sneak Itachi out again? Narita raised an eyebrow. Shursui shook his head, not during school days, of course. In a couple of days when break starts. I'll find little Itachi. He has been quite interested in practicing shuriken techniques, and I can use that as an excuse to avoid suspicion from the clan leader. But why are you so concerned about little Itachi? You've only met him twice. The first time was when the clan leader caught us. And the second was 3 days ago. I saw him sneak out to buy dango and noticed a girl was stalking him. It was a tense moment, and he nearly jumped in to help. Only later did he find out that the girl was a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. They were merely engaged in a one-sided duel. Because he is adorable, Narita replied matter-of-factly, with his tiny hands and cheeks so soft they could almost drip water. He has only just turned 2, yet his black eyes are filled with such mature emotions. Just as Shursui processed this, he seemed to be amused by Narita's response, chuckling heartily for a while. What is so funny? Don't you think so? The white-haired boy asked, tilting his head. Not at all. I think you're absolutely right. Shursui quickly composed himself, nodding seriously. It's almost noon. Shall we grab a bite? Sure, just something casual. Narita nodded, then noticed Shursui suddenly quickening his pace. I know a great place. If you can keep up, I'll treat you. Then you're definitely treating. Narita replied, grinning. 2 shadows raced along the street, their steady strides precise, as they anticipated their path to avoid pedestrians. When Sano stretched lazily at the entrance of a shop, he caught sight of 2 figures entering the sushi restaurant across the street. One of them looked familiar, while he recognized the shorter one as the meddlesome Uchiha kid he had encountered before. Have they become inseparable good friends over this past month? He mused. And didn't the other guy, who fought with me, also share the Uchiha name? Sure enough, none of the Uchiha kids are ever good news. But shouldn't Narita be in school today? How did you end up here with someone else? Skipping class? Do you have the audacity? Zeno pondered for a few moments, then suddenly broke into a strange smile. Perhaps I should report Ueshima to the school. It would be a perfect opportunity to vent my frustrations from recent days. As he was lost in thought, Zeno noticed the 2 individuals across from him finishing their purchases and departing, eating as they seamlessly headed in another direction. Without a second thought, Zeno set off in pursuit. It was only when he regained his senses that he realized he had followed them to a secluded grove on the outskirts of the village. Before he could discern their intentions, Ueshima and Shursui suddenly vanished from sight. Where did they go? Alarmed, Zeno hastily emerged from behind the trees to search for them. In the next moment, a shuriken pressed against his lower back. Why are you following us? Although Shursui was shorter, his serious tone held an intimidating weight. Who is following you? Zeno retorted defiantly, though Shursui's swift reaction left him pale. Not him, Ueshima interjected, appearing from behind. Shursui nodded and kindly advised, this place is dangerous. If you're unharmed, you should leave quickly. What? Why should I go? Zeno protested, unwilling to retreat. I told you, this area is perilous, Shursui reiterated patiently. Zeno scoffed. With just the 2 of you here, what danger could there be? Before he could finish, something suddenly soared in from the right, its whistling sound nearly overlapping with his own final syllable, embedding itself in the ground mere inches from his foot. Zeno gasped in shock. Ueshima exchanged a glance with Shursui. The real pursuers had revealed themselves. Not long after entering this area, Ueshima had sensed the lurking presence, although he could have confronted them directly. The presence of Shursui and Zeno made him cautious, so he refrained. As they ventured deeper, the watchers seemed to stir. This is bad, Danzo. What is it? Our operatives didn't encounter the child, but instead saw a boy named Zeno running out in panic. Thanks to the information Zeno provided, they learned that a white-haired child and a member of the Uchiha clan had been captured. People? What kind of people? A flicker of astonishment crossed Danzo's sharp gaze. We don't know yet, but given their sneaky ambush, they're certainly not from the village. Danzo quickly concluded, a cold smile forming. Looks like outsiders have intruded. What should we do? Ikeda Rihei asked anxiously. Their plan was to stage a performance where other members would pretend to be villains and abduct the child, allowing Danzo to swoop in for a rescue to gain the trust of that unique-eyed child, gradually bringing him under their influence for Danzo's purposes. However, they hadn't even begun their scheme when unexpected outsiders abducted the child first. Calm down, Rihei. Our plan has not failed, Danzo mused briefly. This is actually a splendid opportunity. Rihei blinked in surprise before realization dawned. As expected of Lord Danzo, I understand now. Fortunately, he had sent someone skilled in tracking to locate the abductors. Contacting them for information would not be difficult, regardless of whether these were outsiders. The Hokage should keep the matter under wraps and rescue the child first. Yes. Meanwhile, Kakashi was enduring Obito's incessant chatter at the roadside. After all this time, The so-called retrieval plan merely involved competing for attention with a younger Uchiha clan member? Kakashi. Obito turned, seemingly uninterested in collaborating. He even claimed, "I believe I have far more confidence than you." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Obito retorted, exasperated, and attempted to catch up. Suddenly, someone rushed out and collided with him. Obito grimaced, rubbing his sore arm, and upon recognizing the individual, angrily pointed, "What are you doing, panicking like that?" The flustered Zeno seized him, murmuring, "Ueshima and the others have been captured. We must save them." Chapter 32, Haven't You Eaten? Bang, bang. Meanwhile, in a first-year classroom, two sounds echoed from the second-to-last row. The previously obedient Ueshima and Uchiha Shursui had simultaneously vanished. Sukawa Iri paused for a moment, a twitch at the corner of her eye. They actually used a shadow clone to attend class. Those mischievous boys. The shadow clone, having encountered no attack, vanished at this moment. Unless the caster was in trouble or wished to convey a message of distress through the early dispelling of the technique. After contemplating, Sukawa promptly instructed the noisy students to self-study. She swiftly exited the classroom, heading for the Hokage's office. Shortly thereafter, the third Hokage's expression froze, the pipe in his mouth pausing in shock. Such an incident had occurred? Darn it. Who was responsible for capturing Ueshima and the others? At that moment, Obito and Kakashi were hastily making their way to the forest Zeno had mentioned. Kakashi remarked, "Since those individuals only dared to appear stealthily, they certainly wouldn't have exited the village brazenly. Given the time, they can't have gone far and may still be hiding in that area." Zeno mentioned someone who could suddenly become invisible and attack from behind. That person is dangerous. Hearing Kakashi's reiteration, Obito's dark pupils behind his goggles suddenly shifted to a bright crimson, resembling blood-red Sharingan. If that's the case, we need not fear them. Sensing the heavy anger in Obito's tone, Kakashi briefly hesitated before responding seriously. "It seems there are at least 5 of them. We should exercise caution regarding the other for whose information is unclear." Obito, expressionless, quickened his pace, stating, "Stop talking nonsense, Kakashi. Let us find them first and adapt as necessary." Kakashi frowned, remaining silent. Was it just his imagination? How could impulsive Obito articulate such insightful words during a mission? However, a few minutes later, the pair arrived nearby, witnessing Obito suddenly clench his fist and shout at the empty space, demanding the enemy to come out and stop lurking like a coward. Kakashi couldn't help but facepalm next to him. It was indeed a misconception that he had suddenly become composed. In the northern region of Konoha, near the Forest of Death, the area was eerily quiet. Towering trees pierced the sky, their massive branches extending like curtains, seemingly blocking the sunlight attempting to break through. The surrounding gloom felt suffocating, save for a slightly brighter spot beneath a tree where 5 individuals were gathered, discussing something. "Captain Oishi, we've completed our infiltration reconnaissance. Why are we still expending effort to capture these 2 leaf brats? Indeed, and with their interference, we inadvertently assisted another child in escaping. This spells trouble for us." "What are you afraid of?" Oishi retorted nonchalantly. "Even if they come here, it will take them time to find us. But what if they send a Byakugan user?" Another interjected anxiously. "Then our location would be exposed in an instant." "You truly are timid," Oishi sneered. "What does it matter if they have Byakugan? As long as we successfully take this child away, our Iwagakure will soon possess Sharingan far superior to Byakugan." He confidently pointed to the side, where Shursui lay unconscious under a Jinjutsu. During their previous encounter, he had found the emblem on the back of the boy's clothing familiar. Upon reflection, was this not the Uchiha clan emblem he had seen in the Leaf's ninja records? Haha, this little imp belongs to the Uchiha clan. However, it seems that due to his tender age, he has yet to awaken his Sharingan. This is not a concern, for such a formidable child will inevitably awaken in due time. As for the other white-haired boy, Daisher's eyes flickered, and he suddenly realized that the white-haired child who had been lying there was nowhere to be found. Simultaneously, a light, airy voice belonging to a young boy resonated from behind him. "So, you are all ninjas from Iwagakure." The 5 of them, as startled as snakes caught by their tails, immediately turned in shock towards the suddenly appeared Kamishima Naritaka. "What is happening?" This child was clearly under their illusion. He should be in a state of unconsciousness. "Little one, knowing all this is of no use to you." Daisher quickly regained his composure, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. It would be too taxing to drag along 2 insignificant children. Eliminating the worthless one would be just right. After all, You are a burden to us. Although they were uncertain about the reason for the child awakening, they believed that a captured child posed no significant threat. You go and kill him. The Iwagakure ninja ordered by Daisher trembled slightly, hesitating. Captain Daisher, how could a child who can silently dispel an illusion possibly be an ordinary child? Aren't you underestimating him too much? TSK. Observing his teammate's hesitation, the impatient Daisher shot him a glare. You, with your cowardice, should never have been brought along. Saying this, he cast a fierce glance at the opposite side, only to find that the white-haired child maintained an air of calm, devoid of any panic, as if he were utterly unafraid of the impending threat to his life. Your name is Daisher? The boy even inquired curiously. Daisher chuckled darkly. Little one, remember the name of the one who will end your life. As he spoke, he launched his attack with great swiftness. However, after several exchanges, all his strikes were deftly evaded, and the boy gracefully landed on a sturdy branch, tilting his head and asking, haven't you eaten? Why are you so weak? Realizing the implications of the boy's words, Daisher's eyes reddened with rage. You dare to play with me? He quickly formed hand seals, and in the next moment, his entire body became transparent, rendering his movements invisible to the naked eye. Seeing their captain employ this technique again, the other 4 Iwagakure ninjas held their breath in astonishment. The boy who dared to provoke them would surely meet his end. As Daisher's figure vanished, Ueshima Naruya glanced around before closing his eyes. Observing this strange behavior, Daisher assumed he had given up the struggle, and he thrust his kunai forward with deadly precision. Clang! In the next instant, the sound of metal clashing echoed. As Daisher's lethal strike was blocked, he widened his eyes, quickly jumping back to reveal himself. How could you have anticipated my movements? He had clearly concealed himself using the camouflage technique. Just a matter of prediction, Ueshima Naruya replied, opening his eyes. I simply gauged your likely position based on the flow of the surrounding air. Daisher, panting in frustration, realized that the child before him was far from the inept adversary he had envisioned. Truly, Konoha was brimming with remarkable talent. However, such promising sprouts must be swiftly eradicated, lest they become formidable foes on the battlefield. Receiving a subtle signal from Daisher's gaze, the other 4 Iwagakure ninjas immediately understood and began forming hand seals. But in the next moment, a kunai rigged with an explosive tag swiftly flew in, embedding itself in the ground beside them. The 4, interrupted mid-seal, hastily dodged to the side. With a resounding explosion, Shirzue stepped through the smoke, glancing towards the distance. Naruya, are you all right? Hearing his voice, Ueshima Naruya turned to face him, just as their gazes met, locking onto the bright red Sharingan. After a moment of surprise, he remarked, so you finally decided to take action? I thought you would keep up the charade for longer. Shirzue offered an apologetic smile. I only wished to gather more intelligence by eavesdropping a bit longer. Chapter 33, Not My Blood Weight. It seems there's an explosion over there. Kakashi, while on the move, paused and glanced towards the left side of the forest. Obito's pupils trembled, and the ominous premonition that had barely subsided surged back into his heart. Gritting his teeth, he turned in a different direction. We need to hurry, Kakashi. If the explosion is related to Naruya and the others, they must be in grave danger. Did the enemy discover them while they were escaping? Are they fighting again? No, Naruya and the others, being mere first-year students, shouldn't have any explosive tags. So it must have been thrown by the enemy? The more he pondered, the greater his anxiety grew, with cold sweat forming on his palms. They must not be harmed. So, you little brat have awakened your Sharingan. Daisher gritted his teeth. No wonder their illusion had failed. But how did this white-haired child manage to evade his attacks? Were they both prodigies in the realm of illusions? That couldn't be right. The white-haired boy had not demonstrated any chakra-consuming techniques thus far, relying solely on his physical prowess to evade him for so long. TSK, I underestimated them. I never anticipated that these young Konoha brats would be so troublesome. Oh, I apologize for deceiving you. Shirzue smiled gently, his expression turning solemn as he faced the enemy. But what is your purpose in secretly infiltrating our village? How could we ever tell you, you little brat? Without further ado, the 2 Iwagakure ninjas lunged towards Shirzue. Daisher turned his attention back to Ueshima Naruya, gripping his kunai with one hand, a cold smile forming as he vanished into invisibility once more. The remaining 2 Iwagakure ninjas coordinated their assault, seeking to disrupt the white-haired boy's hearing, thus aiding Daisher's ambush. Aware of their intent, Ueshima Naruya remained unflustered, taking the opportunity to assess the situation on Shirazue's side. Truly, he was a top-notch Uchiha genius. Even at under 6 years of age, he held his own against 2 adult foes. You dare to divide your attention? Are you looking down on us? With the fury of a Wagakure, several shuriken were thrown with precision, striking at Kamishima Naritaka's thigh and arm. Noticing his movement slow, Daisher seized the opportunity to appear suddenly, thrusting towards his heart. Haha, it's over. Shirzue, catching sight of this moment from the corner of his eye, felt a surge of alarm but quickly spotted another presence at a higher vantage point, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Naritaka really knows how to scare me. As the kunai pierced flesh, a jarring sensation of resistance alerted Daisher that something was amiss. With a thud, the white-haired child transformed into a wooden dummy. Damn it! A substitution technique? Captain Daisher. The other 2 Awagakure ninjas suddenly cried out in panic. As Daisher turned, he felt a chill at his throat. Kamishima Naritaka gracefully landed. His tone flat. Yes, it is indeed over. Countless streams of blood gushed from the severed veins, rapidly staining the ground beneath them. In disbelief, Daisher's body swayed and faltered before collapsing forward. The blood splattered onto Kamishima Naritaka's chest, a shocking sight. Frowning, he pushed the fallen Daisher off him. The heavy body hit the ground with a dull thud. Daisher, clinging to his last breath, stared intently at Kamishima Naritaka, muttering indistinctly, Why? Why did I lose to? Because you underestimated him. And also because your name is Daisher. Daisher, unable to comprehend why his name mattered, would take this question to his grave. As he breathed his last, Kamishima Naritaka turned to face the other 2 remaining Awagakure ninjas. They looked at him with shock and fury. You killed our Captain Daisher. Die, you filthy brat. Clang. At that moment, their thrown shuriken were intercepted by another set of shurikens thrown from a different direction. A massive orange flame loomed before them, casting a glow upon their astonished faces. The immense destructive power it harbored compelled them to retreat. What about you? Kakashi inquired anxiously as he leapt down from the tree, landing firmly beside Ueshima Seiya. I'm fine, Seiya replied, but before he could finish, a force yanked at his arm, causing him to turn left again. Seiya. Obito grasped his shoulders tightly, his Sharingan reflecting the tension that had yet to dissipate, and his eyes widened in horror upon noticing the blood on Seiya's form. How could this happen? His voice trembled. Stay calm. This isn't my blood. Understanding Obito's confusion, Seiya comforted him with a reassuring pat and gestured toward the fleeing shadows of 4 Iwagakure ninjas, who were hastily retreating after the captain's demise and the arrival of reinforcements. They've escaped. I'm going after them. Kakashi squinted. Wait. Seiya pulled Kakashi back, shaking his head. Don't pursue them. There might be a trap. What he truly wished to express was the looming presence of someone lurking in the shadows. Yet, before he could articulate this, an irate Obito, unwilling to let the enemy flee, turned fiercely. Where do you think you're going? Come back. Seiya grasped Obito's arm with his other hand. You can't go alone. Obito gritted his teeth. I have the Sharingan. I'm not afraid of their traps. That doesn't mean you can go by yourself, Seiya insisted. Realizing his words were insufficient, he furrowed his brow and feigned exhaustion, leaning against Obito. Instantly, Obito's desire to chase the enemy dissipated, and he embraced Seiya, mistaking his fatigue for injury. His concern palpable as he stuttered. Seiya, are you really hurt? Kakashi quickly asked, are you alright? No, just a bit fatigued, Seiya assured them. Despite his words, an anxious Obito still held on tightly, even checking for wounds on Seiya's body. Really? Seiya calmly pressed down on Obito's hand, then recalled something, his gaze darting elsewhere as he called out, Shirzue? Outside of Kakashi's obstructed view, Shirzue sat on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead and catching his breath. He chuckled lightly. Finally remembered me. I thought I had been forgotten. Seiya, momentarily speechless, replied. You have an uncanny ability to remember my phrases and return them at the opportune moment. Laughter ensued, and sensing a lighter atmosphere, Shirzue effortlessly stood, dusting himself off. However, as he turned, his unactivated Sharingan collided with another pair of eyes that were glaring at him. Chapter 34. The failed retrieval plan. Meanwhile, four figures dashed through the forest, swiftly retreating in another direction. The sound of crushed foliage echoed behind them. You cannot escape. Before long, a voice abruptly halted their flight, accompanied by a sharp tanto that was thrown, embedding itself into the ground before them as if to warn them not to advance further. The four were taken aback. gazing upward to find several Konoha ANBU ninjas perched upon the branches, having unknowingly surrounded them. Obito seethed, if it weren't for you constantly dragging Seiya to the training grounds, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Hearing Obito's fiery words, Shirzue paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Actually, I don't always drag him there. Sometimes we don't even meet. It's not as convenient as living with him like you do. Obito's mind momentarily short-circuited, descending into chaos. You think it's that easy? He wished to jab his questioning finger at Shirzue's smiling face, but realized he was still holding someone, so he continued to glare with his Sharingan. If Seiya truly spent every day with this guy, then Obito's position as his closest friend would be at risk. He couldn't bear that. Observing Obito's subtly frantic expression, Shirzue ceased his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor. It seems you have a significant issue with me. Obito furrowed his brow, unwilling to concede, and declared loudly, "Humph. Don't make me sound like a narrow-minded person." Shirzue waved his hand apologetically, realizing he had inadvertently thought that way. My mistake. Damn. This kid is just like Kakashi. He drives me crazy. Obito thought. This was merely an unfortunate incident. Don't worry too much, Seiya interjected. Unable to suppress his laughter at the unfolding drama, Obito, still casting daggers with his eyes, glanced down at Seiya, who seemed to have regained his composure and stood upright. Asking, "Are you okay? Shouldn't you lean on me a bit more?" "No need," Seiya smiled, "but you should deactivate your Sharingan. It consumes chakra and will tire you." Feeling warmth from Obito's concern, he glanced over and noticed Shirzue approaching, standing beside Seiya and engaging him in conversation, causing Obito's expression to dim once again. It appeared the retrieval plan had failed. Kakashi cast a glance at him. Feeling as though his heart had been pierced, Obito grumbled, "Enough." "What plan?" Seiya asked curiously. Kakashi seemed about to explain, but in the next moment, a hand swiftly covered his mouth and mask, preventing him from speaking. Fearing the plan's contents would be embarrassing, Obito shook his head vigorously. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Seiya questioned, "What just happened? Why are these two acting so strangely?" "Wonderful. You all are safe." The figure of Tsukuwa Iron appeared in their line of sight, clad in a Chunin vest, wiping his brow as he approached swiftly. Upon noticing Seiya, his eyes widened in shock. "Seiya, are you hurt?" "It's not my blood, it's his." Following his gaze, Tsukuwa's eyes widened further as he spotted the body lying behind them. "In any case, I apologize for alarming you. We should leave here at once." According to Tsukuwa, the 4 Iwagakure ninjas had been captured by ANBU and would soon be taken for interrogation. After briefly questioning them for additional information, Tsukuwa sighed with relief. "It's a blessing that the Sharingan was not taken." "Tsukuwa-sensei," Seiya politely addressed, "if there's nothing else, we shall take our leave." "Yes, let us go." Tsukuwa waved his hand, and once the 4 young ninjas vanished from sight, he suddenly realized, "I still need to address those 2 about skipping class." Shortly after, as they walked through the streets, Shirzue remarked, "We left just in time." Seiya nodded. After all, it's difficult to withstand Tsukuwa-sensei's wrath. As soon as he spoke, Shirzue's gaze fell upon him, staring intently for a considerable time. Even Obito felt an unease creeping in. "Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't think your big eyes make you special." Shirzue shook his head, unperturbed, waving to the trio. "Let's call it a day, Seiya. I'm heading home." "All right." After bidding farewell, Shirzue turned and walked a few steps, casting a furtive glance back. There, Seiya was encircled by Obito and Kakashi, his demeanor unruffled, seemingly unaffected by the recent violent encounter. This struck Shirzue as peculiar. However, after some contemplation, he deduced that the Iwagakure ninjas were not particularly strong. They merely had extensive infiltration experience, making it unsurprising for one to be eliminated. Additionally, Seiya was an orphan who had emerged from the ravages of war. Perhaps he had developed a psychological immunity to scenes of combat. If that were the case, he realized he had been overly alarmed. Casting aside these perplexities, Shirzue's steps grew lighter and more relaxed. "Obito, do not look anymore. That fellow has already departed." Kamizaki, hearing the slightly sour tone in Obito's voice, Kamizaki turned his head, raising an eyebrow. "What is the matter? You seem somewhat unhappy." Obito choked momentarily, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. "After everything you've been through, how could I possibly be happy? Isn't it already over?" Kamizaki, with a helpless gesture, reached out to pat Obito's head. Stunned, Obito took a breath. Here it comes again. This patronizing behavior, as if treating him like a junior. Shouldn't it be he who is offering them comfort? At that moment, Kakashi spoke up. Who killed that person? Upon hearing the inquiry, Kamizaki withdrew his hand and answered honestly, I did. Kakashi and Obito exchanged astonished glances. Had Kamizaki taken a life? Shouldn't his expression reflect more turmoil after killing for the first time? Unless his mind had not yet processed the event. Realizing this, Kakashi took a deep breath and gently suggested, there are medical ninjas who can provide psychological counseling. Would you like to seek their help? Obito nodded in agreement. Kamizaki, huh? After a moment's reflection, he realized why Kakashi and Obito regarded him in such a manner. He also understood why Shirsue's gaze had been so hesitant not long ago. It seemed they all perceived him as a novice who had just taken a life. Chapter 35, is he alright? Had he truly forgotten to return home to change his clothes, striding boldly here in blood-stained attire? In the Konoha hospital, Tsunade cast a glance at the white-haired boy seated before her. Her eyes then swept over the two other youths accompanying him like bodyguards. She sighed impatiently, stating bluntly, what so remarkable about killing? There's no need for all this. Return home, return home. It was rare for her to take time to visit and assess what needed addressing, not to squander her time on such matters, if there was any. She would rather indulge in a few rounds of gambling. Noting Tsunade's dismissive attitude, Obito whispered to Kakashi, why did you bring Kamizaki here right after entering the hospital? This lady is clearly unreliable. Kakashi, hearing this, Kamizaki remarked, you are finished, Obito. Confused, Obito asked, who are you calling lady? A chilling sound of bones cracking echoed from behind, and with a half-smile, Tsunade inquired, raising her right leg like a gust of wind, sending the desk cluttered with papers and items flying into disarray. Without the desk as a barrier, Tsunade took a few steps forward and seized the petrified Obito by the collar, demanding, I'm talking to you, kid. Suspended off the ground, Obito felt his collar tighten under her immense strength, turning his face a deep shade of red as he struggled to breathe. You must have heard wrong. He wanted to say something flattering, like goddess or beautiful big sister, but the distorted expression on her face was genuinely terrifying. Kamizaki saw Obito's right hand flailing toward him in a plea for help, and he instinctively reached out to provide reassurance, while his other hand firmly grasped Tsunade's arm. Tsunade, sister. His tone was earnest. Angered, Tsunade turned her face, arching an eyebrow. What are you calling me now? Sister Tsunade, we met not long ago outside, when Lord Jiraiya was present. I remember. Tsunade scoffed, but you know who I am. Why do you refer to Jiraiya as Lord, yet to me as? Is that not correct? The white-haired child innocently questioned her. Tsunade, girls of any age can be called sister by someone younger. That's what my mother taught me. Especially someone like you, possessing both beauty and formidable strength. However, addressing you as sister seems to lack propriety, as you appear to prefer being called Lady Tsunade, right? By the way, I also heard that referring to you as Tsunade Heim is most appropriate. With this diversion, Tsunade blinked, completely forgetting that she still held Obito. Her heart softened at those words, and she relaxed her grip, allowing Kamizaki to do the same. Tsunade, quite pleased, bent down and patted Kamizaki on the shoulder, exclaiming, you seem quite knowledgeable. As Obito, now freed, clutched his throat and coughed incessantly, he looked at Kamizaki in disbelief. It turned out Kamizaki was adept at talking to anyone, but luckily he had been saved. Speaking of which, kid, who is your ancestor? Is he well? Tsunade inquired with a smile. Kamizaki, huh? Hadn't the situation improved? Why suddenly bring up ancestors? My ancestor should be doing quite well down there. Tsunade's smile faded as she remarked. I meant to ask if anyone in your lineage resembles you, particularly in eye color. None. Aside from my parents. I have no knowledge or memory of anyone else. Seeing the child shake his head, Tsunade frowned. It appeared she could glean no information about that mysterious individual depicted on the wall of the first Hokage. Just then, two figures appeared at the door. Ah, Tsunade, sister. Upon noticing the presence of others, the black-haired girl named Shizune and the young man named SHJ exchanged smiles and quickly added, Oh, sister, you're busy. We'll step outside. Tsunade replied, Not too busy. Where's Dan? Shizune spoke. Uncle has a bit of business, but he will come to see you tonight. Upon witnessing this, Obito hurriedly approached Kamizaki, about to utter some withdrawal remarks when he noticed Kamizaki's expression was not quite right, as if he had seen something that shocked him. Kamizaki, what's wrong? It's nothing. Kamizaki frowned, glancing at Obito and Kakashi. Regaining his composure, it seems Lady Tsunade has matters to attend to. Let us leave for now. Obito nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi bowed. Lady Tsunade, thank you for your assistance. Tsunade turned her head, and before she could speak, she noticed her brother suddenly fixating on the white-haired child, followed by a swift breeze carrying him to the child's front. Hello? Surprised, Kamizaki responded. Hello. SHJ regarded him, contemplating something before asking, what is your father's name? Is he well? Kamizaki, what is with this sibling today? One inquiring about ancestors, the other about fathers? Before long, as they watched the three depart, Tsunade forcefully patted SHJ, the impact snapping him back to reality. Ouch, that hurt. Sister, what was that for? Tsunade fixed him with an intense gaze. I merely wish to know why you spoke to that child. SHJ paused, scratching his head awkwardly. Seeing him reminded me of an old acquaintance I had only met once. Oh, the one who saved your life on the battlefield? Yes. I searched for him for a long time, but could never find him. I remember he wore our Konoha headband, meaning he was from our village, right? Back then. He wouldn't tell me his name. Years have passed, yet SHJ distinctly recalls that during the Second Shinobi World War, at the tender age of 12, he had inadvertently stumbled into an enemy's explosive trap, facing certain death when someone suddenly called his name. He was swiftly pulled into another space, escaping the danger of being blown to bits. Tsunade remarked, there aren't many white-haired individuals in the village, and considering you've searched for so long without any leads, he may have perished on the battlefield years ago. SHJ's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, well, let us not dwell on your youthful aspirations. Speaking of that child, I'm a bit perplexed as well. Shall we discuss it together? Chapter 36. After parting ways with Kakashi, the two returned home. Upon entering the house, Obito observed Shimizu Naru silently retreating into his room. Curiosity piqued by the earlier events at the hospital, Obito hesitated for a moment, then decided to approach. Before he could finish his inquiry, he realized Naru was in the midst of changing clothes. Naru, having removed his bloodstained shirt, calmly turned his head to look at Obito. At least close the door, you fool. Obito exclaimed, his face flushing red as he hastily shut the door. The sound of hurried footsteps suggested Naru had dashed into the living room. Naru, bemused by the shyness, thought to himself that they were both men, and Obito was notoriously straight. Dismissing the thought, he neatly arranged his clothes and picked up the soiled haori, intending to wash it. As he gazed at the haori he had worn for quite some time, memories flooded back, and he began to piece together many things about the present. It seemed that his future self had returned to the past and performed numerous good deeds. Although he was still unclear about the specifics of what had transpired, he tentatively deduced that Tsunade and Shodame had some recollection of his past self, albeit not recognizing him due to age. Fortunately, this discrepancy in age spared him the burden of explanation. This way, at least some would not face the tragic fate of dying as in the original narrative. Haha, all of this is thanks to my innate time-traveling prowess. The long silent system suddenly chimed in, brimming with pride. Naru, the system whined, why are you so silent? You're so cold. Experience has taught me that your appearance at such times rarely brings good tidings. How can you say that? I merely came to check on how my host is faring. Is that so? Then you may take your leave. Ignoring the system's incessant chatter, Naru stepped out, clutching the dirty clothes. A glance around the living room revealed Obito's absence. Puzzled, he soon heard voices outside, seemingly engaged in an argument. I just wanted to see Naru. Why won't you let me in? Because I have the keys, and I live here too. Huh. It's already strange enough for someone from the Uchiha clan to reside here. Don't delude yourself into thinking you're the master. Upon hearing Susanoo's loud accusation, Obito could no longer contain himself. At least I'm better than you. I heard that if it weren't for you being a hindrance, Naru and the others wouldn't have been caught while trying to save you. Susanoo, struck by guilt at this sharp retort, faltered, then angrily replied, and you? Aren't you always causing trouble for Naru? You're too old to be crying like a baby. Obito was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tightening in his throat. Suddenly, he exploded, what do you know? It's because I just put in eye drops. Susanoo's eyes widened in fear. Let go. What are you doing? Are you trying to fight me? Suppressing his impulse, Obito was about to regain the verbal upper hand when a voice called from behind. Obito, let go. Turning around, Obito met Naru's calm gaze at the doorway. A tremor coursed through him, and he glanced back at Susanoo, gritting his teeth before finally releasing his grip. Seeing Obito restrained, a smirk crept onto Susanoo's face. Looks like you got scolded, huh? But in the next moment, he received a punch to the left cheek. leaving him stunned and covering his face in disbelief. Naru, why did you hit me? The punch had taken Obito by surprise as well. Naru, is this your retaliation for hitting Obito last time? What? That time I lost a tooth, and that was much worse. I don't care, Naru retorted, pointing at the bewildered Obito. This guy is too kind to genuinely fight back. Otherwise, you would have lost more than just a tooth. Susanoo paused, recalling the previous incident. Feeling a twinge of pain in his jaw, Naru then turned to Obito, frowning. Regardless of what kind of person he is, whether troublesome or not, I will handle it myself. Others cannot scold him freely. You should leave. Today's matters end here. Don't come to me for every little thing. Making it seem like we are close. With that, the door closed. Regaining his composure, Susanoo rubbed his aching face, muttering incessantly. What a biased person Naru is, holding grudges. It's been over a month, and now he is hitting me just to back that kid up. It's infuriating. Meanwhile, back at home, Naru hadn't released Obito's hand yet. He began earnestly. There's no need to argue with him. Were you about to fight again? He turned to look at Obito, who stubbornly averted his gaze. What's wrong? Nothing. After a brief pause, Naru raised an eyebrow, realizing. You cried, didn't you? No, that was just the eye drops. Obito insisted. Though the subtle change in his tone did not escape Naru's notice. With a smile, Naru patted Obito's head. It's okay to cry here. I want to laugh at you. Obito, turning back, grasped Naru's wrist, sniffing back tears, finally asking the question that had long troubled him. Why do you always pat my head? Is that a problem? Naru replied. When you grow taller, I might have to reconsider. Obito was taken aback. Why? Naru, smiling, withdrew his hand without explaining. After all, the person before him was the future of the Fourth Great Ninja War, albeit still a weepy child. He didn't want Obito to be utilized by anyone in the future, to become a mere tool. Seeing Naru pull back his hand left Obito feeling a sense of loss. Noticing that Naru seemed lost in thought again. The earlier feeling of gratitude for having support turned into worry. Naru, what's wrong? Nothing much. You're lying. Obito firmly grasped Naru's shoulders, his eyes reflecting the white-haired figure behind his goggles. You clearly have something on your mind. Tell me, even if it can't be resolved immediately. It's good to have someone to listen. Don't bottle everything up inside. Seeing Obito's earnest and intense expression, Naru hesitated, then replied, Really, there's nothing. I was just thinking about what to have for dinner. Obito was unconvinced. Don't brush me off. I'm not brushing you off, it's the truth. Naru sighed. So you really don't trust me that much? That's a little hurtful. Obito quickly turned the tables. Chapter 37. Not to be outdone Danzo, the plan has failed. The Hokage has received word somehow, and the actions of those Umbu ninjas were swifter than ours. According to a root member who had pursued them, he had located the position of IWA shinobi and was monitoring them from the shadows. Before long, the two feigned unconsciousness and engaged in combat, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. There was no need for assistance. Thus, he, responsible only for intelligence gathering and tracking, could only wait for others to intervene. Soon, two more young ones arrived, followed closely by Umbu ninjas. Listening to Ikeda Rihei's report, Danzo remained silent for a few seconds before responding. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Danzo, you may leave. Understood. As Ikeda's anxious form vanished, the dim light in the secret chamber flickered slightly. Danzo glanced at the darkness beyond the door, his brow furrowing. What is it? Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, a smile on his lips. Yet his golden eyes reflected an inexplicable chill. Don't worry too much. I am not here to press you for resources. I have come to apologize. Oh. The individual who disclosed the information to teacher Surtobi was Irin, as he discovered that those two little rascals were attending class using shadow clones. Fearing for the safety of the Uchiha clan, he hurriedly sought out our esteemed Hokage. Danzo couldn't help but sneer. So that's it. Your people are indeed quite unreliable. Orochimaru replied. This matter was indeed our oversight, and I express my sincerest apologies. However, employing such a laborious and ungrateful method does not align with your usual style. Sensing the sarcasm in Orochimaru's tone, Danzo's expression darkened further. What do you wish to convey? My experiments are in need of subjects. And since you are interested in that child's eyes, my latest transplant technique might be of interest. Would you care to try? Lin, you've bought too much. Please. No more purchases. In the bustling streets of Konoha, Obito cautiously cradled a stack of packaging boxes taller than himself, wobbling slightly as he walked. Initially excited about meeting Lin, He had foolishly entertained the idea of treating their encounter as a date. Yet, he was now summoned to carry her items. Although a bit disheartened, upon reflection, his mood was not as bleak as anticipated. "It will be ready soon," Lin cheerfully stated. "Once Kakashi finishes school, we will give him these gifts." After experiencing such a harrowing ordeal yesterday, he must be quite shaken, so these are meant to comfort him. Obito looked astonished. "These are for Kakashi?" "Indeed," Lin confirmed. Upon hearing this, his previously weary muscles seemed to revive, brimming with newfound energy. "Then, I too wish to buy something for him. My concern cannot be overshadowed." Lin quickly shook her head with a smile. "Obito, you needn't buy anything now. Save it for next time. After all, I still need these to justify my visits to your home for meals." Obito responded with mild surprise. "Oh, is that so? Even you have been captivated by Kakashi's culinary skills?" Not long after, on their way home, Obito cast a disdainful glance at Kakashi, whom they encountered. "How can you dare to appear empty-handed?" Compared to the stingy Kakashi, Lin seemed exceedingly generous and kind-hearted. Perceiving Obito's scrutinizing gaze, Kakashi nonchalantly produced a small green-potted plant from seemingly nowhere and calmly remarked, "I am not empty-handed." Obito retorted, "This is hardly better than being empty-handed." Lin observed the exchange with mild exasperation, not intervening, as it appeared more playful than contentious. "Hey, Kakashi." At that moment, Might Guy boisterously approached, accompanied by two other companions. Obito initially grimaced, but soon felt a flicker of hope. "Might Guy, hurry and challenge him to a duel. Give him something to do." Guy laughed heartily. "Not today." Kakashi, glancing at the individuals beside Guy, shinobi with 1,000 books in his mouth and another named Ebisu, realized, "You are on a mission, aren't you?" "Indeed," Guy affirmed. "You know me well, Kakashi. You are truly my lifelong rival." Thus, unable to shake off Kakashi, Obito reluctantly retrieved his key to open the door, inviting Kakashi and Lin inside. With only minutes until school let out, the three sat and waited. As they noticed that Nakanishi Seiya had yet to return, Obito's expression shifted as he clenched his fists tightly, pondering if that big-eyed fellow had lured Seiya away again. Meanwhile, Nakanishi Seiya found himself cornered in an alley. To disguise his identity, his assailant wore common villager attire and immediately launched a poison shuriken at him. Seiya nimbly dodged, but soon found himself besieged by several more, as if they sought to pierce him like a hedgehog. Frowning, Seiya pondered why this individual was attacking him. In his time in Konoha, it seemed he had only offended Danzo. As this realization dawned, he prepared to defend himself with a shield, but a tall figure arrived with remarkable swiftness. In the face of the assault, the newcomer released a vast amount of gentle fist chakra from his chakra points, creating a swirling blue light that effortlessly repelled the physical attacks. The two shuriken that rebounded struck the strange assailant, causing him to grunt in pain. Realizing the precarious situation, the assailant, now dazed from the poison, hastily fled. "Go after him," urged the black-haired man who had saved Seiya. Another figure, veins bulging around his eyes, swiftly complied. "Oh dear, I could hardly breathe. But I must say, Hinata's movements were incredibly swift. I barely had time to take it all in," remarked a flamboyantly dressed man with long purple hair, approximately 30 years of age. Hinata Hyuga remained unfazed by the other's flippant tone, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Lord Suzuki, please." Noticing the lack of response, the man named Suzuki inquired with interest, "Hinata, you are quite young and accomplished. Are you married?" "Yes." "Oh, so soon?" Hinata's expression turned serious as he glanced at the child who had just been attacked. Sensing his gaze, Suzuki followed suit, and upon seeing Seiya, he froze. Minutes later, Hinata knocked on the door of the Hokage's office, accurately reporting the details of the secret mission to the third Hokage. Lord Suzuki's accommodations have been arranged, but he expressed a desire to personally select the ninja for this assignment. The third Hokage was not surprised by this request. Considering Suzuki was the younger brother of the daimyo of the Land of Demons, such minor requests were not unexpected. However, given the village's current workload, there were few available shinobi. Has he made a choice? At this question, Hinata's previously serious expression faltered slightly. The third Hokage had never seen him look so troubled, prompting him to ask further. "Actually, Lord Suzuki has mentioned a candidate to me." "Who is it?" "It is a child who has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy and officially become a shinobi." The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Chapter 38. He wouldn't have any peculiarities, would he? Lord Suzuki specifically requested him. The third Hokage furrowed his brow in contemplation. "I believe I know who you mean. Additionally, there is another matter I must report. Hinata then recounted the recent attack in the alley. The third Hokage's pipe trembled in his mouth. Just yesterday, we apprehended a few infiltrators from the rock-hidden village, and today, another outsider attempts to abduct a child from our village? What a coincidence. And the two incidents involve the same individual, Seiya. It certainly isn't easy for him, the third Hokage mused, his expression thoughtful as the wrinkles in his brow seemed to deepen. Thank you for escorting me home, and please extend my gratitude to Lord Hinata. Seiya bowed in appreciation to the Hyuga clan's ninja. The white-eyed shinobi dispatched by Hinata nodded politely, kindly advising, the person who attempted to abduct you will face appropriate consequences. However, do try to avoid deserted alleys in the future. After offering a few more words of caution, he turned and left. Seiya watched him depart, instinctively furrowing his brow. Abduction? With so many people around, why target me? It must not be that simple. Yet he did not wish to dwell on it now, as hunger gnawed at him. He fished out his keys and turned to open the door, only to find the door ajar, revealing 3 pairs of eyes peering curiously at him. A minute later, the 4 gathered around the table as he calmly recounted the recent events he had encountered. Obito's face paled with anger. How infuriating. There really are creepy uncles who want to abduct you. You weren't hurt, were you? Kakashi inquired. No, I wasn't. Lord Hinata passed by and saved me. Hearing this, Lin sighed in relief, but a lingering sense of unease clouded her gaze. The village seemed to be in a state of unrest lately, fostering a foreboding feeling. Seiya felt a profound sense of agreement with her sentiment. As the specter of a third war looms, villages stir with anticipation, particularly the sand-hidden village, known for its provocations, while the similarly inclined rock-hidden village has already set its plans in motion, dispatching individuals to infiltrate Konoha. It seems that a peaceful existence is no longer feasible. One night, after dinner, Kakashi and Rin returned home in succession. Shimizu was tidying up and preparing for bed, intending to rest and gather strength for the troubling events that might soon unfold. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Obito's face. What is the matter? I want to sleep with you, Obito declared as he squeezed himself inside. Although puzzled, Shimizu did not refuse. After all, it was not their first time sharing a bed. Not long after, Shimizu turned off the lights and tucked himself under the covers. Yet he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a piercing gaze. Turning around, he caught sight of Obito, who was staring intently at him in the moonlight. What are you doing? I'm preventing any bad guys from taking you away. This was why Obito had come to sleep with him. Amused by Obito's earnest yet clumsy behavior, Shimizu turned back, urging, let us sleep. Nothing will happen tonight. He quietly added, it's actually I who should be preventing you from being taken away, but Obito did not catch his words. As the night wore on, the tranquility enveloped them, and despite Obito's efforts to keep his eyes open, he eventually succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, daylight flooded the room. Startled, Obito bolted upright, noticing the empty space beside him, and hurriedly dashed out of the room. Just then, Shimizu returned with breakfast. Raising an eyebrow at Obito's flustered state, he remarked, awake? You slept quite well. Obito's cheeks flushed crimson, engulfed by a wave of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. As a friend, he felt utterly inadequate. Seated at the table for breakfast, Shimizu noticed Obito's furtive glances directed at him. Is there something you wish to say? You don't have school today, right? I happen to have no missions either. We can spend some quality time together, can't we? Upon speaking, Obito became anxious, fearing that Shimizu might be whisked away by Shursui again. Yet, to his disappointment, Shimizu shook his head. Why not? Is it Shursui again? Obito's frustration boiled over. No. I've received a mission that requires me to leave the village. What? Obito nearly choked. How could you be assigned a mission before graduating? I'm unsure. The client specifically requested me. At the village gate, the flamboyant Suzuki Shinichi was animatedly conversing with the cheerful Shigeru, inquiring about names, ages, and marital status, leaving Shigeru utterly perplexed. Although the client was rumored to be a noble from the land of demons on a secretive mission, he appeared to be nothing more than an eccentric young man. Hello, a slightly juvenile voice interrupted their conversation. Shigeru turned to find the white-haired child he had seen at the hospital a couple of days prior, standing beside his friend. Ah, you're here, Suzuki exclaimed, rushing over to grasp Shimizu's hand, shaking it amicably while asking, do you remember me? Shimizu was about to nod in acknowledgement, having seen him the previous night. But Suzuki suddenly leaned in close, whispering with a grin, it's been quite a while. Hey, You shouldn't be so handsy with Shimizu. Obito interjected, widening his eyes as he forcefully pried Suzuki's hand away. Hearing Suzuki yelp in pain, Shigeru hurriedly intervened, clarifying that the individual was the village's client and posed no threat. Obito's eyes brimmed with suspicion. He seems no different from a pervert. Suzuki chuckled at this, remarking, kids these days certainly have a fiery temper, but it's quite charming. Obito's face turned a shade of green, nearly retching. Shimizu quickly pulled Obito aside, reassuring him. You should head back. Don't worry, I'll return after the mission is complete. What is the mission about? Obito asked, taking a deep breath, apprehensive that the peculiar Suzuki might involve something bizarre. I haven't been informed yet. What? That makes it even more suspicious. Shimizu, you must take care of yourself. Minutes later, as the trio walked along the path, only Suzuki was chattering incessantly. Shimizu reflected on how long Obito had lingered at the departure point, finding it somewhat amusing. It appeared that the boy was genuinely concerned for his safety, so he resolved to return as soon as possible. However, this mission provided a rare opportunity to venture beyond the village, liberated from the constraints that confined him, allowing him to engage in other endeavors. Shimizu, don't be deceived by my current state of nothingness. Once we reach the nearby town, you'll see my entourage. Shimizu scrutinized Suzuki for a moment. If there are people accompanying you, why not send them along instead of coming by yourself? Suzuki covered his mouth with his fan and smiled. Because of you. Shigeru frowned. Suzuki, please refrain from making inappropriate advances towards the children of our village. In a jovial mood, Suzuki laughed heartily. Chapter 39. Great Wealth Lord Suzuki. Everything is prepared. Near the first town reached after leaving Konoha, following Suzuki's lead, they soon spotted a gathering of individuals in an open area, roughly a dozen armed samurai, with 3 accompanying carts laden with metal boxes, seemingly transporting valuable contents. Given the proximity, it was a straightforward decision to enlist the ninjas of Konoha for protection, enhancing the safety of the group. Since the renowned ninjas in the village were otherwise occupied, the third Hokage had dispatched Shigeru, now a jonin, to serve as the team leader, having been specifically requested by Suzuki. Shigeru felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He did not view the other child as a trusted teammate, but rather as someone to protect. Before their departure, the third Hokage had instructed him to keep a close watch on the child, ensuring their safe return upon mission completion, explicitly stating that he was the beloved disciple of Hatake Tsukumo and should not be lost. Upon meeting, Shigeru realized that this was the child he had encountered at the hospital, the one he had mistaken for the son of the savior. He observed the child conversing animatedly with Lord Suzuki. Ah, we are transporting treasures of immeasurable value, Suzuki remarked nonchalantly. Shimizu fell into a momentary silence, pondering whether it was wise to speak so openly. Is that all right? Of course, we have the ninjas of Konoha with us, right, Shigeru-kun? Shigeru, approaching, frowned slightly, relieved that they were not escorting these precious items back to the distant land of demons, but rather to the neighboring grass-hidden village in the land of fire. If all went well, they should reach their destination within approximately 3 days. Ah, Shigeru-kun, could you do me a favor? Suzuki suddenly blinked and said, my cat, which has been unwell due to the unfamiliar environment, is being fostered by a family here, and as the team is about to depart, I would greatly appreciate it if you could retrieve it. Shigeru felt perplexed, but due to the exorbitant fee offered for the task, he found no reason to refuse, suppressing his complaints to comply. Meanwhile, Shimizu sensed that Shigeru appeared to be deliberately sent away. As he contemplated this, he noticed Suzuki's gaze suddenly shift toward him, the intensity in his purple eyes palpable. Could he truly be, as Obito suggested, a pervert? With no one else around, Suzuki declared, you need not feign ignorance any longer. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a surprisingly respectful tone, which caught Shimizu off guard. After a moment of contemplation, Shimizu decided to maintain his facade of ignorance. What are you talking about, Lord Suzuki? I don't understand. Suzuki's eyes gleamed with earnestness. You need not worry. These individuals are my trusted confidants, and will assuredly not divulge a single word of yours. Thus, I implore you to unveil your true visage, Lord Mokuling. Upon hearing those 2 familiar words spoken by another, Ueshima Naruya's heart quaked violently. Amidst rapid contemplation and mental strain, Suzuki's anxious voice resounded once more. Oh, perhaps my age has rendered me unrecognizable to you. I am Suzuki Shinichi, Lord Mokuling. Ueshima Naruya furrowed his brow, pondering that even if you say so, I still do not know who you are. By the way, I have the condolence letter you personally penned back in the day. I have kept it all this time. After rummaging through his ample sleeves for a few seconds, Suzuki retrieved a pouch and carefully produced a folded, yellowed piece of paper from within. Ueshima Naruya focused intently, recognizing that it indeed bore his own handwriting. It seems my assumptions were not misplaced. The future version of me knows this fellow, and he even adopted a pseudonym. Clearing his throat, he promptly adjusted his expression and responded in kind. Noting his reaction, Suzuki, convinced of his authenticity, clapped his hands with delight. Splendid. But how did you end up in this state in the land of fire's Konoha village? Were it not for having seen you as a child back then, I truly would not have recognized you. Is this what they call transformation jutsu? That is one way to put it. Sensing Ueshima Naruya's reluctance to discuss further, Suzuki smiled knowingly and fanned himself lightly. In that case, I shall refrain from prying further. I merely wish to know when you will visit the land of demons. My sister, the priestess, once foretold that you would meet me years hence, yet she claimed she could not foresee your future, which left me quite anxious. By the way, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me back then. That Hatake Kakashi, the Jonin, should still be alive and well, I presume? Hearing this, Ueshima Naruya's heart jolted once more. So, the mysterious benefactor who spared Hatake Sakomo was none other than this Suzuki Shinichi before him? Wasn't the land of demons a small nation? Where did he acquire such wealth? Lost in thought, he abruptly turned his gaze toward the wooden crates on the carts. Suzuki blushed slightly and smiled shyly. Oh dear, these are merely small sums. Their loss is inconsequential. The most important aspect of this journey is that I have had the pleasure of seeing you again. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. Moreover, the majority of this wealth is derived from you, thus you have every right to wield it. Suddenly confronted with a prosperous old acquaintance, Ueshima Naruya took a moment to digest this information, quickly coming to terms with it. After all, such occurrences were not unheard of in the previous world, so there was no need to be overly astonished. Suzuki, having shed his initial respect upon recognizing him, returned to his usual flippant demeanor, repeatedly addressing him as little Naruya with feigned familiarity and sharing frivolous jokes. This behavior, from the perspective of the oblivious Shinosuke, appeared as though a 30-year-old pervert was attempting to entice an innocent 10-year-old child, leaving onlookers with clenched fists. At long last, upon nearing the outskirts of Kusagakure, they paused for a break, only to witness Suzuki fawning over the child once more, prompting Shinosuke's forehead to throb with irritation. I say, Lord Suzuki. Yet before he could finish his admonition, an alarming commotion erupted from both sides of the road. Their caravan was under attack. Spotting the laden crates, the assailants' eyes sparkled with greed. Shinosuke reacted swiftly, rushing to the forefront to defend, while Suzuki hastily directed his guards to protect their valuables. Within mere minutes, the assailants, numbering 7 or 8, had been subdued, for they could not fathom that this seemingly fragile convoy harbored a formidable ninja. Upon closer inspection of Shinosuke's forehead protector, the last remaining assailant was struck with panic. How could a Konoha ninja be here? Humph, that is of no concern to you. With a derisive smirk directed at him, Shinosuke's cold demeanor compelled the man to glance around frantically before a sudden realization struck him. With a loud bang, he hurled 2 smoke bombs. Thick white smoke enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. When the haze dissipated, the man had vanished, along with Ueshima Naruya. A paper slipped through the air, fluttering down like a leaf, which Shinosuke instinctively caught. Upon closer inspection, he read the message. Exchange the 3 boxes on the cart for the life of this little brat. Shinosuke froze for 2 seconds, incredulous. Are you joking? Turning to verify, he found the boy had truly disappeared, and his expression crumbled. Oh no, we've lost him. This is a catastrophe. As he dashed forward, a gust of wind swept by. A girl with blue hair glanced towards a certain direction for a brief moment, seemingly sensing something, and called out to the orange-haired boy and the red-haired boy ahead. Yahiko Nagato. Someone was just calling for help over there. Chapter 40. The small squad having fled a few steps, Suzuki's group was now completely out of sight. Realizing no pursuers were behind them, the survivor found refuge beneath a hill overgrown with wild grass, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Damn it, after wandering for so long, I finally stumbled upon a flock of fat sheep, only to discover Konoha ninjas among them. The man's face, otherwise unremarkable, contorted with rage as he spat curses. Dressed in plain clothes and lacking any village headband, he nonetheless bore the recognizable mark of Konoha, revealing he possessed a modicum of discernment. The captured Ueshima Naruya observed quietly for a moment, choosing not to speak. The man, dismissing him as merely a child, had not bound him with ropes or any such restraints, even neglecting him in his outburst of frustration, as if forgetting his existence entirely. After a couple of minutes, several figures emerged from behind the dense trees. "Yamazaki, what happened? Why are you alone?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the man named Yamazaki could only respond angrily that the mission had yielded no results, and they had lost several men instead, causing his companions' brows to furrow in concern. "Then who is this little brat?" One of them pointed to Ueshima Naruya. Yamazaki paused, finally recalling he had indeed captured a child. "There was a formidable Konoha ninja among that flock of sheep. When I fled, I impulsively decided to gamble, wagering whether this child is someone of significance within that group. If he is unimportant, it matters not. He has survived, and I can sell him elsewhere for a tidy sum. If he is vital, then we have a valuable bargaining chip to scheme and acquire the treasures within those boxes. In any case, there would be no losses." However, his companions exchanged glances. Somewhat speechless. "You nearly lost your life, yet you still sought to gamble in this manner. Yamazaki, I fear your hopes may be dashed, as your luck has consistently been quite poor, and look at the child. He's dressed so plainly, like some blind beggar. Surely, he must be the child of a cart driver. That cannot be. Should we send someone to gather information?" Amidst the fervent discussions of these unidentified individuals, Ueshima Naruya scanned his surroundings. The trees encircled them, and the other paths seemed indistinguishable, leaving him uncertain of the terrain and likely to become lost. What troubled him was that the entire map lay with Shinosuke and his group, while he was utterly ignorant of the routes to Kusagakure and other destinations leading to Amigakure. However, these seemingly native individuals should be well aware of their surroundings, right? Just as Yamazaki was mulling over plans with his companions, he inexplicably shivered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Turning his head instinctively, he discovered that the child he had captured was quietly observing them, seemingly unperturbed by the impending events. The child's calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to his own frantic struggle for survival, igniting an inexplicable anger within him. "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Yamazaki exclaimed, striding forward with a menacing air, poised to teach the child a lesson. However, just as he swung his hand down, a sudden force intercepted it, as if his palm had struck a solid shield, sending a tingling sensation through his fingers. In an instant, the child, who had seemed no taller than his waist, transformed into a figure of comparable height. The eye mask fell away, revealing a dull grayish-white left eye. "What? Not blind?" The child then cleared his throat, seemingly adjusting his voice. Under their astonished gazes, Kamishiro finally spoke. "Please, remain calm. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters." Unlike his earlier childish tone, his voice now resonated with clarity and warmth. Was this a transformation technique? So, beneath the guise of a child, there was an adult? What a ridiculous notion. Yamazaki's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression brimming with indignation. The others sensed the shift in the atmosphere and quickly assumed a defensive stance. In these tumultuous times, an unidentified adult posed a far greater threat than a mere child. "Where?" "This way," the leader, Mihiko, responded promptly, redirecting Konoha. The taciturn Nagato followed closely behind. Before long, the trio arrived at the source of the distressing sounds, only to find behind a small hill 5 or 6 men sprawled on the ground, wailing and bruised. They were in Kusagakure, a place suffering from turmoil much like that of Amigakure, where many battles had erupted recently, and unknown ninjas had been raiding villagers for food and resources. Had these individuals been victimized as well? Thankfully, they had not lost their lives. "Hey, are you facing difficulties?" the kind-hearted Mihiko asked first. Clutching his abdomen, Yamazaki could barely discern the approaching figures and, trembling, pointed in a direction. Mihiko interpreted this as the fleeing direction of the wrongdoers. Driven by a profound sense of justice, he rushed off without hesitation. "Mihiko," Konoha called after him, worried. Nagato grasped her arm, shaking his head. There's no danger. On the contrary, he sensed that the individuals before them did not possess benevolent intentions. "Be careful." Just as Nagato contemplated this, a shuriken whizzed past him, and he instinctively shielded Konoha. "You are ninjas from Amigakure, aren't you? Outsiders trespassing in Kusagakure? Times must be tough for you." One of the assailants remarked. "We've just encountered a flock of fat sheep, and our numbers are insufficient. Care to join forces with us?" Meanwhile, Kamishiro, now restored to his adult form, ambled along the path. Engrossed in studying a map he had coerced the previous captives to draw. He questioned its authenticity, but figured that after the beating he had given them, they would hardly dare to deceive him. Speaking of which, having seized this opportunity to leave the group, Suzuki and Shinji would undoubtedly be anxious. How could he contact them to assure them of his safety? Hey, a low, questioning voice called from behind. You were the one who robbed those guys, weren't you? Pausing in his tracks, Kamishiro slowly turned, his gaze not yet focused on the newcomer when a tremendous explosion erupted in the distance. The rising white smoke caused Mihiko to forget about the figure he had been observing. That direction is where Nagato and Konoha are. Realizing something was amiss, Mihiko's expression tightened. What startled him further was the fleeting glimpse of a familiar face passing by him. Wait, he stammered. I didn't mean for this to escalate into violence. I thought I'd let them go, but now trouble brews? The voice, impatient and familiar, echoed in his ears. As the figure brushed past him, Mihiko instinctively sought to shout something, but Kamishiro's presence swiftly pulled him away. When Kamishiro returned, he found Yamazaki and his group surrounding a red-haired boy and a blue-haired girl. The others gripped shuriken affixed with explosive tags, poised to throw them. Realizing this was the mess left by his own momentary negligence, Kamishiro narrowed his eyes and chuckled coldly. What are you up to in my absence? Upon hearing his voice, Yamazaki's group froze, drenched in sweat. It seems you're not only targeting me, but also anyone who passes by. Kamishiro stepped closer, each stride amplifying the anxiety of Yamazaki and his companions, who instantly recalled the pain of their previous beating, retreating with nervously forced smiles. No. We were just trying to scare these inexperienced young ninjas, Yamazaki thought, feeling disgruntled that the two wouldn't cooperate. Oh, scaring them with explosive tags? Quite a few of those, aren't there? Why not use them against me? What do you mean, a few? There are barely any. We're so poor we can't even afford to eat. We must save the expensive tags. As Kamishiro's imposing figure drew closer, Yamazaki felt certain he was doomed. In a moment of desperation, he bit the bullet and hurled a shuriken at Kamishiro. Don't come any closer. In an instant, the area was engulfed in a deafening explosion. When Mihiko arrived a moment too late, his astonished eyes beheld the scene of devastation, where figures were consumed by the blast. Chapter 41. Inconvenience moments later. As the smoke dispersed with the wind, a pair of calm, mismatched eyes began to emerge from the center of the explosion. Kamishiro appeared entirely unscathed. Even brushing off the dust from his clothes, he remarked, "Did I purchase a counterfeit? This explosive tag lacks remarkable power." Yamazaki and his companions gaped in disbelief, their jaws dropping. Would you care for another round? Kamishiro's gaze turned toward them, his tranquil expression concealing an undeniable urgency. I am truly sorry. It was our folly to overestimate ourselves. Sensing the futility of victory, Yamazaki promptly pressed his companions' heads down, kneeling heavily on both knees in a formal apology. Please grant us another chance. Spare us. We acted out of necessity. Observing their trembling figures, as if they had reached a profound realization, Kamishiro momentarily suppressed his murderous intent. Just as he was about to pose further inquiries, a voice, laced with hope, interrupted him. Are you Kamishiro-sensei? Turning, he finally shifted his attention to the blue-haired girl and the red-haired boy beside him. The more he looked, the more familiar they appeared. The red-haired boy with the rinnegan and the blue-haired girl adorned with a lip piercing. Wasn't he this Nagato and Konoha? The very individuals he had intended to seek out in Amagakure? They were unexpectedly close at hand. Noticing his furrowed brow, Konoha exchanged anxious glances with Nagato. Did Kamishiro-sensei not remember them? It was understandable. It had been many years since their first encounter when they were just children. Even after spending 3 years with Jiraiya, who taught them ninjutsu, they had always cherished the memory of Kamishiro-sensei, who had once saved and cared for them. However, Kamishiro-sensei's appearance remained unchanged. Although his attire had shifted to all black, making it difficult for her to recognize him immediately. Upon arriving on the island, Kamiyama-saya felt a dryness in his throat. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, it turned out that his future self had already acquainted himself with these 3 individuals in the past. Their relationship seemed quite profound, as one of them even referred to him as teacher. What could he possibly teach them? Was not Jiraiya their sole instructor? As he grappled with these complex emotions, suddenly, someone leapt onto his back from behind, laughing brightly. You run really fast. Guess who I am? Seeing Yahiko's unrestrained demeanor, Konan and Nagato exchanged worried glances, fearful of provoking an adverse reaction. Unable to guess, Kamiyama-saya replied coolly, leaving her and Nagato momentarily astonished. Even Yahiko, who had recognized him, was taken aback. It appeared he truly did not remember. A sense of disappointment washed over the trio. "Am I not the robber you speak of?" Kamiyama-saya's voice, tinged with amusement, broke the silence. Konan and Nagato, momentarily stunned, couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy. Yahiko, astonished, released his grip and circled to the front, meeting those mismatched eyes. He sheepishly scratched his head. "I made an erroneous judgment. I sincerely apologize." Yahiko then scrutinized the figure before him, crossing his arms. "But teacher, how cruel of you to feign forgetfulness." "That's splendid," Konan and Nagato exclaimed, approaching with evident delight. Kamiyama-saya took a moment to observe them. They appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, still quite young, and likely had yet to embark on the formation of the Akatsuki organization. "Why are you not in the Rain Village? What brings you to the Grass Village?" "Of course, we seek to encounter like-minded individuals," Yahiko declared, his tone imbued with hope. Konan promptly elaborated on their ambitious aspirations. Upon hearing this, Kamiyama-saya realized that Yahiko was already contemplating the establishment of an organization aimed at altering the nation and fostering a bridge of hope for world peace through human interaction. "That's excellent," he smiled. The sight of his smile encouraged the trio. Yahiko, contemplating, boldly invited, "In that case, would you consider joining us, teacher? I could offer you the position of leader." "No," Kamiyama-saya firmly declined, leaving the three momentarily bewildered. "Why not?" Yahiko queried, perplexed. "Aren't you a wandering ninja?" "Oh." Kamiyama-saya shook his head. "I am not." The notion of being a wanderer was irrelevant. He had yet to graduate from the ninja academy. So how could he be considered a ninja? "Which village do you belong to then?" the gentle and approachable Konan inquired. "I hail from Konoha." The mention of this name startled the trio, igniting a flicker of recognition in Yahiko. "Is that the village of Jiraiya-sensei?" "Indeed. It is the same village as the legendary Jiraiya," Kamiyama-saya acknowledged, reflecting that his purpose for being here was to meet Yahiko and the others and devise a way to coax them out of the Rain Village, keeping a close watch over them. Thus, he continued, "Since you address Jiraiya as your teacher, it seems you must know him well. Would you care to accompany me to Konoha?" Jiraiya is currently in the village. Though the notion of meeting their mentor stirred a myriad of emotions within them, the trio ultimately shook their heads, choosing to postpone their visit until they accomplished something significant outside. "If possible, please convey our regards to Jiraiya-sensei," Konan requested. "Yes, and given the current instability in various regions, it wouldn't be prudent for us to venture into another country," Yahiko added. "By the way, teacher, what brings you here?" "I'm on an escort mission." "Oh," Yahiko and Konan nodded, exchanging glances, relieved to have encountered him here, as they were uncertain when they would have another opportunity. "What should we do with these individuals?" Nagato, who had been silent for a while, finally inquired as the atmosphere grew quiet. Meanwhile, Yamazaki and his companions, frozen in their prostrated positions, trembled at the mention of their predicament. "We are merely unremarkable wandering ninjas. You, esteemed sir, are a ninja from a prestigious village like Konoha, far surpassing our abilities. Please do not stoop to our level. If you spare us today, we could provide you with information that may not be favorable to your Konoha." Chapter 42. A chaotic journey. An hour had passed since Kamiyama-saya had been taken, and Suzuki observed the tormented expression on Shokuju's face as he clutched the crumpled note. Yet he remained silent. The group advanced slowly, lacking the previous leisurely demeanor, for they had now entered the territory of the Grass Village, a place fraught with peril, necessitating constant vigilance. As the entrusted ninja of the mission, fulfilling their objective was paramount, compelling Shokuju to adhere to the predetermined route and escort Suzuki and the others to their destination. After a prolonged silence, Suzuki finally fanned himself with a small fan, seemingly curious as he asked, "Is Shokuju-kun truly able to remain so composed after Seiya has been captured? If you need assistance, I would be willing to trade my belongings for his release." "Absolutely not." Shokuju inhaled deeply, crumpling the note and tossing it aside. "You need not worry about such matters. Once the mission is complete, I will rescue him myself." Compared to the fervor and impulsiveness of his youth, Shokuju had matured significantly. A smile flitted across Suzuki's face as he insinuated, "It seems that in your eyes, completing the mission takes precedence over rescuing a comrade." The remark unsettled Shokuju, prompting an immediate retort. In my heart, comrades and missions hold equal weight. Oh, is that so? Suzuki mused. Then why not rescue Seiya immediately? Shokuju was taken aback. They had yet to reach their destination, and the uncertainties along the way were unquantifiable. To rashly abandon the group to rescue someone would be irresponsible. Moreover, those individuals appeared to be motivated solely by greed, unlikely to harm him immediately. Thus, Shokuju steeled his resolve, and after a moment, he turned the question back to Suzuki. Why did you choose a child like Seiya to escort you in the first place? Suzuki paused, then smiled. I simply prefer to have charming children accompany me. It brings me great joy. Hearing Suzuki's nonchalant tone, devoid of concern for Kamiyama Seiya, Shokuju furrowed his brow. Had he not insisted on selecting an ungraduated child, they would not be in this predicament. Yet, such thoughts seemed to unjustly blame Suzuki, compelling Shokuju to avert his gaze from the light-hearted purple eyes. As silence enveloped them, Suzuki, perceiving the lack of conversation as dull, began to chatter incessantly. This situation persisted until they were intercepted along the way by a group of individuals. Unlike the previous incompetent foes, this time the adversaries possessed formidable strength. Several of the guards flanking Suzuki fell swiftly. Ah, Konoha ninjas. One of the assailants recognized Shokuju's forehead protector. Who cares? If we eliminate everyone here, no one will know who did it, a companion arrogantly replied. Thus, the assault intensified. Amidst the chaos, Shokuju shielded Suzuki while recognizing the identity of the attackers. The familiar forehead protectors and the earth-style jutsu suggested that the Iwagakure ninjas had recently been restless, roaming about. There were 9 enemies, 3 of whom appeared to possess strength above the Chunin level, nearing that of Jonin, while the others were roughly at the Jinin level. Were 3 captains leading their subordinates to create havoc? However, such a configuration of strength could not merely be for the purpose of robbing passers-by. Shokuju's mind raced, unable to contemplate further, as the cries of Suzuki's guards echoed, and 2 more fell. Take Lord Suzuki and flee. The remaining 3 guards shouted fervently, and 2 of the Iwagakure shinobi swiftly approached, determined to claim their lives. Ju found himself momentarily overwhelmed as he was besieged by these 3 slightly more formidable Iwagakure ninjas. But should the client perish during this mission, it would not only signify failure, but would also subject Konoha to severe inquiries from the land of demons. After all, Suzuki Shinichi was a renowned noble in the land of demons. And even the 3rd Hokage had graciously acquiesced to his demanding request for a specific selection of ninja for this task. Ha ha ha, it's over. As the 2 Iwagakure ninjas drew ever closer, their sharp kunai poised to pierce the throats of their targets, a sudden gust of wind arose, accompanied by the unsettling sound of flesh being pierced. The splattered crimson stained their garments, casting the white-haired newcomer in a radiant halo, as if illuminated by divine light. Lord Mokuryu? Ju's eyes widened in astonishment, an indescribable thrill flooding his visage. The Lord had revealed his true form. Indeed, he was as mesmerizing as ever. Jima Narihiko, sensing the fervent gaze behind him, remained silent and calmly extracted the Hino Kagetsuchi blade from the lifeless body of an Iwagakure shinobi. Upon noticing the blood on the blade, he furrowed his brow in displeasure. This blade had been meticulously stored in the system space, and he had not anticipated that its first use would be for taking lives rather than vanquishing demons. Witnessing a companion fall lifelessly, another Iwagakure ninja gritted his teeth and retaliated against the sudden intruder, Jima. However, it was not long before he too lay in disbelief on the ground. Meanwhile, Ju managed to temporarily fend off his adversaries and, in a state of urgent distress, glanced towards Suzuki's situation, feeling an immediate heaviness in his heart as anxiety coursed through him. The 3 Iwagakure shinobi also recognized the shift in circumstances with astonishment. Their brief skirmish had revealed that the Konoha ninja before them was not easily subdued, and now another formidable figure had entered the fray. Yet, with their numerical superiority, they believed that 7 could easily overcome 2 skilled opponents. Realizing that the Iwagakure shinobi did not intend to retreat, Ju swallowed hard, furrowing his brow as he steeled himself to confront the challenge, dragged by the 3 Iwagakure ninjas. For others who had ambushed the carriage turned their attention towards the approaching white-haired youth, who advanced towards them with a calm demeanor. Despite his youthful appearance, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, His aura exuded an unsettling confidence that unnerved them. Two of the ninjas exchanged glances before charging forward. Noting the lifeless bodies of 5 or 6 fallen guards, Jima furrowed his brow again. In a matter of moments, he witnessed those 2 comrades being swiftly dispatched. The 2 Awagakure shinobi by the carriage immediately retrieved explosive tags from their ninja tool pouches. However, just as one was about to affix a tag to a metal box, it was swiftly torn away and affixed to their own bodies, sending them flying with a forceful kick. The thunderous explosion startled the fauna of the area. Observing the effortless defeat of his subordinates, the 3 Awagakure ninjas finally recognized the impending danger. They promptly distanced themselves from Ju, contemplating retreat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a white figure obstructed their escape route. With piercing eyes, the figure addressed them. "You are the special Nin from Awagakure, are you not?" At this, the 3 ninjas were taken aback, with Ju equally astonished. No wonder he had struggled to shake off such formidable foes. "Did your superiors not instruct you to breach the borders of Kusagakure and launch a surprise attack on Konoha? Why have you resorted to robbery instead?" The accuracy of Jima's statement regarding their mission left the 3 Iwagakure ninjas in shock. This was classified information. How could he possibly know? Chapter 43, Rest Assured Indeed. They were ninjas from Iwagakure. Meanwhile, hidden behind a rocky outcrop, Yahiko and his companions quietly observed the unfolding scene. "It seems they are preparing to escape. Let us assist." Yahiko attempted to rise, but was halted by Conan's firm grip. "Did not our teacher instruct us to remain uninvolved? We are to wait here." "Yes," Nagato nodded. The rogue ninjas released by their teacher had conveyed the necessary intelligence, and the rest was best left to their mentor. "Right. It would be inconvenient for us to reveal our identities, lest we be mistaken for accomplices of those villains." Hearing the concerns of Conan and Nagato, Yahiko paused, inhaling sharply, before turning his gaze. "I understand." Meanwhile, with their true intentions unveiled, the 3 Iwagakure ninjas were being suppressed by Jima and Ju. Observing the imminent capture of the detestable foes, Suzuki clapped enthusiastically. Yet, before he could relish the moment, he watched in disbelief as the 3 ninjas suddenly raised their kunai. Committing suicide. Huh. Suzuki was momentarily stunned. Ju also paused, quickly grasping the rationale behind their drastic actions. It was merely a means to prevent the disclosure of vital village secrets. Captured ninjas typically endured torturous interrogations, and this was a method to evade such torment should their mission fail. "I am truly sorry, Lord Suzuki," Ju spoke, his gaze falling upon the remaining guards beside Suzuki, feeling a sense of guilt. "Well, it is regrettable but unavoidable," Suzuki waved dismissively, reassured by their prowess. "Of course, Ju-kun is quite commendable as well, holding his own against 3 adversaries. Quite the formidable character beneath that youthful exterior." Flattered by the praise, Ju felt a warmth rise to his cheeks, only to notice Suzuki darting forward to stand before Jima, fanning his face with a small handkerchief in a bashful manner. "Jima-sensei, I must thank you for saving me earlier. Had you not come, I would not be standing here today. You truly are my savior." Jima glanced at the exuberant Suzuki, finally voicing the question he had long wished to ask. Why such ostentation? He referred to the act of transporting those metal boxes with a cart. Anyone with even a modicum of perception would assume they contained valuable items, making them ripe for robbery. Haha, Suzuki chuckled, about to provide a simple explanation when Ju interjected with a question. "Do you know Lord Suzuki?" Suzuki blinked, glancing at the impassive Jima before denying, "I do not know him. Today is our first meeting." He had promised Lord Mokuryu not to divulge any details. Hence, he would not acknowledge their acquaintance in front of outsiders, even though he yearned to declare their relationship to the world. Upon hearing Suzuki's words, Ju's gaze shifted to Jima. The silhouette from his memories became somewhat blurred, yet the difference lay in the fact that the latter had not changed in appearance, while he himself had matured from youth. Ju scratched his head, hesitating before stammering, "How have you been all these years?" Taken aback by the sudden formal address accompanied by such shyness, Jima paused, soon realizing that Ju was familiar with his past self. He responded with a hint of curiosity, "And you are?" Fearing that Jima might not recall, Ju hastily recounted the story of his rescue on the battlefield. As Ju anxiously awaited a response, Jima finally seemed to understand, nodding with feigned wisdom. "Ah, I see. You are that reckless little brat. Ju's face flushed instantly. I am no longer a brat. Jima had no intention of prolonging the conversation, merely smiling before turning away. As he sensed the possibility of departure, Shinshu's expression immediately tightened. Senpai. Kamishima Naruhiko turned back, but Shinshu found his throat constricted. The words he wished to express rendered elusive by the suddenness of their reunion. After much contemplation, Shinshu finally managed to say, I am truly delighted to see you again. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance back then, and for what just transpired. So, when will you return to the village? Aren't you one of our village's ninjas? These words prompted Suzuki to ponder deeply. Indeed, it seemed that Lord Mokuryu had transformed into a child to conceal his identity while staying in Konoha. Besides himself, it appeared he had aided many others in the past. Although he appeared indifferent to all matters, he never truly turned a blind eye. How intriguing. Well, let's discuss it later. After dismissing Shinshu with a wave, Kamishima Naruhiko walked on, casting an indirect glance towards the high rocks opposite them. Sensing his gaze upon them, Yahiko and the others were startled. It seems the matter has been resolved. Let us descend. Agreed. Minutes later, the four of them successfully convened. Before they could utter anything eloquent, they suddenly beheld Kamishima Naruhiko transform into a child of about 10, his left eye obscured by an eye patch. Yahiko was taken aback. Confused. What is our teacher doing? Preparing to connect you, he replied. Huh. They failed to comprehend. No need for further inquiries. Simply follow my instructions. Shinshu-kun. No need to look anymore. That senpai has already departed. Upon hearing Suzuki's jest, Shinshu regretfully averted his gaze. Suddenly realizing he had made a grave error, he had forgotten to inquire about the senpai's name. Nevertheless, seeing that the individual was alive brought him relief. The years of unexpressed gratitude had finally lightened his heart. Upon returning, he must share this with his sister and the others. Speaking of which, did Lord Suzuki truly not recognize him? When asked, Suzuki continued to fan himself, smiling. I do not know him. Thus, it seemed that learning the other's name from Suzuki was out of the question. While lost in thought, Shinshu suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence nearby. Who goes there? A girl with blue hair, clad in a black outfit with a mesh lining, appeared not far away. From her, Shinshu could detect no malice. At that moment, by a gently flowing river, the three were fishing with makeshift rods. The white-haired one was observing where the fish gathered, Nagato was baiting the hooks, and Yahiko was casting the line. After a while, Nagato softly inquired, is it truly all right to have Konan notify them? Kamishima Naruhiko, reclining on the grass with his chin propped up, smiled leisurely. Rest assured, Konan is so gentle and lovely. She will not face any trouble. Yahiko turned to them. Seriousness etched on his face. Shoo, do not speak, or the fish will flee. Accustomed to the Air Force, Kamishima Naruhiko thought nothing of it. It's not that easy to catch them anyway. Just as he spoke, Yahiko felt a tug and immediately reeled in, grinning with delight. Ha! I've got one. Witnessing the lively fish, Kamishima Naruhiko was momentarily at a loss. What? Is it really that easy? Teacher, why do you look unwell? Yahiko remarked, as he removed the fish and handed it to Nagato. By the way, I learned this technique from you back in the day, and since then, I have developed a fondness for fishing. He then warmly invited, Teacher, would you like to give it a try? You would surely catch them faster than I. Kamishima Naruhiko turned his head, his expression blank. No, thank you. He covered his bewildered head with one hand. Was it because he taught them fishing for survival that they called him teacher? How embarrassing. His skills were hardly commendable. Ahem, I already mentioned it. From now on, do not call me teacher. Use my name instead. Upon hearing this, Yahiko, who was diligently casting his line, faltered. Name? Chapter 44. Please take care of me, having always addressed him by his surname and respectfully referred to him as teacher. The sudden request to call him by his name seemed to signify a shift towards a somewhat ambiguous relationship, even if it was necessitated by circumstances. By the way, what was teacher Kamishima's name? Yahiko closed his eyes, earnestly trying to recall, his heart racing slightly. Since he had never called him that, the impression was faint. And when the time came, he simply could not remember. Was he supposed to call him Kamishima? No, that felt too stiff. It seemed even more awkward than calling him teacher, and he did not want that. Naruhiko. At that moment, Nagato spoke up, skillfully handling the fish scales with a shuriken, his long hair concealing most of his face, making it difficult to discern his expression. Is this acceptable? Yes, indeed. Kamishima Naruhiko smiled with satisfaction. Nagato paused in his task of scaling the fish, then resumed, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth revealing his good spirits. Seeing there was little he could assist with, Kamishima Naruhiko turned his head and noticed Yahiko, holding a fishing rod by the riverbank, gazing at them with wide, astonished eyes. Upon meeting his gaze, Yahiko immediately cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Naruhiko, come here and help me with the bait. Can't you do it yourself?" At this, Yahiko's face turned pale. "I refuse. Worms are slimy and disgusting." "What? You are scared of that?" Haha. Seeing Kamishima Naruhiko bend over in laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, Yahiko felt utterly humiliated. Seeking to redeem himself elsewhere, he began to fish with even greater fervor, one fish after another. The speed left Kamishima Naruhiko, who had just stopped laughing, in utter silence. Was Yahiko truly the reincarnation of a river god? No, why would he be? Surely, this would be enough to eat, right? Feeling satisfied, Yahiko set the fishing rod down, but then sensed a low pressure that had appeared beside him. Turning his head, he was first puzzled, then a twitch at the corner of his mouth signaled something amiss. "Teacher Kamishima." "No, Naruhiko. Could it be that you are displeased because you couldn't catch a fish yourself?" "TSK. It was all his fault for wanting to show off and for having overlooked this." Realizing this, Yahiko quickly stood up to offer his spot. "Naruhiko, you come sit here." "Why? Haven't you caught enough already?" Yahiko lowered his gaze to the now shorter figure before him, speaking sternly. "I assent it because you look so eager." As he spoke, he hastily looked down for the bait bag, his expression suddenly surprised. It's empty." The image of the wriggling worms surged in his mind, and Yahiko was suddenly covered in goosebumps, shivering uncontrollably. Moments later, he gritted his teeth, suppressing his disgust, and turned to flee. "Wait for me." Watching Yahiko dash away in a hurry, Kamishima Naruhiko tilted his head, suddenly reminded of Obito, who was still in the village. Perhaps those with an optimistic and cheerful disposition share similarities. Thus, when they become cold, lifeless corpses, it is all the more difficult to believe and accept. "Nagato, I have something for you, or rather, for you specifically." Hearing this, Nagato set down his fish and looked over, the rippling patterns of his rinnegan reflecting a hint of doubt. "To bring peace to your nation, you and Yahiko, along with Konan, aspire to establish an organization of considerable influence, which is undoubtedly commendable. However, as far as I know, the leader of your village, Hanzo of the Salamander, is quite the suspicious individual, so do not place too much trust in his words. Besides, the future is uncertain, and you are still too young, likely to encounter situations beyond your control. At that time, use this summoning technique to contact me, and I will appear at the first opportunity. I will now hide the technique within your eyes." As Ueshima Naruya raised his hand and tiptoed to touch Nagato's left eye of reincarnation, a wisp of black flame slithered from his fingertips, deftly entering the eye. Nagato blinked, feeling a brief warmth, but no further discomfort. "So, Seiya, you have been keeping an eye on our nation's affairs all along." Ueshima Naruya paused, unsure of how to respond, and could only nod in a modest manner. "Yes, I have been following." Nagato gazed at him, pondering why he had remained silent for so many years without a word, but then recalled how Jiraiya, their teacher who had instructed them in ninjutsu for 3 years, had gracefully waved goodbye when he saw them capable of standing on their own. Thus, he restrained his impulse to inquire further. Perhaps, as ninjas of Konoha, they understood the necessity of maintaining a certain distance from ninjas of other villages. Reflecting on this was unavoidable. It was fortunate they had not encountered each other on the battlefield of enmity, and one could not wish for more companionship. "I'm back." Yahiko's voice broke the moment, sensing a shift in the atmosphere between Ueshima Naruya and Nagato. He approached and asked, "What is going on?" "Nothing much. Just got some sand in my eyes from the wind, and I asked Seiya to help blow it out." Nagato replied nonchalantly, squatting down to continue his task. "With your hair covering them, how could sand possibly get in?" Yahiko, ever concerned and trusting of his companions, chuckled lightly, then lifted a bag of soil he had been holding. "I caught some earthworms. Want to try fishing with them?" Seiya flatly declined. "No." Yahiko looked astonished. "Why not? I went through the trouble of catching them." I said no. Hearing the firm refusal, Yahiko was momentarily taken aback, his shoulders slumping as he felt defeated. Sigh. What a waste. Yahiko returned to his spot, beginning to reel in his line when suddenly, he heard Seiya's calm voice. "Look, you've already caught so many. It proves I've taught you well, so there is no need for me to fish for anyone else." Yahiko perked up, turning around to meet Seiya's azure eye, his gloomy mood nearly evaporating. He cheerfully nodded, "That's true. But I still want to see you fish, not to prove anything to anyone, but simply because I want to watch you fish." After all, not long ago, he had been wide-eyed watching from the side, hadn't he? Ueshima Seiya thought, this kid just wants to see him fail, right? Not a chance. This was his last shred of dignity. So, feigning ignorance, he ran off to help Nagato roast fish instead. Hey, Yahiko called out, trying to capture attention. Of course, no one paid him any mind. It smells so good. Not long after, a familiar voice shattered the silence. "Ah, little Seiya." Spotting the figure nearby transformed back into a child, Suzuki rushed over, only to be intercepted at the last moment by Yahiko. Although Seiya had mentioned that this person was his client for the current mission, he appeared quite frivolous at first glance. "It's all right, Yahiko," Ueshima Seiya interjected. "Suzuki knows my true identity, just like you all do." Upon hearing this, Yahiko, Nagato, and Suzuki were taken aback. The three exchanged scrutinizing glances, unsure of what to think. "Suzuki, if possible, I would like to ask you to look after them more in the future," Seiya added, his words carrying weight. Suzuki, sensing the significance of the request, retracted his scrutinizing gaze and responded with a smile, "I will surely keep your request in mind." Chapter 45. Now, hold me for a moment. To establish an organization, funds are indispensable. Thus Ueshima Seiya had set his sights on Suzuki. After all, this fellow was quite wealthy, regardless of the type of commissioned tasks. The fees he offered were exorbitantly high. Hence, he hoped Suzuki could assign more such tasks to Yahiko and the others. Suzuki, being a straightforward individual, readily agreed without a second thought. "By the way, why are you the only one here? SHJ, Kuin, and the blue-haired girl are behind." Suzuki grinned and leaned closer to Seiya, whispering, "I was so eager to meet you that I ran extra fast." Ueshima Seiya thought, he truly underestimated Suzuki. "What's the matter with you?" Yahiko stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Seiya. Observing this, Suzuki, with a fan covering his mouth, chuckled heartily. "Oh dear. If it weren't for the different hair colors and appearances, I would have thought the child who sent little Seiya off at the entrance of Konoha was standing before me now. I think they resemble each other quite a bit, right? But the other one is a bit cuter," Ueshima Seiya remarked candidly, "whereas this one is more handsome." Suzuki nodded in agreement, then eagerly blinked. "What about me? How do I appear in your eyes?" "A walking vault of gold." "Ha, you're so blunt." Watching the two banter back and forth, much like parents boasting about their exceptional child, Yahiko found himself at a loss for words, left speechless for a long moment. Who are they talking about? Who resembles whom? Is the handsome one referring to him? Suddenly noticing Yahiko's face turning a deeper shade of red, Nagato sighed inwardly, yet felt a sense of comfort. Having such a supportive person nearby was undeniably a good thing. "It's time to say goodbye." Suddenly, Ueshima Seiya's words froze the atmosphere. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged urgent glances, but before they could say much more, Conan arrived, leading SHJ. "Thank you for saving Seiya." SHJ expressed his gratitude to the three. Aware they were all ninjas from Amigakure and noting their relatively young ages, he refrained from saying more. Ueshima Seiya glanced at the now taciturn SHJ, feeling a sense of helplessness. After all, Konoha and Amigakure were not allies. Due to Amigakure's unique geographical situation, their leader, Hanzo the Salamander, had chosen to ally with the victorious side. Thus, SHJ's lack of warmth was to be expected. Moreover, he vaguely remembered that it was a Konoha ninja who had killed Nagato's parents. With this thought, he felt a twinge of concern that Nagato might recall past grievances upon seeing other Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, until their parting, Nagato displayed no signs of discontent. Rather, it was Yahiko who seemed somewhat downcast. The perceptive Conan gently pulled him aside, seemingly offering silent comfort. Achoo! The weather was clear and bright today, and as Obito walked along the road, he sneezed. "What's this? Is someone missing me? Is it Seiya?" He mused cheerfully, rubbing his nose, calculating the time. That fellow had been away from the village for several days. He should be returning soon. Thankfully, he didn't have any missions outside the village during this time. Otherwise, upon Seiya's return, he would have been out again, and that would have been quite the inconvenience. Since they had known each other, they had never endured such a prolonged separation. The only change in the village during these days was the addition of a pesky follower. "Why are you always following me?" Obito snapped, turning around angrily to point at the trailing Mitarashi Anko. Compared to his exasperation, Anko leisurely replied, "Tell me that guy's whereabouts. And I won't follow you anymore." "Why should I tell you?" Obito retorted, visibly displeased. "Don't forget, you attacked him in public. There's no way I'd let someone reckless like you trouble Seiya." "Obito." At that moment, Shizun appeared, her large eyes filled with concern. "Tsunade-sensei said Seiya has taken leave, so he hasn't been attending school these days. Is he alright?" "Oh, seems he is sick then." Anko turned around, waving her hand as she prepared to leave. "You should have said so earlier. I'm not interested in dueling with a sick person." "Uft. You're the one who is sick." Feeling a sense of misfortune, Obito furrowed his brow and quickly retorted loudly. Once Hondo had walked away, he turned back to glare at the innocent-looking Shursui, saying, "Can't you find someone else? Why are you always so attached to me?" Shursui paused for a moment, then smiled. "It's simply that I feel a strong compatibility in various aspects, and it has become an unconscious habit. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." Obito's expression remained blank. "You have caused me trouble." "Oh, really?" "Absolutely." "Haha, I apologize then." It felt like a punch into cotton, ineffectual and speechless. In a huff, Obito turned on his heel and walked away. This particular mission had been described to him by Kakashi as a secretive one, known only to a select few: the client, the entrusted ninja, and the Hokage. He was the sole individual informed by Kakashi. Thus, in the interest of confidentiality and the maintenance of this unique law, he must remain tight-lipped. After a while, another voice called out, "Obito, what now?" Assuming it was yet another bothersome individual approaching, he responded with an unnecessarily loud and impatient tone. When he turned to see who had called him, he was taken aback. A few meters away, Kakashi stood looking at him, a hint of surprise in his expression. "What's wrong? Are you feeling down?" He approached, his tone gentle and concerned. In that instant, Obito felt the weight of loneliness that had accumulated over the past few days surge uncontrollably like a tide upon hearing Kakashi's voice. Despite having lived alone in the Uchiha compound for many years, he had never experienced such a strong feeling of isolation. What was happening? It had only been a few days apart, yet it felt as though an eternity had passed, leaving him in a murky emotional state. Especially during the lonely nights spent guarding the empty house, often leading him to wonder if he had returned to those bygone days. "Why are you silent?" Lost in thought, Kakashi stopped in front of him, leaning in closer to scrutinize the black eyes behind the goggles. Besides the days, Obito seemed to be in a trance. What could he possibly be thinking to be so engrossed? "Did something happen while I was gone?" "From your tone earlier, it sounded rather fierce, and it startled me." Obito snapped back to reality, eyes wide, and gripped Kakashi's wrist tightly, enunciating each word. "Kakashi, please hug me right now." Kakashi, bewildered by Obito's sudden outburst, chose not to question it further. Instead, he paused briefly and gently reminded him, "You need to let go of my wrist first." Obito glanced down and quickly released his grip. The next moment, without hesitation, Kakashi wrapped his arms around Obito and whispered in his ear, "Is this what you wanted?" "Uh-huh." Obito, feeling a bit embarrassed, blinked and wiped his slightly sweaty palms on his pants. The anxiety that had surged within him began to dissipate with this gesture, quickly replaced by elation. Obito squinted his eyes, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he reciprocated the embrace. "No, it's not an illusion. It's really you." "Kakashi, how wonderful. What are you two up to?" Kakashi's voice always seemed to arrive at the most opportune moments. Kakashi calmly released Obito and remarked pointedly, "As you can see, someone was just being affectionate." Obito, feeling a mix of shame and anger, protested vehemently, "I was not." Chapter 46, Graduation Qualifications. "Excuse me." The door to the Hokage's office swung open as Shino entered, prepared to submit the latest mission report. The third Hokage, pipe in hand, greeted him with a warm demeanor. "Was everything smooth?" Shino nodded. Overall, the mission went well, but he felt it necessary to report on a diversion related to the rock village that occurred along the way. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression grew serious. In truth, not only the rock village, but also the influence of various nations over surrounding forces was gradually waning, leading to ongoing invasions and internal strife among them. It was only natural for those factions to set their sights on Konoha, but he hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. The Second Great Ninja War had ended only a few years ago. How many years of peace had it been since then? Setting that aside, you seem to be in good spirits upon your return. Did something good happen? Caught off guard by the third Hokage's keen observation, Shino was momentarily at a loss for words, remembering how the individual he had encountered had been reluctant to share much. He felt that pressing the matter further would only be inappropriate. As long as he knew that person was safe and alive, that was enough. Ah, indeed. I met an old friend I hadn't seen in many years. Shino scratched his head with a smile. A minute later, the door opened again. After walking just a few steps, Shino paused in his tracks. Sensei? In the corridor stood Orochimaru, his golden eyes exuding a tranquil demeanor, his tone steady and gentle. Welcome back, Shino. Seeing his most revered teacher, Shino could no longer contain his joy and recounted the incident of meeting his lifesaver once more. Is that so? Orochimaru blinked, smiling softly, a hint of deeper meaning in his expression. He is still the same? Shino instinctively nodded. Yes, exactly as I remember him. Just as powerful, just as youthful. Orochimaru continued to smile. Did you manage to find out his name? At this, Shino felt a pang of regret. I was too excited at the time. And I forgot to ask. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru pondered for a moment before softly murmuring. It seems there has been no change at all. Sensei? Shino, slightly puzzled, looked at him. Orochimaru merely patted his shoulder, shifting the topic. You should go tell Tsunade. She will surely be pleased for you. After watching Shino leave, Orochimaru soon turned to depart as well. He had initially intended to inquire about how Shino was faring with that child. The last time he had sent Danzo to find him, he had unexpectedly encountered resistance from the Hyuga clan, resulting in a failed mission. Therefore, he had to gather information from other sources. However, he was surprised to learn that Shino had met the person who had saved him in the past. Reflecting on it, Tsunade had also been seeking information about that person, even coming to ask him alongside Jiraiya. At the time, he found it cumbersome and feigned ignorance to brush them off. They might not even realize that both inquiries referred to the same individual. After all, who could connect a young man who had saved his brother with someone from the same era as the first Hokage? After all these years, that person was still alive. Was it immortality? But how could a human being achieve such a feat? This left Orochimaru feeling immensely curious. At the same time, he harbored slight doubts that the child was not just a descendant, but rather the very individual who had concealed himself. If that were the case, he could not conspire with Danzo regarding the other SIs. His primary pursuit was not this, but rather the same secrets as that individual. In the bustling classroom, Tsukuwa Iruka entered with a solemn expression. In just half a year, the theoretical courses had been significantly reduced, while practical training had been greatly increased, providing students with more opportunities to practice outdoors. Is today another practical class, Teacher Tsukuwa? Indeed. With his affirmative response, the atmosphere in the classroom became noticeably more vibrant. It appeared that most students were not fond of the dreary classroom lectures. How about a sparring session after class? Shursui turned to pat the person sitting next to him, his large eyes blinking playfully. Let me help you get energized. Kakashi, who was resting his head on the desk, did not lift his gaze. No. Haven't we fought enough? The audience will get bored. Not at all. Shursui smiled. A back-and-forth exchange is far more captivating than a one-hit victory. And every time we spar, I learn something new. Would you like to hear about it? Finally unable to resist, Kakashi lifted his head, curious about Shursui's warm smile. Jishui, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and admitted, Ah, how did I fall for that? He noticed that you appeared rather listless these past few days. So I thought I would tease you a bit. My apologies, it seems I am not cut out for this. Observing the now humble Jishui, Shang Daoqing shook his head. He was inexplicably anxious. Over the past half-year, nothing significant had transpired around him, and it seemed that Danzo had also fallen silent, refraining from sending his subordinates to cause trouble. Even Akame, who had constantly boasted about challenging him to a duel, had quieted down. The only perplexing occurrence was Orochimaru's occasional presence before him, his gaze imbued with curiosity and intrigue. He even invited him to visit his laboratory when he had the time. How strange. Shouldn't such clandestine research be kept under wraps? Why would he casually invite a child to observe? Was Orochimaru testing something? Before he could ponder the scientist's intentions further, his mind was overtaken by other matters. Due to recent oppression from major nations, smaller countries were expressing their outrage, and conflicts had erupted frequently. Konoha had also been embroiled in numerous wars. Renowned ninjas like Kakashi and Obito had been dispatched to the front lines, ceasing their acceptance of missions, and it would be a while before they returned. Reflecting on Obito's nonchalant wave and his promise to return safely seemed like a memory from yesterday. Are you worried about Obito and the others? Jishui quietly inquired. Seeing through his concerns, ninjas of their rank were unlikely to be assigned overly dangerous missions for the time being. Reassured, Shang Daoqing seized upon a key word, temporarily. It was merely temporary. For now, the Third Great Ninja War was still in its early stages, and personnel were adequate. However, as the war progressed, even children as young as a few years old would be compelled to take to the battlefield, like Itachi in the original story, who witnessed the brutality of war at just 4 years old. Although he was aware of the plot, unforeseen events always seemed to arise, making worry inevitable. A few minutes later, the classroom shifted to the outdoor playground for the lesson. Sukuwa Irai's voice rang out with clarity. Everyone, pay attention and do not slack off. The increase in practical combat classes is not without reason. During this period, outstanding students will have the opportunity to graduate early and become official and honorable ninjas of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Shang Daoqing, who had previously displayed little energy, suddenly locked eyes with Jishui. Chapter 47. Feeling shy, Senior, you two have certainly not disappointed me. In the teacher's office, Sukuwa Irai beamed with joy as he praised Shang Daoqing and Jishui, declaring them the two most exceptional talents in his class. Especially you. Chung, I was initially concerned that you might struggle to keep up with the curriculum due to your age difference with the other children. But I never anticipated how remarkably you would develop over these past 6 months. The Hokage's special recommendation truly does not miss the mark. Haha, dinner is on me tonight. In contrast to Tsukuwa Irai's cheerful demeanor, Shang Daoqing and Jishui remained largely unfazed. It seemed that the Uchiha clan had long intended to expedite Jishui's graduation. Shang Daoqing was also keen on not lingering in the ninja academy any longer. Now, with this opportunity at hand, the two resolved to seize the chance to qualify for early graduation. The academy's current encouragement for students to graduate likely served as preparation for future demands. The third Hokage seemed to have sensed the looming threats surrounding Konoha, thus taking measures to stockpile special forces before the village's capacity was overwhelmed in the war. After them, more students would undoubtedly follow suit in graduating early. The Third Great Ninja War, where Konoha faced 4 adversaries, was far more brutal than the previous 2 conflicts, marked by a prolonged duration and extreme devastation. Although powerful shinobi like Minato Namikaze emerged during this time, it was overshadowed by a series of tragedies that unfolded throughout the war. As night fell, with stars twinkling in the clear sky, Shang Daoqing descended the stairs. Lost in thought, suddenly sensing something, he looked up to see bright lights streaming from the window, indicating someone was home. He paused for a moment before continuing up the staircase. Just as he retrieved his key to unlock the door, it swung open, revealing Obito's excited voice. Chung. Just as expected, Obito had returned. However, his once bright smile was marred by scrapes, and his head was wrapped in bandages. I saw your figure downstairs through the window. Were you startled by my return? Shang Daoqing stepped inside and glanced at Obito, replying, I was indeed startled. He refrained from mentioning that he had seen the light from the window earlier. Obito, believing his prank to be a success, instinctively reached up to scratch his head, only to wince as he hit a sensitive spot. How did you get hurt? Shang Daoqing pulled him aside and urged him to sit. Their gazes met, and Obito, somewhat embarrassed, turned his eyes away and confessed, I accidentally stumbled into an enemy trap and was caught in an explosion. Kakashi saved me just in time. And let me tell you, Kakashi has been quite the showstopper these days. Sensei Minato said he would be eligible to take the Chunin exam soon. As Obito spoke, Shang Daoqing could sense his genuine happiness. Despite their apparent differences, Obito was still able to feel joy for Kakashi's accomplishments. What about you? He asked. Rising to examine the bandaged head, he raised his hand to reach out. Obito, unsure of what he was about to do, blinked but did not shy away, allowing Cheng's hand to rest on his hair. I just recently passed the Chunin exam. I'm still a ways off from becoming a Jonin. But now, I feel like I've fallen quite behind Kakashi, Obito lamented, but there's nothing to be done. After all, Kakashi is a prodigy and works so hard. It's truly enviable. Listening to Obito ramble on, Shang Daoqing quietly absorbed his words, a strange healing glow subtly emanating from his palm. A few moments later, he casually withdrew his hand and sat back down. Obito was momentarily taken aback. Was it just his imagination? Or did the pain he had felt earlier seem to vanish after talking to Chung? Was it simply a distraction? You are not lacking either, Shang Daoqing said gently. His azure right eye focused intently on Obito. A two-tomo Sharingan Uchiha is indeed a rarity. For some reason, upon hearing such comforting words, Obito felt his heart skip a beat. Chung, as always, had a way with words that was truly uplifting. He wondered where he had learned such things. Have you eaten yet? Shang Daocheng inquired. Obito snapped back to reality, shaking his head. No, I just got back and was about to make something. Then take a break. I'll go cook. After a few minutes, as Obito stared at the single bowl of simple buckwheat noodles before him, his expression faltered. Shang Daocheng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke up. We're out of ingredients at home. I'll go shopping tomorrow. Let's make do for tonight. No. Obito replied, looking up intently. I meant, what about your portion? I already ate outside, he explained, sharing the details of Tsukuwa Iri treating them to dinner and the news of their early graduation qualification. What? Obito seemed taken aback for a moment. You've only been in school for such a short time, and you're already graduating early. That's impressive. After a moment of thought, he asked, is Jishui graduating early as well? Yes. Obito clenched his jaw in frustration. If only he were a few years younger and could graduate alongside you. No. If that were the case, he would be younger than Chang, and it was uncertain whether they could become friends in the future. Perhaps it will be overlooked, after all. Not everyone can capture attention like Shisui. Uchiha Obito observed the myriad expressions of his companion, seemingly entangled in his own thoughts. It was unclear what this young man was pondering. Every mention of Shisui seemed to ignite his excitement. Why bother competing with a child like Shisui? Let us eat, Obito-senpai. The wandering thoughts of Obito were abruptly interrupted by this address, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Senpai? What is the matter? Uchiha Shinjitsu tilted his head and stated, Aren't you my senpai since you graduated before me? Or do you dislike being called that? Obito felt an inexplicable tension, momentarily at a loss for words. In the past, younger girls had referred to him as senpai, but that was merely to gain insight into Kakashi or to request his assistance in delivering love letters. Why entangle an innocent person in such schemes? At that time, he found it utterly irritating, especially as he watched the girls, including Rin, direct their attention toward Kakashi. However, now, being addressed in such a manner stirred a strange sensation within him, causing his heart and fingertips to tingle oddly. He felt as though his ears were ablaze, prompting him to lower his head, desperately trying to suppress the feeling. Noticing Obito's amusing reaction, Shinjitsu was increasingly animated. Hurry and eat, Obito-senpai, or your noodles will clump together. What is wrong with Obito-senpai? Burying your head like that won't fill your stomach. After feigning contemplation for a moment, he hit the nail on the head. Could it be that you're shy because I called you senpai? Obito suddenly lifted his head and glared back, his embarrassment transforming into irritation, nearly triggering his Sharingan. If you know everything, why do you keep teasing me? Shinjitsu chuckled, haha. Didn't I say this is one of my pleasures? Are you angry? Obito quickly inhaled, seizing a pair of chopsticks and grumbled. How could I possibly be angry over this? Enough already, I'm hungry. I'm about to dig in. Shinjitsu smiled brightly, haha good. Chapter 48, are you alright? On the streets of Konoha, Obito, how did you remove the bandages so quickly? Oh, it seems the wound has healed. Really? Just one night? Is Rin's medical skill that remarkable? I didn't feel any pain while sleeping last night, and upon waking, I found there wasn't even a scar, haha. Yahiko Rin smiled shyly, her thoughts initially occupied with concern for Obito's injury. She had intended to check on him and advise him to rest, especially since the recent situation had been perilous, but fortunately, they had narrowly escaped death. However, participating in the war so directly, clashing with enemies, left an indescribable heaviness in their hearts, particularly during the silences between battles. To alleviate the atmosphere, Obito had engaged Rin in conversation, diverting their focus. Shinjitsu has qualified for early graduation? Upon hearing this, Rin's expression turned to one of astonishment. Yes, Obito nodded with pride. She grasped his arm, exclaiming, we must celebrate. Let us go buy some gifts right now. Taken aback, Obito glanced down at their interlinked hands, blushing as he stammered, I was thinking the same. However, he hadn't yet decided what to buy to congratulate Shinjitsu on his graduation. Rin seemed to have some ideas. He resolved to ask for her opinion later. Lost in thought, Obito walked alongside the cheerfully striding Yahiko Rin. Soon, he spotted a familiar white figure standing outside a bookstore. Recognizing who it was, Obito's spirits lifted as he waved enthusiastically. Shinjitsu, standing at the bookstore entrance, turned to see Obito, his gaze first glancing at him before slowly settling on the hands they were holding. Obito, acutely aware of where Shinjitsu's attention lay, quickly withdrew his hand from Rin's grasp. Awkwardly scratching his head, he felt compelled to clarify, perhaps to assure Shinjitsu that there was nothing between him and Rin, that it was merely an accident without any deeper implication. Yet, the words caught in his throat. Shinjitsu raised an eyebrow, silently mouthing on a date. Obito's heart raced. Subconsciously, he wished for a reality where he and Rin were indeed on a date, yet instinctively wanted to deny it. No, it's not what you think. He hastily replied silently. Just then, he noticed Kakashi exiting the bookstore, heading toward Shinjitsu. Obito's earlier joy swiftly dissipated into gloom. Kakashi. Rin cheerfully approached. Kakashi glanced over. What brings you here? You're not planning to buy something peculiar for Shinjitsu, are you? Obito frowned, his eyes filled with disdain. Kakashi tilted his head. Don't play innocent, you brooding fellow. Just don't share any of that nonsense and corrupt Shinjitsu. Kakashi observed Obito's agitated demeanor, then turned back to Shinjitsu, his expression seemingly questioning the boy's well-being. Shinjitsu offered no judgment, merely smiling lightly. This scene ignited a flare of irritation within Obito. Earlier that morning, he had noticed Shinjitsu leaving behind a note about attending the ninja school. How did he end up here with Kakashi? And at the bookstore, no less? Infuriating. Seeing the fiery gaze from behind Obito's goggles, Kakashi sighed, calmly stating, "Stop imagining things. With that imagination, you might as well wrap your head in bandages again." Obito retorted, "You." Initially, he had intended to be amiable towards Kakashi since the latter had saved his life, but the moment he opened his mouth, his frustration resurfaced. While struggling to devise a retort, Might Guy emerged from the store, bellowing enthusiastically, "Hey Kakashi, you're out early. Truly worthy of my rival." Obito was taken aback. What? Even this formidable beast is here? Not wishing to delve into explanations, Kakashi shook his head, addressing Guy. "What are we competing over now?" Let us head to the revolving sushi restaurant." Kakashi nodded, then in an instant, vanished from sight, followed by a spirited Guy. This left Obito, stunned, with Rin, who was bewildered by the turn of events, and another smiling white-haired individual. Moments later, Kakashi and Guy were engaged in a contest at the bookstore. Merely a coincidence that Obito happened to witness. Suddenly, Shinjitsu's voice broke the silence, explaining, causing Obito to freeze in confusion. Did I misunderstand? Shinjitsu, having suppressed laughter for quite some time, gradually regained his composure. Obito's imaginative leaps were typically grand, yet in their usual banter, Kakashi seemed to excel. "So, Shinjitsu, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to school?" Shinjitsu responded with a casual "oh," explaining that he had already visited the school and was now waiting for Shursui. Obito interjected, "Shinjitsu, what's the matter? Why does Obito look even more distressed than before? By the way, is your head wound still hurting?" He smiled, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. "The bandage is off now. Thanks to Miss Rin for treating you. You should express your gratitude." Shinjitsu winked knowingly. Realizing the implication, Obito responded, surprisingly embarrassed, turning away with a hint of displeasure, "I know." Yahiko Rin hurriedly waved her hands, modestly indicating that she hadn't done much to help. "Sorry for the wait." At that moment, a voice intruded. Shizuka had grown accustomed to the wariness emanating from Obito's eyes and greeted him with an air of calmness. Observing Obito and Rin standing together, Shizuka pondered for a moment before unabashedly asking, "Are you two on a date?" The expression on Rin's face shifted suddenly, and she hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, No. Obito, abruptly turning his head, blushed deeply, retorting, "Stop talking nonsense, you shorty." Shizuka's smile faltered. "Shorty? Is he referring to me?" On the sidelines. Kamizaki couldn't contain himself any longer and chuckled heartily for a while, then patted the disheartened Shizuka on the shoulder and waved at the irate Obito. "We still need to gather with our teacher, so we'll be on our way." Chapter 49. The capricious snob. As he watched the two depart, Obito stood there, momentarily stunned. Rin's gentle voice broke the silence. It seems Obito doesn't quite like Shizuka. Moreover, he even called someone several years younger than him a shorty. Such childish words made Rin chuckle. "Oops, my apologies." Upon hearing this, the heat that had just left Obito's face surged back. "It's because that guy is always hanging around with Kamizaki." Rin's lips curled into a slight smile. "But they're peers and friends. Isn't that quite normal?" Hearing this, Obito's discomfort momentarily halted, and he awkwardly shifted his gaze elsewhere. "In any case, their relationship is too close for my liking." Rin blinked, as if realizing something, and giggled softly. "Obito, your relationship with Kamizaki is also quite close, isn't it?" Perhaps it's due to possessiveness, not wanting to be overshadowed by anyone else, right? Possessiveness? This was the first time Obito had heard such a term. His eyes widening in surprise. Rin nodded affirmatively, explaining that, simply put, when a friend acquires new companions, and those companions become closer to that friend than oneself, jealousy can arise, leading to feelings of discomfort. Of course, there is also the desire to monopolize someone or something one likes. It seems you belong to the former category. Obito. However, the latter also seems applicable. After all, you definitely like Kamizaki, right? As Rin continued her analysis, Obito's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. Monopolize? Like? Of course. He and Kamizaki were the best of friends. No wonder he felt uncomfortable with Kakashi and that Shizuka fellow. Moreover, when it came to liking someone, it shouldn't just be limited to friends. There should be others as well. At this thought, his heart raced, and he stealthily glanced at Rin. Rin tilted her head, smiling. What's wrong? Am I saying something incorrect? Obito suppressed his racing heart with a deep breath, feigning nonchalance as he touched his flushed face. No, Rin. You're absolutely right. He averted his gaze, clenching his fists to suppress the urge to confess. It just didn't feel like the right moment to express his feelings to Rin. And why did his mind keep drifting back to Kamizaki's face? Somewhere away from the village, a sign read Empty District. At first glance, it appeared to be a dilapidated structure. Yet within it lay one of the finest ninja tool shops among the 5 great nations. The place was a maze of similar corridors, and wandering aimlessly could easily lead one astray. The speaker was the only girl in their newly formed quartet, Koyakawa Aoi. Their team leader, Narashikaku, was troubled. It was his first time in this place, and he had no idea what to do. However, as a first-time leader, he felt compelled to exhibit a reliable demeanor. So he picked up the mission scroll and pretended to study it intently while his mind raced with strategies. Allow me to take the lead. Noticing their teacher's predicament, Shizuka stepped forward with understanding. Koyakawa Aoi beamed at Shizuka, while also glancing at the other person in the center. Kamizaki-kun seems to be deep in thought. Do you already have a plan? Kamizaki shook his head honestly. No? Aoi smiled cheerfully. That's all right. Let Shizuka-kun choose the path. Coughing. Narashikaku also turned his attention to Shizuka. Shizuka reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of drink. Upon seeing the words Wooden Heavens Dew on the label, Koyakawa Aoi chuckled. Are you thirsty, Shizuka-kun? No, this is a greeting gift for Granny Cat. With composure, Shizuka elaborated on the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Cat Ninja clan. Since the shop sold even the rarest of scrolls, many prominent figures frequented this place. And the Uchiha clan had long been esteemed guests of the Cat Granny clan. Though young, Shizuka had visited this place many times, so he naturally knew how to navigate it. Wow, indeed, Shizuka-kun is very dependable. Hearing this, Shizuka merely smiled with a hint of resignation before seriously beginning to summon the ninja cats in his unique manner. The 4 waited for several minutes, and finally, there was movement in one of the corridors. They're coming. As Shizuka spoke, 2 agile figures descended, small yet with an air of arrogance. Ah, it's you, Shizuka. What brings you here? One was a ninja cat dressed in clothing, with pointed ears and a distinctive character on its forehead, its disheveled fur resembling that of a fox. Shizuka politely replied, Lord Tanaka, sorry to disturb you. Please take us to see Granny Cat. The other ninja cat, resembling more of a tiger, licked its paw. You came empty-handed, huh? No, we brought this. Suppressing her astonishment at the fact that a raccoon cat could speak, Koyakawa Aoi hurriedly presented the Wooden Heavens Dew drink that Shizuka had brought. The other ninja cat scowled, clearly displeased. Shizuka can enter, but the rest cannot. It huffed. Coming empty-handed shows a lack of sincerity. Why is there such snobbery even among cats? Koyakawa Aoi and Narashikaku exchanged disappointed glances. After all, it was their first time being sent to this place to procure ninja tools, so they hadn't prepared anything. Sensing Aoi's murmurs, the 2 ninja cats bristled. What? How dare you? Lord Hinai, Lord Tanaka, please do not be angry. Sensing the situation escalating, Shizuka hurriedly attempted to mediate and quench the ninja cat's ire. But just then, a voice finally spoke up. Would these cans and dried fish work? All 3 humans and 2 cats turned to see Kamizaki, holding 2 cans and 2 bags of dried fish. Koyakawa Aoi's eyes widened in astonishment. Kamizaki-kun, where did you conjure those from? Kamizaki explained that he had purchased them from the store while feeding stray cats near his home a while back. Hearing this, Koyakawa Aoi's admiration for him grew even more. Kamizaki-kun is truly reliable. She glanced at their team leader, Narashikaku, who seemed to feel a hint of resentment from the female student. Humph, such a kind-hearted lad. With the gifts in hand, the two ninja cats were finally satisfied, and with a flick of their tails, they turned around. In that case, let us take you to meet Granny Cat. Hooray! After walking for a short while, the ninja cat named Tanaka suddenly turned to look at Kamizaki. You seem familiar. Haven't you been here before? Chapter 50. Never heard of it. This question drew the attention of the other three. Under their puzzled gazes, Kamizaki shook his head with certainty. I've never been here. Upon receiving this negative response, Tanaka was slightly taken aback but unwilling to admit he was mistaken, puffing up his whiskers instead. Oh, perhaps all you kind-hearted lads look alike. Indeed, you're adorable. You're absolutely right. The atmosphere in the corridor leading to Granny Cat was quite serene. With only the sound of their footsteps and the ninja cat, named Henai, munching on dried fish breaking the silence. As Aoi Kazakawa lifted her gaze to the seemingly endless road ahead, she could not suppress her irritation, exclaiming, the air here is quite vexing. It's becoming difficult to breathe. The two guiding ninja cats responded with little sincerity, we apologize. Observing them, Aoi thought, aside from their appearance, their personalities were far from endearing. In frustration, she leaned closer to Narike's Ueshima, whispering her grievances. Ueshima glanced at the two diminutive creatures and found their fluffy forms appealing, believing their aloof and proud demeanor to be quite normal for cats. Do not utter any impolite words, young lady. Our ears are quite sharp. Suddenly, after what felt like an eternity, the dimly lit corridor opened up to a more spacious area. To the right, a beckoning cat statue adorned a cabinet, while in the center, a large dark red cushion hosted an elderly woman wearing dark gray cat ear adornments. She leisurely held a pipe in her right hand, surrounded by several well-behaved cats. Upon noticing the newcomers, the cats curiously turned their heads, displaying little fear of strangers. Ah, guests have arrived. The cat matriarch brightened. Jisue, familiar with the place, stepped forward to greet her and presented a token of their visit, subsequently explaining the purpose of their journey. Narike's and Ueshima produced their mission scrolls simultaneously. A gray cat approached, understanding the situation, and deftly wrapped its long tail around the scroll before presenting it to the cat matriarch. After briefly inspecting the contents, she pondered, nodding as she set down her pipe. The expressions of Narike's and Ueshima brightened instantly, only to be dampened by her next words. However, due to the recent outbreak of wars in the outside world, there has been a surge in demand for weapons, leading to an adjustment in prices. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted from joy to concern. Narike's realized he had not brought sufficient funds. Would he need to return to report to the Hokage? That seemed a waste of time, especially with the front lines awaiting supplies. However, the cat matriarch took a leisurely puff from her pipe and suddenly squinted at another individual, calmly inquiring, child over there, what is your name? Ueshima was taken aback. Before he could respond, Hinata, happily munching on fish treats, chimed in, I heard that curly-haired girl call him Ueshima-kun. Stop eating. You're getting plump. Tenkai playfully swatted at his companion. The cat matriarch sighed, ignoring the two, her nearly closed eyes still fixed on Ueshima. Is something wrong, matriarch? Jisue asked. Not at all. He simply looks familiar, she replied, unable to resist asking another question. Yet, a moment later, a glimmer of profound insight flashed in her eyes. Child, have you heard of a man named Uchiha Madara? Ueshima was left utterly perplexed. Who? Which one? Aoi and Narike's, equally intrigued, leaned in. Who are you referring to? Matriarch? Uchiha Madara. Upon uttering the name, she resumed her leisurely puffing, reminiscent of the third Hokage. A heavy silence enveloped the air. Eventually, Ueshima broke the stillness. His voice laced with confusion, apologies, but I haven't heard much. I was adopted from another village. How could he possibly know Uchiha Madara? At least, he had to feign ignorance. I see, the matriarch mused, seemingly convinced. Ueshima nodded in agreement, yet his curiosity about her sudden mention of Uchiha Madara lingered. Tentatively, he ventured, since he shares the Uchiha name, shouldn't you inquire with Jisue, who is also of that clan? Asking him is futile. Jisue appeared perplexed by her words, blinking innocently. You jest, but I truly know very little. The matriarch huffed lightly. Our clan has the ability to form contracts with ninja cats, and naturally, others can as well. Especially you Uchiha. The man named Madara once formed contracts with several ninja cats. Two have since passed due to old age, yet one still lives. What? Aoi and Narukes were astounded, realizing that these ninja cats could outlive humans. Ueshima exchanged glances with Jisue, puzzled by the matriarch's remarks about Madara's cats. Since Madara's passing, that cat returned to us, drunkenly wreaking havoc on the others. Despite its beauty, male cats continually vie for its affection, yet it remains indifferent. Perhaps until its final days. It will remain solitary. Just then, a calico cat sauntered over, taking a seat in front of the beckoning cat statue, its voice dripping with arrogance. Why are you suddenly discussing my affairs with a group of outsiders? Hearing its tone, the four turned to see Ueshima lock eyes with the calico. Its emerald green gaze pierced through him, and moments later, it darted forward, sniffing at his feet, verifying something before rolling onto its back in a display of affection. What? The four exclaimed in astonishment. The cat matriarch exhaled a puff of smoke, remarking, "It seems you prefer humans over your kind. Huali, what is going on?" Huali, the calico, snapped back to reality, pointing accusingly at the innocent-looking white-haired boy. "Did you apply something despicable to yourself?" Ueshima recalled having purchased some catnip for stray cats not long ago. A bolt of realization struck Huali as it widened its verdant eyes in disbelief. "You would rather mingle with those filthy strays than come to me?" Ueshima, perplexed, thought, "What nonsense is this cat spouting? It seems the time has come to introduce that man. I wonder what Madara is doing at this moment." Chapter 51. Over-Reliance Huali. "If you wish, you may accompany this child." The cat matriarch's words struck the four like a second thunderclap. Ueshima froze, once again locking eyes with Huali. Before he could wave off the idea of adopting a cat, Huali scrutinized him, turning its head with an air of arrogance. "If he can provide me with 20 bottles of wine daily, I wouldn't mind." 20 bottles of wine? Who would dare drink that much? Not even a cat. After a moment's contemplation, Ueshima replied, "Well, putting those issues aside, any cat in my care must be neutered." Huali, the matriarch. Huali felt deeply offended by the innocent look in his eyes, as if asking, "Are you serious?" The cat's fur bristled like a hedgehog. The last person who dared ask such a question had met their demise. It seems this little one not only resembles that man, but also possesses a boldness to match. Even echoing his queries. Aoi, overhearing, quietly asked, "Huh? Does Ueshima-kun resemble that Uchiha Madara?" "No, she meant he resembles another person," the matriarch clarified. "Who is that?" "His other owner is said to be Madara's lover." "Wow, she must be incredibly beautiful." Upon hearing this gendered reference, the matriarch paused, then replied, "From my limited impression and Huali's occasional musings, that is indeed the case." Then it appears Huali has followed in her owner's footsteps." The matriarch chose not to elaborate further, glancing at the still fluffed Huali and the calm Ueshima. She then earnestly stated, "Child, if you can take Huali with you, the cost for the ninja tools will remain at the original price." At this, Naruke's eyes brightened, and he turned to shout, "Quickly agree, Ueshima." "Ueshima, huh?" A few hours later, Obito witnessed the three-colored cat that Nakanishi had brought back in his arms. After listening to the unfolding events, his eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. "What are you staring at, you rude little brat?" he retorted, particularly shocked when he heard the cat speak in the voice of a young woman. Shouldn't it be an old lady after all this time? Before he could finish his thought, a sharp sound echoed as a paw print was left deeply imprinted on his left cheek. "Who are you calling an old lady?" Obito exclaimed, covering his face, feeling both angry and wronged. Yet he couldn't help but engage in a battle of wits with the cat. "Get off Nakanishi at once. You, reeking of alcohol, look nothing like a mother cat. Are you a perverted old man in disguise?" He decisively activated his Sharingan. "I will see through your transformation technique." Upon seeing his blood-red eyes, the cat, Hikari, was initially taken aback, then smirked. "Ah, so you are also of the Uchiha clan. Don't raise your voice at me, brat. I could shatter your skull with a single bottle." Thus began a fierce exchange between the boy and the cat. Moments later, Obito found himself at a disadvantage. And just 2 seconds after that, he felt the sting of 2 more scratches on his face, tears welling up in his eyes. Nakanishi raised an eyebrow, slightly frowning. "Enough." Both the boy and the cat immediately ceased their quarrel and turned to him, recognizing the rare hint of impatience in his tone. Obito's expression shifted to one of unease. "Nakanishi?" The addressed Nakanishi remained silent. Hikari, however, paused for a moment before flicking her tail and huffing. "Arguing with a brat is pointless. Bring me some alcohol." "We have none," Nakanishi replied with a glance. What do you expect from two children? What? Hikari glared. Does that mean I will have to suffer alongside you? You can go back. Upon hearing this cold remark, Hikari froze. At that moment, Nakanishi relaxed his arm, placing her on the ground as if to say she could leave now. Hikari stood there, dumbfounded. This scene left Obito equally stunned. It was the first time he had seen Nakanishi angry. Was it because he had been arguing with this cat? Previously, when he had quarreled with Kakashi, Nakanishi had never gotten angry. So why now? Are you serious? Hikari's tail had ceased its wagging, slowly drooping down along with her ears. I never intended to keep you. Everything was for the mission. Now that the mission is complete, what is wrong with abandoning you? Upon hearing this, Hikari's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling as she accused. You disposable scoundrel. I must be seeing things to think you resemble that guy. With that, she turned and dashed out the door, her figure quickly disappearing into the dark night. Left behind, Obito stood there, wanting to say something. Yet the oppressive silence tightened his throat. It wasn't until the door closed that his thoughts were jolted back to reality. Nakanishi, have I caused trouble again? He deactivated his Sharingan, his normal eyes revealing a hint of caution. No. Nakanishi walked past him toward the stove. I'm hungry. I'll cook first. Obito lowered his head, unable to muster any enthusiasm. Nakanishi must be angry with him. How frustrating. He had promised Kakashi he wouldn't let Nakanishi be upset. Yet here he was, failing once again. Uchiha Obito, you truly are a disappointment. Ouch, the injuries on his face hurt. Just how deep had those cat scratches been? As he touched his face, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the now closed door, the image of Hikari's swift exit flashing in his mind. Not long after, he resolved to walk to the kitchen. Tonight, I'll cook. Nakanishi, you go rest on the sofa. Nakanishi turned his head, observing the approaching Obito, clearly seeing through his intention to atone. He shook his head. No need. Those words made Obito's heart tighten, his expression turning uncertain. Go take care of your wounds. That is something you can manage, right? When he heard this, Obito stared at him blankly for a long while before finally replying. It's fine. It doesn't hurt. All he wanted was to be with Nakanishi. Nakanishi saw through Obito's bravado and stubbornness, raising an eyebrow. You're crying and still say it doesn't hurt? Obito replied. Not long after, he turned off the fire, served the meal on the table, and when he turned around, he noticed the messy bandages plastered across Obito's face. Nakanishi couldn't help but approach him. Are you playing mummy? Huh. Obito, lost in thought, didn't understand what he meant. Nakanishi let out a small sigh and turned to rummage through the medical box. Wasn't it Miss Rin who treated your injuries in the past? Obito paused, then nodded. No wonder his technique was so poor. He had relied too much on her. Watching Nakanishi come over to gently remove the bandages and reapply them, Obito felt a sudden pang of emotion. What would he do without Rin? Hearing this teasing remark, Obito was at a loss for words. He struggled to keep his eyes open, gazing at the person before him, seeing his own reflection in Nakanishi's right eye. Suddenly, he felt a lump in his throat. He couldn't imagine that eye without him. Chapter 52. Dearest one, it was merely a simple scratch, quickly tended to. Nakanishi began to put away the supplies, knowing he could heal Obito but preferring not to make it too obvious. Nakanishi, are you still angry? Obito grasped his arm, his gaze earnest. Nakanishi was taken aback, realizing that Obito's earlier silence must have been due to his indifferent demeanor. No, I'm no longer angry. Obito looked up at him. Really? Yes. Upon receiving the confirmation, Obito hesitated before speaking. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I just felt they were too much. Like they were forcing that cat on you. And it was so haughty. Of course, I was also at fault for arguing with it. Seeing Obito admit his fault, Nakanishi set down the medicine box and turned to embrace the self-reproaching boy, patting his back. It's all right. It's all in the past. Feeling the strange comfort in that embrace, Obito's heart felt as though it were enveloped in warmth. He couldn't help but choke out, Nakanishi, please don't leave me. He couldn't envision what life would be like without Rin by his side, but he knew that without this person, his world would undoubtedly fall apart. As night fell, the home remained quiet. The tearful red-eyed bunny had already fallen asleep. Nakanishi sat on the bed for a few minutes, then quietly slipped out the door. Konoha village was tranquil and vast. Upon exiting, he was unsure where to search for Hikari. Earlier, upon seeing Hikari scratch Obito, he had felt a bit annoyed, but now he realized he shouldn't have frightened her like that, especially since he had brought her back himself. Moreover, given the cat's age and its connection to Uchiha Madara, it might lead to finding Madara's whereabouts. According to the timeline of the original story, Madara was still alive, suspended in some place, kept alive by the outer path. That damned white-haired brat was utterly irresponsible. At that moment, Hikari was nestled atop a wall, clutching half a bottle of alcohol while venting her grievances to the moon. Her head felt dizzy, and through her blurry vision, she saw several stray dogs gathered below. Woof! Woof! The intruding dogs, smelling her unfamiliar scent, bared their teeth, appearing quite fierce. Hikari snorted in disdain, unafraid, and took another swig from her bottle. The next moment, her paw slipped, and the bottle rolled off, shattering on the ground with a loud crash. The noise startled the dogs, making them bark even more ferociously. The homeowners were disturbed by the racket and angrily emerged with brooms, trying to chase away both dogs and cats. "How dare you disrespect me like this?" Hikari furiously exploded. Upon hearing it articulate human speech, the man turned pale with fright, discarding his broom and fleeing in panic. Such astonishment. Clearly, he had never encountered anything like this. The proud Huali leapt lightly from the top of the wall, feeling a dizzying heaviness in its head. It found it peculiar, having only consumed half a bottle. How could it already be intoxicated? It must be the result of the little ghost's irritation. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was the realization that upon jumping down from the high wall, a few dogs had returned, now glaring at it with hostility. Huali meow. Woof. 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 Before long, the pitiful commotion caught the attention of Ueshima, who was searching for cats nearby. He glanced over to see Huali desperately attempting to control its unruly limbs as it rushed toward him. Spotting him ahead, it shouted, "Run. Otherwise, you'll be bitten to death." Huali swiftly leapt onto his shoulder, seemingly seeking his strength for escape. Yet, Ueshima stood frozen in place, leaving Huali in utter despair. "Run, you little rascal. What are you thinking?" It jumped down again, biting Ueshima's pant leg, trying to drag him along. But in the next moment, it was hoisted up. As it glanced back at the approaching stray dogs, Huali closed its eyes tightly, thinking it was all over. "Don't be afraid." A gentle hand soothed its fur, and a transparent shield enveloped them, instantly repelling the rushing dogs. The dogs fell to the ground in pain, and seeing the calico cat under protection, they scrambled to their feet, barking incessantly at the pair. Ueshima cast a glance, freeing one hand to reveal the Nichiren blade, gripping it firmly. Upon witnessing him draw a weapon and take a step toward them, the dogs whimpered and, in sheer fright, had no choice but to flee. Huali opened its eyes midway, astonished by the scene, particularly fixating on the cloud-patterned Nichiren blade. The entire cat felt as though it had been struck by a heavy stone, its claws tightening on the fabric of the person before it. "How do you possess that blade?" Upon saying this, it seemed to recall something. Rapidly flipping off the obstructive eye mask to reveal a shocked gray-white left eye beneath, Huali instantly burst into tears. "It's you. You are indeed alive." Meanwhile, Obito was roused from his slumber by the urge to relieve himself. Groggily, he opened the door only to find the living room lights still aglow, which swiftly dissipated his drowsiness. His gaze shifted, and he spotted Huali lounging on the sofa, licking its paws, which completely banished his sleepiness. You, he stammered, pointing incredulously at Huali. Huali cast a disdainful glance at him, clearly unimpressed. It seemed evident that he was not only a crybaby, but also a stutterer. How could Seiya possibly fancy someone like him? Obito's face flushed red, a clear sign of his anger. "How did you get in here?" Huali chuckled, proudly recounting the tale of Ueshima's heroic rescue. Upon hearing this, Obito's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. "Seiya actually went out in the middle of the night to find you?" "Of course. I am his most cherished little kitty." Upon hearing this, Obito felt nauseous but fought to suppress it, having resolved not to provoke Seiya's ire. Thus, he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he addressed Huali, his brow twitching uncontrollably. "In that case, find a spot in the living room to sleep." "That won't he do? I've always slept with Seiya." Obito retorted angrily. "How can a female cat sleep with a boy? None of your business." As soon as the words left Huali's mouth, the door to Ueshima's room clicked open, and he emerged, having changed clothes. Recently, Huali had carelessly wiped its tears and snot on his attire. How peculiar, Obito thought, realizing that he had cared for Huali for a period. No wonder the elder cat had said he resembled someone else. What else had the elder cat mentioned to Aoi? At that time, he had only heard Huali's loud chatter, missing the rest. He sighed, returning to the present, only to lift his gaze and find two pairs of eyes, one black, the other green, staring intently at him. In the dim, expansive environment, nearly devoid of light, a figure sat quietly, their long, graying hair obscuring most of their face due to age. Soon, a subtle sound emanated from the ground. The half-closed eyes shifted, and a blood-red three-tomo Sharingan stood out prominently. Madara, the entity emerging from the ground, spoke. I have found it. Chapter 53. I sent him to teach you a lesson, Obito. You should return to your room. The three of them, two humans and a cat, exchanged glances for a moment before Ueshima broke the silence. Obito blinked, momentarily forgetting the original purpose of his outing. Seiya, you can't possibly intend to leave this fellow here, can you? Yes, I have made my decision. Obito frowned, then turned to Huali after a few seconds. What do you want? What else with that look, little ghost? Huali felt quite displeased under Obito's wary gaze. He wanted to utter something fierce, as he always found this cat to be rather strange, but after much contemplation, his feeble mind could only muster a more peculiar warning. Don't do anything strange to Seiya. Huali's eyes widened in surprise. This statement not only startled it, but even drew a chuckle from Ueshima. Unable to help himself, he walked over and habitually ruffled Obito's hair. Do you have some misunderstanding about a cat? Obito felt his face heat up, unsure why his mind had recently been plagued with such thoughts. It must be due to lingering outside that bookstore during the day. It's all Kakashi's fault. Quite young, yet harboring such a sense of crisis. Realizing this, Huali sneered quietly, but it was of no use. In my heart, only that man is worthy to stand alongside Seiya. This left Obito momentarily stunned. What do you mean standing together? Why is it a man? What nonsensical talk are you uttering? Seiya, didn't I tell you this cat is peculiar? Ueshima replied. All right, let us go to bed now. I can see the red veins in your eyes. Have you used eye drops? No. Shall I help you with that? Sure. Seeing Obito obediently sitting there while Ueshima went to find eye drops, Huali scoffed once more. Children are indeed children, needing care from others. Obito's forehead twitched. He had just contemplated retorting loudly, but reconsidered. Perhaps it was indeed true. Seiya was excessively attentive to him, despite being younger. He felt that he was the one who was younger, as the other catered to him in every detail. When such reliance becomes habitual and expected to others, it would seem he was a rather useless fellow. Observing that Obito did not immediately retaliate, Huali was quite taken aback. Obito lowered his head, rising from the sofa. His hands clenched into fists, as if he had become petrified. I will not become someone who merely brings him trouble. After saying this, Obito shot Huali a glare before turning toward his room, colliding with Ueshima, who had just found the eye drops. What's wrong? Ueshima sensed that Obito's demeanor was off. Had he quarreled with Huali again? It's nothing. Obito shook his head, taking the eye drops from Seiya's hand. I'll handle it myself. You should go rest. Before long, the door to Obito's room closed, leaving the bewildered white-haired figure outside. That kid is rather stubborn. He has quite a character. Huali gracefully leapt down from the sofa, striding elegantly. Upon glancing up, it found Ueshima gazing silently at it, his eyes cast downward. For some reason, Huali felt nervous under such scrutiny. Although they were supposed to be old friends reunited, it sensed that the person before it was somewhat different from the past. The demeanor directed toward it was now rather unfamiliar. Huali hesitated to inquire about how Seiya had spent these years, why he had taken on the form of a child, and what had led him to remain in the village that had initially abandoned them. As it pondered these weighty thoughts, Ueshima returned to his room, bringing out a blanket to lay on the sofa. You will sleep here. Today will be enough for now. Upon waking tomorrow, I wish to converse with you about certain matters. Without the numbing effects of alcohol, solitude brings a peculiar clarity to the mind. Huali tosses and turns, unable to find sleep, while the stillness of the living room fuels its agitation. The psychological disparity also stirs a sense of unease within. Eventually, just as drowsiness descends upon it, a call seems to beckon, and for a fleeting moment, a kaleidoscope of colors dances before its eyes, swiftly morphing into a distinct silhouette. The figure is clad in a deep blue robe adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan symbol, with waist-length black hair resembling a hedgehog, each strand echoing the untouchable nature of its owner. The right eye is nearly concealed by hair, leaving only the left eye's pitch-black pupil visible, which suddenly transforms into the blood-red Sharingan. Under the weight of such a haughty gaze, there is an unsettling sensation, as if one's consciousness is being licked clean. Ban. Lord Ban. What lord? Time to rise. A calm voice calls, stirring Huali from its reverie. Upon opening its eyes, it realizes dawn has broken. Ueshima Naruya is squatting before it, and the shadow of Ban is nowhere to be found. Are you speaking in your sleep? Huali exclaims excitedly, I dreamt of Lord Ban. Oh, is that so? Ueshima Naruya's response is remarkably nonchalant. Huali is momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Why does Saya seem so unaffected upon hearing of Lord Ban? Ueshima Naruya states, you are Ban's ninja cat. Dreaming of him is hardly surprising. Huali's emotions are complex, and after a pause, it sorrowfully admits, this is one of the few times I've dreamt of him since Lord Ban's passing. No, he is not dead. What? Huali's mind momentarily falters, its emerald eyes wide with disbelief. What did you just say, Saya? Ban is not dead. At least, he is alive for now. Huali's eyes widen in astonishment. Is that true? Considering this man before me is alive, if Lord Ban possesses similar secret arts, he must be among the living. Have you seen him? Or have you been in contact all this time? Seeing Huali's excitement, Ueshima Naruya douses it with cold water. I have neither seen him nor maintained any contact. Thus, I require your assistance to locate him, as I am intrigued by someone close to him. Hearing this, Huali is first stunned, then erupts in anger. What do you mean by that? How can you express interest in someone other than Lord Ban? Ueshima Naruya replies. How peculiar. By the way, why are you in this state? Is it because of that foolish Uchiha? And what are the names, the real and the fake? That moling is a deception. This one is the truth? With emotions surging, Huali spills forth all the questions it dared not ask before bedtime. Yet, moments later, all it receives is Ueshima Naruya's statement. You have too many questions. You are merely a little cat. There is no need for you to understand so much. Huh. In any case, live well here and try to rid yourself of your drinking habit. What? I refuse. Huali immediately protests. Ueshima Naruya disregards its retort, and after a moment, he suddenly notices Huali angrily leap down and stride toward the entrance. Where are you going? I am going to find Lord Ban, Huali declares indignantly. I will have him teach you a lesson. Chapter 54. Always remembering midway through its journey, Huali suddenly halts. No. Its contract with Lord Ban was unilaterally dissolved the moment news of his demise spread. Where can it possibly seek out Lord Ban now? It is precisely because of this that it has been so certain of Lord Ban's absence from this world for many years. Hurrying back, it queries. Is there no way to find him here? After all, you were the first to die before Lord Ban. With no contact, how could Ueshima Naruya possibly know he is still alive? What is going on? Huali feels its mind is overwhelmed. Ueshima Naruya appears equally astonished. He died before Ban. How intriguing. However, pondering such matters now serves no purpose. Regaining composure, he gazes at Huali with feigned profundity. This is a long story. Huali grits its teeth, then make it brief. Ueshima Naruya responds. You wouldn't believe it anyway, so it is better left unsaid. Huali, exasperated, considers the situation, raising its tail in defiance, concluding that they must wait for Lord Ban to find them. Ueshima Naruya is taken aback. You cannot seek him? Huali forces a dry laugh, revealing that its contract with Ban has already been dissolved. Ueshima Naruya strokes his chin. Then it seems I have made a poor choice in keeping you. He had intended to rely on Huali to locate Uchiha Ban, only to find that plan thwarted. What do you mean by that? How can you say such things? Huali protests vehemently. Moreover, even though Lord Ban has not sought me in many years, you are still here, are you not? As long as Lord Ban knows you are alive, he will surely come looking for you. Upon hearing this, Ueshima Naruya is overcome with chills. His lips twitching. Why would he come looking for me? I am not an Uchiha. Huali's eyes widen, instinctively preparing to retort when another door suddenly swings open. And Obito emerges, yawning and rubbing his eyes. Good morning. Upon seeing Obito, Ueshima Naruya's mind races, and he suddenly freezes. He vaguely recalls that Ban chose Obito as a pawn precisely because of his kindness and compassion. Although Ban is no longer in Konoha, he continues to observe the Uchiha clan, so he would certainly be aware of Obito's actions. The question arises, when did Ban begin observing Obito? He is uncertain. If Ban has indeed started to take note of Obito, then Ueshima Naruya, living with Obito, would also be under observation. However, being seen is one thing. As a ninja cat, Huali struggles to recognize Ueshima Naruya in this age, so how could Ban possibly identify him? Thus, Huali settled into their home, and days passed in this manner. It is unclear what transpired the day he entered the room to retrieve eye drops. But Huali spoke to Obito about something, and the lad became increasingly elusive, training diligently. Perhaps he feared Huali would mock him. Even at home, he no longer clung to conversations as he once did, becoming significantly quieter. Even when fatigued, he took on more household chores, so for several days, all the meals were prepared by Obito. It seems he is striving to become a reliable individual, even in terms of character. This sudden transformation is noted by Kakashi, who finds it strange that Obito no longer engages in their usual banter, and even when they do argue, it is brief, as if he is consciously suppressing his emotions. What has spurred this change? Huh, I said Obito. On the street, bustling with people, Kakashi and Ueshima Naruya sit in a dessert shop. A few skewers of dumplings freshly served on the table. When Kakashi inquires about Obito's recent odd behavior, Ueshima Naruya smiles slightly. He seems to be attempting to learn to become a mature adult. Kakashi pauses, his hand poised to lower his mask while lifting his gaze to meet the white-haired man opposite him. He certainly does not resemble one at all. Haha, we must not dampen his spirits. You spoil him too much. Kakashi bites into a dumpling, the sweet aroma bursting in his mouth. Where is he now? Ueshima Naruya replies. Not long ago, he mentioned needing to return to the Uchiha clan for some matters. I did not pry into the specifics. Then there is still some time. Kakashi set down his pen and took a sip of tea, explaining that the ninjas returning to the village had nearly completed their recuperation and would soon receive new support missions. Teacher Minato had instructed them to gather at the village entrance at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving them with 2 hours to spare. Shimanari nodded in understanding, hastening his pace to finish his dumplings. Kakashi suddenly inquired, "Do you have any missions?" "Not at the moment," Nari replied. Given the current situation had not yet reached a critical point, Konoha had no immediate need for inexperienced ninjas to rush into battle. They were mostly tasked with minor chores within the village. The last mission to purchase ninja tools had been assigned unexpectedly. Noticing that Nari had some free time, Kakashi suggested, "Shall we head to the Uchiha clan to find Obito?" "Sure." Thus, the two set off. During the daylight hours, not only they but also other villagers could freely enter the Uchiha's living area, where they could shop and dine as usual. However, it was less permissible for outsiders to linger there after dark. At the Nanha shrine, among numerous buildings, there stood a temple that towered above the rest. Gazing at the nearby staircase, Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to Nari, who was leading the way. Obito mentioned that this is where they worshipped the Uchiha clan deity. I passed by here when I secretly visited his home, but this is my first time entering. Since they were there, Nari thought it would be fitting to draw a fortune for safety. Kakashi nodded in agreement, finding no objection to his earnest demeanor. Drawing a fortune before seeking Obito would surely allow ample time. 2 minutes later, "Kakashi, what did you draw?" "Great blessing." Just like mine." Nari raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. It seemed that both he and Kakashi were favored by fortune. Observing this, Kakashi tightened his grip on the fortune slip. A soothing sensation swelling in his chest, and even his usually stoic expression beneath the mask seemed to soften momentarily. "Shall I draw one for Obito?" "I already did." Hearing this, Kakashi was taken aback, realizing that Nari's earlier fortune was indeed for Obito, and he couldn't help but cover his forehead. "You really do think of him all the time." "What can I say? Since you all are going out, I don't have to." After Nari said this with a laugh, a cool voice suddenly inquired from behind them, "What are you two doing?" Kakashi heard it too, and the two turned almost in unison. There stood Obito, his eyes glaring at them from behind his goggles. Chapter 55, Wrong Expression. Obito couldn't quite understand his own feelings. Normally, even if he saw Nari and Kakashi together, he would merely express mild complaints while still greeting them normally, calling out, "Hey, Nari, Kakashi." Yet now, seeing them together made his heart feel like it was gripped by something sharp and painful. As a result, when he spoke, his tone was unexpectedly cold, startling himself. No, he didn't want to feel this way. Noticing Obito's unusual emotional turmoil, Nari was about to speak when his gaze fell upon Fugaku, who was also present, standing behind Obito along with 2 other Uchiha clan members. "Obito, have a good chat with your friends." With that, Fugaku departed with his companions. The air fell into silence. Kakashi spoke to Obito, "We are drawing fortunes." Obito paused, his facade of calm maturity crumbling as he reverted to his usual self. "Of course I can see that." Kakashi shot back, "Can you tell whose fortune Nari drew?" Obito halted abruptly, feeling a sudden mental block. Just then, Nari stepped forward, presenting the fortune slip. "This is for you. It's a great blessing." Staring at the slip, Obito numbly accepted it. Kakashi continued, explaining that Minato's team would be leaving the village shortly, and since they couldn't find him, he and Nari came to the Uchiha compound to look for him. The fortune drawing was merely a casual detour, not a special mission. Obito looked at the slip, feeling a lump in his throat, yet realizing that it was typical of Nari to perform such touching gestures. His eyes grew warm, and he struggled to suppress his emotions. Nari, I have something to tell you. Let us discuss it when we return. It's almost time to gather. Kakashi firmly grasped the back of Obito's neck, pulling him along, sensing that he was about to say something emotional. I'm not. Obito protested, glancing ahead to see Nari smiling and waving goodbye. Be careful, you two. Once they exited the Nanha shrine, Kakashi released his hold, prompting Obito to question. Why were you in such a hurry to drag me? Kakashi remained silent, walking ahead. Obito hurried to catch up. Hey Kakashi, don't let your Uchiha matters affect him. Finally, Kakashi turned to respond. The clan leader and the higher-ups must have told you something important. Otherwise, you wouldn't be wearing such a distressed expression. How did you know? Your expression is quite telling. Obito fell silent, his head drooping in defeat. The clan leader wants to take me on as his apprentice. Kakashi was taken aback. While it was sudden, it was not entirely implausible, given that Obito's double Tomo Sharingan had already garnered attention among the Uchiha. Isn't that a good thing? Under Fugaku's tutelage, you could learn more jutsu and enhance your abilities. But the two elders want me to move back to the Uchiha compound. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, then furrowed his brow. Is that what is troubling you? Of course. Nari and I have been living well together. Suddenly changing that would be. Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose. Did you agree to it? At the mention of this, Obito winced, covering his head. The clan leader's presence was overwhelming, and he barely remembered what he said when he regained his senses. He saw Kakashi and Nari drawing fortunes. Kakashi had no further comments, recognizing that Obito's reaction was entirely understandable. After all, he had not previously received much recognition from the clan, so it was natural to feel flustered with the clan leader and elders taking personal interest. Since he couldn't recall how he responded, they would discuss it upon their return. As Kakashi led Obito away, Nari emerged, looking up at the vast blue sky before sitting down on the steps. Is there a stone tablet around here? How many years would I get if I stole it? He mused, realizing that even stealing it would be futile, as Madara had long since deciphered the altered content. While lost in thought, his gaze caught a figure in the distance. The person wore ordinary villager's clothing, devoid of any clan insignia, blending in with the crowd at first glance. However, their hairstyle and facial features struck Nari as remarkably familiar, reminiscent of a younger Madara. Unable to control his expression, Nari widened his eyes and quickly stood up, causing passers-by to glance in his direction. While the living Uchiha might have forgotten Madara's appearance, Nari remembered vividly. Upon reflection, Madara should not be here. He was incapacitated. Therefore, the individual must either resemble Madara or be a white Zetsu disguised as him to infiltrate and gather intelligence. He leaned towards the latter. It seemed the figure sensed his gaze, turning to look at him. Just as their eyes were about to meet, a shadow suddenly struck Nari's face. Nari, what are you doing here? Karen. Nari swiftly swatted her away, turning back only to find the mysterious figure had vanished. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Huali remained oblivious to the unfolding events, observing Ueshima Naruya as he anxiously scanned his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Her curiosity piqued, she inquired. What is the matter? Close your mouth and follow me, he commanded, as the sound of rushing water echoed through the air. Suddenly, 3 shadows appeared by the Nanha River in quick succession. Huali sprinted ahead, quickly leaping into the arms of a man with long hair. Stop right there. Ueshima Naruya shouted breathlessly from behind. Thank you for helping me catch it. This cat has been pilfering from our neighbor's home for quite some time, and today I intend to teach it a lesson. The man was taken aback. Seizing Huali's front limbs and presenting the struggling creature to Ueshima Naruya with a charming smile. You're welcome. Catching sight of that incongruous smile sent a shiver down Ueshima Naruya's spine. What was this fellow doing with such a handsome face? As he took Huali, he pretended their fingers brushed together, stealthily implanting the inkling mark into the man's body. The man remained oblivious to the anomaly and departed. Once the individual was far enough away, Huali could no longer contain herself and shook her fur. You were right. This person cannot possibly be Lord Madara. His smile was utterly repulsive, and his tone bore no resemblance to his. It was intolerable for anyone to tarnish Lord Madara's image so brazenly. It's all right. Ueshima Naruya reassured her, gently patting her irate head. We will soon locate the real one. Chapter 56. Your speech is quite strange. 3 days later. Amidst the swirling dust of a vast wasteland, a dark figure gradually emerged, revealing itself as it approached a certain location. The figure's appearance transformed back to its original state, the left half resembling an ordinary human, while the right half took on a grotesque spiral form, its alabaster skin starkly contrasting with the sparse greenery beneath. In no time, the figure seamlessly melded into the ground, swiftly relocating to an underground base. Within the spacious confines, the lighting remained dim as a solitary figure sat with bowed head, motionless. Upon sensing the return of White Zetsu, Madara slowly opened his eyes, his three-tomo Sharingan silently gazing into the distance. The war outside has escalated, Lord Madara. Even the child you favor has been dispatched to the battlefield by Konoha. Madara's expression remained impassive, his gaze as frigid as ever. Set this matter aside for now. Directly inform me of the outcome of another issue. In response, White Zetsu shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. I searched the entirety of Konoha, but could not find the person you mentioned, Lord Madara. I even borrowed your handsome appearance to discreetly inquire among several village maidens, and none spoke of such a person. Upon hearing White Zetsu's words, Madara slightly lifted his head, revealing a knowing expression in his eyes. Moments later, he uttered a few words. He deceived me. Naruhiko, procure me some sake. Huali rolled over, playfully tugging at Ueshima Naruhiko's pant leg with her paws. You mustn't mistreat the elderly. No, the elderly cat. As Ueshima Naruhiko organized his ninja tools, he replied nonchalantly, if you can refrain from alcohol, I will take you to find Uchiha Madara. What? Has there been news of Lord Madara already? So soon? It's due to that individual's rapid movement. Ueshima Naruhiko explained. I sensed his actions ceased in the same location for an extended period. That should be the place. Huali eagerly inquired as to the location. Within the borders of the Land of Thunder, near the territory of Kumogakure. That's quite far. Just as she expressed her astonishment, she noticed Ueshima Naruhiko preparing to leave, prompting her to hastily follow suit. Naruhiko-kun. At the village's gathering spot, Kobayakawa Aoi greeted them enthusiastically. Upon seeing Huali still wagging her tail, her expression shifted to one of surprise. She sidled up to Ueshima Naruhiko and whispered, has this cat's drinking habit caused you any trouble? Hey, what are you saying? Little girl, do you think I'm deaf? Ueshima Naruhiko retorted calmly. Kobayakawa Aoi understood immediately. No wonder she sensed a lingering resentment surrounding Huali. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had not erupted. Hadn't the old cat mentioned that this one had a rather foul temper? Even such a cat can be tamed. You truly are something. Naruhiko-kun. That's wonderful. I feared it would cause you significant trouble. Nara Kagura chuckled sheepishly, the instigator of the situation. Ueshima Naruhiko chose not to hold a grudge against his teacher, merely casting a glance around and noticing one individual was absent. Where's Shirzue? That guy is usually very punctual and wouldn't he keep others waiting. Shirzue has another mission and will not be accompanying us. Another team is joining us instead, Kobayakawa Aoi explained. Ueshima Naruhiko paused, absorbing her words without further comment. After all, this outing from the village involved a standard supply run to the southwestern battlefield, and the only aspect troubling him was that it took him in the opposite direction of the Land of Thunder. Thus, he needed to seize this opportunity to devise an escape plan. With the meticulous Shirzue absent, he could easily use shadow clones to create a diversion without being detected by Aoi and Nara-sensei. Toby, what are you pondering? Startled by the sudden approach of Noira-rin, Toby nearly lost his balance on the stone he was perched upon, managing to steady himself just in time. As the battle raged fiercely, both sides suffered heavy losses. And now that both had retreated momentarily, the fighting had ceased, granting everyone a brief respite. The wounded tended to their injuries, while those fatigued consumed soldier pills for sustenance. However, vigilance remained paramount. After all, the vile sand shinobi might seize this opportunity to stealthily infiltrate. It's nothing. I was merely reflecting on how many days it has been since leaving the village. Noira-rin blinked, teasingly stating, you were thinking about Naruhiko, weren't you? At her words, Toby's face flushed crimson. Rin, your speech is quite strange. Is it? Noira-rin giggled, and Toby, closing his eyes and ruffling his hair, begrudgingly acknowledged her observation. However, I am worried about what would happen if Naruhiko were to receive a support mission like ours soon. He just graduated from the Ninja Academy and lacks experience. If he encounters a fierce enemy without anyone to protect him, don't dwell on it. War is inherently brutal. Kakashi, resting against a tree behind a rock, interjected. In battle, there are no children or adults, only the strong and the weak. Toby faltered, turning to glare at him. Your words are quite harsh. Despite this, Toby recognized the truth in Kakashi's statement and chose not to pursue the argument further. Meanwhile, Minato, poised to intervene, hesitated, unable to find the right moment to interject. How peculiar. It seems Toby and Kakashi's relationship has improved significantly. Captain Minato, the Nara sub-team responsible for supplies, was ambushed by the enemy 10 minutes ago. They are currently surrounded. A ninja tasked with reconnaissance rushed in to report. Upon hearing this, Minato decisively made a rescue plan, understanding the importance of supplies. If the enemy were to seize them, it would spell disaster. He swiftly set off, with the others following closely behind. At that moment, within a perilous wooded area, the beleaguered sub-team was drenched in cold sweat. Someone must distract these troublesome foes. I'll go, Nara Kagura muttered just as Ueshima Naruhiko dashed forward, startling him into inaction. Who would have guessed that Naruhiko is so impulsive? Come back. However, it was too late. The figure grew increasingly distant, and Nara Kagura's expression soured. Gritting his teeth, he directed the others to seize the opportunity to escape. We mustn't waste the time Naruhiko has bought for us. As they desperately fled with their supplies, the sounds of the enemy pursuing them echoed ominously behind. Kobayakawa Aoi could hardly believe it. Did Naruhiko-kun fail? No. They figured it out and split their forces to intercept us. Almost as she finished speaking, 5 enemies appeared. However, swifter than them was another figure. Upon recognizing who it was, Nara and Tree could hardly contain their excitement. Captain Minato. In no time, Minato effortlessly dispatched the audacious foes, and soon after, heard Aoi Kobayakawa's earnest plea. Please, save Narumi-kun. Meanwhile, on the other side, Narumi Ueshima had quietly arrived in the land of lightning, suddenly furrowing his brow. What's wrong? Asked Karen. Nara-sensei and the others are ambushed, and my shadow clone has been attacked and vanished. Chapter 57. The minions, the assailants targeting the supply team, had been single-handedly dealt with by Captain Minato. Wonderful. Is anyone injured? No. But a child went missing while luring the enemy to buy time. Missing? Yes. At that moment, Captain Minato heard the explosion of the explosive tag. But apart from the 3 deceased enemies at the scene, the child's body was nowhere to be found. Minato-sensei. Shortly thereafter, Obito and company arrived, panting, and quickly spotted Nara and Tree conversing with Minato, recognizing him as Ueshima Narumi's homeroom teacher. Obito's eyes quickly scanned the crowd, but he found none of the familiar figures he sought, only the sorrowful expression of Aoi Kobayakawa and 3 other youths of similar age. Sensing Obito's excitement, he frowned instinctively. Upon seeing Obito, Minato ceased his conversation with Nara and turned to his disciple. Hesitating, he addressed him, Obito. Minato-sensei, why isn't Narumi and that Shirzue here? Obito asked innocently. Shirzue-kun wasn't able to join us this time. He has been assigned another task, Aoi replied, her demeanor subdued. Upon hearing this, Obito contemplated, feeling a pang in his forehead. Narumi must not have gone with him. Before he could finish his thought, Minato called out his name with grave seriousness. Obito. For reasons unknown, the solemnity in Minato's tone made Obito's heart tighten with apprehension. What's the matter? Even Kakashi and Rin turned their attention, sensing that what Minato was about to say was of great significance. An incident occurred on the path taken by Nara's squad. You are all aware of the situation. Although the enemies have been neutralized, there is something I believe you have the right to know. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Obito swallowed hard, anxious. What is it, Minato-sensei? Minato fixed his gaze upon him, and after a brief pause, stated plainly, Narumi has gone missing while luring the enemy. Obito's eyes widened, and all emotions froze on his face. Could it really be said so nonchalantly? Minutes later, after completing the supply mission, Nara approached Minato, remarking, after all, the one closest to Narumi seems to be your disciple. Minato offered a rueful smile. I imagine your feelings are equally heavy, Nara. Nara pressed his lips together, sighed, and remained silent. Minato, too, fell silent, understanding that the blow to Obito would be profound. Yet, concealing the truth would serve no purpose. The battlefield is inherently ruthless, and inevitably, Obito would come to learn of it. The sky, once azure, had gathered dark clouds, heavy and suffocating. Obito sat in silence on the grass, his arms wrapped around his knees in solitude. His demeanor rendered even the usually comforting Rin at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. She cast a concerned glance at Kakashi, who gazed into the distance, the wind tousling his hair like a solitary scarecrow in a rice field. The losses of comrades in war are abundant, and to dwell in sorrow serves little purpose. This is a truth understood by all. Yet, when such occurrences transpire in one's own life, the feeling of helplessness becomes evident. One's mind feels as though it is ensnared by a stone, rendering thought impossible. Though Minato-sensei spoke of Narumi being missing, no body had been found at the scene. The force of the explosive tag had obliterated even the vile assailants. So how could Narumi possibly be unscathed? Moreover, with Minato-sensei's speed, even if the enemy had abducted him, how could there be no trace? At times, a disappearance on the battlefield is indistinguishable from death. He understands. Obito surely understands as well. After a lengthy silence, Kakashi finally spoke. "Pull yourself together. Minato-sensei has called for assembly." Obito stirred slightly, having sat for what felt like an eternity, like a statue. Kakashi, looking down upon him, noticed that the eyes behind Obito's orange goggles were dry, seemingly devoid of tears. Kakashi frowned but did not mock Obito, the once crybaby, for not shedding tears. Instead, he extended his hand toward him. Obito blinked slowly, disregarding Kakashi, and stood up unassisted. "Let us go?" Even as he passed Kakashi, Obito spoke with an unusual calmness. This caused Kakashi's brow to furrow even deeper. "You still look better like this. That childish appearance of yours is rather unappetizing." Meanwhile, Narumi Ueshima had reverted to his original form, accompanied by Karen, and was drawing ever closer to their destination. Hearing Karen's bold remarks, he swiftly covered the cat's mouth and nimbly ducked behind a rock. Karen struggled in confusion. "Shoo, someone is coming." Upon hearing this, Karen held her breath and peered cautiously into the hazy distance. A squad of Cloud Village ninjas was traversing the area, drawing closer. The sensory ninja among them immediately sensed something amiss. "Wait, there's a fluctuation in chakra ahead." A hot-tempered Cloud ninja charged toward the nearest rocky cover. A cloud of dust erupted, and moments later, they spotted a white silhouette and a cat fleeing in a frenzy. "A cat? Should we pursue it, Captain?" "Yes. This must be a spy sent by Konoha. Even in this desolate place, they still have their agents." "Enough chatter. Let us shake them off first." Narumi scanned his surroundings, realizing there was nowhere to hide, so he slowed his pace, bending down to scoop up the lagging Karen. However, he grasped at thin air. "Ah!" Karen screamed from behind as a spore-like white entity enveloped her entirely. Soon after, a pale-faced figure with green hair emerged from the top. "How did a cat get in here? And it's caught in my spore technique left nearby." Witnessing this, Narumi's expression turned astonished. Before he knew it, he too was afflicted by the same fate. He feigned panic and began to struggle, only to be enveloped as well. White Zetsu had not yet begun to absorb chakra when the sounds of the approaching Cloud ninjas reached them. Not wishing to attract trouble, White Zetsu turned and, with the recently captured boy and cat, swiftly vanished into the ground. "Lord Madara, I have just captured 2 small minions." Upon returning to the base, White Zetsu spoke as if seeking praise, piquing the interest of the nearby Vortex White Zetsu, who eagerly inquired, What is happening?" His excited tone urged him to open up and see. Clang! A large and small white figure surfaced from the ground, accompanied by Karen's furious outburst. Narumi adjusted to the dim light and suddenly found a face before him. "Ah, it's a human," Vortex White Zetsu exclaimed, as if encountering a rare species. "Absorb their chakra, kill them, and dispose of the bodies." Not far away, Madara did not lift his gaze, offering not even a glance. For those who had intruded upon them had always been dealt with in secrecy, and he saw no reason for this instance to differ. Recognizing his voice, Karen ceased her tirade against White Zetsu and shouted, "Lord Madara, it's me. I've come to find you with Narumi." Chapter 58. I ask you to meet your demise. Madara turned his gaze toward them. While he was taken aback, for the figure before her was an elderly man with snow-white hair, lacking the vigor and commanding presence he once possessed. Yet, reflecting on the nature of human lifespan, she found it unsurprising. Even the cat whom she had watched grow old had aged. Surely, even the still-living Lord Ban could not be youthful anymore. However, there was something exceptional about Naka Island, say. Huali cast a furtive glance aside, where Naka Island Sei was being curiously observed by the vortex white Zetsu. The corners of her mouth twitched. Hadn't he just seen someone? Why not utter a word, Sei? Ban's gaze swept over Huali without any particular reaction. Seeing Ban's indifference, Huali could no longer remain seated and attempted once more to awaken Ban's memories through speech. Lord Ban. Ban, hey. The white Zetsu found her noisy and enveloped her with spore techniques, while the vortex white Zetsu poked Naka Island Sei's cheek, exclaiming, "Ah, how rare to have a visitor. Let me ask you a question first. What is it?" Naka Island Sei looked up. The vortex white Zetsu earnestly inquired, "What does it feel like when you need to defecate?" Naka Island Sei fell into an eerie silence before responding. It's probably the sensation relayed from the intestines to the brain indicating a need to relieve oneself. The vortex white Zetsu seemed taken aback, and after 2 seconds, erupted in an excited fit of joy. "I've met someone who answers my questions seriously for the first time, if one were to overlook its peculiar appearance." The vortex white Zetsu resembled an exuberant child who had just received candy. Soon, the vortex white Zetsu joyfully grasped Naka Island Sei's left hand, which was exposed beyond the spore, saying, "Thank you very much. Now please proceed to die at your leisure." It even squatted down to sorrowfully wipe non-existent tears. Ban had grown accustomed to the vortex white Zetsu's eccentricity and paid no mind to their previous exchange. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, he sensed a piercing look directed at him from across the way. Due to the vortex white Zetsu's positioning, it had perfectly obscured the other person from view, and Ban had not seen their appearance. Now that his sight was clear, Ban lifted his head. Instantly, his crimson Sharingan clashed with the gaze of mismatched pupils, causing Ban's expression to freeze. A myriad of familiar memories seemed to be unshackled by time, replaying vividly in his mind. "Haha, Ban. So you're the type who can't relieve himself when someone stands behind you. Izuna has been pestering me to spar today, but after failing to best me, he resorted to using fire release. Isn't that against the rules? No worries. Utilize me to pursue the growth of your ocular power." "Ah, indeed. I have not been killed. It seems you have successfully deceived me. I'm sorry I couldn't save Izuna. Are you leaving? It seems my deliberate arrival here has changed nothing. I apologize." Naka Island Sei had anticipated that his covert observation would be noticed by Ban in an instant. Ban stared at him, seemingly lost in contemplation. He felt a bit awkward. He had no idea how to initiate a conversation in such a situation, especially since Ban now wished for white Zetsu to eliminate both him and Huali. The white Zetsu acted swiftly, continuously siphoning chakra from the captive, and when the chakra was depleted, it would signify the person's demise. "No." Huali summoned all her strength to break free and shout. Though she was quickly suppressed again, her cry roused Ban from his stupor. The emotion in Ban's eyes trembled, and just as he was about to command white Zetsu to cease, Naka Island Sei suddenly vanished with a loud pop. "Ah, gone." The vortex white Zetsu and the casting white Zetsu were taken aback. Witnessing this scene, Ban felt a wave of distress wash over him, struggling to breathe, while the outer path chakra sensed his emotional turmoil and began to supply him with chakra through the conduits to alleviate his condition. "Obito, you're charging in too recklessly. This carelessness could lead to greater injuries." After tending to the latest wound on Obito's palm, Rin sighed, her heart heavy with worry. "I'm fine, Rin." Obito wiped the blood from his cheek. "I must extract from those scoundrels where they have hidden Sei." Not long after, a tremendous commotion erupted 100 meters to the side. An enemy attack was imminent. Obito led the charge, his Sharingan activated, allowing him to evade numerous enemy assaults and anticipate several of their next moves. The nearby Konoha ninja watched in astonishment, marveling at how each of Minato's students was more formidable than the last. However, Kakashi noticed that Obito lacked the stamina to sustain such intense exertion after eliminating an enemy. He hurried to provide cover for Obito. Meanwhile, an enemy from the sand was forcefully pinned to the ground. "Where have you hidden him? What madness is this? You little brat. Stay back." Obito. Sensing something amiss, Kakashi called out loudly, but it was too late. The injured sand ninja gritted his teeth and summoned his last ounce of strength, thrusting a kunai towards Obito's temple. Knowing his attack would likely be evaded by the boy, he swiftly produced an explosive tag with his other hand, slapping it onto his abdomen before lunging forward. Regardless of the many present, he would take someone down with him. 2 seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted, spraying vivid red blood like water droplets, staining the earth. "Obito!" Kakashi and Rin gasped in horror, their eyes wide with grief. By a gently flowing stream, in stark contrast to the chaos of battle, everything here felt serene. Naka Island Sei knelt by the shore, wringing out a towel before rising to head elsewhere. The unconscious Obito lay on the grass nearby. He crouched down again, carefully wiping Obito's face. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, this boy's insides would have been blown apart. Speaking of which, in addition to implanting a summoning technique in Nagato, he had also secretly bestowed one upon Obito. After all, he had cared for this child for so long. Some protection was imperative. This technique would typically remain dormant, only triggering when the recipient's life was threatened, summoning him automatically through the power of ink. The distinction between this and Nagato's was that one was passive while the other was active. Nagato was aware of some of his abilities, whereas Obito was not. Thus, he had set Obito's summoning to activate passively only once. One might wonder if Ban would find it peculiar that he had vanished so suddenly. It felt as if he had forgotten something when he departed. Meanwhile, far away in the land of lightning, Huali mused. Chapter 59, You Can Change Too. Obito felt as though he had drifted into a dream. In this dream, there was a gentle stream, lush trees, and a person walking steadily while carrying him. The white crown of their head resembled that of Sei, and even the clothing they wore bore a striking similarity. The embroidered feather coat with mountain cherry blossoms was something he would never forget, recalling the glimmer in Sei's eyes whenever he mentioned it. Though he often struggled with memory, he could sense the nostalgia in Sei's gaze. It must have been crafted by someone of great importance to him. Yet, he was at a loss for words at the time to express anything beautiful. Did I die in an explosion? How infuriating. Especially since he hadn't yet discovered Sei's whereabouts. Wait, who was this person carrying him? Could it be that bastard who claimed Sei's feather coat and met the same demise? The more Obito pondered, the more sense it made. Yet, he couldn't fathom why this scoundrel was carrying him. At that moment, anger consumed Obito's mind, and despite feeling utterly exhausted, his hand instinctively reached for the pouch of ninja tools at his back. What are you planning? Murdering your own brother? Naka Island Sei suddenly spoke. Obito's movement abruptly froze. Seihan anticipated that Obito would awaken with such intense hostility directed at him. He had no idea what wild thoughts were swirling in Obito's mind. He halted, setting Obito down, maintaining a semblance of normalcy as he lowered his head to regard the bewildered Obito. Say. The tongue of Obito became tied in disbelief, exclaiming, How have you grown so much? Oh, don't be surprised. It's a transformation technique, replied Shinichi. He had casually deceived Obito, knowing the boy would undoubtedly trust him and harbor no suspicions. As expected, Obito's expression shifted to one of realization, and he tugged at his hair in confusion. Wait, why am I with you? His eyes glistened with tears as he spoke. You too have perished, haven't you? That hurts. Obito's cheek was suddenly pinched by Shinichi, who grinned. How about now? Do you think we are dead? Obito covered his face, dazedly shaking his head. This is wonderful, we are still alive. With that thought, Obito glanced quickly at Shinichi, who appeared several years older than himself. A desire to leap forward and embrace him surged within him, yet a shyness held him back. Previously, when their appearances had seemed similar, Kakashi had laughed at him for such childish behavior. Although Kakashi was not present at the moment, if he were to embrace Shinichi now, it would resemble a child affectionately clinging to an adult, which he found unacceptable. As Obito wrestled with his feelings, Shinichi suddenly crouched down. Come on, hop on. We can talk on the way. Obito hesitated for a moment, insisting, I can walk by myself. He suppressed the impulsive urge to avoid being a burden. Shinichi smirked, understanding the boy's intentions. All right, little one, don't be stubborn, just get on. Obito, startled, leapt back like a grasshopper that had been poked in the leg, his face flushing in embarrassment. What is this authoritative tone? Don't forget this is just a transformation. Well, if you're not convinced, you can transform too. I can't. I can't even imagine what I would look like as an adult. Obito lamented, feeling quite troubled. Is that so? Once this battle is over, I'll draw it for you, Shinichi remarked, tugging at Obito. The boy's attention was immediately captured by this statement, and he unconsciously climbed onto his back. Hey, Shinichi, can you envision my future self? Nope, just teasing you. Hold tight. If you fall, it's not my responsibility. Their voices faded into the distance, and soon the river area returned to tranquility, as if no one had ever been there. In the dim underground base, Kairi lay on the ground, gasping for breath. still reeling from the shock that Shinichi had abandoned a cat. At that moment, he was suddenly seized by White Zetsu and forcibly brought before Madara. Lord Madara. Confronted with Madara's icy gaze, Kairi felt an intense anxiety. I don't know what is happening either. Now, tell me everything you know. Okay. Even without a contract. Kairi dared not defy Madara's command. It seemed that Madara's temperament had drastically changed, becoming a cold and ruthless individual. Perhaps it began when Lord Izuna perished. As others followed suit, his trust in anyone diminished. Especially after that fellow Shinichi vanished. Even the ninja cats were heartlessly abandoned by Madara. Minutes passed, and Kairi finally finished speaking, parched and exhausted. Observing Madara's expression closely, he noticed the coldness in his downcast eyes intensified. That fellow's name is even a lie. There is hardly anything about him that I can trust. It is a stark reality. Madara slowly rose, leaning on a black scythe that made Kairi break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Madara only took a couple of steps with the weapon, showing no intention to kill him. You see my state, don't you? Madara looked down at him. I currently cannot do anything, so I need someone to assist me. What do you need? Kairi trembled. If I ask Shinichi, he will definitely help you. The old Shinichi would have, but the current one would only oppose me if he knew, Madara replied without hesitation. You and he are one at this moment. I won't tell you anything. Just stay here. If you wish to leave, it's up to you. Like that child who lured the enemy, the apprentice of Captain Minato is also missing. Why can't we find any bodies? I don't know. There is certainly something strange about this. Perhaps they encountered some advanced space-time ninjutsu? But who cast it? That is even harder to determine. But I can assure you it wasn't Captain Minato. He wasn't even there. Not only were the survivors puzzled, but Kakashi and Rin, recovering from their injuries, exchanged bewildered glances. Even Minato, upon hearing everything, felt utterly confused. If we can't see the bodies, perhaps that is a good thing. At that moment, a cheerful shout suddenly rang out from the hillside below. Hey Kakashi, Rin, Teacher Minato. Everyone was startled and hurried to look, discovering two figures below, Obito and Shinichi. What? Could it be an enemy transformation technique? No, their chakra hasn't changed. They are the real deal. Confirmed a sensory ninja in the group. Chapter 60. What kind of eyes do you have? With the two safely returning, the others were overjoyed. When asked how they had escaped, the now childlike Shinichi shook his head innocently, claiming he didn't know, only that he had awakened at the bottom of the valley and found Obito unconscious by the river after searching for several hours. His acting skills were quite convincing, and the others believed him wholeheartedly, as it was indeed good news. The only certainty was that besides Captain Minato, there was another expert in space-time ninjutsu present, appearing to be on the side of Konoha. However, their identity remained unknown. Given that one of the returning ninjas was a Uchiha with a Sharingan, it would certainly enhance their team's performance on the battlefield. Shinichi-kun. Aoi Kobayakawa suddenly rushed over, tightly hugging Shinichi, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm so glad you're alive. I will never forget your kindness and risking yourself to lure the enemy. Her voice choked at the end. It's nothing. It's what a comrade should do, Shinichi replied, shaking his head in comfort. Seeing the two young ones close together, the nearby Konoha ninjas exchanged knowing smiles. Rin was also touched by the scene, her face softening with a gentle smile. However, she soon sensed a different kind of resentment nearby. Turning her head, she found Obito glaring intensely at Aoi. For some reason, witnessing this made Rin blink and smile even more. Kakashi, noticing Obito's expression, shook his head in exasperation. Does that fool Obito not realize he is glaring at a comrade with the eyes of an enemy? Aoi also sensed the awkward atmosphere and quickly released her grip, saying, Shinichi-kun, I'm sorry. It's fine, the ever-composed Shinichi replied without any other reaction. Seeing this, Obito, who had something to say, reached out. But another hand was quicker. Kakashi pulled him aside, inspecting him closely before finally relaxing, reassured that he hadn't sustained any injuries. From now on, you shouldn't rush to the front. If you're as impulsive as Obito and fall into an enemy trap, it could lead to mutual destruction. What are you talking about, Kakashi? Obito exclaimed, his eyes wide in shame as he interrupted. I won't make such a mistake again. As he spoke, he pulled Shinichi closer to his side. Kakashi frowned slightly. I haven't finished speaking with Shinichi yet. Don't interrupt. You're the one who interrupted. I forgot everything I wanted to say because of you. Obito retorted, blaming Kakashi. Ushida Narikazu found himself in the middle, akin to a weeble. being pulled this way and that, automatically taking over the duties of Noara Rin, persuading the two to refrain from arguing. Mizumoto and Nara Shikaku observed with resigned smiles. A quarrel, after all, signified a revival of vitality. Subsequently, with adequate supplies, the forces from Konoha successfully coordinated with the support team, swiftly overwhelming the Sand Shinobi squad that had attempted a surprise attack. Under the formidable pressure led by Minato Namikaze, the Sand Shinobi on this battlefield retreated steadily, and Konoha secured a fleeting victory. Upon returning to the village, Obito entered his home and scanned the living room. "Where is Kairi?" Upon hearing this, Ushida Narikazu suddenly remembered he had left Kairi in the Land of Thunder. Since we were all on a mission, there was no one to look after it. So I temporarily sent it back to Granny Cat. I'll fetch it in a couple of days. Obito acknowledged without suspicion, as he reclined on the sofa. Obito indulged in a languid stretch, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Ushida Narikazu, who was unbuttoning his haori, stained with much blood, necessitating a change and a thorough wash. Reflecting on his own inadequacies, Obito furrowed his brow. He had narrowly escaped death, nearly losing his dearest friend. He must devise a means to grow stronger. Sensing a gaze lingering behind him, Ushida Narikazu turned, his eyes firm. "Obito, don't you have something you wish to convey to me? Speak now." At these words, Obito felt an inexplicable resistance. He had been hesitating to voice his thoughts back at the South-He Shrine. However, he sheepishly scratched his head, laughing. I forgot." Ushida Narikazu refrained from pressing further, as he too was contemplating how to visit Madara again. The following day, when the Uchiha elders sent someone to find Obito, Ushida Narikazu happened to be absent, having gone to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, greeted him with a smile that sent shivers down Obito's spine. "What scheme is this old man concocting? Hokage-sama, is there something you need?" The third sifted through a mountain of documents, producing a pink letter. "Narikazu, this is a letter from Mr. Suzuki, addressed to you." Feigning innocence, Ushida Narikazu asked, "Is it from the same person we escorted, Captain Shinaru?" "Indeed," the third nodded. Upon hearing this, Narikazu's expression soured. "Mr. Suzuki seems to possess some peculiar habits. Captain Shinaru had previously cautioned me to keep my distance." The third chuckled heartily, encouraging Narikazu to open the letter. Reluctantly, he complied, unveiling the letter suffused with a youthful pink hue. The first line contained Suzuki Shinichi's flamboyant greeting, though thankfully it did not dwell on anything excessive. However, after finishing the letter, Ushida Narikazu's countenance turned green. "I simply cannot tolerate this individual. Hokage-sama, please dispose of such letters in the future." "Haha, I find it quite amusing," the third replied, his demeanor amiable, as he watched Ushida Narikazu exit the office. The third then rose and approached the door, where two others had appeared unbeknownst to him. "Saratobi, is that the child?" asked Nara Shikaku. Mito Gate in chimed in. "He is connected to the land of demons." The third interrupted with a firm tone. "Regardless, Narikazu is now a part of Konoha." Dissatisfied with the third's tone, Nara Shikaku retorted, "Is it because we recently received that 100 million Ryo in secret support from Suzuki Shinichi that you say so?" The third turned to face them, not responding immediately. But after taking a couple of steps back, he paused. "You wouldn't object to matters beneficial to the village, would you?" Both Shikaku and In were left speechless by this statement. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Ushida Narikazu encountered Shursui on the street. After some time apart, Shursui seemed to have grown taller. "Oh," Shursui greeted with a wave and a smile. "Where is everyone? Is that guy not around?" "Obito's at home." Shursui nodded in understanding, his brow suddenly furrowing. "Speaking of which, have you heard about the situation?" Ushida Narikazu paused, intrigued. "What situation?" Seeing that Narikazu genuinely did not know, Shursui explained, "The clan leaders wish to bring Obito back to the Uchiha." Chapter 61. Seeking support upon returning home, Ushida Narikazu discovered that Obito was indeed absent. Shursui's words were proven correct, though he hadn't anticipated it happening so soon. The Uchiha seemed to be in quite a rush. Considering Obito's hesitant demeanor earlier, Narikazu surmised that he likely intended to discuss this very matter. In truth, it was not a significant issue. At most, it meant returning to a solitary life like before. However, Ushida Narikazu felt a sense of discontent with the Uchiha's presumptuous attitude toward reclaiming him. The identity of an orphan has historically held little societal weight, which is why the Uchiha had previously shown little regard for Obito. Yet now, They seemed to prioritize him highly, with Fugaku Uchiha personally taking on the role of mentor. It felt profoundly ironic. Narukazu? A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Kakashi went to answer, revealing a familiar face. Ushida Narukazu directly inquired, "Is Uncle Tsukumo back?" "Not yet." Noticing Narukazu's troubled expression, Kakashi quickly asked what was wrong. Narukazu recounted Shirsue's words. After listening, Kakashi sighed, running a hand over his forehead. "So Obito has indeed been called back. You knew?" Kakashi nodded, knowing Obito would be reluctant to return to such a lonely existence. But his kind nature would likely bind him to the clan's regulations, forcing him to make choices he disliked. Ushida Narukazu understood this well, which was why he sought out Tsukumo Hatake, hoping that his nominal mentor could lend him support in approaching the Uchiha for Obito, considering he was still just a child without much influence. The legendary Konoha White Fang, however, was a different story. Kakashi deemed this approach feasible. But the key issue was that his father was currently absent from the village. "What are you two doing standing at the door?" Just then, Tsukumo Hatake appeared outside. Kakashi and Ushida Narukazu exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up in unison. "Dad, your timing is impeccable." Tsukumo smiled, reaching out to pat each child's head. "I stopped by the Hokage's office upon my return to see the Hokage. But what has happened with you two?" He had heard rumors that Narukazu and Obito had encountered some mishap on the battlefield. Were they unharmed? Ushida Narukazu removed Tsukumo's hand from his head, speaking earnestly, "Uncle Tsukumo, I need your help." Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan residence, Obito fidgeted restlessly, drenched in sweat. Before him stood Fugaku Uchiha, his expression grave, flanked by two other Uchiha elders. Their gazes piercing. "Obito, do you not wish to contribute to the advancement of our clan?" queried Uchiha Ryuji from the left. Uchiha Yu on the right quickly added, "As a member of the Uchiha, you have a responsibility to contribute." Obito felt an immense weight upon him. He had never expressed unwillingness. Yet these two elders had been lecturing him for so long, and he had merely stated his desire not to return to clan life. How had the conversation shifted to matters of responsibility? Summoning his courage, Obito replied, "I believe that living alongside my friends outside does not conflict with these matters." Ryuji and Yu's expressions darkened. How dare this young boy defy the wishes of his elders at such a tender age? They deemed it necessary to administer a lesson. Fugaku sat in the center, furrowing his brows, yet maintaining a semblance of calm as he remarked, "If you do not reside within the clan, you will be unable to attend important gatherings at a moment's notice." Obito's eyes widened. "Huh? Are there gatherings I need to attend?" He had never participated in a single gathering thus far. This straightforward truth rendered Fugaku momentarily speechless. Uchiha Rishirchi and Uchiha Y could no longer contain their impatience. The former issued a stern command to Obito, "Move back to the Uchiha clan immediately." Obito's expression shifted with surprise. Why must it be like this? Uchiha Y's tone turned icy. "You are not to eat until you return." "Obito, think carefully." Obito felt a constriction in his throat, his fists clenched tightly. Seemingly devoid of an outlet for his frustrations, he could only pound the ground heavily to release his emotions. This was infuriating. Moments later, Uchiha Rishirchi and Uchiha Y left Fugaku's home. Fugaku glanced back, discovering that Obito had yet to emerge from his room. Makoto, watching with concern, pondered aloud. Why must Obito return? He seems quite happy living outside with that child, at least much happier than he would be within our clan. Fugaku clarified sternly. "This is the demand of those two elders, not mine. But you did not oppose their unreasonable request. This is no different than acquiescence." Fugaku frowned, yet Makoto sighed, disregarding him as she turned to the kitchen. Before long, she emerged with food, considering that Obito, having lost both parents, had already suffered enough. He should not be subjected to further bullying within the clan. Fugaku's frown deepened. "If you are going to take it, do so discreetly. Don't let me see it." Makoto understood that her husband often spoke harshly, yet he possessed a kind heart. She smiled. "I did it deliberately. Obito should know that you, as the clan leader, are merely coddling those two elders." Fugaku neither confirmed nor denied his wife's speculation. It was only when Makoto entered the room where Obito was that he suddenly found himself wanting to intervene. Just then, a calm voice resonated from behind him, "Fugaku." Upon entering, Makoto noticed that Obito seemed to lack an appetite, likely due to his troubled mood. She offered gentle words of comfort, but Obito remained lost in thought. Knock, knock. The door was softly tapped. Makoto, puzzled, opened the door. "Hello, said Kamizumi Naruya politely and quietly. Makoto was taken aback, quickly understanding as she glanced outside to see Fugaku conversing with Hitaki Tsukumo. A few seconds later, Makoto, understanding the situation, stepped out of the room while Kamizumi Naruya quietly entered. He did not close the door, allowing golden sunlight to pour in and illuminate Obito's back. Kamizumi Naruya surveyed the surroundings and noticed the plate beside Obito, which held 3 delectable rice balls lovingly crafted by Makoto. Obito was engulfed in sorrow when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a fair hand reaching out to unceremoniously grab a rice ball. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze. Kamizumi Naruya took a bite of the rice ball, chewing and mumbling, "Delicious." Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected presence at this hour. Kamizumi Naruya showed no intention of elaborating further. He simply stuffed a rice ball into Obito's mouth. Let us go home. Chapter 62. A blockhead at that moment. Obito's mind felt muddled. The rice ball dropped from his mouth to the floor, prompting Kamizumi Naruya to shake his head disapprovingly. Why waste food, you rascal? He bent down to pick up the rice ball, but Obito lunged forward, causing both of them to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. It seemed that for some time now, Obito had grown fond of such playful leaps and embraces, perhaps as a reaction to the immense pressure he faced alone, finding solace in the presence of someone he trusted. Ah, did it hurt? I'm sorry, Obito exclaimed in a panic, while Kamizumi Naruya quickly reassured him that he was fine. Get up first, he urged, nudging Obito. However, Obito awkwardly chuckled. That might take a moment. My legs have gone numb from kneeling too long. Upon seeing Kamizumi Naruya, he thought he was hallucinating. Thus, without a second thought, unaware of his numbed legs, he sprang up to confirm his vision, only to have his legs give way, causing him to crash onto Naruya instead. How embarrassing. Kamizumi Naruya sighed, recognizing this as a typical behavior of Obito, and comfortingly patted the back of his head. Obito lowered his gaze, feeling an inexplicable tension. Don't overthink it, Uchiha Obito. Naruya is just a boy, even if he is handsome and treats you kindly. He is merely your best friend. How could you feel shy around him? Yet, he couldn't help but ponder why Naruya's lips appeared so soft and inviting. Have you activated your Sharingan? Obito scolded himself internally for such fleeting thoughts. Kamizumi Naruya, completely oblivious to Obito's inner turmoil, suddenly asked, What were you thinking about? Obito was startled, fearing his absurd thoughts had been uncovered. He hastily shook his head. No. I absolutely did not think about how great it would be if you were a girl. Not at all. Kamizumi Naruya raised an eyebrow. Oh? So that's how you see it? Obito's face and ears flushed crimson with embarrassment. But soon, he heard Kamizumi Naruya inquire, Do you really want a younger sister that much? Huh, a sister? Obito felt taken aback, instinctively responding, No, that's not it. He didn't desire a sister, however, at his current level of understanding. He could not articulate his feelings adequately and could only look anxiously at Kamizumi Naruya. This attitude left Naruya thoroughly perplexed. What on earth was Obito trying to convey? He considered probing further, but Obito abruptly climbed off him, clumsily shifting the topic. Why are you here, Naruya? Idiot, of course, I came to pick you up. Kamizumi Naruya sat up slowly, glancing at the rice ball that had nearly been squished beneath him. As Naruya's gaze shifted away from himself, Obito anxiously grasped his arm. I'm sorry for troubling you again. No worries. Just then, Shirsue's voice interjected unexpectedly. Kamizumi Naruya looked up to see Shirsue smiling, pulling Itachi along at the doorway. I knew you would take action, Shirsue whispered, covering his mouth, as if afraid Fugaku might overhear. Kamizumi Naruya replied. So you used Itachi as an excuse to check on our progress? Shirsue blinked, still smiling. Yes, quite perceptive of you. Don't be so straightforward. Itachi will be upset. Kamizumi Naruya teased. Little Itachi won't mind, right? Shirsue grinned at the small Itachi, who nodded earnestly. Just as expected from you two. Obito covered half of his face, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at Shirsue's arrival. Fortunately, he did not burst into tears from being overly moved. Otherwise, hey. Kakashi's voice suddenly erupted as his silver hair peeked around the doorframe. Obito's face turned pale with fright. Why is Kakashi here too? He soon learned that Kamizumi Naruya had learned the news through Shirsue. Obito's emotions were a swirl of complexity. He had always harbored a dislike for Shirsue. Yet here he was, providing him with substantial assistance. Kakashi, your father is currently in discussion with the clan leader. It should conclude shortly. What? Obito exclaimed again in astonishment. Kakashi's father had come as well. However, considering that they are merely children and unlikely to change this situation easily, it is essential to have a reliable adult step in, and there is no one more suitable than Tsukumo Hatake. Indeed, Tsukumo is quite formidable. Almost as soon as they finished speaking, he emerged from the reception room. "You three little rascals, lunchtime is upon us, so hurry along with me to eat." Upon hearing Tsukumo's casual tone, Obito's eyes widened in surprise. What does this mean? Does he not have to stay back? "Stop daydreaming. Let's go," Shiranui said, patting him on the shoulder. Kakashi also indicated that with his father's involvement, success was assured. Obito felt a warmth in his eyes as he bowed to Fugaku and Mikoto, who were walking out behind him, and promptly fell in step with Seiichia and the others. Observing the group exit the courtyard, Fugaku's expression seemed unchanged. Yet, recalling Tsukumo's earlier words struck a chord deep within him. As a clan leader, it is entirely normal to seek the welfare of one's clan. It appears, Fugaku, you too have your own unavoidable circumstances. There is no need to make things difficult for a child, although the words may be harsh. Your hope should be for your clansmen to coexist peacefully with the villagers, should it not? Agreeing to let Obito and Seiichia live together, allowing two orphan children to rely on one another, is indeed a heartwarming matter. Furthermore, prior to coming here, I visited Lord Hokage, who imparted some intriguing information to me. Shortly thereafter, upon learning that Obito had been taken by Tsukumo, Uchiha Rishirchi and Uchiha hurriedly confronted Fugaku. This matter was thus settled. Fugaku declared unequivocally, "This is the child's decision, which I respect, and I shall personally teach him ninjutsu as promised." "Absolutely not," exclaimed the two elderly men, visibly agitated, believing this to be utterly unacceptable. Fugaku cast a glance at them, his tone grave. "Let us not forget, this is not solely Obito's wish, but also that of the child named Seiichia. What concern is this of an outsider? What right does he have?" They retorted. "Only because Tsukumo Hatake himself stated that the child belongs to a noble family from the land of demons." Fugaku interrupted impatiently. "In this war, the esteemed Suzuki Shinichi from the land of demons discreetly supported our village with 100 million ryo and even inquired about the child's well-being through a letter. On this basis alone, Lord Hokage will undoubtedly side with him. Do you wish to escalate this minor issue to Lord Hokage?" The two elderly men, recovering from their shock, remained obstinate. "This is a matter within our Uchiha clan. Even Lord Hokage cannot interfere." Fugaku, unwilling to engage further, declared coldly, "The Uchiha are also a part of the village. We must not act in ways that could harm the village's interests." Implicitly, he questioned whether they truly wished to offend that white-haired boy and incite the ire of Suzuki Shinichi. Should the latter, the benefactor, cease his financial support, who would bear the blame? Uchiha Rishirchi and Uchiha Y exchanged glances, sensing that Fugaku's perspective was overly exaggerated, yet finding themselves lacking the confidence they had arrived with. They could only take a deep breath and leave in defeat. Meanwhile, far away in the land of demons, Suzuki Shinichi sneezed. "Oh, it seems Lord Mokoroku is thinking of me." Chapter 63. Where did we go wrong? Shiranui was unaware that the smoothness of this affair was partly due to Suzuki Shinichi's influence. At this moment, he was enjoying lunch at a barbecue restaurant with Tsukumo Hatake and the others. There is no problem that a good barbecue cannot solve. If there is, then 2 barbecues will do. The sizzling sound of meat cooking, mixed with the rising steam and the din of the restaurant, created a warm atmosphere. Tsukumo, holding a teacup, smiled and encouraged Seiichia and Obito, who were seated across from him, to eat more. Kakashi, adeptly flipping the meat, was oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Tsukumo's gaze at that moment. However, Seiichia, being perceptive, sensed something amiss. He feigned ignorance and refrained from inquiring about what Tsukumo had discussed with Fugaku, opting to maintain a quiet demeanor. Yet, the straightforward Obito could not conceal his curiosity. What did Uncle Tsukumo discuss with our clan leader? Initially, the clan leader appeared as stern as those 2 old men, yet his expression seemed to soften considerably upon leaving. Surely, that cannot be a mere figment of my imagination? When someone finally posed a question, Tsukumo set down his teacup and exhaled, as if releasing a long-held breath. "Oh, Obito, your direct nature is refreshing." Glancing at his son, who was engrossed in grilling meat, and at his beloved pupil across from him, Tsukumo felt a twinge of headache. These 2 seemed to have tacitly agreed to remain silent, particularly Seiichia, who was clearly the most anxious yet remained remarkably composed, leaving everything to Tsukumo to handle. Could this be the trust a disciple has in his teacher? Tsukumo straightened up, feeling a swell of pride. Thankfully, he had not let the children down. I merely discussed matters pertinent to adults with your clan leader. Chu nearly choked. Konoha's white fan continues to speak in a manner that invites misunderstanding. Obito, lacking Chu's capacity for contemplation, scratched his head, embarrassed, and suddenly stood up, bowing deeply in gratitude towards Tsukumo. No need for that. Tsukumo quickly waved his hand. If anyone deserves thanks, it is Chu, who came to me in tears seeking assistance. Chu interjected, I did not cry. He lifted his gaze to correct him. Uncle Tsukumo, do not embellish the truth. Tsukumo laughed heartily to mask the awkwardness, thinking how these vibrant youngsters lacked a sense of humor. Kakashi delivered a blunt remark to his father. You must have spent too much time with Guy's father, spouting nothing but unfunny cold jokes. Obito was taken aback. Crying? He has never seen Chu cry. Unlike him, who often shed tears, if Chu were to cry, something terrible must have occurred. Perhaps during the passing of his loved ones, Chu must have cried. Would he cry if he were to die? Lost in thought, he was brought back to reality by Chu's voice. What are you daydreaming about? The meat is almost burnt. Chu deftly placed the nearly cooked pieces of meat into Obito's bowl and added a few fresh ones. Tsukumo observed this scene with a smile of contentment. Life is truly wonderful. Having loved ones by one's side is indeed a blessing. He pondered how, had he not received assistance from noble benefactors back then, he might not have endured through such difficult times. Without his presence, he wondered how Kakashi would have grown and what he might have become. Kakashi, noticing Tsukumo's gaze, frowned and urged, Why are you looking at me like that? Just eat. Under Tsukumo's affectionate gaze, Kakashi quickly placed a piece of grilled meat on his father's plate. If you're envious, just say so, and I'll serve you. Well, actually, my son is doing just fine as he is. Obito shared a sentiment similar to Tsukumo's. Coming back to the moment, he happily stuffed the grilled meat into his mouth. No, he will never die. He must live well. Ensuring he never gives Chu a reason to cry. Cough, cough. Almost choking. He caught Chu's amused expression as he naturally handed Obito a glass of water and patted his back, a gesture that had become second nature. This scene, reflected in a pair of blood-red eyes, evoked a chilling sensation. Madara, Lord Madara. Seeing Madara's displeasure, Kairi hastily retracted her telescope technique, plunging the scene within the crystal ball into darkness. This is not merely due to Master Madara's curiosity about what that fellow is currently engaged in. Thus, it has employed this technique. It possesses no other remarkable skills, being proficient solely in perception-based auxiliary ninjutsu. Fortunately, it was well aware that Shinye's chakra affinities are wind, fire, and water, which is why the technique was executed so seamlessly. However, the distance was too great, causing the crystal ball's image to flicker and waver, rendering it somewhat unstable. Yet, this did not hinder Master Madara from witnessing Shinye's infidelity. Moreover, the object of his infidelity is a child of the Uchiha clan. Its interactions with the boy named Obito were limited, having shared only brief moments together. It could not fathom why Shinye would be so captivated by this clumsy fool. Showering him with meticulous care, even upon the sudden appearance of Master Madara, he audaciously abandoned it, vanishing with a loud bang, utilizing a secret technique to flee. Surely, it was Obito who prompted him to forsake the presence of Master Madara. Why? Kuwali rolled restlessly on the ground, perplexed by how her seemingly perfect Master Madara could have been overshadowed by that boy named Obito. Was it due to age? Did Shinye, who remained unaltered in appearance, disdain the passage of time that had transformed Master Madara, favoring the allure of youth instead? Surely, that was exceedingly juvenile, not yet even fully grown. Kuwali's musings were abruptly interrupted by Madara's piercing gaze of death. Whose side do you choose? What? Kuwali did not comprehend the profound implications of Madara's words. However, she recognized that Madara was not one to elaborate unnecessarily. After ruminating for a moment, she declared her loyalty aloud. I stand with you. Madara fixed his gaze upon her, and after a few seconds, calmly inquired, even if I were to pit you against that fellow, would you hesitate? Kuwali instinctively nodded. Once she had nodded, she realized that the fellow referred to Uchiha Shinye. In other words, would they be adversaries to Shinye? Why? Madara disregarded Kuwali's thoughts and candidly expressed his perspective. In reality, there exists only anguish, suffering, and solitude. The longer I live, the clearer my vision becomes. I believe that fellow feels the same. He simply lacks my resolve. Kuali, a small kitten, could not grasp Madara's musings. She found this version of Madara to be quite unfamiliar. Yet she was at a loss as to how to interrupt this state of his. Do not fret. Did you not claim to be on my side? I shall ensure you assist me with certain tasks. Chapter 64. Eternal life. The seeds of war continue to grow, and as ninjas, everyone lacks leisure time to remain in the village. I am heading out. At the entrance, Obito cheerfully waved to a person a few steps away. As the door swung partially open, he suddenly recalled something, turning back and hurriedly running to embrace Uchiha Chinya. Wait for my return. Obito beamed, revealing a broad smile as he ruffled Chinya's white hair. The sound of the door closing snapped Chinya back to reality. He absent-mindedly touched his hair, which had been tousled by Obito. In recent days, the villagers had been exceedingly busy. Even Obito had been dispatched on a support mission. Yet he had not received any assignments. Not even a single S-rank mission had been assigned to him. Was it because the majority of ninjas were out fighting? Logically, there should have been an accumulation of S-rank missions, yet Nara-sensei had not communicated anything for several days. Or were his other teammates secretly occupied, leaving him to languish? Chinya felt something was amiss and decided to venture out to inquire with Shursui. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Kawaii Aoi on the street. She appeared fully equipped, seemingly preparing to gather with others. Upon catching sight of him, Aoi's expression shifted to one of guilt. Aoi, do we have a mission? No. I'm just heading to the dango shop to buy their new vanilla flavor. I absolutely am not leaving the village. You must believe me, Chinya-kun. Chinya found her feeble acting to be utterly lacking. He was certain that Aoi and her companions were concealing something from him. Before he could probe further, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Orochimaru's distinctive raspy voice resonated from above. The new flavor of sweet chestnuts is indeed delightful. They are offering half-price tastings these days, and they are selling out quickly. Hurry and get some, or you may miss out. Upon hearing this, Aoi seized the opportunity to escape, promptly nodding and waving farewell to Chinya. I'm sorry, Chinya-kun, she lied. But this is Nara-sensei's orders, and I cannot speak candidly. Watching her dash away, not even heading towards the dango shop, Chinya's brow furrowed as he turned to Orochimaru. The scientist was undoubtedly being deliberate. Lord Orochimaru, please withdraw your hand. Otherwise, your disciple will grow jealous and seek to duel with me. Orochimaru chuckled softly, releasing his grip. It was not entirely unusual for him to be hands-on, as it is a natural instinct when one encounters something of interest. Since suspecting this child to be that particular individual, he had developed a profound curiosity regarding this body. If death holds any significance, it is in utilizing the deceased. And if life holds meaning, it must be eternal life. Has this child, or rather, this person, achieved that? As Orochimaru's inquisitive gaze lingered on him, Chinya felt uncomfortable and frowned. With someone as formidable as Lord Orochimaru, should you not be at the front lines? What is the purpose of lingering before me? No, I shall be departing shortly, Orochimaru replied, casting a glance at him. However, you seem destined to remain idle. This peace is an opportunity that countless ordinary ninjas yearn for. What do you mean? Chinya inquired, puzzled. Orochimaru smiled and elaborated. Are you not aware? For your safety, Lord Sarutobi and the others have prohibited you from leaving the village to undertake missions. Why? Chinya was taken aback by this decision. Orochimaru explained. Because of your close relationship with Lord Suzuki Shinichi. Chinya's eyes widened as he then realized that, due to Suzuki's connection, the third Hokage and others seemed to regard him as part of the nobility of the land of demons. To say he was noble would be more accurately described as being considered the illegitimate child of Suzuki. Naturally, a child associated with a benefactor must be well protected. It would be disastrous if he were to go missing in a battlefield incident, as had occurred previously. Hence, the third Hokage and the others made this decision. Yet they only informed Nara and Shiki, without issuing a clear command. Orochimaru had learned this information from Danzo. Ever since discovering that Sarutobi had accepted Suzuki's financial support, Danzo had grown increasingly vigilant regarding Chinya, feeling quite vexed. This made it all the more difficult for him to take action. Meanwhile, Orochimaru silently observed the unfolding drama. Having not devised any further schemes, Chinya felt a mix of emotions, suddenly finding solace in this situation. With no missions on the horizon, he need not concern himself with anything else and could secretly leave the village to find Huali once more. He could not simply abandon her with Madara, could he? Speaking of which, was she still alive? Surely Madara would not harm his former ninja cat, would he? The two must have already recognized one another. He pondered what that reunion might entail. Did Huali wipe her tears and snot on Madara's person? Just as he was lost in these whimsical thoughts, Orochimaru suddenly smiled at him. You wish to leave the village, do you not? I can take you out. Shinya was not swayed by the scientist's insincere flattery. He shook his head in denial. I have no intention of leaving the village. I merely wish to express my gratitude to Lord Hokage, as he has afforded me fewer opportunities to confront the horrors of war. Ah, I see I was mistaken. Orochimaru chuckled as he departed, and Shinya narrowed his eyes. There is an inexplicable air of mystery surrounding Orochimaru, leaving one to ponder the nature of his musings. Suppressing his doubts, he turned around, only to have a cat-shaped pastry suddenly fly through the air, landing squarely on his face. Is that you, Seiya? The voice was strikingly familiar. Seiya quickly reached out to peel the pastry away, revealing Huali. You returned? How is that possible? Of course. It was Lord Madara who instructed his special mount to escort me back, Huali replied. Seiya, perplexed, mused, does Madara even have a mount? Surely not the Nine Tails, for it is sealed within Kushina. At that moment, the disguised white Zetsu, lurking in the shadows, interjected with a chapter title, Chapter 65, Do you feel it? Upon hearing that Huali's return was facilitated by white Zetsu, Seiya swiftly scanned his surroundings, failing to detect any trace of white Zetsu's presence. Not knowing which form he had assumed to blend in. Could he be masquerading as Madara? That would be utterly terrifying. Huali, observing his expression, suddenly waved in a certain direction, playfully making sounds akin to teasing a dog. What is the matter? Can't seem to sneeze? Seiya found it odd. Just then, a familiar deep voice resonated nearby. Hello. The tone was far from the original owner's perfect and commanding timbre. Instead, it possessed an almost comical absurdity. Seiya abruptly shut his eyes, wishing he could block out the sound with his hands. Indeed, White Zetsu had chosen to appear in Madara's guise. It seemed whatever one feared would inevitably come to pass. I'll leave the cat here, goodbye. Wait. Huali suddenly leapt from Seiya's arms, blocking White Zetsu's path. Surprisingly, White Zetsu obeyed and halted. Huali tugged at White Zetsu's pant leg, pulling him closer to Seiya. Seiya, take a good look at him. Confused, Seiya exchanged bewildered glances with White Zetsu. Huali eagerly inquired, Isn't he handsome? Seiya fell into an eerie silence for a moment before asking, Are you referring to his original face or the one he currently wears as Madara? Of course, I mean Lord Madara's face. Ah, well, that is beyond reproach. Huali's emerald eyes sparkled, as if invigorated. Right? Lord Madara is 100 times more handsome than that scruffy brat. You must indeed truly be infatuated with that little rascal. Take this opportunity to admire Lord Madara's handsome visage and rekindle those past feelings. Seiya furrowed his brow, finally realizing that the little rascal Huali referred to was Obito. Why was Huali juxtaposing the appearances of these two individuals for him? I feel nothing, he said flatly, pushing away the smiling White Zetsu. Nothing? How can that be? Huali exclaimed, her heart unable to fathom that Lord Madara's allure could fall flat. Especially considering this was the youthful visage of Lord Madara. Could it be that your affection for him has truly waned? No. Enough. Keep your voice down. Seiya covered Huali's mouth with his hand before turning back to White Zetsu. Hello, you should excuse yourself quickly. Do you think everyone who knows Uchiha Madara has perished? Yet Huali stubbornly clung to White Zetsu's pant leg, preventing him from leaving. Seiya, look again. Seiya bent down to adjust her position, then pointed at White Zetsu. Are you certain you want me to find feelings for a face that is so utterly distorted? Huali suddenly realized, glancing up to see White Zetsu's smirk, seemingly enjoying the situation. At that moment, Huali could no longer tolerate White Zetsu's erroneous use of Madara's face. Hurry and leave, she insisted, swatting at him with her paws. Before long, the innocent White Zetsu departed, and Seiya, filled with frustration, carried Huali back. Did you divulge my affairs to Madara? Upon hearing this, Huali's anger transformed into guilt. No, I didn't. Do you think that sounds believable? How could Madara not inquire about you? Well, I might have mentioned a bit. Just a bit? Okay, fine, it was everything I know. Oh, Seiya looked down at the back of Huali's head. For instance, your name is a fabrication. You died and came back to life. And you deliberately disguised yourself as a child to return to this village and mingle with his descendants. Seiya was taken aback. Are you just spouting nonsense? Huali, having received a sharp knock on the head, cradled it, feeling wronged. What is wrong with that? Isn't it true? Of course not. Obito and I are merely good friends. Really? That fool doesn't he seem to think so? Seiya replied, confused. He took a breath, striving for calmness. You should really remove your blinders. Obito has someone he likes. Everyone who has seen Naruto knows the significance of Rin to Obito. Why would Huali think of him as a steel-hearted man? Oh, so he has someone he fancies? Huali scoffed. Then why doesn't he go after her instead of trailing behind you all day? Children can be shy around their crushes. What is so strange about that? All right. I won't argue with you about this anymore. Huali decided to change the subject, muttering, as long as you haven't strayed from the path. That is all that matters. Seiya was left bewildered by her cryptic words. In stark contrast to the tranquility within the Hidden Leaf village, the external war raged on. Battles across various fronts were fierce, with neither side holding a definitive advantage. In the southeastern battlefield, a dense fog rolled in, obscuring the vision of the Leaf ninjas and plunging them into a dire confrontation with the Hidden Mist village. Deprived of sight, the Leaf suffered significant losses. Yet the surviving ninjas fought valiantly, managing to regain a slight upper hand. Subsequently, Hidden Mist's rear forces detected the approaching reinforcements from the Leaf and resolved to annihilate them. They attempted to employ the fog once more to disorient the Leaf ninjas. However, this time they discovered their tactic was futile. For among the reinforcement squad was a young boy wearing goggles who faced their mist with remarkable composure. Under the command of a tall, golden-haired youth, he effortlessly dispelled their fog with his ocular technique. Well done, Obito, Minato praised his disciple without reservation. He then gestured knowingly toward a certain direction. Understood. Obito pivoted swiftly, forming hand seals, unleashing a powerful fire technique that surged forward with the wind toward the immense tree trunk ahead. The Hidden Mist ninjas, hiding behind the tree, sensed the impending danger and leapt back to evade, only to be met by a deafening crack of thunder resonating from above, a sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping or a chelan roaring, utterly deafening. Raikiri, minutes later. After vanquishing their foes, Rin checked on Obito and Kakashi, smiling in relief. Wonderful. Everyone is unharmed, and we successfully defeated the enemy. The synergy between Obito and Kakashi had been flawless, their performances outstanding, prompting Minato to give them a thumbs up repeatedly. At that moment, Kakashi inadvertently glanced down and noticed a white object on the ground near Obito's feet. He bent down to retrieve it. It felt like a photograph. Though he was looking at the back, curious, Kakashi flipped it over. Just as he caught a glimpse, the anxious Obito snatched it away. Why did you take my stuff? Obito glared at him, displeased. Kakashi, maintaining his composure, explained, You were the one who let it slip from your pocket. I merely picked it up. Oh, thank you. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Obito brushed off the dust from the photo, stowed it in his pocket, only to feel it might fall out again, prompting him to pull it out once more. Observing his indecision, Kakashi frowned and bluntly stated, You're really something else. Obito nearly stumbled, wide-eyed. What do you mean, Kakashi? I wish to inquire about the meaning behind carrying a photograph of Chinya. Kakashi squinted at him. Upon hearing that name, Obito's heart suddenly raced, and he instinctively pressed the photograph closer to his chest, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Why are you casually snooping through someone else's belongings? Kakashi retorted, claiming that his gaze had inadvertently caught sight of it when he picked it up. Obito stammered, I carry it willingly. He quickly turned and dashed to the side, bracing himself against a tree with one hand, covering his flushed face. For reasons unknown, from the moment Kakashi had asked him why he carried Chinya's photograph, Obito felt as though some secret had been unwittingly unveiled, leaving him somewhat flustered. The photograph wasn't he stolen. Why should he fear being discovered? Yet, upon pondering this, he sensed something amiss. Was he embarrassed by this? Obito, are you feeling unwell? Lin approached with concern. By now, the warmth on Obito's face had nearly dissipated. When he abruptly turned to face Lin, he was startled but felt no other emotion. Huh. Obito blinked, bewildered by the absence of his former shyness around Lin. This matter remained unresolved until their recent successful mission, after which they returned to the village, and Obito still could not comprehend it. Why are you dazed? At the dining table, Chinya noticed Obito's vacant expression and inquired. After asking, Obito surprisingly showed no reaction. What's wrong? Are you not hungry? Or do you feel unwell? Setting down his chopsticks, Chinya reached out to touch Obito's forehead, where he had removed his forehead protector. Upon feeling the touch, Obito recoiled as if spring-loaded, startled. What's wrong? You seem lively and energetic, Yumino Chinya remarked, puzzled. It's nothing, Obito replied, staring blankly at him for 2 seconds. His hand unconsciously rising to touch his forehead. What is happening? Why does the spot where Chinya touched feel as if it's ablaze? Had he caught a fever? Yumino Chinya frowned. Your face is redder than the shrimp you cooked. Are you sure you're all right? Obito's eyes widened. Am I not feverish? Acting swiftly, Obito leapt off his chair, hurried to retrieve a mirror he used for eye drops, and upon glancing at his reflection, realized his face was indeed crimson. He clasped his head with both hands, crouching on the ground, heart racing. Yumino Chinya, concerned, approached to assess the situation, but a paw stretched out from Flower Pear blocked him. Chinya, don't mind him. This little rascal is simply experiencing a crush. Flower Pear's comment instantly stunned both Yumino Chinya and Obito. Yumino Chinya glanced at Flower Pear in astonishment, then back to Obito's back. His mind gradually cleared. Could it be that Obito had made progress with Lin? Thus, upon returning home, he appeared so distracted. At that moment, Obito sprang up from the ground, annoyed, pointing a finger at Flower Pear's nose. I did not. Flower Pear laughed. Little rascal, I've drunk more than you've urinated. I can tell your state at a glance. Why you? Obito was at a loss for words to refute Flower Pear. As a female, this creature was utterly lacking in decorum. Flower Pear retorted. What elegance does a female cat require? As long as it's reasonable, it suffices. Soon after, it spoke earnestly. Little rascal, if you like someone, you must have the courage to pursue them. After all, the circumstances have changed. With the ongoing battles outside, if something were to happen, and you hadn't expressed your feelings, how regrettable would that be? So go after your girl, and don't cling to Chinya. Obito was deeply moved by Flower Pear's words, left in profound shock. After a moment, his gaze shifted to Yumino Chinya, staring at the white-haired boy for a long time. Yumino Chinya smiled. Obito, don't mind him. Flower Pear is just rambling. There's time for confessions, no need to rush. He walked over, took Obito's hand, and led him back to the dining table. Let us eat first. Obito was uncertain whether he had eaten enough. He merely knew that Flower Pear's words had suddenly illuminated something for him. This realization kept him awake throughout the night, tossing and turning. His heart beat louder than the detonations of explosive tags on the battlefield. It was simply astounding. Yet, upon reflecting, he discovered that such a development felt entirely natural and warranted no astonishment. The next day, while wandering the streets in a daze, Obito lifted his gaze and spotted Lin at the entrance of a flower shop. He waved to greet her. Today is Thanksgiving, so I specifically came to buy some flowers for my mother. Seeing Lin holding a bouquet of carnations, Obito nodded in understanding. He and Chinya were orphans and seemingly had no one to buy flowers for. Hearing his quiet mumble, Lin smiled gently. Actually, Obito, you could buy flowers for Chinya too. The sentiment of gratitude towards family and friends for their enduring companionship is quite lovely. Obito's eyes widened, as if struck by enlightenment. Please walk slowly. We welcome your next visit. A few minutes later, Lin and Obito exited the flower shop, one cradling a bouquet of carnations, the other holding a bunch of vibrant red roses, even more vivid than the Sharingan. Lin, did that shop assistant give me the wrong flowers? Feeling the curious gazes of passing villagers, Obito became increasingly uneasy, wishing to bury his face in the bouquet. Lin shook her head. No, these flowers are beautiful, and they just happen to be on sale. Having such a bouquet at home would be a delightful decoration. All right. After parting with Lin, Obito, clutching the flowers, made his way to a park bench. No, Uchiha Obito, have you gone mad? Previously, when I intended to confess to Lin, I planned to buy roses. Now that I realize I have feelings for Chinya, how could I have impulsively bought roses? That would surely frighten Chinya, wouldn't it? What are you doing sitting here alone? Yumino Chinya suddenly leaned forward, startling Obito, who, akin to a frightened cat, flinched and flung the flowers from his hands. Yumino Chinya was quick-witted, catching the bouquet and examining it. Upon counting, he exclaimed, 11 blooms. Did Obito buy flowers to wait for Lin after hearing Flower Pear's advice? Chapter 67, Breaking In. Friends. Yumino Chinya regarded Obito with a meaningful glance. Did I interrupt you? He extended the flowers back. Of course not. Suppressing his shock, Obito steadied himself and took the flowers. Then, he gazed intently at Yumino Chinya. He is here. Yet, his nervousness rendered his hands trembling. Yumino Chinya, unaware of Obito's appointment with Lin, noticed that Obito was alone and thought it too solitary, so he kindly sat down beside him. For reasons unknown, upon taking a seat, he sensed Obito's body tense up. Is this kid really that anxious? Speaking of which, Uchiha tilted his head back to observe the blue sky. Hearing him deliberately elongate his words, Obito swallowed hard. What is going on? Isn't this the second time you're confessing to Lin? Why are you so nervous? However, it seemed this time he had prepared well. The quantity of roses had indeed increased, which was commendable. Obito gazed at Uchiha's profile, aware that the other had misunderstood. Yet, like when he faced Lin, he found himself at a loss for words, and after a while, could only mutter, "It's not the second time. It's the first time. Because this time, the person I wish to confess to is different." Uchiha raised an eyebrow in surprise, turning to look at Obito. However, Obito's dark eyes averted their gaze just as quickly. In the next moment, with resolve, Obito abruptly stood up. This action led Uchiha to mistakenly think Lin had arrived. But upon turning, he found no one there. He turned back, and his vision was suddenly filled with vibrant red roses. Uchiha also found himself perplexed. Daito looked at him earnestly and said, "I will not confess to Rin anymore." So these flowers are not for her. Uchiha was taken aback. Huh? Seeing his confusion, Daito hurriedly pressed the flowers into his arms. His voice tinged with stiffness and anxiety. "These are for you, Sho." The fragrant aroma of the flowers enveloped him. And Uchiha gazed down at the roses in his hands, unable to fathom why Daito would gift him such a thing. Is this kid all right? Because today is Thanksgiving. Unable to articulate his true feelings, Daito quickly added, "Not long ago, I happened to run into Rin outside a flower shop. She bought flowers for her mother. And then she suggested I could buy flowers for you too. That shop assistant sold me these promotional roses." Although every word he spoke was factual, Daito struggled to suppress his embarrassment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Observing the awkwardness on Daito's face, Uchiha blinked, suddenly comprehending. No wonder Daito was sitting here alone in turmoil. He was too shy to give the flowers to him? How adorable. So it's true. Even though it was a mix-up caused by a shop assistant, I genuinely like the flowers. Thank you. He nodded with a smile, pulling Daito back to sit down. What would you like in return? Huh. Upon hearing the question, it was Daito's turn to be baffled. Sho, accepted it just like that? No. He must have accepted it, because this fool didn't express his true feelings at all. Oh right, let me show you this. Uchiha seemed to recall something, rummaging through his belongings to produce the bamboo green short flute that Daito had given him earlier. Daito was momentarily stunned, astonished. Sho, can you play it now? A little bit. Just a little, and it was the bit that Akikawa Aoi had taught him before. He had promised to play it for Daito when he learned, and the moment was finally right. Thus, he set the flowers aside and began to adjust his breath. Daito watched with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Might Guy were strolling down the street. Is someone playing a flute? Curiously, Guy turned his head, glancing around. Kakashi also heard the flute, and for some reason, an image of Daito awkwardly learning to play the flute a long time ago flashed in his mind. It was obvious whom it was meant for. Kakashi's gaze shifted past Guy, scanning the distance, where, a few dozen meters away, behind a verdant grove, two figures sat on a bench. One was earnestly playing the flute, while the other listened intently, absorbed in an unprecedented focus. Kakashi observed the scene, noticing Guy was about to approach them, and he quickly pulled him back. Let us not disturb them. Let us take a detour. Not long after, having finished the beautiful melody, Daito felt an inexplicable relaxation wash over his tense heart. In truth, whether he confessed or not, it made little difference. He liked Sho, and Sho had previously acknowledged his feelings for him. Wasn't he that wonderful? Why torment himself with unnecessary worries? I didn't expect you to actually learn this, Daito said, scratching his head in embarrassment, a genuine smile breaking through. You played wonderfully. I really like you, Sho. The connection between these two sentences left Uchiha momentarily stunned. However, he did not dwell on it for too long, nodding and gently replying to Daito. Yes, I like you too. Daito's heart raced heavily. Although he understood the meanings were different, it did not diminish the impact of those words, sending warmth flooding to his head. This is too much. Perhaps he should take Sho for a drink of iced tea to cool down. Meanwhile, in another location, after Kakashi and Guy had left, Karui stood, incredulous, as she witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. Her emerald eyes widened, and her mouth gaped in disbelief. Goodness, isn't Daito supposed to like girls? Why is he sneaking around with Lord Obito's house? Lord Obito, we have received the latest intel. In the underground base, White Zetsu handed a scroll to Obito. With Karui around, White Zetsu no longer needed to frequently travel to Konoha. He could be assigned to other tasks. Obito opened the scroll and, using his Sharingan, began to decipher its contents. Aside from some ramblings from Karui, it detailed the current status of the child he had his eye on, along with information about another individual. As he reached the end of the scroll, Obito furrowed his brow, something he rarely did. Rest assured, Lord Obito, Sho's interest in this little brat is merely temporary. Even if they confessed mutual feelings, it's surely one T last. What does that mean? Is that guy really going to keep entangling himself with the Uchiha clan as before? Very well. Then he might as well be utilized further. Chapter 68. Contingency options since the onset of the war among the villages. It has persisted for over half a year now. Konoha is besieged on all sides. The towering trees attract trouble, and countless ninjas have perished on the battlefield. Today's weather is dismal, shrouded in gloom until 9 in the morning, with ominous clouds looming overhead, releasing a steady drizzle. In such a bleak atmosphere, ninjas from the village clad in black attire solemnly raised umbrellas as they attended the memorial ceremony for the heroes of Konoha who had sacrificed their lives during this tumultuous period. Gazing at the memorial tablet, constantly washed by the rain, Sho stepped forward and solemnly laid down flowers. It was adorned with the names of those who had perished in the war. He had just learned that Narashikaka's name was among them. This meant they were without a teacher. Akikawa always wept uncontrollably, and Shizuka's expression mirrored her sorrow. Sho stepped back, standing between the two, his brow furrowed tightly. Although he had not participated in this mission, he had heard that the enemy had been closely monitoring their supply lines, reminiscent of when Sunagakure had attacked them. Narashikaka's team was far less fortunate this time. The enemy had targeted their supply line, catching them off guard and nearly annihilating the entire team. Akikawa always had survived only because Narashikaku had shielded her with all his might. Thus, she was the one who cried the hardest. Shokuin, I really envy you. Not long after the memorial service concluded, Sho heard Akikawa always say this. He paused, taken aback. Akikawa always continued unconsciously. Maybe one day I will die on the battlefield, transforming from a lively person into a cold name etched on a stone tablet. Only then did Sho comprehend what she envied. She envied that he did not have to leave the village to fight, that he could live carefree within the village, untouched by danger. Shizuka sensed something amiss and interjected, ninjas fight to protect the village and its people. Sho has done nothing wrong, for aside from being a ninja, he is also a villager. Hearing this, Akikawa always suddenly realized that her earlier words came off as sarcastic toward Sho for remaining in the village and doing nothing. She hurriedly apologized, clarifying that was not her intention. Sho shook his head. It's all right. I know you didn't mean it that way. Thank you, Shokuin. Akikawa always eyes glistened with tears at his understanding. A few seconds later, as she walked away, Shizuka, fearing Sho might overthink, was about to offer further comfort when a hand reached out to him. It was Daitu, who had come to find him after leaving Minato's team. Sho. Daitu grasped Sho's hand gently, somewhat awkwardly. Shall we head home? Daitu had also heard from Minato about Narashikaka's sacrifice, and he was a bit worried, causing even Shizuka to lose the energy to glare at him. Seeing Daito's nervous demeanor, Sho hesitated, shaking his head as he withdrew his hand. This reaction left Daitu at a loss. At that moment, the serious voice of Fugaku came from the side. Shursui has left. Obito, you should come as well. I have something to discuss. Obito, slightly taken aback, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed Shursui to stand behind Fugaku. When he turned to look again, he found that Uchiha Shinjin, shrouded in the rain, not only avoided eye contact but had already turned away, his figure fading into the distance. Obito's heart sank inexplicably. A pang of unease mixed with a sour sensation in his chest. Where was Shinjin headed? Without pausing, Shinjin hurried to the Hokage's office. Upon seeing him, the third Hokage, now donned in his Hokage robes, was somewhat surprised. Upon learning that Shinjin was requesting a mission, the third's expression grew grave. Lord Hokage, I do not wish to be looked at with disdain. As a member of the village, I bear the responsibility to fight on the battlefield, rather than cower in the shadows. The third was momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting that his intentions had been sensed by this perceptive child. Little did he know that this matter had initially been leaked by his own disciple, Orochimaru. The third wished to say something, but ultimately nodded in agreement. With Narashikaka gone, Shinjin, You are still a genin. You must have a new leader to guide you. Let it be me, he declared. Suddenly, Orochimaru entered the room, a smile gracing his face, his golden eyes revealing no hint of concealment. Shinjin glanced at the uninvited scientist, furrowing his brows, thinking it might be better to follow Kakashi Hatake instead, but remembering that his mentor was currently absent from the village, he remained silent. The third scrutinized Orochimaru, contemplating that this arrangement was indeed reasonable. After all, Shinjin held a particular status, and his beloved disciple, Orochimaru, was formidable in strength, capable of providing protection on the battlefield, which would also serve as an explanation to Suzuki Shinichi. Thus, it was decided. Exiting the Hokage's office, Orochimaru's probing gaze remained fixed on Shinjin. He was astonished by how smoothly things had transpired. He had surmised some of Sarutobi's thoughts, yet could not fathom why the man had offered no rebuttal. How peculiar, considering he had always felt that the Hokage was wary of him. Shinjin. At that moment, in Orochimaru's line of sight, a calico cat rushed towards him. Shortly after, Shinjin politely bid farewell. Go ahead. If anything arises, I will have Akane inform you. Orochimaru nodded with a smile. The calico cat, wary, felt as though it were being scrutinized by a cold, sinister serpent, its fur bristling. Shinjin, how can you possibly associate with such a person? Because he is my temporary mentor, Shinjin succinctly explained the recent events to the calico cat. Upon hearing this, the cat was astonished. Are you still seeking an excuse to leave the village? Are you planning to find Lord Madara? The mention of the latter brought visible delight. However, Shinjin shook his head. Not yet. Huh. The cat's previously raised tail drooped instantly. Then why request to go to war? Isn't it better to stay safely at home? Certainly not, Shinjin replied. At least for me, it is not. He felt deep regret over Nara Shikaka's death, and thus, he must prioritize the safety of Obito and others. While it came to temporary mentors, he favored Minato over Orochimaru, but considering Minato already had 3 students, it would be inappropriate to intrude. So, he would make do with Orochimaru for now. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, he was merely a backup option. In a good mood, he returned to the laboratory, where Akane observed him. Perplexed, wasn't the teacher supposed to attend a solemn memorial service? Why does it feel more like he's returned from a feast? Chapter 69. Do not think the news of Orochimaru becoming Shinjin's temporary mentor quickly reached Danzo's ears. He arranged to meet Orochimaru in a secret room. However, when noon arrived, Orochimaru had yet to show up. Such tardiness was uncharacteristic of him. While Danzo smirked, pondering whether he had been too accommodating to Orochimaru lately. Causing the latter to disregard his words, his subordinate, Ikeda Rihei, rushed in to clarify the situation. Lord Danzo, the front lines have suddenly become critical. 2 hours ago, Lord Hokage dispatched personnel to confront the enemy, and Orochimaru and that child are among them. At this, Danzo's expression darkened. Had it been earlier, he would have merely deemed it unfortunate timing. However, now he perceived it as an exceptional opportunity. If he could find a way to inform Orochimaru and orchestrate the child's demise on the battlefield, recovering the body later would yield those eyes as his own prize. Though Sarutobi had prudently assigned Shinjin to Orochimaru's command, the battlefield was rife with adversaries, and surely, there would be moments when Orochimaru could not keep watch. With this thought, Danzo concluded that Orochimaru would comply with his plan and instructed his fastest subordinate to expedite the task. Within 2 hours, a group had barely departed from Konoha when they were swiftly pursued by members of Root. Orochimaru-sama, a masked ninja approached, addressing him in Sarutobi's name. Lord Hokage has some matters to convey to you. He then handed him a mission scroll. Upon hearing it was from the third, the accompanying ninja had no reason to doubt. Orochimaru initially believed it was a message from Sarutobi until he opened the scroll and realized it was a ruse. Upon reading the contents, Orochimaru's expression remained calm as he folded the scroll and tossed it back. The Root member, taken aback, assumed Orochimaru was resistant to Danzo's directives. However, Orochimaru rasped, I know what to do. Receiving confirmation, the Root member sighed in relief, nodded, and departed to report back. At this moment, Orochimaru turned to Shinjin and earnestly said, Shinjin, it is still not too late to return. Orochimaru-sama, if I do that, I shall be looked down upon. Is that so? Haha, you have spirit. With that, Orochimaru said no more and led his team to the battlefield. Danzo's fabricated scroll from the Hokage did not concern him. For him, exploring the living was far more intriguing than orchestrating deaths to obtain desired items. Shinjin remained oblivious to Orochimaru's intentions. After repelling an enemy alongside Orochimaru's team unscathed, he found himself in the midst of other shinobi gossiping. For instance, it was rumored that after this war concluded, the third Hokage might retire, and a suitable and outstanding fourth Hokage would be chosen. The position of fourth Hokage was traditionally a contest among the legendary Sannin. However, Tsunade and Jiraiya seemed disinterested in the role. Only Orochimaru appeared to have the ambition to compete for Hokage. As Sarutobi's disciple, Orochimaru was indeed a fitting candidate. Yet, there were whispers that the young Minato Namikaze had also displayed exceptional prowess, his reputation as the Yellow Flash instilling terror in enemies, causing them to retreat without a fight. Clearly, they were the most formidable contenders. Leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, Orochimaru showed no visible signs of disturbance, seemingly indifferent to the discussions around him. Yet, beneath the surface, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In terms of qualifications and prestige, he far surpassed Minato. If it were truly a matter of selection for Hokage, he would undoubtedly be the first choice. Shinjin caught a glimpse of the intense ambition hidden in Orochimaru's eyes. Unfortunately for him, his aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. After all, Minato would ultimately prove to be the one who turned the tide, earning remarkable accolades as a promising youth and a prodigy. Orochimaru, unparalleled in his prowess, ought to dedicate himself to research. Perhaps his gaze was too conspicuous. Orochimaru momentarily noticed and turned his attention towards him. "What is it?" he inquired. "Lord Orochimaru, there is a situation ahead." Before Ueshima could respond, a perceptive white-eyed ninja shouted. Instantly, the tension among the group tightened, and they swiftly reacted, positioning themselves in formation. Meanwhile, behind a tree, White Zetsu emerged, observing the white-haired child at the rear of the team, who was standing on lush green grass. Typically, his concealment would go unnoticed. Yet the moment he peered out, the individuals in the vicinity turned their gaze towards him. Alarmed, he immediately retreated underground, hiding once more. Ueshima furrowed his brow. What was that sensation of being watched? He felt as though something lurked behind the tree. Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he noticed Ueshima suddenly stepping towards the tree. Just as he was about to caution against acting impulsively, a massive net descended from the sky, ensnaring him completely. Simultaneously, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending dust swirling around them. The wind howled across the earth, where trees were uprooted by the energy, and the relatively flat yellow soil was upheaved, resembling gory wounds. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, a headband was flung into the air, landing at his feet. As he focused on it, he realized it was not from Konoha, but rather a Wagakure's. Stained with shocking blood. Where's that child? Did he escape using a decoy? It soon became evident that Orochimaru's thoughts were not misplaced. Ueshima had reacted instantly to flee, taking a scapegoat along with him. How could this be? The dozen or so Wagakure ninjas who had attacked were equally astonished. Before their leader could utter another word, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves and revealing several figures. Shadow gathering technique. A ninja from the Nara clan seized the opportunity, executing a jutsu to grasp, and, in the blink of an eye, launched several shadowy tendrils resembling ropes from his hand. These swiftly connected with a multitude of nearby shadows, and before they could react, he yanked them forcefully. The direct consequence of this action was that several individuals lost their balance and were pulled down from the trees in a disheveled manner. The others surged forward, swiftly neutralizing the enemies. Ueshima emerged from behind a tree on the side. I did not misjudge him. Orochimaru chuckled softly, confident that the child would not perish easily. Chapter 70. The consequences must be shouldered. As the sun slowly descended, the sky began to darken. The night campfire blazed, illuminating the surroundings. After arranging defenses and resting, the youngest, Ueshima, was taken by a ninja named Kitahara to the riverbank to catch fish. Kitahara, only slightly older than him, chattered away throughout their journey. By the way, Sayakuen, why did you choose to come out here instead of staying in the village? Don't overthink it. I've only heard bits and pieces about the news, but opportunities like yours are rare. If it were me, I would definitely choose to remain in the village. Ueshima heard this but did not respond, instead gripping a kunai and beginning to fish in the river. His taciturn demeanor raised Kitahara's eyebrows. Being a ninja must be tough, right? You're clearly an orphan emerging from war, yet you still get caught up in these bothersome battles. If given the chance, what kind of person would you like to become? Seiyakun. None of your concern. Ueshima Seiya finally furrowed his brow and spoke from the river. This remark momentarily stunned Kitahara, who clicked his tongue in displeasure, his expression shifting. Observing the seemingly defenseless child fishing in the river, he narrowed his eyes and stealthily reached for his ninja tool pouch. However, the next moment, a gust of wind tousled his hair, and he widened his eyes, feeling a chill at his neck. He was taken aback to see the white-haired child standing before him, the kunai used for fishing pressed against his throat with a chilling touch. What's the matter? Am I too noisy? Kitahara stammered, raising his hands in feigned innocence. It's nothing, just a joke, Ueshima Seiya replied flatly, retracting the kunai to reveal several fish strung together on a rope in his other hand. That was quite a swift movement, Seiyakun, Kitahara remarked in admiration. Aren't you going to catch any, Kitahara-senpai? Kitahara was taken aback, but quickly jumped into the river, determined not to return empty-handed. On their way back, Kitahara's gaze remained fixed on Ueshima Seiya ahead. Lord Danzo appreciates this child, yet he remains oblivious to the implications. Now, Lord Danzo has grown impatient with this child, instructing him to collaborate with Lord Orochimaru to seize the child's eyes. However, during this time, it seemed that Lord Orochimaru had no intention of taking action. Kitahara didn't mind finding the right moment to execute this task alone. If successful, Lord Danzo would surely regard him with newfound respect. Upon seeing Ueshima Seiya return safely, Orochimaru cast a glance at Kitahara, who shook his head in response, signaling that he had not succeeded. As the others roasted fish, Orochimaru took Kitahara aside for a conversation. Lord Orochimaru, Kitahara began, but Orochimaru interjected, Kitahara, during these critical times, do not add to my troubles here. But Lord Danzo, Kitahara began, only to be silenced by Orochimaru's piercing golden gaze, which sent a chill down his spine. You cannot kill him. Kitahara found this impossible. As a chunin, he was more than capable of eliminating a genin. Orochimaru, noticing Kitahara's stubbornness, smirked slightly. You may try, but the consequences shall be yours to bear. Recognizing the threat in his words, Kitahara's expression stiffened. Shortly thereafter, the two returned from their conversation. Orochimaru's gaze swept over the group, suddenly noticing Ueshima Seiya's absence. Where's that child? The others quickly responded that he had gone to relieve himself. After a wait, Ueshima Seiya finally returned, his expression as placid as ever. Kitahara gritted his teeth, momentarily suppressing his murderous intent. Ueshima Seiya regarded Kitahara's unwilling expression, saying nothing. He had actually been eavesdropping. As expected, Kitahara, who had previously exhibited murderous intent by the river, was sent by Danzo to stir trouble, and Orochimaru was aware of this. Yet, for reasons unknown, Orochimaru had dissuaded Kitahara. Wasn't he Orochimaru and Danzo in cahoots? Why were they not aligned in this instance? Pondering this, he cast a puzzled glance at Orochimaru. Noticing his gaze, Orochimaru smiled faintly and patted his back affectionately. Are you tired? This serpent is not to be trusted. On the morning of the second day, the sun rose brilliantly, casting golden rays that stretched to the horizon, blazing like flames. A cool breeze swept through, reminiscent of the sunset's breath. Soon, the gentle wind stilled, and an overwhelming silence seemed to envelop the entire space. At that moment, White Zetsu, who had been concealed for a while, poked his head out, surveying the empty surroundings. Satisfied, he turned his head, only to lock eyes with a pair of azure orbs. Startled, White Zetsu gasped. Ueshima Seiya, half sitting atop a tree, looked down at him, observing the unchanged visage of the younger Hashirama. Much more pleasing to the eye, but... He suddenly remarked, listen to me, next time. Wear some clothes before going out, all right? White Zetsu, momentarily baffled, responded, Seiyakun, who are you talking to? Just then, Kitahara approached from another direction, his brow furrowed. Ueshima Seiya promptly withdrew his gaze and nimbly leaped down from the tree. White Zetsu quickly concealed himself. It's nothing, just talking to myself. Kitahara regarded him with suspicion, scanning the area and finding no one else before continuing. It's not good for you to be so solitary, Seiyakun. Next time, rest with everyone else. You don't need to keep watch alone. Beiyuan presented himself as a caring senior, yet Kamishima knew that this fellow was constantly plotting his demise. So he did not take Beiyuan's words to heart. He even deliberately sought to provide Beiyuan with an opportunity to strike, which is why he ventured here. However, instead of encountering Beiyuan, he encountered Baiju. Hello. The the brothers still relished hiding and observing others. The fierce battle between Konoha and Iwagakure reignited on this battlefield, with the prolonged conflict depleting both sides significantly. Under the relentless pursuit of Orochimaru, 3 Iwagakure shinobi, cornered at the foot of a mountain, quickly formed hand seals with their remaining chakra, adopting a desperate resolve. Earth release, rock collapse. As the words left their lips, the ground trembled violently, sending countless fragments of rock and dust flying. In the next moment, a multitude of enormous stones cascaded down from the mountain, threatening to bury the Konoha ninjas. Just as Kamishima prepared to evade, he felt a sharp kick to his foot. Caught off guard, he was buried beneath the debris in an instant. In the deep silence of night, a shadow stealthily emerged near the rocky pile. Before approaching, a chilling, raspy voice rang out, "Beiyuan." Startled, Beiyuan, who had come to pilfer corpses, felt a surge of panic, yet he attempted to maintain his composure to justify himself. Orochimaru did not grant him that opportunity, swiftly ending Beiyuan's life. Even in death, Beiyuan could not fathom why Orochimaru would obstruct him from completing Lord Danzo's mission and ultimately kill him. Not only was he puzzled, but Kamishima, concealed in the shadows, was equally bewildered by Orochimaru's intentions. Thus, he boldly inquired of Baiju, "Why did you emerge to save me back then?" Baiju candidly replied, "Lord Madara instructed that you must survive." Chapter 71. A wide range of interests. This prompted Kamishima to recall the moment when the rocks were plummeting, and he was unexpectedly ambushed by Beiyuan. Given his abilities, he could have easily concealed himself within the Ink Spirit's illusion. Alternatively, he could have simply withstood the impact with his defensive shield. Yet, by sheer coincidence, Baiju appeared like a specter, dragging him underground and forcing him to ingest a mouthful of dirt. "I truly appreciate your help," Kamishima remarked dismissively, quickly turning his attention back to Orochimaru. After disposing of Beiyuan, Orochimaru discarded the lifeless body, seemingly deep in thought as he gazed at the massive pile of rocks. This scene left Kamishima momentarily stunned. What was this fellow contemplating? Surely, he did not intend to steal his corpse as well. Yet, after lingering for a moment, Orochimaru merely turned away, appearing disinterested in excavating the rocky mound. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a certain direction, and a smirk graced his lips. "Are you not coming out?" Kamishima exchanged glances with Baiju. He whispered, "I called you. You have been discovered." Baiju replied, "It cannot be me." Fortunately, Hello Brother was not swayed by his words. Instead, he expressed unwavering confidence in his stealth techniques. "Oh, is that so?" Kamishima arched an eyebrow. "Then how did I spot you just now?" Upon hearing this, Baiju fell into a brief stupor. Just as he began to doubt himself based on Kamishima's remark, Orochimaru's voice echoed again. "Seiya, I know you are here." Oh, so he was calling for him. But wait, how did Orochimaru know he was alive? Orochimaru called out a few more times, yet no response came from the surroundings. It appeared that the concealment was exceedingly effective, with not a whisper to betray his position. He furrowed his brow. After listening intently for a few seconds, it seemed he had noticed something as he turned to face a particular direction. A figure emerged from behind an inconspicuous rock. The individual appeared pristine and scathed. Orochimaru could not help but smile. Increasingly convinced that the person's identity was far from ordinary, my instincts were indeed correct. Kamishima glanced at Beiyuan's cold, lifeless body on the ground and innocently inquired, "What is Lord Orochimaru doing?" "Nothing much, just eliminating a foolish individual." Kamishima found himself perplexed by Orochimaru's intentions. Did he not fear retaliation from Danzo for eliminating one of his men? Orochimaru was, of course, unafraid, for he possessed countless excuses to concoct a narrative for Beiyuan's demise. Danzo would hardly sever ties over such a trivial matter. Their collaboration would remain unscathed. Orochimaru, being acutely aware of his own wisdom, chose to only hint at certain matters without delving into them deeply, uncertain whether this individual would turn against him. He slowly approached, gazing at the white-haired child before him. His golden pupils filled with interest as he spoke slowly. "In life, one is inevitably drawn to certain things. You are one such attraction for me." Kamishima responded with confusion. "What does that mean? I find your body quite intriguing." Kamishima widened his eyes in astonishment, baffled by Orochimaru's sudden eccentricity. However, a perverse individual would indeed utter perverse things. It was quintessentially Orochimaru. Unperturbed by his own words, Orochimaru continued, "Rest assured, I shall not harm you." We shall pretend that Bayuan's matter never occurred. You assist me, and I will assist you. Together, we will deceive that man." Kamishima immediately grasped that that man referred to Danzo. His mind became increasingly muddled. He instinctively felt that Orochimaru had seen through something about him. Otherwise, his words would not be so cryptic. Thus, he furrowed his brow, pressed his lips together, and began to contemplate what had gone awry. This expression, however, conveyed an entirely different message to Orochimaru. Are you unwilling? Or are you doubting the credibility of my words? As Orochimaru pondered this, the white-haired child suddenly lifted his head to look at him. Slowly, the cloth obscuring his eyes was removed, revealing his full, captivating gaze. This was the second time Orochimaru had beheld those eyes. Apart from their beauty, he could not conjure any other descriptors. He was uncertain what power lay within them that compelled Danzo to covet them so relentlessly. "What is it?" Orochimaru inquired softly. In the next moment, it was not the child's innocent voice that responded, but a cold male voice. "I believe you have misunderstood. I have always preferred solitude and do not wish to cooperate with others." The sudden divergence in tone left Orochimaru momentarily stunned, and before he could react, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing his expression to change and cold sweat to bead on his forehead. In that brief moment of paralysis, Orochimaru felt as though time itself had ceased. The clouds in the night sky seemed to linger, the surrounding air appeared stagnant, and even the birds ceased their calls. Was this the true strength concealed beneath the individual's identity? This was even stronger than Hanzo the Salamander in his prime. Indeed, he must be that person. Reflecting on his own extensive experiences and being quite astute, Orochimaru swiftly suppressed his shock and excitement, offering Kamishima a slight smile as he sincerely stated, "I apologize, however. You have misunderstood me. The information regarding your prohibitions was merely something I stumbled upon. These inquiries were not intended as threats, but were genuinely for your benefit." Observing Orochimaru suddenly adopt a more submissive demeanor towards him, Kamishima could not help but reveal a complex array of emotions in his gaze. What was this information regarding his prohibitions? Setting that aside, it was evident that Orochimaru was well-versed in a myriad of subjects, including forbidden texts and techniques. Otherwise, he would not have so fortuitously harbored suspicions about him, as his words and actions were laden with profound implications. After conveying those conciliatory remarks, Orochimaru fell silent, seemingly awaiting Kamishima's response. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Lord Orochimaru, so you are here." A leaf ninja hurriedly approached, glancing at the corpse of Kitahara on the ground, and then at Kamishima Naruhiko, who, despite having been crushed by rocks, now stood before them in perfect health. The ninja's expression was one of utter astonishment. "What is going on?" Kamishima Naruhiko remained silent, while Orochimaru kept his head down, observing Naruhiko's expression without uttering a word. The two of them were as quiet as stones, leaving the ninja perplexed and anxious. Finally, Orochimaru skillfully fabricated a tale, claiming that Kitahara had encountered a Wagakure ninjas attempting to steal the corpses of their comrades and had met with misfortune, while Kamishima Naruhiko had narrowly escaped being captured by the Wagakure ninjas who had come to extract information from Konoha, thanks to his timely intervention. He added that the Wagakure had recently fled using a secret technique. Upon hearing this, the ninja accepted it without suspicion, even beginning to flatter Orochimaru profusely. Throughout this performance, Kamishima Naruhiko observed Orochimaru's adept display of deception. It seems Orochimaru's talent for manipulation has always been remarkable. Chapter 72, Division of People Naruhiko. 2 days later, at the rendezvous point on the northern battlefield, Obito waved enthusiastically at the approaching figure in the distance. Under the orders of the third Hokage, Orochimaru's squad, which had successfully repelled the Wagakure, had been dispatched to this war zone to assist Minato and others in confronting the formidable forces of Kumogakure. Seeing a familiar face, Naruhiko hurriedly rushed forward, relieved to be free from the need to engage in a tedious back and forth with Orochimaru in front of others. "Oh," Obito, surprised by the sudden embrace, flushed and found himself at a loss, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. "Calm down, Uchiha Obito. Don't embarrass yourself." After a few seconds, feeling the embrace loosen, Obito quickly steadied Naruhiko by the shoulders and nervously whispered, "What happened?" Naruhiko glanced at Obito, unable to share the experiences of the past few days, and simply shook his head, saying, "I missed you, you brat." When one has a filter, they tend to embellish certain matters. Just like Obito's mind automatically transformed Naruhiko's words into "I missed you." Hearing this, Obito's heart raced uncontrollably. "I did too," he stammered excitedly. Naruhiko's gaze fell upon Obito's bloodied right arm. The wound was long and neat, clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon. Observing the bandages in Rin's hands, Naruhiko's brow furrowed tighter as he pulled Obito's hand off his shoulder, asking, "How did you get hurt?" Obito chuckled sheepishly. "It's just a small injury. Rin is helping me take care of it." At that moment, Kakashi walked over and said, "He was crying like a baby, you know." Obito shot him a glare. "What nonsense. I was scared because of you. If I hadn't pushed you away, you would have lost an eye. Thanks for that. So I'll refrain from competing for Naruhiko's attention," Kakashi remarked before turning to leave. Obito blinked in surprise at Kakashi's back, then turned to see Naruhiko taking the bandages and medicine from Rin, carefully tending to his injuries. Obito's mouth felt dry as he gazed at Naruhiko, uncertain of what to say, simply staring in silence. The midday sun filtered through the gentle breeze, illuminating Naruhiko's face and his thick, snow-white hair. The clouds in the sky shifted colors, mirroring his mixed emotions. Joyful, yet disheartened. Joyful for reuniting after a long separation. Disheartened that their meeting took place on a battlefield. Surviving the last explosion had been a mere stroke of luck, and any misstep in the ensuing battle could cost them their lives. Thus, Obito wished for Naruhiko to remain safely in the village. However, reality contradicted such hopes. But it was all right. He vowed to protect Naruhiko diligently. Meanwhile, after Naruhiko finished bandaging Obito's wounds, he looked up and met Obito's intense black gaze, which seemed lost in thought. He hesitated but did not ask questions. Instead, he gently wiped the blood from the dirt-smudged side of Obito's face. Orochimaru observed this scene from a distance, his golden eyes darkening. Unlike his cold demeanor towards others, his behavior towards the Uchiha boy was unexpectedly tender. Yet, recalling how the boy had warned him not to meddle in his affairs, Orochimaru turned his gaze away. Typically, such encounters would dampen anyone's spirits, but oddly enough, Orochimaru felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared the boy had no intention of eliminating him, as they had been playing their roles for the past few days. Perhaps it was because they both held leverage over each other. For instance, the boy seemed aware of his covert collaboration with Danzo. If Orochimaru revealed the boy's identity, his own secrets would also be exposed. Thus, they maintained this peculiar state of uneasy peace. Of course, this was merely Orochimaru's conjecture. In reality, Naruhiko had not given Orochimaru a second thought. He was currently being dragged along by Obito, listening to the boy chatter away beside him, reflecting on the incessant chatter of the now-deceased Kitahara. Naruhiko conceded that patience indeed varies from person to person. He had no patience for Kitahara's words, while Obito's endless prattle was utterly engaging. At the underground base, the returning White Zetsu reported all the information to Madara. Upon learning that Naruhiko had been plotted against by the Leaf and nearly buried under debris, Madara raised his gaze slightly, his expression shifting from indifference to intensity, isolation to arrogance. He did not inquire further. "No, nothing else," White Zetsu replied, glancing at his own attire, "but he did suggest I wear something when I go out." After a brief pause, Madara smiled. The smile appeared so unexpectedly and vanished so quickly that White Zetsu and Vortex Zetsu exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if they had imagined it. Madara had indeed smiled, but he could no longer muster a hearty laugh, and even normal breathing felt laborious. At that moment, he lacked anyone he could trust. Once, perhaps he had, but they had all faded away. Now, the one who had reappeared seemed not to recognize him at all, remaining close to another young boy who was ironically part of his Moon Eye plan. What a coincidence! Yet, this coincidence would not last long. As he slept, Naruhiko suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, awakening him. He opened his eyes to find it still dark outside. The central fire pit crackled as the night watchman added more wood, the flames flickering. Turning slightly, he saw Obito's head resting against him, sleeping soundly. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere grew tranquil. Suddenly, Obito stirred and woke with a start. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked around, spotting only Kakashi and the others still asleep, while the person beside him seemed to have disappeared. "Where's Naruhiko?" Naruhiko had gone to relieve himself. After all, nature calls. Upon returning, he spotted Obito waving at him from behind a nearby tree. Although the sun had yet to rise, shadows enveloped Obito, yet they could not conceal his radiant smile. Without realizing it, Naruhiko took a couple of steps toward Obito, then suddenly paused as if sensing something. What's wrong? Noticing he and T approached, Obito quickly walked toward him. Chapter 73. It seems I've been shown off, Naruhiko asked. Why did you come over here? I couldn't sleep, Obito replied. As Obito approached, he stood before him, fidgeting and scratching his head. Usuji calmly inquired, shall we take a stroll around the vicinity? Sure, Obito replied. The two then meandered through the woods. Before long, they arrived at a clearing where a wide river lay ahead. The water shimmered under the silvery moonlight, appearing almost translucent, with the silhouettes of trees reflected clearly upon its surface. Engaged in casual conversation, they inadvertently found themselves at the riverbank. Usuji turned to Obito and gently asked, do you remember when you jumped into the river to catch fish for me? Obito paused for a few seconds, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I remember. Usuji continued, that day? You were also planning to confess to Miss Rin. Was I? I had completely forgotten. How come you remember it so well? Obito scratched his head and chuckled. Observing Obito's expression, Usuji grasped his right arm and suggested, how about a fish-catching contest now? Since neither of us can sleep. Obito replied, isn't that inappropriate? It looks like there aren't many fish in the water. Usuji teased, are you afraid? Obito pouted and shook his head, laughing, of course not. You go in first. I'll follow right after you. At this, Usuji raised an eyebrow, released his grip, and faced the river, slowly squatting down to roll up his pants. Then I shall not hold back. As he exposed his unguarded back, Obito suddenly furrowed his brow and took a half-step forward, squinting. Just then, Usuji turned back unexpectedly. Obito froze, instinctively asking, what's wrong? Noticing Obito's slightly awkward expression, Usuji remarked, why aren't you wearing goggles? Obito, confused by the question, blinked and replied, who wears those at night? I haven't worn them for ages. It's hard to see. Is that so? With your eyes? I didn't realize you could struggle to see at all, Usuji teased. Of course I can. Enough chit-chat. Get in the water. Or don't blame me for not letting you. At Obito's urging, Usuji turned back, continuing to roll up his other pant leg, then lifted his gaze to the glassy surface of the water. There, a shadowy figure drew closer in the reflection, sensing that the person had yet to notice him. The figure took a deep breath, hastily retrieved a shuriken from their waist pouch, and aimed it at the pale neck of Usuji. The shuriken sliced through the air in silence, but just before the gleaming tip could make contact with Usuji's vulnerable neck, a warm hand suddenly grasped the assailant's wrist tightly. Who are you? Obito gasped, arriving breathlessly, his crimson Sharingan locked onto the figure that looked just like him, instinctively retracting his hand. However, the doppelganger reacted faster, breaking free from Obito's grip and launching an attack. Obito quickly blocked the strike, feeling a dull pain shoot through his injured right arm. In that moment of relaxation, the murderous shuriken was nearly upon him. In a dangerous split second, he ducked just in time, angering the assailant further. After a fierce exchange of blows, the false Obito was suddenly kicked away. Moments later, the fallen imposter staggered to his feet, his eyes reflecting coldness and fury. Are you all right? Obito asked, glancing at Usuji, who had been observing intently. Usuji shook his head, having already discerned that the earlier Obito was a fake, thus he had been vigilant. He had engaged with the imposter to discern their intentions. Ultimately, it was another attempt on his life. Could it be another of Danzo's subordinates? As he pondered, Obito, seething with anger, demanded, why impersonate me, you despicable scoundrel? Knowing that he had been searching relentlessly, his heart raced upon seeing the suspicious figure raising a shuriken behind Usuji, ready to strike. The false Obito sneered, to gain the target's trust, one must disguise themselves as their closest ally. Only then will the target let their guard down. Don't you understand? Hearing this, Obito stood dumbfounded for a moment. The rage that had engulfed him strangely subsided. Closest ally? He muttered, conceding that the imposter had chosen wisely since he, Uchiha Obito, truly was Usuji's closest companion. However, Usuji tugged at the furious Obito and calmly addressed the imposter not far away. I'm afraid your acting skills are atrocious and riddled with flaws. This remark instantly rattled the false Obito. What did you say? He believed he had performed exceptionally well, and thought Usuji had completely fallen for his ruse. How could he have been seen through? Usuji maintained his composed demeanor. Not everyone can embody a fool, even if the appearance is identical. You completely missed the essence of this fool's character. As he spoke, he patted Obito on the shoulder. Obito wondered if Usuji was referring to him. Moreover, the imposter's right hand bore an injury, When I deliberately squeezed your hand, you felt no pain at all. More importantly, as a proud Uchiha, how could one claim to be unable to see clearly simply because they wore goggles? Thus, your impersonation was utterly unconvincing. The moment I saw you waving at me, I knew. Why? The impostor asked. Because you waved with your right hand. Didn't I mention? This fool's right hand is injured. How could a normal person use their affected limb? Furthermore, the tone of your voice felt distinctly different. As Yusuji meticulously exposed the impostor's shortcomings, his expression shifted through myriad emotions, paling in comparison to the two young boys standing side by side. For reasons unknown, he felt an acute sense of humiliation. How infuriating! His illustrious reputation tarnished by two mere children. Yet, what did it matter? Even if his disguise failed, he was not alone here. What are you waiting for? The impostor shouted, and as if summoned, a towering water dragon surged from the river, crashing down with unstoppable force. In an instant, the torrent engulfed the two shadows at the riverbank. Moments later, as Obito struggled to open his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a chaotic expanse of water. With nothing beside him, his heart sank. Where's Yusuji? As he anxiously searched, several ninjas from the hidden cloud village surrounded him, their gazes cold and menacing. Do not worry about that useless brat. Our ultimate target is actually you, young Uchiha. Come with us. Obito's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the group. Recognizing a familiar white-eye mask in one of their hands, a sharp pain radiating from his arm to his chest. Chapter 74, Defiance. Tick-tock, time passed. When Yusuji finally opened his eyes, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. Golden sunlight streamed onto his face, dazzling him. He furrowed his brow slightly, half closing his eyes as he raised his hand to shield his unmasked left eye from the brightness. The spots of light danced in his grayish-white eyes for some time before he gradually regained full consciousness. In an instant, surprise flickered across his gaze. Where am I? How did I end up here? Wasn't I with Obito, dealing with those ruffians? Seiya, you're finally awake. How do you feel? A familiar feminine voice suddenly chimed in, followed by a fluffy tail wrapping around his arm. Karen, is that you? Yes, it's me. Yusuji took a deep breath. What on earth is going on? Karen's tail stiffened momentarily, revealing her displeasure at Yusuji's cold tone. What brings you here, frolicking for so long? And yet you are not elated to see your beloved little kitty? Ueda Naruto, lacking the leisure to engage in idle chatter with Huali, directly inquired as to why he was present in this place. Upon mentioning this, Huali's expression transformed from one of fatigue to one of exuberant pride, exclaiming, "Of course. I summoned you here. This reverse summoning technique I learned from the elder of our clan took me quite some time to master. I merely intended to experiment, never anticipating that I would actually succeed in summoning you. Now, you find yourself within the territory of our Nikonin clan." Ueda, perplexed, questioned, why was it successful? We have not entered into any contract. Huali, brimming with enthusiasm, explained, Oh, our Nikonin clan does not require such elaborate formalities. We merely need to ascertain the chakra attributes of the summoned. Ueda fell silent for a few seconds, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Huali, feeling uneasy under his gaze, asked, Is something wrong? How do we leave this place? As Ueda surveyed the surroundings, he noted the environment mirrored that of the old cat lady's abode. With various Nikonin scattered about, the cats appeared plump and jovial, some even approaching Huali in a friendly manner. However, the elder Huali, preoccupied with his own thoughts, had no time to pay them any heed, nor did he possess the inclination to indulge in petting them. Why would we leave? The outside world is embroiled in conflict. Here, you are safe and undisturbed. Ueda found himself too weary to criticize Huali's impractical thinking. His expression remained impassive as he stated, When you summoned me, I was under attack alongside Obito. If anything were to happen to him, the responsibility lies with you. What? Huali's eyes widened in surprise, a pang of sadness striking him as he realized that Ueda was concerned for that little brat's safety. He scoffed, Impossible. That kid awakened the Sharingan, didn't he? He can handle a few foes. He can't always rely on your protection. He must learn to stand on his own. Ueda was momentarily taken aback by Huali's sharp and lucid words, finding himself at a loss for a retort. Huali continued to chatter. If it weren't for my knowledge of your usual indifference towards women, I might have thought that little brat was born of your secret affair with a Uchiha woman. Ueda, bewildered, responded, What outrageous claims are you making? Observing Ueda's astonished demeanor, Huali huffed, deciding not to pursue the topic further. Enough of this. Quickly send me away. Ueda rose, brushing the dust off his legs. I cannot, Huali lamented, collapsing dramatically. I have exhausted my chakra attempting this technique too many times. I lack the energy to perform it now. How long will it take? 3 days, perhaps. Having likely been fatigued from the battle the previous day, Noera Rin awoke later than usual. When she stirred, it was already somewhat late, and Kakashi's voice, calling her name, sounded urgent. Rin, have you seen Obito and Naruto? Noera Rin paused in confusion, reflecting that they had not been in sight. Looking toward the tree, she found the area empty. Kakashi frowned. I couldn't see them since around 5 this morning. It has been nearly 2 hours. Where could they have gone? Did they mention anything to you? No, Rin replied. Still perplexed, Kakashi's heart began to feel uneasy. I will search for them. Rin quickly insisted she would accompany him. The two searched high and low. Kakashi, look at this, Rin exclaimed, swiftly picking up a mud-stained eye mask. Kakashi approached quickly, confirming its ownership with disbelief in his eyes. He hurried back to report to Minato. Upon hearing that both Obito and Ueda were missing, Minato expressed profound astonishment. Orochimaru, nearby, could not suppress a raised eyebrow. They are both exemplary children of our village. Your student is even of the Uchiha clan, possessing the precious Sharingan. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Minato harbored an ominous suspicion, coupled with the recent fierce confrontations with the Cloud Village. Their sudden silence raised further doubts. When Obito regained consciousness, he found his hands bound tightly with ropes, his eyes and mouth shrouded in cloth. The world around him was enveloped in darkness, leaving him unaware of his whereabouts. Occasionally, he could hear the arrogant chatter of his captors, confirming that he was being watched. His numbed mind flickered with fragmented memories, igniting a surge of emotions within him. Ugh, that brat is causing a ruckus again, one Cloud Ninja remarked. Observing the wooden crate containing Obito, another added, it seems merely knocking him out isn't sufficient. We should sever his tendons. The pain will incapacitate him. I think it would be simpler to just remove his eyes and take them with us, another suggested. Though their words were menacing, they were evidently meant to intimidate. Without orders from above, the guards dared not act. They appeared to be on the move, and Obito could feel the road beneath him jostling. After what felt like an eternity, the jolting finally ceased, but they had merely stopped for a break, not yet reaching their destination. Obito. Just then, a familiar voice broke through his daze. Obito's expression froze, and he quickly lifted his head. The person outside seemed to confirm that someone was indeed inside the crate before exerting effort to open it. As sunlight streamed in, the cloth covering his eyes became a source of overwhelming brightness. Don't be afraid, it's me. The visitor, having deftly leaped into the crate, swiftly removed the obscuring cloth. Chapter 75. Enough. Let us escape. As Obito adjusted to the sunlight, he finally discerned the face of his rescuer. Seeing Ueda Naruto unharmed filled him with elation, but the thought of Ueda risking himself to come here to save him furrowed his brow with concern. Shoo! Ueda seemed to sense Obito's unspoken worries and quietly interrupted, come with me. In an instant, all bindings were released, and Ueda hoisted Obito onto his back. However, as soon as he stood, Obito's knees buckled, and he collapsed again. Realizing he was a hindrance at such a critical moment, Obito gritted his teeth, muttering in frustration. Those despicable fiends must have drugged me while I was unconscious. I have no strength left in my limbs. Upon hearing this, Ueda pondered for a moment before squatting down to securely carry Obito on his back. Where are those guys? Obito scanned the empty surroundings, puzzled. I managed to divert their attention. There's no need to worry. Obito let out a sound of understanding, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him, even temporarily numbing the pain from his unhealed injuries. With his fears alleviated, he found himself speaking more freely. Naruto, just how many spare eye masks do you carry? Why do you ask? When I was captured, I saw one of them holding your eye mask, and I thought you were in trouble. Although he didn't finish his sentence, the implication was clear. But you still have the mask on your left eye, so I'm curious where you keep them hidden. Ueda chuckled softly, replying guess. Upon hearing this, Obito almost retorted about Ueda's newfound penchant for teasing, but he suddenly sensed something. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar intuition struck him. He shivered involuntarily and turned to see several Cloud Ninjas pursuing them from a distance. Naruto, Obito gasped, unable to suppress his urgent warning. The individual carrying him seemed unaware of the unfolding events until a sharp reprimand from behind caused him to stiffen and hasten his pace. Eventually, they fled to a dense grove, where the other party swiftly ascended a tree, concealing themselves amidst the foliage. The pursuers, having tracked them to the woods, paused at the center, panting heavily, and sneered. "Little brats, stop hiding. I see you. Enough games, come out." Each of them called out a few times. But the surrounding silence was profound. How had they managed to hide so effectively? The leader of the group clenched his fists, brow furrowed. Yet, after a few moments of careful listening, he turned around, suddenly noticing something. On the other side, two figures leaned against a tree, one holding their breath while the other. Uchiha Itachi stifled soft gasps, oblivious to the leaf that fell at their feet. The standoff persisted for a brief moment until a cold blade suddenly appeared between them, accompanied by a hand that forcefully grasped Itachi's clothing. "You little brat, come here." The grip tightened, but just then, a slightly cooler hand intervened, blocking their way. "Return, Itachi. You're asking for death." The Cloud Ninja half closed his eyes, hissing as he attempted to shove aside the obstructing figure. In that moment of weakness, Itachi saw his companion, Uchiha Shursui, get thrown backward, his back colliding painfully against the tree. A grimace of agony crossed his face, prompting the Cloud Ninja to chuckle cruelly. Seizing the opportunity, Shursui suddenly grasped the arrogant ninja's hand and bit down hard. As the ninja recoiled in pain, Shursui swiftly elbowed him in the abdomen. Ignoring the pain, he agilely descended the tree with Itachi and resumed their escape. "Damn it!" The Cloud Ninja fumed behind them. "Shursui, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Just as they attempted to accelerate, a shuriken, icy to the touch, grazed Shursui's hand, causing him to flinch, and Itachi slipped from his back. They both fell. In that moment, as the bloodied shuriken embedded itself into the tree, the pursuing Cloud Ninjas swiftly encircled them once more. The wound burned fiercely as Itachi watched Shursui rise, clutching his bleeding hand, engaging in combat with their assailants. This relentless scene pierced through Itachi's vision. He struggled to rise and assist, but found himself utterly drained, as if his chakra had been obstructed by cotton. Realizing the dire situation, Itachi gritted his teeth, despite the excruciating pressure in his eyes, and resolutely activated his Sharingan. "Don't look at that brat's eyes." The warning echoed as two Cloud Ninjas lunged, flanking Itachi from behind. He barely managed to fend off a few attacks before being pinned to the ground. "Damn, I can't focus." He gazed upward, fixated on the figures engaged in battle, his eyes aflame with rage and complex emotions. Finally, after a few seconds, he hoarsely called out, "Enough, Shursui. Don't get hurt for me anymore. Just run." He silently mouthed the words, trusting that his companion would understand his intent. He knew their pursuers aimed for him, and if he could secure an opportunity for Shursui to escape. Before he could finish his thought, a muffled grunt sounded ahead. Itachi's eyes widened as he witnessed Shursui being kicked away, his body soaring through the air like a projectile before crashing to the ground beneath a tree. Instantly, a Cloud Ninja dashed forward. "Stop!" Itachi's eyes widened in horror as a powerful force slammed down on his head, crushing his features against the ground. Concurrently, a chilling laugh echoed from above. "What a bothersome little brat, take him out." Almost immediately, the sound of a blade piercing flesh resonated sharply in the area. In an instant, silence enveloped him. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart raced, mingling with the mournful winds that howled past his ears. As his consciousness began to blur unnaturally, it became so disorienting that he could neither hear nor see nor feel anything. Only the haunting images of despair replayed in his mind like a broken record. As the wind brushed against his cheek, it carried a particularly warm sensation, eliciting a strange feeling within him. "Giving up, are we?" Noticing the sudden stillness beneath his feet, the Cloud Ninja frowned. Has he lost consciousness? Moments later, he lifted his foot with force, grabbing the Uchiha boy by his collar. He inadvertently locked eyes with Itachi. Fortunately, those crimson Sharingan were hollow and devoid of emotion. Chapter 76. Loss and departure. Tears streamed from those eyes, mingling with the dirt smeared across his face, rendering Itachi's expression eerily vacant. The Cloud Ninjas had no time to ponder the emotional state of a mere child. They understood that he was still reeling from the death of his companion. Once he regained his composure, those Sharingan would present a significant challenge. "We should find a cloth to cover his eyes," one suggested. "The effects of the drug are waning. And to prevent him from causing any more trouble, it's best to knock him out." "Yes, and let us sever his tendons to ensure he doesn't escape again." While the Cloud Ninjas deliberated on how to dispose of him, Itachi's vacant gaze flickered, his tear-blurred vision gradually fixating on a certain direction. He knew well what awaited him, yet he could not resist looking. The wind caressed him softly, but the vivid crimson streaks of blood trailing down the tree were painfully stark. A few inches higher, a limp figure hung from a tree, impaled by a blade, blood soaking through the fabric of their chest, dripping onto the ground and creating a pattern reminiscent of a vibrant flower. The wind stirred the white hair of the fallen, but it elicited no response, as if life had completely ebbed away. In an instant, Itachi's eyes, once red, began to twitch slightly. His mind blanked, an emptiness consuming the once fulfilled chamber of his heart, as though something profoundly significant had vanished. Almost simultaneously, the previously indistinct pain in his eyes intensified, feeling as if needles and flames were searing him, and suddenly, a terrifying dark crimson flooded his vision. In the next moment, something thicker than tears streamed down his icy face, mingled with the scent of blood upon the breeze. Kakashi, following the trail, furrowed his brow and suppressed his unease as he pressed on. 2 minutes later, sensing an intensifying odor in the air, he dropped from the tree. Beneath his feet lay several corpses in grotesque disarray, 2 of which had their eyes wide open, filled with a mix of panic and terror. Oblivious to the horrors they had endured, by their attire and forehead protectors, Kakashi confirmed they were ninjas from the Cloud Village. The bodies still bore warmth, indicating they had not been dead long, and their killer had likely not strayed far. Kakashi's brow furrowed tightly. He was uncertain whether the next encounter would be friend or foe, nor could he ascertain the safety of Itachi and Shisui. Until he found either of them or their remains, he would continue his pursuit. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings and suddenly noticed a trail on the ground that resembled dragging marks, accompanied by drops of blood. This must be it. Following this lead, Kakashi's figure vanished from sight. The wind howled ever louder as Obito struggled to carry the lifeless body of his companion, utterly disoriented about his whereabouts. Before him lay a chasm, flanked by a long wooden bridge, beneath which the river surged violently, tumultuous as the ocean waves. Obito, come on. Kakashi's urgent voice echoed distantly at the moment he stepped onto the bridge. Soon, Kakashi arrived breathlessly before them, and upon seeing Obito turn his head, he was momentarily taken aback. Though Obito's Sharingan retained its vivid crimson hue, Kakashi noticed the pattern in his eyes had transformed from the simple tomo to a more intricate design. Obito, what? Kakashi's voice trembled as he glanced at the dried blood and tears on Obito's face. What had transpired? Kakashi, Obito spoke, his voice hoarse from the emotional turmoil. Is Rin all right? Is she hurt? Kakashi quickly reached to support the person slumped on Obito's back, only to be met with the chilling touch of lifeless skin. Obito seemed reluctant to explain. He gazed at the bridge beneath them and queried, the way back to the village is this way, right? Kakashi was rendered speechless, his gaze fixated on the pale, lifeless face. Rin? He attempted to call out, but received no response, further solidifying his uneasy suspicions. Obito turned his head sideways, watching as Kakashi's trembling hand approached the other person's nose. Suddenly, he interrupted, I must return to the village quickly to find Tsunade. He then took a step forward. Kakashi understood Obito was referring to Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin at the pinnacle of medical prowess. However, even the most skilled healer could not revive the dead. Obito's strength appeared to be waning. After just 2 shaky steps, he seemed on the verge of stumbling off the bridge. Obito, the village is not in that direction. Kakashi, unable to bear the sight of his friend's distress, firmly grasped his hand to halt him. At that moment, the body on Obito's back slipped, causing Kakashi's heart to lurch as he quickly caught it, preventing it from hitting the ground. Soon, he felt the warmth of blood and the ghastly sight of a fatal wound on the chest of the fallen. Kakashi. The sudden obstruction of their movement caused Obito to feel a wave of frustration as he realized the burden on his back had lightened. Yet, upon seeing Kakashi catch the body, he immediately dismissed his anger. Rin. Hearing her name called, Kakashi murmured, you lack the strength. Let me handle this. Obito's outstretched arm stiffened. Yet he nodded in agreement. We must hurry. Kakashi affirmed, we will reach Lord Minato's side soon. Obito seized on the phrase, sensing something amiss. What do you mean by Lord Minato? We need to return to the village. Obito, Kakashi felt compelled to say something, yet it seemed too cruel, so he merely stated, your thoughts are completely disordered. Don't run off anymore. This statement snapped something in Obito's mind. Before Kakashi could finish, Obito's eyes widened, and he seized Kakashi by the collar. What are you saying, Kakashi? I told you to take Rin back to the village. Returning to the village is futile. She will not awaken again. You understand? Rin is dead. The harsh truth, one Obito was unwilling to accept, struck him coldly when spoken by another. He stood still for several seconds, his heart numbing with the weight of that realization. When he finally met Kakashi's mournful gaze, he felt as if a part of his heart had been violently wrenched away. A pervasive emptiness began to seep into his mind. As the effects of the medication wore off, his body, which should have regained strength and sensation, grew increasingly numb. Unable to hold back any longer, Obito knelt on the ground, bloodied hands covering his eyes as he gasped for breath. Just then, an ominous presence emerged from the other side of the bridge. Chapter 77. Living up to expectations. Obito, seeing his friend in distress, Kakashi, despite his own anxiety, remained relatively composed, attempting to form hand signs for a shadow clone to assist. At that moment, he sensed a lethal intent in the air. Oh, it's someone from Konoha. The crest on their attire bore the Uchiha clan's emblem. Caution was imperative. Kakashi clenched his fists as he observed 7 or 8 cloud ninja approaching. These fiends were truly relentless. Hearing the commotion, Obito, drenched in cold sweat, lifted his gaze and made contact with the garb and forehead protector of the approaching foes, causing his eyes to twitch. It was them. Had they not targeted his eyes, Rin would still be alive. Had he not been so weak, she would still be here. In an instant, guilt and self-reproach, sorrow and fury surged through him. And with fists clenched tightly, he unsteadily rose to his feet. Kakashi, take Rin and go. Kakashi was taken aback, discerning the resoluteness in Obito's voice. He hastily grasped Obito's arm. Don't do this, Obito. Lord Minato and the others are looking for you. If we hold on, we'll be rescued soon. No, Kakashi. Obito brushed off his hand, speaking softly. My body has reached its limit. I cannot go far. Rest assured, I won't allow outsiders to take my eyes. Before their schemes come to fruition, I will destroy them. Obito. Obito offered no further reply, turning away to cast one last glance at the body Kakashi held. Oh. In the end, I said nothing. He had only just begun to understand his own feelings, and yet he could not even express them to her. I am a fool for always boasting. I'm sorry for failing to protect you. But Rin, do not fear. We will meet again soon in another place. As the battle loomed, Obito confronted several cloud ninja, the peculiar pattern in his Sharingan instilling fear in their hearts. Knowing that the best strategy against the Sharingan was to avoid eye contact, they quickly averted their gazes. Nevertheless, in the next moment, one of their comrades suddenly lost an arm. As the scream erupted, Obito's heart raced, nearly causing him to lose his footing. That was close. It should have been that person's neck. Yet, there was still a chance, so he continued to focus his newly acquired ocular power on the cloud ninja from a distance. Almost as soon as he conceived the thought, a vortex of transparent energy swirled beside the neck of the cloud ninja he was fixated on. In that moment, he instinctively used this method to eliminate those responsible for Rin's death, subjecting them to torturous illusions for a prolonged duration. However, his dwindling strength and chakra left no room for any additional jutsu. Speaking of Kakashi, has he managed to escape with Rin's body? Damn, that kid acted recklessly. Get out of the way. A tumult of chaos ensued. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the chasm, shaking it as if it were about to split further. The wooden bridge was obliterated, and the acrid scent of burnt debris filled the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, the 2 surviving cloud ninja gasped for breath, utterly disheveled. That kid is truly foolish. We had set numerous explosive tags beneath this bridge, originally intending to use them against Konoha's pursuit team, but unexpectedly, he triggered them. Now their remains will be untraceable. Just as they finished speaking, the ground near the riverbank trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Sensing danger, Kakashi acted swiftly, lifting the cold body in his arms in an attempt to evade. However, the 2 vigilant cloud shinobi would not allow it, immediately launching shurikens at him. A sharp pain pierced his arm, causing Kakashi to momentarily loosen his grip. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the weight of the body he was holding caused it to plummet, akin to rocks tumbling into the river below. Kakashi's heart sank in horror. He decisively abandoned his chance to escape the imminent peril and reached out desperately for the person who was slipping away from him. But it was too late, and he too was on the verge of falling. Just then, in a critical moment, Minato arrived, swiftly pulling Kakashi to safety. In that instant, Kakashi's eyes widened in despair as he helplessly watched that familiar figure vanish into the raging river, his expression a portrait of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, when Obito regained consciousness, he vaguely heard someone whispering incessantly beside him, their words somewhat bothersome. He sensed a soft surface beneath him, reminiscent of a bed. Although his body felt numb from lying down for too long, his vision was obscured, his eyes covered as they had been when he was blindfolded by the despicable inhabitants of the Cloud Village. Suddenly, he sat up, feeling a sharp pain in his back. But gradually his senses began to return. As his awareness expanded, he realized that not only was the space to his right empty, but it was also agonizingly painful. Where am I? Am I dead? The realization sent a cold sweat trickling down his body. At that moment, a voice intruded from ahead. The fact that you still feel pain indicates that you are alive. Startled by the unexpected communication, Obito turned towards the sound, yet saw nothing. Who are you? The figure did not respond directly. Instead, a strange noise, reminiscent of a scythe dragging across the ground, echoed in his ears. Who is this peculiar person? Obito pondered, tentatively asking, "Did you save me?" "Those matters can be addressed once you have healed," came the reply. Soon after, silence enveloped the space, suggesting that the visitor had departed. 2 days later, the bandages covering his eyes were removed by two white figures. As Obito adjusted to the dim light, he soon discerned a silhouette standing before him. The figure remained still, their age-worn, pale hair obscuring one eye, yet the eye that was visible was unmistakably the Sharingan. "Who are you?" Obito demanded. "I am the specter of Uchiha, Madara Uchiha." After their brief encounter, Madara returned to the side of the Outer Path's golem, his expression devoid of emotion, almost chillingly stoic. He had not anticipated that, under his intricate scheme, that child would leap from the double tomo to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Truly, he had not been disappointed. The deception of having White Zetsu impersonate that figure to provoke the child had borne fruit. Although it was a cunning manipulation, the objective had been achieved. Now, he merely needed to persuade the child to accept his plan for it to be perfect. Additionally, he required Kagaya to delay matters further, ensuring that the other figure would not disrupt his carefully laid plans. Chapter 78. What misdeeds have you committed? The window of the cat house stood ajar, with a gentle breeze wafting in, tousling the hair of Kamishiro Naruyuki. Sensing something amiss, he brushed his forehead and frowned at Hikari, who lounged leisurely in the sunlight. "It has been 3 days. Has your chakra recovered?" Almost, came Hikari's response, the 8th time he had heard it since he had inquired. Since being summoned to this cursed place, he had been forced to consume fish daily and sleep in the cat house. Although he appeared childlike, he was still larger than a cat, and cramming into the cat house to escape the elements felt as though it might shrink his mind. "How fast is almost?" he pressed. Hearing the question, Hikari raised an eyebrow and glared at him. "What's the rush? You've only been gone a few days. Do you think the outside world will turn upside down? Don't fret over everything. Look at you, worrying so much your hair has turned white." Kamishiro Naruyuki thought. This cat seems to have lost its senses. It can't even tell if its fur is naturally white or dyed. Thankfully, he remained lucid enough to monitor the summoning technique. The fact that he had not yet been summoned to Obito's side meant that Obito was likely not in immediate danger. He must have successfully evaded those foes. Noticing Kamishiro Naruyuki's silence, Hikari's green eyes discreetly glanced towards his profile, emotions swirling within them, complex and guilty. After a moment of contemplation, Hikari spoke up. "Naruyuki, I have a question for you." "What question?" "Speak," Kamishiro Naruyuki replied, turning his gaze. Hikari faltered. "Aren't you supposed to be the understanding type? Why are you so impatient with me?" "Because it depends on the person." Upon hearing this, Hikari felt a pang of bitterness, realizing it was not that little rascal he was referring to. "Are you going to speak or not?" Kamishiro Naruyuki urged. I'll say it. But if I say it, you won't get angry, right?" Kamishiro Naruyuki's expression darkened at once as he regarded Hikari, who seemed oddly hesitant. "If you don't tell me, I will get angry." Hearing this, Hikari flinched, quickly turning away. Then perhaps it's best not to say anything. Typically possessing a good temper, Kamishiro Naruyuki took a deep breath, perplexed by Hikari's erratic behavior. "Did you do something wrong that you're afraid I'll discover?" "What? No way." Hikari leapt up. But upon reflexively denying it, it suddenly realized there was indeed something it feared would be uncovered. Its expression froze. Kamishiro Naruyuki lowered his gaze, noticing a strange flicker of avoidance in Hikari's eyes. He was taken aback. "You really did, didn't you?" "No, absolutely not." Hikari vehemently shook its head. Actually, I just wanted to ask you, if one day I did something that displeased you, what would you do? Remember, it's a hypothetical. Kamishiro Naruyuki frowned, narrowing his eyes. Typically, those who ask such questions have already committed the act, much like a cheating husband feigning innocence with his unsuspecting wife, asking if she would forgive him. In an instant, his gaze sharpened. Did you do something? An inexplicable pressure washed over Hikari, making it feel that its small frame could hardly withstand such intense scrutiny. It was no wonder it had broached such a topic, prompting Naruyuki's suspicion. However, Madara had assured it that he would not harm Obito and would even assist him in awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Weighing the pros and cons, it had agreed to remain here to delay Naruyuki. Back then, it had even asked Madara why he was wary of Naruyuki, but Madara had remained silent. It was truly frustrating. Why couldn't these two simply communicate clearly? It left Hikari caught in the middle, feeling torn. Before Hikari could explain, Kamishiro Naruyuki abruptly rose, causing a rustling sound. Hikari continued to bow its head, only flinching slightly when the fabric of Naruyuki's clothing brushed against its face. Trust Madara, Naruyuki. Kamishiro Naruyuki strode out of the cramped cat house, his voice cold. I cannot place my trust in him. Why not? Hikari could not accept this reasoning, quickly retorting. You and Madara were inseparable once. Even Senju Tobarama sought you out multiple times, yet you ignored him. What has changed? You know nothing, and I cannot explain. Upon hearing this, Hikari's eyes reflected disbelief, not of surprise, but of anger. The individual before him gazed down with an air of authority, commanding, send me out. With wide-open eyes, it took mere seconds before adopting a defiant stance, proclaiming, I shall not. Truly, you refuse? The voice of Uchiha Izumi was calm, reminiscent of the stillness that precedes a tempest. Stubbornly, it held its ground, reiterating, I shall not. Yet, before the sentence could fully unfold, it suddenly witnessed Uchiha Izumi fading into the ether, vanishing from sight. In this subterranean base, every nook and cranny was steeped in the same oppressive gloom, devoid of sunlight. Obito was oblivious to how long he had lingered here. His right arm lay ravaged by the explosion, and his eyes bore the scars of grievous injury. The one who had once been his ancestor, yet astonishingly still alive, claimed he had been swept away by a river, fortunate enough to escape drowning. Grateful for his salvation, Obito thanked him, but the elder urged him not to rush into gratitude, rambling on about matters that were difficult to grasp. Once the old man entered his rhythm, he was unrelenting. By the end, Obito felt numb, retaining nothing in his mind. He only remembered the elder asking if he wished to see that person again. Did he wish to sever the ties of this world's karma, to create a realm where only victors exist, a world of peace and love, where only these ideals reside? Instinctively, he sensed the elder's words were nonsensical, yet a figure impaled upon a tree surfaced in his mind, igniting profound sorrow. With his functioning left hand, he fiercely clutched his clothing for a protracted moment before succumbing to trembling. The remorse of failing to protect the innocent surged forth, breaking free from the emotional paralysis wrought by his suffering. Subsequently, as clarity returned, a profound anguish enveloped him, coiling around his mind, heart, nerves, and every organ like a venomous serpent, tightening mercilessly in the next instant. He was in torment. The more he attempted to resist, the tighter the constriction became, suffocating him. He released his grip, standing there in a stupor. The elder did not hasten to seek an answer from him, advising him instead to focus on healing. Upon hearing this, he coughed twice, and a frenzied thought emerged. Chapter 79. A deadly stranglehold, he wished to return? Indeed, Master Zetsu, stated White Zetsu. Immediately, Vortex White Zetsu chimed in, Obito claims there is a battle raging outside. More importantly, his companions, friends, and beloved ones are there. He stated that even if only cold corpses and silent gravestones remained of his beloved, he would steadfastly remain by their side. After listening to this, Zetsu maintained an expression of indifference. However, one truth became clear. Obito had indeed developed feelings for that individual. Yet, entanglement with that person would yield nothing but deception. Vortex White Zetsu continued to bemoan Obito's troubles, but White Zetsu sensed an impending shift, raising his gaze to the inky ceiling. Someone has succumbed to my spore technique. Moments later, as the expanding spores unfurled, the habitually cheerful White Zetsu was met with a hand, slightly cooler than average, grasping his throat. White Zetsu blinked at the figure before him, their mismatched eyes locking onto him. the master's voice, as frigid as his demeanor, commanded, "Take me to see Zetsu." Uchiha Izumi's demeanor brooked no dissent. Yet, the newcomer seemed oblivious to his words, tilting his head in confusion. Growing more frustrated, Izumi tightened his grip. White Zetsu's neck was nearly crushed, yet the newcomer remained impervious to pain, unmoving. For White Zetsu only heeded Zetsu's commands. "Ah, you are here." At that moment of stalemate, Vortex White Zetsu appeared from behind, seizing Uchiha Izumi's other hand, a look of disbelief crossing his face. "Release him. I will guide you to Master Zetsu." It became evident that the somewhat comical Vortex White Zetsu had no intention of deceiving him. In the next instant, as he released White Zetsu, Vortex White Zetsu quickly enveloped him in his outer garment. Uchiha Izumi paid little mind to the sensation of being covered, as his thoughts raced, strategizing how to persuade Zetsu upon their meeting and ultimately take Obito with him. "Forget it, I shall seize him outright. Even if a fight ensues, so be it. Host, please maintain your composure." The long silent system suddenly spoke within his mind, and upon its emergence, Uchiha Izumi sensed it bore no good tidings. "I am quite composed. No, what I mean is, it's acceptable to leave Obito here. He will not perish. That is merely temporary. Host, truly. Do not fixate solely on him. Many tragedies await your attention in this world. Taking him away does not conflict with those matters." Observing his unwavering resolve, the system grew anxious, and after a pause, it dropped a bombshell. "Zetsu is on the list." "What?" "He is on the list of those who can be saved from unresolved grievances." "Master Zetsu, I have brought the individual." Vortex White Zetsu shed his outer layer, revealing a white head. Uchiha Izumi remained shocked by the system's revelation, unexpectedly laid bare before Zetsu. A moment of surprise passed as his mismatched eyes met the piercing gaze of the Sharingan. They stood frozen, neither willing to speak first. Zetsu scrutinized the nearly unchanged visage before him, and after several seconds, his cold, aloof voice pierced the silence. "You have come to find me? Your arrival indicates that Hikari's mission has failed. Previously, I heard you wish to discuss something with me. What is it you wish to convey?" Though Zetsu's tone was untroubled, his gaze was not inquisitive but rather accusatory. For reasons unknown, Uchiha Izumi felt an undercurrent of resentment emanating from Zetsu, faintly directed at him, leaving him bewildered. He recalled Hikari mentioning that he and Zetsu had once been inseparable, their relationship seemingly amicable. Now, it appeared as though a rift had formed. Unsure of Zetsu's current perspective of him, Uchiha Izumi endeavored to maintain his composure, inhaling deeply to speak less. Zetsu observed his tranquil demeanor with evident disdain, stating, regrettably, "I lack the energy to listen to you. Did you not initiate the inquiry?" In the dim light, upon finishing this remark, Zetsu fell silent. Uchiha Izumi's anger from earlier, initially directed at Zetsu for having White Zetsu impersonate him and exploit his friendship with Obito, faded in light of the system's words. Now, expressing anger towards Zetsu served no purpose, for his own mind was in disarray. After all, in his original plan, he intended to take Obito away and send Zetsu away. Thwarting Kuro Zetsu's millennia-long scheme, that would have been the expected course of events. Yet now the system insisted that Zetsu must survive. This was no different from that insufferable specter who had initially barred him from departing with disdain. Utterly exasperating. Within such a brief span of time, Uchiha Izumi's expression shifted, wrought with complex emotions. Observing him, Zetsu perceived that he was calculating how to retrieve the boy. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Izumi finally spoke. "I wish to see him." His tone was neither demanding nor commanding, but rather suggestive, as if broaching a negotiation. Zetsu's previously taut expression softened imperceptibly, yet his tone remained distant and unwelcoming. "What purpose does it serve? In his eyes, you are already dead. Moreover, in what guise do you intend to meet him? Was it the way you interacted with me before, or the way you are with him? After seeing him, what will you say to explain?" Uchiha Izumi suddenly fell silent, his expression momentarily frozen. The retort from Uchiha Madara quieted for a few seconds before he spoke again. "Do not meddle in our clan's affairs. You know you cannot change anything." These words struck Uchiha Izumi like a heavy stone, leaving him dazed and igniting a potent curiosity about the past, along with a simmering frustration within him. It was time for a meal. "Come, have a bun." White Zetsu offered a bun, but Obito did not take it for a long time, prompting White Zetsu to tilt his head. "Not appetizing? It looks quite decent." Obito leaned against the headboard, sullen, and replied, "I just don't feel like eating." "This won't do. Lord Madara instructed us to take good care of you. If you don't eat, you might starve. You're not as advanced as we are, White Zetsu insisted, gesturing animatedly. Not only do we not need to eat, we don't even need to relieve ourselves. Obito grimaced at the thought. At that moment, White Zetsu suddenly entered the chamber with another person. Chapter 80, No Sit-Ups. This is the doctor. Hearing White Zetsu's brief introduction, Obito, who had been listening to White Zetsu discuss the cycle of life, looked up in surprise. In just a few days, this was the fourth person he had encountered here. The figure wore a long black robe and a white mask, obscuring their features. But the shock of white hair momentarily distracted Obito. It was the same color as Izumi's, yet this person's age and stature seemed significantly greater. Haven't you eaten yet? The newcomer spoke, their calm tone evoking a sense of familiarity in Obito. He scrutinized the individual closely, but the excruciating pain in his body soon drew his attention away, and the stimulation around his eyes made his vision blur. As he regained focus, the person had approached him, lifting a hand to touch his hair. Whatever this individual did, the moment their hand made contact, all his pain vanished in an instant. Then, as if completing a primary task, the person grasped his bandaged left hand, revealing a faint bruise beneath, rolling up his sleeve. A peculiar glow ignited in their palm as they began to treat him. So natural and adept. This truly is a doctor. White Zetsu and White Zetsu stood by, not merely watching, but seemingly guarding against any unexpected actions from the masked individual. Yet, the doctor quietly continued the treatment without uttering a single word. A few minutes later, having completed their task, the doctor patted Obito's shoulder and said, "All done, now. Let us eat properly." Eagerly, White Zetsu promptly presented the bun again. What nutrition could this possibly provide? Almost immediately, the bun was intercepted by the white-haired masked man. White Zetsu sheepishly explained that this was all they had at the base. The masked figure clicked their tongue and said, "Wait here," before swiftly exiting the chamber. Witnessing this, Obito remained silent, for his mood had plunged to a point where he found no words. He was bewildered as to why Madara would have such a capable doctor for him. Hadn't he expressed a desire to return? Why keep him here? Even if it was to repay a life-saving grace, that could be addressed later. Ultimately, he absolutely could not stay in this place. He longed to reunite with Kakashi, Rin, and Minato-sensei, and most importantly, he wished to see Izumi, even if it was just to lay a flower at his grave and voice the words he had never spoken. Do you wish to see those significant to you once more? This was Madara's question to him. In that fleeting moment, a wild desire to agree surged within him. But upon reflection, it seemed utterly impractical. That old man must be confused. Ah, you? Yes, you. There is still time, but if you keep skipping meals, you'll end up weak. And how can we explain that to Lord Madara? White Zetsu abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Obito glanced at the bun being offered, irritably declining. I truly do not want to eat. No, you must eat. White Zetsu insisted, one hand on his shoulder while the other attempted to shove the bun into his mouth. Annoyed, Obito pushed it away, sending the bun tumbling to the floor. Oh, what a waste of food. Ignoring the commotion from the exuberant White Zetsu, Obito closed his eyes and lay down. After a moment's contemplation, he began to acknowledge the validity of their argument. In his current state, even moving was a struggle. If he continued to torment himself, the path to returning would become ever more elusive. So, after a few seconds, he sat up again. Under such circumstances, perhaps sit-ups would be unwise. Suddenly, he heard another voice. He instinctively turned to look. The departing masked figure was now entering with a tray of food, which included shrimp, meat, and rice, far superior to the bland bun. Had he just left to prepare this? Such speed was remarkable. Obito said, "Are you also sent by Madara to monitor me?" "I have no interest in surveillance. I am merely here to tend to your injuries," the masked individual replied, placing the tray within his reach before turning away. They added, "You awakened too early. If you're fine, refrain from overthinking and avoid unnecessary movements to prevent further strain on your body." Upon hearing that this person knew of his awakening, Obito's heart raced, and he conjectured, "Are you, like Madara, a member of the Uchiha clan?" The masked figure shook his head. "Do not speculate further. You do not need to know who I am. You only need to understand what you wish to do." With that, the individual exited the chamber. Obito's thoughts became a whirlwind. Staring at the food before him, the enticing aroma resonated deeply with memories of someone he once knew. This surprised him. He wondered if the taste would be similar. Upon tasting it, he was met with disappointment. It was not the same. How could it be? After all, people are different. Outside the chamber, in a corner unseen by Obito, Izumi removed his mask to breathe. To ensure Obito did not notice anything amiss, he deliberately reduced the seasoning in the meal. The need for such concealment was unavoidable. As Madara had said, he could not explain to Obito, nor did he know how to face him. Thus, he donned the guise of another stranger. Once Obito's condition stabilized, he would need to attend to his own matters. Lost in thought, he noticed White Zetsu following him and steeled himself, grabbing him for assistance. "Hey, come with me." The reluctant White Zetsu flailed his arms for help but received no intervention from Madara. On the contrary, this scene lingered in Madara's mind, suddenly reminding him of his youth when he too had walked arm in arm with that person. Their relationship had even deepened later. Yet now, they stood in mutual misunderstanding. He could not fathom why that individual had once betrayed him, nor could he understand who they truly were or what their allegiances entailed. Just as that person surely could not comprehend his present actions. However, none of that mattered anymore. He had cast aside the pursuit of those truths, focusing solely on the realization of his plans. Oddly, this person had entered with such ferocity, yet now their demeanor had calmed, opting to remain here. Would they rather continue to masquerade than come clean? It appeared that, like the child he once was, this individual held little weight in their heart. Such was the disheartening reality. Chapter 81. With a blink of an eye in this vast and desolate underground base. Apart from the colossal outer path demon statue and the objects hanging from the trees, there were scarcely any other significant furnishings, let alone convenient living essentials. However, with the addition of two individuals, these matters were effortlessly resolved. The reluctant laborers, of Fei and Baiju, were repeatedly tasked with transporting items, entirely utilized as manual workers by the white-haired figure. As their ostensible master, Uchiha Madara observed silently from the side, saying not a word. Whether out of tacit approval or sheer indifference, it was unclear. To him, these matters were merely trivialities. The only inquiry he had made concerned Obito's injuries. This was not born out of genuine concern, but rather an interest in a mere pawn. Currently, the situation is satisfactory and shows improvement, Uchiha Madara replied, lifting his gaze to the figure standing not far away. Is that so? You must ensure he undergoes proper rehabilitation training. That arm of his, which was shattered, and half of his body, I painstakingly reassembled. Uzumaki Naruto interjected abruptly. Even without your reminder, I would do so. Madara's expression momentarily shifted as he gazed at the silhouette. And after a brief silence, he called out the individual's name, Naruto. Surprised by the direct address from Madara, Naruto felt a strange sense of elation wash over him. Indeed, the response to his name came swiftly. Madara's sardonic tone continued. How much sincerity do you truly harbor for that child? Naruto regarded Madara's crimson eyes, and despite his aged appearance, sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him. He understood that if it were not for Madara's frailty, a mere mortal would likely lack the courage to speak to him so directly. I must go see him. He did not respond to Madara's words, but turned to leave. Madara merely watched as Naruto walked toward the secret chamber, aware that this was a poorly veiled excuse for avoidance. He had previously stated that he had implanted Obito with a half-body of Baiju containing Hashirama's cells, which would sustain him without food or water for a considerable time. Now, aside from physical recovery, it was imperative that he adapt to the effects of Hashirama's cells. When Madara had mentioned Hashirama's name, there had been no discernible reaction in Obito's heterochromatic eyes, not even a flicker of surprise, as if the information was something he had already known. In the secret chamber, it was quiet and dimly lit. Yet, some things were evident. Even though Obito attempted to conceal his actions on the bed, Naruto immediately caught sight of them upon entering. What are you looking at? The voice behind the mask teased naturally. A love letter, perhaps? Obito replied, if it weren't for the differences in appearance, age, and voice, I might have momentarily mistaken you for someone else. However, he knew that such a notion was impossible, so he furrowed his brow and said, why did you suddenly come in and scare me? It is my duty as a doctor to observe your condition daily. Naruto continued to approach, aware that Obito had hidden something behind him, but he refrained from pressing further and began his routine examination. Compared to the old man outside and the two enigmatic white beings, Naruto found this doctor to be quite normal. Seizing the opportunity while Baiju was not watching, Obito whispered, do you know how to exit this place? Naruto replied, there is no exit here. What? Then how did you get in? I blinked. And suddenly I was here, Naruto stated, which was indeed the truth. as he had entrusted all travel arrangements to a fae, making it quite convenient. Obito suddenly pushed his hand away, his eyes filled with urgency. Stop joking. I must get out of here quickly. A battle is taking place outside. I understand your feelings. But please face reality. Your body cannot even take 2 steps at the moment. If you do not properly recover, what can you achieve on the battlefield? Become a living target for the enemy? Obito's heart raced, momentarily forgetting how to respond. Recovery takes time, 100 days for muscle and bone injuries. And your situation is even more severe. You will need months. Months. Obito could scarcely remain seated. How could he endure such a prolonged stay? Naruto restrained the agitated Obito. Contemplating, he softened his tone. During this time, you are not entirely powerless. You can become stronger. What was meant to be comforting words felt like daggers piercing through Obito's heart. It was precisely because of his weakness that he could not protect those who mattered. Even if he grew stronger now, it would be of little consequence. Noticing Obito's stunned silence and trembling pupils, Naruto assumed he had missed the mark. Reflecting for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Do you have someone you care for? When I entered, I saw you holding a photograph, and your expression suggested you were missing someone. If you wish to see her again and protect her, sulking here will not suffice. It is essential to calm down and focus on your recovery." Naruto vaguely recalled that the same year Obito had encountered trouble. Kakashi and Rin had faced hidden mist, and Rin had been captured by them. He furrowed his brow at Obito, releasing the grip he had on his shoulder. Upon hearing Naruto's counsel, Obito remained silent for a long time. When he finally managed to look up at Naruto, his lips were tightly pressed together, and his nose felt slightly tinged with tears. "I cannot see her anymore." "What?" Naruto was taken aback. "Isn't Rin still alive? Why speak such despondent words?" Obito lowered his head, his eyes filled with anguish. He reached for the photograph he had revealed earlier, saying nothing more. The silence in the air left Naruto uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly, he remembered that besides Rin, his good friend's identity had also been forcibly replaced by Baiju, effectively erasing him just days prior. Was Obito grieving for him as well? This child truly had deep feelings. Sighing, Naruto murmured, "Do not think too much. If it pains you, you can take out that photograph to look at it. It might provide you with motivation. No one will mock you for it." Speaking of which, the girl in that photograph must have been very gentle, he thought. Obito wiped his slightly stinging eyes and replied, "No." "What?" Chapter 82. You shouldn't hope for my survival. Perhaps the words of persuasion had taken effect, as Obito did not mention wanting to leave immediately again. With the aid of a fae and Baiju, the weakened Obito began his rehabilitation training. The half-body of Baiju he had been pieced together with, particularly the right arm, appeared significantly thinner and more disproportionate than the left. Despite the pain being deliberately muted by Naruto, each step Obito took left him drenched in sweat and trembling. As he leaned against the wall, nearly collapsing, a hand seized him firmly, and another arm wrapped around him, holding him securely. Feeling this warm embrace, Obito gasped for breath and turned his head, his gaze falling upon a white mask. Though the mask bore no pattern, he sensed a silent encouragement emanating from it. "Perhaps we should call it a day," Naruto suggested. Obito stirred, feeling unable to break free, and quietly declared, "No, I must restore my body's mobility as swiftly as possible." Naruto regarded the individual before him and gradually released his hold. Just then, Obito suddenly coughed several times and collapsed to the ground. "Obito!" He was taken aback, kneeling down to support Obito's shoulder, urgently calling out. This was an inevitable process. Madara's voice echoed nearby, stating that your useless concern was of no assistance to him. Hearing this, Uchiha Shin instinctively turned to glare at Madara, who was dousing their hopes with cold water. However, he soon realized that Madara was wearing a mask, rendering his glare ineffective, and thus retorted, "I only know that haste makes waste." Madara chuckled, "Is that so?" Some may not share that sentiment. Almost as soon as Madara's words fell, Shin felt a force pushing him away. Obito silently shrugged off his support, determined to persist. Witnessing this, the corners of Madara's lips curved slightly, as if mocking. Shin slowly rose, processing Madara's words, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He glanced at Madara, who seemed to revel in chaos, wanting to voice something, but ultimately fell silent. Madara sensed his hesitation and speculated that it might contain unpleasant truths. Yet he found himself oddly curious to hear them. As moments ticked by, Madara remained silent, lost in thought. Raising his head, he called out Shin. The voice was soft, but in the stillness of the underground base, Those two simple syllables resonated clearly. Not only did Shin hear it, but even Obito, who was not far away engaged in rehabilitation, caught the sound. Both of their expressions reflected shock. Fortunately, Shin's mask obscured his face, hiding his emotions from prying eyes. However, Obito suddenly turned, asking in astonishment, "What did you just say?" "Nothing, nothing." Shin snapped back to reality, puzzled by Madara's uncharacteristic slip. He hastily approached and concocted an excuse. "Our elder has been reading some foreign historical records and is showing off. I happened to have read a bit and recognized that it was an ancient saying, right?" Fearing Madara might stir trouble, Shin even went so far as to massage Madara's shoulders to appease him. Madara, feeling as if his bones might shatter, was momentarily distracted, causing Obito's concerns to dissipate. Shin sighed in relief, his hand resting on Madara's shoulder, about to speak again when suddenly, Madara's body trembled, followed by a severe coughing fit, causing Shin's heart to race. "What's wrong? You're not having issues due to my meddling, are you?" he thought, recalling the frailty of those around him. Glancing at the white tubes connecting to Madara's back, he felt helpless to provide comfort, knowing that those tubes were tethered to Madara's life. Observing Shin's worried expression, Madara remained silent for a while. His eyes reflected the visage of the masked man, and a sudden melancholy washed over him. "You should not hope for my survival." Shin was taken aback. Although he didn't grasp why Madara would say such a thing, he admitted that Madara was right, at least before the system's chaotic emergence. He had harbored no feelings for Madara and merely wished that the child he raised would not be exploited, hoping for a life free from such entanglements. But now, circumstances had changed. Madara had become his mission, and he had to consider both, creating a tangled web of confusion. In those fleeting seconds, Madara grasped Shin's hand tightly, shaking his head vigorously as he coughed. "No, you shouldn't even be here." Shin's expression tightened, his brows furrowing together. After a few seconds, he gently patted the back of Madara's hand. "The past is the past. The present is the present. Besides, at your age, why do you always act like a hedgehog? Prickling everyone?" Upon finishing his sentence, Shin felt Madara's grip tighten around his hand. Immediately, he closed his eyes and pulled away, saying, "Forget it. You have your motives, and I have mine. If you don't ask, I won't pry." With his hand now empty, Madara spoke in a low voice. "How much do you know?" Shin contemplated briefly and opted for a conservative reply. "Not more than you." "Haha, long live." At that moment, Akatsuki's cheer interrupted their tense atmosphere. It turned out that Obito managed to push himself to walk a short distance. Yet, Madara's breathing grew increasingly labored. He had never known that the things he had interpreted with his ocular power were also known to others. Had Hashirama informed them? It was unlikely. Hashirama had no idea of his true intentions. Memories flashed before his eyes, and as his coughing intensified, his lonely grasp tightened. Shin frowned. "TSK. This external path is no good." Madara's hand was held tightly, and soon a surge of energy flowed from Shin's palm into Madara's body. It was not chakra, but it was effective. Madara could feel it. In the past, when he and Izuno were injured, this very power would envelop them, healing their wounds. However, that power had ceased to protect them. One fateful day, he had not encountered the owner of that power, but instead found Izuna's cold body. All the vibrancy of life suddenly felt like stagnant water, unable to stir even a ripple. Later, he watched this individual stay by Tobarama's side day and night. Perhaps having heard of Izuna's demise, finally coming to him to apologize with empty words of regret. When he decided to abandon everything and leave the village, this person clung to him stubbornly. He could never understand this individual. He had never truly understood. Chapter 83. Unhinged thoughts after a grueling first day of rehabilitation training. Obito trembled as he half sat on the bed, glancing at Akatsuki, who was fervently scribbling away. Recalling the masked man's concern and support, Obito suddenly remembered that he had yet to ask anyone their name after all this time. He might as well inquire about Akatsuki. "By the way, what is the name of the doctor who has been taking care of me?" Akatsuki replied with a raised tone, "Poop." Obito responded in disbelief. "Huh? How could a perfectly fine person have such a strange and unpleasant name?" Just as he finished his incredulous thought, Akatsuki, as if showing off, suddenly held up a drawing and approached him, nearly pressing it against his face to invite him to admire it. Obito leaned back reluctantly, and upon closer inspection, he realized it depicted a large piece of excrement. Connecting Akatsuki's earlier response, he suddenly felt a surge of anger, clenching his fist. "Hey, so you weren't answering my question?" Akatsuki tilted his head in confusion. What did you just say? I asked what the name of the guy in the mask is. Uh-huh. Akatsuki exclaimed, slapping his forehead, putting away his beautiful artwork. It's Ling, Mo Ling. Just then, a calm voice interrupted, and Obito saw the so-called masked man entering, holding a bowl. Obito froze momentarily. Ling? Which Ling? Just as he was puzzled, he caught a whiff of a pungent odor and immediately pinched his nose in disgust. What is that? Medicine. For you to drink, Shin approached, grabbing Obito's stubborn hand that was covering his nose. Don't cover. Bitter medicine is good for you. The sooner you drink it, the better. With that line, Obito had no choice but to lower his hand, frowning as he took the bowl and tilted it back to drink. After he grimaced through the drink and wiped his mouth vigorously, he noticed that the masked white-haired man had already started chatting with Akatsuki. To his dismay, Obito saw the other person praising Akatsuki's disgusting drawing with a straight face. Not only that, but he also handed Akatsuki a small dog-shaped object. Initially, Obito thought it was some kind of toy and mocked Akatsuki for still liking such childish things at his age, but then he heard the person who gave it say, "This is a firework. Light it here," pointing to the fuse under the dog's tail. "Then it will show you." Akatsuki, intrigued by the excrement, immediately became animated, flailing his arms with excitement. Toby was startled. Fireworks shouldn't be lit in such a place. "It's fine," said Uchiha Izumi, as he skillfully produced a lighter and handed it to Akatsuki. Unable to contain his excitement, Akatsuki ignited it immediately. Toby promptly closed his eyes and covered one ear, anticipating a thunderous explosion, but was met with an unexpected silence. Curious, he opened his eyes to see the fuse burning out and the little dog-shaped fireworks swaying slightly. With a few crackles, it emitted a burst of sparks, along with some dark, elongated objects emerging from the dog's tail. Akatsuki clapped his hands in delight. Wow. So that's how it works. Meanwhile, White Zetsu observed the entire spectacle with a look of disdain, while Toby thought to himself, indeed, this so-called Dr. Ling must be out of his mind. Uchiha Izumi, oblivious to Toby's silent disdain, continued to tease Akatsuki as if playing with a child. Shortly after exiting the secret chamber, he encountered Madara's chilling gaze. Madara had likely been watching their antics for some time. As Izumi approached, Madara spoke. "Aren't you going back?" Concerned that the others in the chamber might overhear, Izumi stepped closer and remarked, "It seems you didn't give me a chance to return to Konoha when you had White Zetsu impersonate my death. After all, how could a dead man return?" Madara's initial plan was merely to have White Zetsu feign the death of the target before Toby, never anticipating that other Konoha ninjas would subsequently stumble upon White Zetsu's impersonated corpse. By now, news of Toby and this man's demise had undoubtedly spread through the village. Yet Madara believed this was not a valid reason for Izumi to remain there. Was he scheming to take Toby away once he recovered? A cold smile appeared in Madara's eyes. That child was destined to be on my side. "Oh," Izumi replied simply, a response more potent than any words. Madara scrutinized the figure before him, his brows furrowing. Before he could utter any discouraging remarks, Izumi unexpectedly removed his mask. Without the barrier, his heterochromatic eyes revealed a plethora of emotions. Contemplation, gravity, and beyond that, nothing else, not even the expected uncomfortable scrutiny. What was this man truly thinking? Madara instinctively wanted to inquire, but in the reflection of those eyes, he saw the shadow of his own aging visage. He was momentarily taken aback, then coldly stated, "Do you intend to keep me here until I wither away?" Given his current state, he could not endure much longer. Once he perished, Izumi would do as he pleased. And with White Zetsu and Akatsuki's abilities, they would be powerless to prevent Toby's departure. "What do you mean by that?" Izumi asked. "I won't do anything detrimental to you, even if you don't trust me." Madara's gaze froze. However, Izumi showed no intention of elaborating, turning his back and putting his mask back on. The path was lined with trees shedding delicate yellow leaves. As the wind stirred, the leaves fluttered gracefully through the air. That night, before a gravestone, Kakashi stood in silence for a long while. Finally, he mustered the courage to take a step forward, gently placing flowers at the base of the stone. His eyes were filled with sorrow, guilt, and countless pains. Although the hidden cloud ninjas had been dealt with by Sensei Minato, neither Chiyo nor Toby's remains had been found. The battlefield was chaotic, and they could not linger there in search of bodies. Kakashi painfully pondered that had he not let go, both of them might not have been lost to the void. "I'm sorry, Toby. I lost what you fought so hard to let me take away. I'm sorry." "Chiyo," I failed to protect you as I had selfishly wished. At that moment, heavy clouds obscured the half-moon, casting a cold glow that spread around, dyeing the surroundings in a murky gray. Time passed, and Kakashi heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw the young Aoi Ozawa approaching, flowers in hand. He watched in silence as she stepped closer and laid her flowers down. After a moment of silence, she sorrowfully spoke, "Kakashi-senpai, if I hadn't expressed envy towards Chiyo back then, would this have happened? Perhaps Chiyo would have remained in the village, would not have sought out Lord Hokage for missions, and would not have followed Orochimaru into battle, leading to his demise." At first, Kakashi did not grasp the meaning of Aoi's words, but after some contemplation, he understood and silently gazed upward. In the distance, a flash of white lightning briefly illuminated the dark clouds. Rain was imminent. The rain would wash away all traces, and thus, 2 living souls would ultimately be reduced to mere cold names on a gravestone. Chapter 84. This spirit is not that. The sun was somewhat blinding. The azure sky intertwined with bright white rays, rendering this already desolate place even more empty. The ground was solid and compact, yet the wind stirred up yellow dust, adding to the monotony. This was the mountain cemetery, the name of their underground base. 3 months had passed, and it was Tobi's first time emerging from the dim underground to bask in the sunlight. Akatsuki enveloped him like a cloak, their figures appearing as insignificant as grains of sand. Uncertain of the state of the outside world, Tobi brushed aside his now long hair, feeling a wave of emotion. Akatsuki quickly reminded him, we can't leave yet. You're only allowed out for a short walk by the doctor." "Of course, I know that. And it's not like I'm in prison. Why are you watching me so closely?" Tobi grumbled, glancing at the other person accompanying him. The white-haired figure shone brightly in the sunlight, his upright posture exuding a heavy-hearted demeanor. Why does this strange fellow seem even more sullen than he does? Yet, with his own turmoil, Tobi had little energy to concern himself with others. He found a rock to sit on, soaking up the sun and lost in thought. Before letting out a heavy sigh, this sigh caught Uchiha Izumi's attention, prompting him to turn and hear Tobi's query. "Ling, do you know where we are now?" Izumi stood there, his white mask reflecting the light, causing Tobi to squint slightly. After so long, why did he only think to ask now? Hearing the teasing tone, Tobi's mouth twitched. "Just tell me already." Can't say, Akatsuki interjected suddenly. This feigned mystery ignited the pent-up frustration within Tobi. "Hey, I've been here long enough. I deserve to know where I am. Are you afraid I might escape?" he declared, regardless of anything else, "since you promised I could recover and leave. You cannot go back on your word. If you breach the contract, I will fight you to the end. I have both determination and spirit." Tobi's voice boomed as he pointed directly at Akatsuki's forehead. Akatsuki hurriedly ducked behind Uchiha Izumi, peeking out cautiously. After a brief silence, Tobi, now slightly calmer, stated, "I remember your kindness. Once the battle is over, I will return to repay you. I swear by my name, Uchiha Tobi." He clenched his fist, speaking earnestly. At that moment, a questioning voice finally broke the silence. "What can determination achieve? What can spirit accomplish? Without power, do not utter grandiloquent words." It was neither Akatsuki's voice nor that of the masked, white-haired man before him, but Madara. Upon seeing White Zetsu's half-body rise from the ground, Tobi clenched his teeth. That loquacious old man truly was everywhere. In a moment of profound silence, Uchiha Madara abruptly shifted the conversation. "Obito, if you are truly concerned for your comrades, I can grant you an opportunity to depart immediately, but you must fulfill a certain task." Upon hearing this, Obito's impatience transformed into surprise, as he eagerly inquired, "What must I do?" Madara seemed to pause before his voice resonated through Black Zetsu, continuing, "If you can remove the mask from Rin's face, you will have the chance to leave." This demand struck Obito like a heavy stone, landing squarely in his heart. His pulse quickened, and he appeared visibly astonished. "Rin?" Obito suddenly looked up at the masked, white-haired man before him. Caught in Madara's ploy, Uchiha Shin's voice echoed, "What is Madara scheming now?" Madara replied, "However, that individual is formidable, so let Black Zetsu envelop your body. This will significantly enhance your strength." As Madara's instructions reached their conclusion, Black Zetsu, who had been lurking in the shadows, startled and swiftly enveloped Obito. The afternoon sun grew harsher, illuminating the silent standoff between the two figures. Obito observed the person in the distance. Despite not understanding Madara's motives, his hands instinctively began forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. All he had to do was remove the mask from this individual. His curiosity about what lay beneath the mask also urged him on. A massive fireball surged toward him, and Uchiha Shin, perceiving the imminent threat, hastily performed water style to counteract the flames. A veil of water rapidly engulfed the fire, producing dense mist that enveloped the area. Fearing an ambush in the obscured visibility, Obito swiftly maneuvered away from the mist, yet it was not without effort. A bead of sweat trickled down his brow, and his breath grew labored. Madara was correct. Rin was no weakling, and to unmask this person, he would need to exert every ounce of his strength. Thus, he resolutely activated his Sharingan. Upon witnessing the distinctive kaleidoscopic pattern in Obito's eyes, Uchiha Shin realized the depth of Obito's determination. Little did he expect that one day, this young man would wield his Sharingan against him. Black Zetsu selected a relatively secure vantage point and quietly observed the unfolding battle. In the field of vision, the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, locked in a stalemate. After several minutes, they instinctively separated, and Uchiha Shin suddenly froze in place. Finally got him, Obito gasped, turning his head to glance at Black Zetsu, as if to signal, watch closely, I am about to unmask him. Is he caught in an illusion? Black Zetsu speculated. Through the mask, Obito could not ascertain where his opponent's eyes were directed. He could only attempt to close the distance and engage in a physical confrontation, taking advantage of the opponent's momentary lapse to impose his Jinjutsu. With Black Zetsu's support, Obito felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him, and controlling his eyes was not taxing. He advanced step by step, quickly approaching the other figure. The opponent remained motionless, seemingly entirely within Obito's control. Thus, with confidence, Obito raised his hand, gradually drawing near to the white mask that loomed just within reach. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of tension. Perhaps it was the realization that once the mask was removed, he would be free. But at that moment, an invisible force abruptly repelled him. Caught off guard, Obito fell to the ground, scrambling to his feet, only to discover that the area around him had become desolate and devoid of any presence. Had he truly broken free from his Jinjutsu? No, he could not resign himself to this outcome. Clenching his fists, he steadied his resolve and immediately sought the whereabouts of the other individual. Soon, he spotted the figure on a rock behind him. However, before he could charge forward, the opponent suddenly pivoted, wielding a long blade and advancing toward him. As Obito recognized the figure rushing at him, he instinctively prepared to defend. But upon realizing who it was, his eyes widened in shock, stuttering, Shin Shin. The narrative is about to delve into the love and conflicts of the previous generation, with a touch of humor. And it won't be overly lengthy, just a bit of amusement. Chapter 85. I will not either. The person charging toward him had a head of tousled, yet striking white hair, mismatched eyes, and a gentle smile that was all too familiar to Obito. His heart raced, and he momentarily forgot to resist. He stood there, wide-eyed and dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the individual, knife in hand, lunged directly for Obito's heart. Just as the blade was about to pierce his flesh and claim his life, a figure swiftly interposed itself before him, halting the knife's advance. Enough, stop. Why are you resorting to such extremes? As these words were spoken, the surrounding illusion dissipated. When Obito regained his senses, he realized that the knife wielder was not the person he had yearned for, but rather the masked, white-haired man he had been battling, known as Mo Ling. The one who had shielded him was none other than Black Zetsu, who had intervened when Obito had been momentarily entranced by the Jinjutsu. Had Black Zetsu not intervened, that blade would have surely pierced him. Obito, shaken by the near miss, lifted his gaze, fury igniting within him as he glared at the figure before him. How dare you manipulate him? How could you use him to deceive me? Uchiha Shin recoiled at the intensity of Obito's wrath, retracting the knife that had been poised at Black Zetsu's face. After releasing his anger, Obito's body seemed to lose strength, and he struggled to kneel on the ground, coughing violently, his breath rapid and uneven. His heart ached with despair. He had failed. Not only could he not escape, but he had also come to a painful realization. Shin was truly gone. Even in the grip of another's Jinjutsu, he could not reach him in the slightest. The truth dawned on him. Shin had been absent from his side for far too long. His hands clawed at the earth beneath him, as if the soil could absorb his anguish, the taste of blood mingling with sorrow and rage. Uchiha Shin looked down at Obito, instinctively raising his hand, only to hesitate as a thought crossed his mind, gradually lowering it and abandoning the desire to comfort or investigate. He harbored no intention of harming Obito. How could he wish to kill him? He was merely retaliating against Madara's provocation. Madara did not believe he held genuine feelings for Obito, which was why he had orchestrated this scenario. In response to Madara's confidence, Shin had chosen to play along, curious to see whether he would falter first or Madara would lose his composure. It turned out that Madara was the one to falter first. When it appeared that Shin was genuinely going to harm Obito, Black Zetsu intervened. A valuable piece on the board. If he were to be taken or killed, it would be a significant loss for Madara. Thus, in this silent struggle, Shin had managed to claim a hollow victory. As for the Jinjutsu applied to Obito, it had merely been a low-level illusion, easily dispelled by the Sharingan. Yet Obito had seemed entranced, refusing to evade. Observing Obito's agitated state, Shin fell silent, beset by guilt and regret. Clearly, this contest has concluded, with the outcome being, before he could finish, Black Zetsu was suddenly hurled away by an invisible force. Uchiha Shin caught a glimpse of movement on the ground and swiftly evaded, as countless invisible energies coiled toward him. He tumbled backward to escape, only to find them reappearing behind him. In a frantic exchange, he seized a moment of opportunity, thrusting his blade back, only for it to pierce through Obito, who had attacked him. Before he could regain his composure, a hand, elongated and sharp as wood, lunged toward his face. Upon reaching the island, Usuji Naruhiko was taken aback, as was Hakuju and the rapt Obito. Was this ability the true power of that kaleidoscope? It was finally clear to them why Lord Madara had chosen this child. However, Usuji, under attack, had little time for astonishment. Concealed from view, he could not reveal his true identity to Obito. Thus, faced with an enraged adversary, he could only silently swallow his bitterness. Obito pressed relentlessly, launching a series of attacks so swift they were nearly imperceptible. Usuji appeared utterly defenseless, retreating under the onslaught. Each of his counterattacks merely passed through Obito's form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Consequently, neither Hakuju nor Obito intervened, instead watching with keen interest. It was evident that if Obito's mask did not fall today, he would not relent. Usuji sensed the tension and, after a moment of intense contemplation, faced the furious Crimson Eyes. As he was cornered against a massive boulder, he swiftly evaded the attack and vanished into thin air, leaving behind a discarded white mask that rolled to Obito's feet. The sound of the mask dropping startled Obito, causing him to glance sideways. At that moment, all the swirling darkness in his gaze came to an abrupt halt. "Congratulations, you've succeeded," Hakuju remarked, appearing at just the right moment. As the atmosphere shifted to one of tranquility, Obito fixated on the mask until his vision faded to black. "Shall we rest now? Have you fallen asleep?" "Yes, you have." "Ah, how frightening." After an exhausting day, Hakuju and Hakuju emerged from the secret chamber, having kept a watchful eye on the weary Obito as he succumbed to slumber. Soon enough, they spotted Madara and Usuji facing each other at a distance. Madara sat calmly, wearing an expression of unwavering composure, while Usuji stood before him, equally resolute. The atmosphere between them was thick with tension, their gazes igniting sparks of animosity. "Ah, Hakuju," Madara called. "Understood." Hakuju immediately tensed, along with Hakuju, making room for the two. In an instant, the space was left solely to Madara and Usuji. "It seems you have something to say to me," Madara remarked. "Indeed, there is a matter," Usuji replied. Madara chuckled derisively. "Are you blaming me for pitting you two against each other?" "No, that is your concern, as you were the first to lose your composure." "Is that so? I was too hasty. I should have waited for your blade to pierce Obito before allowing Hakuju to intervene." Usuji, observing Madara's words, countered. "You wouldn't have done that." At this, Madara narrowed his Sharingan, retorting, "And you, would you truly have struck?" "I would not." Madara clenched his fists, his brow furrowing as complex emotions stirred within him. This individual always reveled in manipulation, having once toyed with him and Izuna, and now orchestrating a similar game with both him and Obito. Chapter 86. That will suffice. The pin-up anger within him surged forth, unable to be suppressed any longer. Madara stated coldly, "With Obito's ocular abilities, I need not worry about such matters. It is merely due to his recovery that his eye power has yet to be fully realized." "Oh," Usuji replied, maintaining a composed demeanor after losing the mask, his gaze steady upon Madara. A flicker of rigid discomfort crossed Madara's crimson eyes. It seemed that both parties were now incapable of meaningful dialogue. If that were the case, There was little point in prolonging the unpleasant conversation. Madara sought to conclude the discussion, delivering a final sardonic remark. You truly are unchanging, not a bit different. I shall take my leave. However, before he could finish his taunt, Usuji interrupted. I am leaving, indeed. I am certain you will not harm him. So what have I to fear? Madara was momentarily rendered speechless by this retort, a heavy silence enveloping the air. Suddenly, he stood, attempting to assert his dominance. Yet now, he was no longer as youthful as before, his aged visage and stooped back betraying the imbalance of power. Naruhiko, Madara called out in a deep, resonant voice. You once betrayed me, and now you intend to abandon that child as well. Usuji's expression flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by a somber demeanor. I have not betrayed anyone. Your assumptions are misguided. Madara seemed to disregard his words, continuing in a low tone. Indeed, one must face losses to learn. How obstinate you are, Usuji replied. In any case, I have said enough. Your probing can cease, as I am leaving now. You have no one left to test. He fixed his gaze upon Madara. Besides, my departure suits your intentions, does it not? After all, you do not welcome me, so we shall not interfere with one another. Madara, with his pale hair partially obscuring his eyes, contemplated Usuji's words while glancing at the calm secret chamber. Would he truly let this go? His Sharingan reflected a tumult of emotions, mirroring Usuji's form. For the first time since their reunion, he felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, Usuji abruptly withdrew. Madara instinctively widened his eyes, watching the figure fade from his sight. No, his true name is Naruhiko. Usuji Naruhiko, Madara corrected himself internally. His lips moved, but no sound emerged. There were no pleas for him to stay as the figure retreated further, becoming an indistinct silhouette in the dimness. Before long, tranquility returned. Madara stared blankly at the empty space, his heart tightening painfully. The other had never walked the path he had chosen, and it had always been thus. Unbeknownst to Usuji, Madara's feelings were far from his thoughts as he departed the mountain graveyard, embarking on his journey to the land of demons. Due to the system's interference, the situation with Obito being left with Madara could not be altered for the time being. However, this was not his primary concern, for he believed Obito's safety was assured. What he truly desired was to traverse back in time, to see if he could outmaneuver, or rather, keep an eye on that troublesome old Madara. The cunning of this individual was exceedingly vexing. System, the time travel function isn't on cooldown, is it? Wow, the host has taken the initiative to contact me. How rare. Do not provoke me to scold you. Ahem, not at all. Which year does the host wish to visit? When Madara and the others were still young. Oh, understood. Implementing immediately. Wait, I want to confirm. The time difference upon returning is still 5 seconds, correct? Unless something unexpected occurs. It is indeed 5 seconds. Then that suffices. Usuji felt reassured. However, he did not immediately activate the time travel function, insisting instead on visiting the land of demons first. After all, news of his death had likely spread throughout Konoha, and that fellow Suzuki would undoubtedly receive the information. If Suzuki were to believe it, he might stir trouble in Konoha, only adding fuel to the fire in their difficult situation. While others were unaware of his true identity, it was imperative to stabilize the situation first. After a series of travels, Usuji finally arrived alone in the land of demons. Unlike the turmoil experienced by several nations and ninja villages outside, the land of demons, nestled in a remote corner of the map, remained remarkably tranquil, resembling a paradise untouched by the outside world. However, its defenses were correspondingly stringent. By the imposing stone gates stood vigilant soldiers, their expressions tense as they noticed the approaching figure with white hair. Who goes there? Do you possess an entry permit? An entry permit? Ueshima Naruya hesitated slightly. Taken aback. Is that really necessary? Absolutely. Inspections have become quite rigorous lately. Without an entry permit, you may find yourself required to register at the military logistics office, where you must provide details about your origins and identity. Upon hearing this, he replied, I do not have one. The two soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, as if questioning his audacity to admit such a thing. Just as they contemplated this, the man before them suddenly vanished with a loud thud. Moments later, the fleeing Ueshima Naruya reappeared within the city gates. Once inside, he found the streets lined with uniquely styled buildings hidden from view outside. The path was immaculate, bustling with pedestrians, and even his sudden appearance, aided by the power of Moku, felt unremarkable. After a brief search, he effortlessly located Suzuki's residence. The servant who opened the door regarded him with a puzzled expression. "Whom do you seek?" "I am looking for Suzuki Shinichi." Upon hearing his name called, Suzuki Shinichi, who had been comforting his younger brother, turned around, intrigued by the familiar voice. In an instant, the previously sobbing, elegantly dressed man transformed his demeanor, fanning himself and darting to the entrance with the speed of the wind. Astonished by his brother's rapid change, Suzuki Mimi was equally startled, as Ueshima Naruya was taken aback by Suzuki's sudden appearance. "Ah, Naruya." Upon recognizing him, the purple-haired man, with tears glistening in his eyes, rushed forward as if a mountain had descended upon him. After a brief yet jubilant reunion, when Ueshima Naruya opened his eyes again, the surroundings had entirely transformed. Fish swam gracefully before him, and the verdant water plants swayed gently. Suddenly, a splash echoed as someone leaped into the water. In the next moment, Ueshima Naruya was yanked from beneath the surface by a firm grip on his collar. As his head broke the water's surface, he gasped for the moist air, coughing violently. The person who had rescued him seemed startled by the commotion. "What? A living person? I thought it was a floating corpse." The voice belonged to a youth, youthful and brimming with vitality. Before long, Ueshima Naruya was dragged ashore, still bewildered by the system's cruel trick of sending him into the water. He heard the young rescuer panting beside him, loudly asking, "Why didn't you jump in right away, Hashirama? Even if just to lend a hand?" "Huh. Oh. Because Madara had just urinated in there, and I felt a bit. Ah." Another boy hesitated, trailing off. An awkward silence enveloped the air, interrupted only by the sounds of simultaneous retching from the two young men. Madara, clutching his stomach in discomfort, turned to glance at the other boy beside him, who was mirroring his actions. Not long ago, he had met Hashirama by the riverside to spar, and as he attended to his urgent need, he had accidentally spotted something in the water, what appeared to be a figure. Curiosity had compelled him to investigate, only to discover it was indeed a living person. Perhaps due to choking on water, the stranger's face was flushed crimson, but this did not hinder Madara from noticing the unusual heterochromia in his eyes. Who was this individual? He appeared to be of similar age to himself and Hashirama, devoid of any suspicious items. Was he merely an ordinary civilian from this region? Once the retching subsided, Ueshima Naruya wiped the droplets from his face and raised his gaze, locking eyes with Madara, who was scrutinizing him. Despite his youth, Madara's distinctive hairstyle and burgeoning aura of authority were unmistakable, reminiscent of the legendary figure he would become. As the two exchanged glances, Ueshima Naruya recalled the voice he had heard earlier and was suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a third boy with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle. "Are you both all right?" Surprised, Ueshima Naruya realized Hashirama was indeed present. Although the system often mishandled matters, its precision in transporting him was commendable, albeit with a landing spot that raised his blood pressure. Just recalling what had transpired in the water made him instinctively cringe. Madara interjected, "Enough already. I didn't urinate in the water. I merely relieved myself by the bushes on the shore." Hashirama, observing the scene, turned to Madara with a hint of skepticism in his gaze. He scrutinized the individual they had rescued, quickly concluding that the face was unfamiliar, indicating he was not from the Senju clan. Examining the man's simple black attire did not reveal his origins either. Turning back to Madara, Hashirama shook his head. Feeling compelled to speak before these two legendary figures, Ueshima Naruya took a deep breath and turned to them, displaying a grateful yet resigned smile. "Thank you for saving me. I am Moku, but you may call me Ling. May I ask your names?" Madara and Hashirama exchanged glances. The younger Hashirama, eager to introduce himself, replied, "I am Hashirama." Nodding vigorously, Ueshima Naruya acknowledged him, then turned his earnest gaze towards Madara, who remained silent. "You too, my benefactor?" Upon hearing this endearing term, Madara visibly flinched, unable to suppress the warmth in his demeanor, and reluctantly revealed his name. Madara. Neither he nor Hashirama mentioned their surnames, adhering to the ninja code of not disclosing such information to strangers. However, the white-haired individual had boldly introduced himself fully, leaving both Madara and Hashirama pleasantly surprised. Clearly, this person was not a ninja, as otherwise, he would not have found himself in the water, nearly drowning. Before Madara could voice his questions, Hashirama suddenly pointed out, "Madara, your leg seems swollen. Did you injure it while jumping in to save him?" Madara paused, glancing down to see indeed there was a bruise on his right ankle. Yet, It was not as Hashirama suggested, and the reason behind it was not something he could articulate at that moment. This minor injury did not warrant concern. But Madara shot Hashirama a sidelong glance, chuckling softly, and clarified, "It is not due to such a ridiculous reason. Forgive me, I shall take care of it." At that moment, a gentler voice interjected. Ueshima Naruya turned to face Madara's injured leg, extending a hand. A peculiar bright light emanated from his palm. And in no time, the bruise vanished, restoring the area to its normal condition. Madara's eyes widened in astonishment, as did Hashirama's, who stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. In the Warring States period, the average lifespan of ninjas and civilians hovered around 30 years, significantly lowered by the high mortality rate of young children. A fortnight prior, Hashirama bore witness to the entirety of his brother Wakana's death and burial. Now, he is left with merely 2 siblings. He must devise a means to safeguard the remaining Tobirama and Banjin. As a ninja, death can come not only through the chaos of war, but also from injuries that fail to receive prompt and adequate medical attention. Medical resources have always been scarce, and every clan yearns for their replenishment. During dinner, Hashirama found himself contemplating a person named Rei whom he encountered earlier that day. If such a powerful individual were present, perhaps the toll of death would diminish. His pensive demeanor caught Tobirama's eye, prompting him to call out, "Big brother." Hashirama quickly snapped back to reality, only to find Tobirama's brows furrowed with genuine concern. He offered a smile and hastily concocted an excuse to deflect. The following day, as soon as he found a moment of leisure, Hashirama hurried to the riverbank. There, he not only met Madara, who had agreed to continue their ninjutsu sparring, but also Rei, whom Madara had rescued from the water the previous day. Rei explained that he had become a nomadic healer after his homeland was destroyed and his loved ones perished in the war, wandering to treat the injured among both civilians and ninjas. However, his journey was fraught with peril. Just yesterday, he had been pursued by several ninjas and fell into the water, drifting to this very spot where he encountered Hashirama and Madara. Hashirama felt a keen interest in Rei, wishing to forge a deeper connection with such an individual. His intent was not to exploit Rei's abilities, but rather to discover a thread that could lead to peace. The weather today mirrored that of yesterday, radiantly clear, with the sun glaring down. Hashirama soon arrived at their meeting place, where he found the 2 figures already present. Madara was engaged in a contest of stone skipping with Rei, and as Hashirama approached, he caught sight of Madara hurling a stone with great force. The stone danced upon the water's surface for a brief moment, akin to a fish, but alas, it soon succumbed to the depths, failing to reach the opposite shore. Hashirama remarked sincerely, "Didn't I already share the secret to throwing it? Just raise your wrist slightly." Madara shot him an irritated glance and retorted, "If you keep nagging, I might just throw you instead." Taken aback, Hashirama felt as though struck by lightning, sinking into a crouch, hugging his legs. His head bowed as an overwhelming sense of resentment washed over him. Observing this, Madara assumed Hashirama had quieted down and shifted his gaze away without further comment. Yet, Hashirama's voice broke the silence again. "Then go ahead and throw, but do ensure you toss me onto the opposite bank." Madara laughed heartily at this. At that moment, Kamizaki also found the scene amusing. Madara, already irked, instinctively felt the laughter was directed at him, which only fueled his irritation further. He frowned and demanded, "What is so funny? I was the one who jumped in to save you yesterday. At least get your stance right." Kamizaki, undeterred by Madara's fierceness, nodded in acquiescence to maintain the favor of his savior. "I'll try my best." Madara, dissatisfied, pressed, "What does try my best mean?" Under Madara's intense gaze, Kamizaki felt a flicker of confusion, recalling the chilling stare of the Sharingan from the previous day. He had fabricated a false identity and backstory to dupe both Madara and Hashirama. As the saying goes, one should commit fully to their act. Kamizaki sighed inwardly and replied, "It's nothing. I must return now, as I have to treat someone else today." Madara was not one to relent easily, blocking his path. "You cannot leave. Running around like this, do you wish to be hunted down and lose your life? If no one comes to your aid, you may perish." His blunt words momentarily froze the air. Fortunately, Hashirama approached at that moment. "Madara, you shouldn't say such things. You're scaring him. Apologize." Hashirama grabbed Madara's shoulder and pushed him towards Kamizaki, intending for Madara to offer an apology. However, he inadvertently exerted too much force, and before Kamizaki could comprehend, Madara stumbled forward, eyes wide. Hey, wait a minute, Hashirama exclaimed. Eh, Kamizaki queried, confused. The two collided and tumbled to the ground. Hashirama. I'm sorry. Hashirama realized he had caused a commotion and quickly raised his arm to shield himself from Madara's irate voice. It was an accident. I think you did that on purpose, Madara retorted, skeptical of Hashirama's claims. Hashirama persistently shook his head. No, I barely used any force. Madara was momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether Hashirama was boasting or genuinely apologetic. Really, it was just a light nudge. Perhaps you were simply too frail. How dare you? I'll settle this with you today. In a fleeting minute, Madara had been exasperated by Hashirama's infuriating demeanor countless times, on the verge of losing his temper. Meanwhile, Hashirama casually remarked, I think it's best to forego that. You can't hope to win against me in stone skipping. Madara inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes. Just wait, you'll see. Before he could finish, Kamizaki finally managed to speak. Madara, can you? Upon hearing this, Madara instinctively turned around. Can we get up first? Kamizaki struggled to articulate. Madara paused and immediately ceased his quarrel with Hashirama, rising to his feet. Hashirama promptly inquired with concern, Ray, are you hurt? No, came the reply with a shake of the head, and Hashirama felt reassured. Madara, wishing to continue their discussion, glanced at Kamizaki, who was staring at the ground in silence for a while. Madara, sensing something was amiss, furrowed his brows again and asked, What's wrong? Are you unwell? Kamizaki, hearing the question, briefly met Madara's gaze before lowering his eyes again and shaking his head. His peculiar behavior piqued Madara's curiosity. Could it be that Hashirama's push had genuinely caused him discomfort? After all, the riverbank was strewn with stones, making such an incident plausible. I'll take a look. No need, Kamizaki quickly declined, attempting to rise. Madara immediately reached out to assist him. Don't move. There's no shame in it. Really, it's unnecessary. I insist. Let me see, Madara pressed, leaving no room for refusal. Kamizaki's eyes reflected Madara's insistence, alongside a glimmer of helpless embarrassment. Instinctively, he took a step back. In a swift motion, Madara pulled him back. Do you really want to pick a fight? Tobirama had noticed Hashirama's peculiar behavior over the past few days. He often vanished for hours during the day, leaving Tobirama unaware of his whereabouts. Their father had grown suspicious and privately instructed Tobirama to discreetly follow Hashirama. After witnessing his brother's distracted state during dinner, Tobirama resolved to uncover what Hashirama had been up to lately. At last, when Hashirama ventured out alone again, Tobirama stealthily trailed behind, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. The scenery outside was refreshingly serene. In April, the weather was neither dry nor humid, with sunlight casting a gentle warmth. As Tobirama followed, he encountered no other souls on the path, and with the pleasant surroundings, he initially surmised that Hashirama might simply be seeking solace from the pressures of recent events, especially with Wakana's absence weighing heavily on him. However, just as he thought this, Hashirama abruptly quickened his pace. Tobirama's eyes widened in surprise, and by the time he regained his senses to pursue, Hashirama had vanished from sight, leaving only the swaying shadows of trees around him. Stop hiding. Madara gripped Kamizaki, furrowing his brows in impatience as he felt around the back of the white-haired boy. Are you pressed against a bone? After all, this individual is rather slender, and his demeanor appears quite refined. Perhaps he has endured hardships, but chooses not to speak of them. If this is the case, then indeed he is at fault. Furthermore, there is also Hashirama's fault, as he is the one who pushed him. As Obito harbored complaints against him in his heart, he shot a disdainful glance at Hashirama, who seemed oblivious to the situation. He even leaned forward, displaying an understanding nature, and said, Perhaps you should let go. Obito, Rin seems uncomfortable with your touch. Obito was taken aback and ceased his actions to observe the expression of the other person. The individual's elbow rested against his chest, eyes lowered. Although the emotions in those heterochromatic pupils were not discernible, the gesture conveyed clear resistance. A wave of displeasure surged within Obito. Hashirama, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, Even if one is a lifesaver, it is unrefined to be so rough. Besides, Rin appears to be fine. She is likely just shy. Obito shot back. You are exceedingly noisy. Hashirama, the future god of shinobi, was momentarily wounded, crouching down with his arms around his knees, drawing circles on the ground. Obito clicked his tongue, his gaze shifting to Kamizuki Seiya, and recalled Hashirama's earlier suggestion, eventually loosening his grip. Then, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he inquired, "You're not a girl, are you?" After their introduction yesterday, he subconsciously assumed Rin was a boy. However, gazing upon this beautiful face and witnessing the previous display of shyness, he suddenly began to doubt this assumption. Obito stared intently at the white-haired figure, suspicion growing in his dark irises. Kimizuki Seiya, taken aback by the inquiry, responded with a puzzled expression. Hashirama, having overheard Obito's words, curiously lifted his head. When Tobirama finally found the right path, he stealthily approached, only to witness two strangers exchanging glances by the riverbank, while his elder brother sat nearby, watching in a daze. Who are these two? It's impossible. A few seconds later, Hashirama burst into laughter, pointing out the flaw. Rin's chest is clearly flat. Upon hearing this, Obito silently mocked Hashirama for not only having a fashion sense that was painfully outdated, but also for his lack of discernment regarding gender. In their age group, flat-chested girls were quite common. One cannot simply determine gender based on appearance alone, one must look deeper. Kimizuki Seiya, who had been speechless for a long time, was once again astounded by Obito's bold statement. Truly, Uchiha Obito, even at a young age, could astonish the room with his words. Hashirama pondered for a moment and nodded vigorously. "Ah, I see." Kimizuki Seiya suddenly turned his head in disbelief. "What do you mean by that, Hashirama? You can't seriously be taking this to heart." Fortunately, Hashirama's next words eased his anxiety somewhat. "But if Rin is a girl, Obito, what you did was rather uncouth, wouldn't you agree?" Obito felt that everything paled in comparison to Hashirama, even his own speech, causing the earlier annoyance to swell. "Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Hashirama quickly waved his hands, standing up and speaking candidly. No. I merely wish to prevent you from being accused of harassing a girl." The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Kimizuki Seiya, positioned closest to Obito, sensed that he was on the verge of an outburst. In order to prevent any conflict arising from the question of gender, he prepared to quell the anger that Hashirama had incited in Obito. However, Obito's speed of retaliation exceeded his expectations. From a distance, Tobirama caught sight of Obito suddenly attacking Hashirama and felt alarmed, rushing forward. Midway, he spotted Kimizuki Seiya, who appeared to be intervening. But Tobirama mistakenly assumed he was in cahoots with Obito to confront Hashirama. Swiftly, he altered his strategy and hurled a kunai. Sensing the imminent danger, Kimizuki Seiya instinctively halted. As a result, the kunai, originally intended to strike him accurately, embedded itself just before his toes, successfully halting his advance. The bewildered white-haired figure turned to see a red-eyed, white-haired individual rushing toward him, his expression tense, radiating a palpable sense of vigilance, distinctly contrasting with Hashirama's relaxed demeanor. The newcomer was Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama. Upon seeing this, Kimizuki Seiya immediately feigned weakness, but Tobirama was unyielding. He swiftly subdued Kimizuki Seiya, pinning him to the ground, a sharp kunai raised to his chest. Just as Tobirama was about to strike without mercy, Hashirama's urgent voice rang out. "Tobirama, wait." Tobirama's actions froze. Hashirama rushed over, grabbing his younger brother and pulling him aside, saying, "Don't be so aggressive with the girl." Kimizuki Seiya, lying on the ground, could no longer contain himself. He clenched his fists, about to clarify his gender when Obito, having shaken off Hashirama's assault, leaped to his side. Seeing him bullied by the suddenly aggressive Tobirama, who almost killed him, Obito's expression turned icy. "Hashirama, what do you mean by this?" Hashirama sighed, exhausted from the need to explain. "Listen to me. This is a misunderstanding." This statement was directed at both Obito and Tobirama. However, the two parties locked eyes, their ebony and crimson pupils reflecting cold emotions. Chapter 90. Do not touch me. Tobirama is my brother. Upon hearing Hashirama's serious introduction, Obito narrowed his eyes, once again scrutinizing the stoic Tobirama, seemingly losing interest. He turned his gaze to the ground. Noticing that Kimizuki Seiya, who had just been nearly killed, had managed to sit up on his own without assistance. Despite having narrowly escaped death, there was no trace of fear on his face. "I'm sorry, Rin." Hashirama sincerely apologized, pressing down firmly on Tobirama's head as they both bent toward the seated white-haired figure. "I am truly very sorry." Kimizuki Seiya shook his head, murmuring, "It's fine. Death is not far from me, as I have grown accustomed to it." This statement left the three of them momentarily speechless. The ceaseless war had resulted in numerous deaths and the burden of losing loved ones. For these experiences, Hashirama, Tobirama, and even Obito had deep understanding. Obito finally comprehended why this individual had appeared so indifferent moments ago. As a doctor, he had undoubtedly witnessed countless deaths, just as they had as ninjas. Even if his own day were to come, he could maintain a sense of calm. Understanding that this was a misunderstanding, Tobirama still furrowed his brow and asked, "Brother, what exactly is happening?" Hashirama momentarily struggled to find the words to explain to Tobirama. After all, he was aware that Obito was a ninja and a member of the Uchiha clan, a long-standing enemy of the Senju clan. If Tobirama were to learn this, the conflict that had just been quelled would undoubtedly reignite with fervor. Obito and Rin are both my friends. Friends? Tobirama glanced at Kamizuki Seiya, then coldly fixed his gaze on Obito. Unlike the frail individual beside him, he could tell that Obito was not to be trifled with. The latter was a ninja, and during his earlier encounter with Hashirama, he had utilized fire-style jutsu. This was undeniably a member of the Uchiha clan. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Tobirama swiftly deduced Obito's identity. He shifted slightly, seemingly intending to advance, but Hashirama quickly seized him, maintaining a facade of calm. "Tobirama, let us return." Tobirama narrowed his eyes, contemplating something, and then suppressed his other emotions, retreating. Hashirama, once again filled with regret, glanced at Kamizuki Seiya before turning to leave with Tobirama. Before long, the area by the gently flowing river was left with only Obito and Kamizuki Seiya, both staring at each other. Obito, already in a foul mood, had gained no advantage in his earlier skirmish with Hashirama, and now he felt even more despondent after being glared at by Hashirama's younger brother. "Are you not getting up?" Obito teased, glancing at the person beside him. "That was quite the cool line you delivered, yet you were frightened into submission by Tobirama?" Kamizuki Seiya shook his head. Obito frowned. Before he could utter another word, he noticed the white-haired boy gazing earnestly at him, saying, "I fear that if I stand up, you might attack me." Ban, bewildered, replied, "Attack? What do you mean?" A moment of realization ignited within him, and amidst his rising anger, he felt an inexplicable embarrassment. "I have no such interest." Ban impatiently extended his hand, urging, "Get up quickly." Uchiha Izumi looked at Ban's outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment before slowly reaching out. He reminded, "If I stand, Ban, you must keep your word and not attack me." Ban retorted, "Why are you so insufferably annoying, just like that scoundrel Hashirama? I thought you would be as refined and composed as your appearance suggests." After provoking Ban with jest, Uchiha Izumi departed to his temporary lodgings. His abode was a humble home at the foot of the mountain, owned by an elderly couple who, in these tumultuous times, had found solace in seclusion. Recently, one of the elders had passed away, leaving only Granny Ryoko behind. This was information he had gleaned during his stay the previous night when he conversed with her. Upon hearing about his own solitary wanderings, the kind-hearted Granny had invited him to stay. Uchiha Izumi, with his shameless demeanor, seized the opportunity to settle in. Even attending to Granny Ryoko's recurrent ailments, such as her headaches and failing eyesight. In the days that followed, he refrained from visiting the riverside. Nor did he encounter Ban or Hashirama. Instead, he spent his time with the elderly woman, tidying the house and listening to her reminiscences about her son, who had tragically lost his life on the battlefield, mistaken for an enemy by the ninjas. With tears glistening in her eyes, the elderly woman grasped his hand tightly, earnestly advising, "Izumi, you mustn't wander aimlessly. Keep your distance from strangers." "Understood, Granny Ryoko," he replied. Yet, despite his promise, it wasn't long before he inadvertently strayed into danger. On an afternoon when the leaves rustled in the wind, creating an eerie stillness, he heard only the sound of his own footsteps on the path. However, a scent of gunpowder mingled with the metallic tang of blood hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, he was jolted by the piercing scream of a child nearby. Uchiha Izumi froze, the basket strapped to his back quivering with his shock. Not far off, a group of adults encircled a child of about 7 years old. Their garments bore the Uchiha clan emblem, while the terrified boy, cornered against the rocks, trembled as he brandished a kunai. His white and black hair contrasting sharply with the crimson-eyed Uchiha clansmen who loomed menacingly over him. Unlike the Uchiha, whose eyes glinted with malice, the child's expression was vacant and dazed, seemingly resigned to his impending doom. He was unable to contemplate whether death would come swiftly or through prolonged suffering. His mind was clouded with fear. His body stiffened, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Yet the adversaries showed no pity, only cold cruelty. There's just this one left. One of the Uchiha sneered. What bad luck to have stumbled here in a panic. They laughed derisively at the small child, oblivious to the innocence they were about to extinguish. Soon, they advanced, not merely to end the child's life, but to torment him until his last breath. Ban watched in horror as two figures raised their long blades, the tips gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Another activated the Sharingan. Together, they unleashed unbearable pain upon the small body of the boy, who promptly lost consciousness. Thus, he did not hear the incredulous shouts of the Uchiha moments later. Where did the boy go? How did he suddenly vanish? Chapter 91. A swift response. The sun had already begun to set, casting a somber hue across the sky. The wind howled, sending leaves tumbling chaotically. Hashirama arrived in haste, accompanied by reinforcements, only to find that the Uchiha had vanished. His anxious gaze landed upon the blood splattered on the rocks, yet his brother Ban was nowhere to be found. Although the battle had ceased, the absence of Ban, alive or dead, left him with an unsettling dread. Could it be that, like before, he would find no trace of his brother? His focus tightened on the blood, and he clenched his fists, unable to quell the turmoil within. Who did this? Just then, a fellow Senju noticed an anomaly and shouted sharply at a thicket several meters away. Two others, catching the cue, rushed forward to apprehend whoever was hiding. Moments later, Hashirama squinted in surprise. Izumi? The two Senju exchanged puzzled glances, not expecting Hashirama to recognize the child. They hesitated, unsure whether to release him. Fortunately, the boy showed no signs of struggle, prompting them to loosen their grip and silently scrutinize the white-haired child with the basket on his back. Hashirama quickly approached. Izumi, what are you doing here? I was gathering herbs, Uchiha Izumi replied, meeting Hashirama's gaze naturally. Upon noticing the assortment of medicinal plants in his basket, Hashirama believed him. His mind, however, was preoccupied with Ban's whereabouts, leaving him little time for conversation. You should leave this place quickly. Darkness is approaching. Once home, do not venture out again. As he turned to leave, Hashirama inadvertently caught sight of the bloodstains on Izumi's sleeve. He paused, startled. Uchiha Izumi calmly stated, Do not worry, this blood is not mine. It belongs to someone else. I saved him and need to find him some water. I heard commotion here, so I came to check, only to find you. Hashirama furrowed his brow, catching a critical word. Saved? So, you were here before? Hashirama's thoughts spiraled into chaos as he gripped Izumi's hand, his eyes brimming with urgency. Izumi, can I see the person you saved? The nearby Senju quickly intervened, forcibly separating the two, their demeanor shifting to one of caution. No. If he saved an Uchiha, or one of those from the Yuhi clan. Hashirama's expression faltered. Although the hope seemed faint, he still yearned for news of Ban's survival. He turned to the child again. Sensing the flicker of hope in Hashirama's eyes, Uchiha Izumi glanced at the sky, furrowing his brow, and replied coldly, I know nothing of Uchiha or Yuhi. All I know is that the person I saved is younger than me and all of you. If I hadn't intervened, he would have died here. Younger? Younger? This description aligned with Ban. Hashirama's emotions surged. Please, Izumi, you must take me to him. Beneath a sprawling tree, a small figure leaned against its trunk, eyes closed and motionless. Ban. As Hashirama rushed forward, the Senju intended to caution him, but reluctantly lowered their hands. They approached the tree, finding no signs of ambush. Only Hashirama cradled the unconscious Ban, his joy palpable at having found his brother again. Uchiha Izumi watched from the side, relieved he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Ban's young life would have been tragically extinguished. Ban's condition was not dire. He merely needed to sleep off the effects of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Izumi had already treated his injuries, and with proper care, he would recover. As Hashirama regained his composure, he noticed the blood on Ban's chest. Startled, he pulled back Ban's clothing, only to find unblemished skin beneath. It must be Izumi. It has to be him. In haste, Hashirama turned his head to search, but behind him, aside from a few bewildered members of the Senju clan, another figure had already faded into the distance. Under the dusk, the shadow of the person stretched long, their solitary silhouette appearing particularly desolate. That evening, upon seeing his elder brother return with Tobirama, the latter rushed forward. Knowing that Tobirama was alive and free from immediate danger, the typically stern expression on his face softened considerably. Elder brother, your support came at the perfect moment. He assumed Hashirama had safeguarded Tobarama. Hashirama, upon hearing this, paused, revealing a flicker of complexity in his gaze. No, I arrived late. The timely assistance came from someone else. Had it not been for them, I would have reached the battlefield only to find Tobarama's lifeless body. Tobarama's crimson pupils shimmered with confusion as he observed Hashirama approach and gently pat his shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Tobarama, in a few days, accompany me to meet the true savior of your life. Rin, the water in the barrel is sufficient. No need to gather more. Come back and rest. On the island, Naru heard the distant call of Granny Ryoko and halted, responding in acknowledgement. I'll return after this task. You are such a diligent child. It truly is a hardship for you, Granny Ryoko lamented, shaking her head as she entered the house. Naru, carrying the water bucket, took a few steps when suddenly, a shadow flickered in his vision. Something was attacking him, prompting him to swiftly duck. The empty bucket toppled to the ground, producing a dull thud. What swift reflexes! Hearing voices ahead, Naru furrowed his brow and straightened up, spotting a shorter figure, a child a few years younger than him, who was staring intently. Before he could utter a word, the scene took an unexpected turn. Without hesitation, Naru seized the child's braid, flipping him onto the ground. His eyes stern. Who are you? The child struggled fiercely but was unable to escape his grip. Let go of me, Naru replied. If you do not reveal your identity, I will not release you. Izuna glared at the person restraining him, his face flushed, his little hands flailing in desperation. Suddenly, recalling something, he clenched his teeth and swiftly reached towards a certain location. Naru, keenly observing where the child was attempting to reach, thought. Chapter 92. Not bad looking. Naru decisively jumped back a few meters, astonished. At such a young age, how could he employ such underhanded tactics? With the pressure lifted, Izuna quickly scrambled to his feet. He had not expected the method his brother had taught him to be so effective. Just days prior, he had heard his brother recount how he had rescued a drowning individual. This person seemed to be a doctor who had swiftly treated his brother's bruised leg. Not only that, but his skills in skipping stones were exceptional, surpassing even his brother's. The last person who had outperformed his brother had an exceedingly unattractive watermelon-shaped head. Both of these individuals had piqued Izuna's interest. He had previously encountered the watermelon-headed one while stealthily following his brother. However, he had yet to meet the latter. Thus, seizing the opportunity, he had come alone to investigate. He was curious to see what the one who could surpass his brother looked like. Standing straight, Izuna gazed intently at Naru from several meters away, still flushed from his earlier panic. The boy was about the same age as his brother, and his striking white hair was quite distinctive. Yet, the most peculiar feature was undoubtedly his eyes, two different colors. Judging by the agility displayed earlier, he seemed to possess the skills of a ninja. What sort of individuals was his brother associating with? A wave of concern surged within Izuna. Naru narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the shorter figure for a few seconds, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. Just then, a cheerful shout echoed along the path. Rin. The interruption jolted Naru from his thoughts. He turned to discover that it was Hashirama, with Tobarama beside him. Recognizing Hashirama, Izuna was startled. Having no time to speak before he turned and fled, his figure disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hashirama found this curious. Who was that? I have no idea where that child came from, but he seemed eager to fight. Naru pointed to the stone thrown by Izuna and the overturned bucket on the ground. Hashirama quickly helped Naru right the bucket, as he had come to express gratitude regarding Tobarama's situation and paid little mind to Izuna's hasty departure. However, Tobarama cast a lingering glance in the direction Izuna had fled. Finding your residence might prove somewhat challenging, Hashirama remarked. Hearing this, Naru directly inquired about their purpose for visiting. I truly appreciate your help regarding Tobarama, Hashirama said, gazing intently at him. He then clapped Tobarama on the back with a hearty laugh. Last time, Tobarama nearly harmed you, so I also brought him to apologize. Tobarama shot a glance at his elder brother, his expression suggesting he had been informed of this protocol prior to their visit. Naru replied nonchalantly, no need. It's all right. Your brother should have awakened by now, hasn't he? Hashirama nodded vigorously. That is good to hear. Seeing that Naru did not intend to elaborate further, he bent down to lift the water bucket to leave, leaving Hashirama momentarily at a loss for words. Rin seems quite busy. At that moment, Tobarama moved his hand to stop Naru. Naru looked up in confusion, but before he could question him, Tobarama had taken the bucket from his grasp. as the one who had saved Tobarama. Tobarama felt it was only right to assist in some manner as a gesture of gratitude. Moreover, he perceived Naru as a frail girl. Unbeknownst to him, due to Hashirama's misunderstanding, Tobarama had successfully misidentified Naru's gender. Naru felt perplexed by Tobarama's actions and, feeling irked, firmly grasped Tobarama's hand. "Why are you taking my bucket? You should be heading to the river to fetch water, correct?" Tobarama swiftly brushed off Naru's hand, turning away as if avoiding him, his demeanor and tone cold. "Leave it to me as compensation for that previous incident." As Tobarama stepped forward, Naru turned to Hashirama, appearing bewildered as if to question. "Is this the attitude you have when apologizing?" Hashirama's expression was one of embarrassment, yet he could only sigh in resignation. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Upon hearing the question, Naru squinted and, after a brief pause, agreed. "Then come help me chop some firewood." "All right." After arranging the straightforward Hashirama and exchanging farewells with Granny Ryoko, Naru turned towards the 3 large water barrels outside the kitchen. He scrutinized them for a moment before secretly emptying the filled barrels. He couldn't allow Tobarama to have it too easy. He was still holding a grudge, so he would have to return to fill the 3 barrels with water again. Izuna dashed back home, not paying attention to the path, and collided directly into Madara's embrace. Madara steadied his younger brother, concern etched on his face. "What happened? Why is your face so red?" He felt Izuna's forehead, relieved to find he did not have a fever. "Did you go training? Why didn't you invite me along?" In response to Madara's inquiries, Izuna, regaining his composure, shook his head, explaining he had been at the foot of the mountain, where he encountered the individual his brother had saved. Perhaps feeling ashamed, he did not mention being pinned to the ground by the other person, nor did he disclose his frantic attempt to reach into their belongings. Madara's eyes widened in surprise. With the resurgence of war, he had not ventured to the river for some time, nor had he seen Hashirama or Rin. "How was that person?" Madara asked. Izuna replied, "Not bad looking." He contemplated for a moment, acknowledging his attraction to such a striking appearance, yet their interaction had been too brief for any substantial conversation. Still, he presumed an impression had been made. Madara raised an eyebrow. "I wasn't inquiring about his appearance, but let us head inside." The next time he encountered that individual would be half a month later. The wind atop the mountain was particularly fierce as Madara sat alone at the edge, gazing at the scenery below. Memories of the time he climbed to the summit with Hashirama and their shared conversations flickered in his mind. Hashirama expressed his desire to construct a village here, establishing a school where children could train, complete tasks, and set levels, thus steering them away from the ravages of war. He believed this was a commendable idea, as it would allow him to better protect Izuna. However, to realize such an ideal, they needed to strengthen themselves, otherwise, their opinions would not garner any acceptance. At this moment, Tobarama quietly approached Madara from behind. He had come to a halt, and Madara, lost in thought, had yet to notice him. Tobarama then kicked a stone. Sensing the slight disturbance, Madara snapped back to reality and turned to see Tobarama standing close by, startling him so much that his hair stood on end. "What are you doing? I tell you, I'm quite sensitive. Don't just stand behind me." Tobarama replied, "Oh? What if I do?" Madara, taken aback, scrambled to his feet, pointing his finger at the seemingly smug white-haired figure, but as he shifted his posture, an urgent need arose, prompting him to hurriedly find a place to relieve himself. Half a minute later, Madara felt Tobarama draw near again, sending a shiver down his spine. "Haha, Madara. It turns out you're the type who can't relieve himself with someone standing behind you." Madara, feeling ridiculed, thought, Chapter 93, The One Behind. Time flew by, and before long, another month had passed. In the world of ninjas, strife persisted, accompanied by continuous casualties. Finding a tranquil haven to soothe a weary soul was no simple task. Fortunately, Madara had recently developed a fondness for a particular place. Initially, it was Hashirama who had taken him there after their sparring session, suggesting they rest at the foot of the mountain. Upon arriving at the location alongside Hashirama, Madara beheld a house nestled within the shadows of trees, alongside the individual who had caused him to be unable to relieve himself on the way. It turned out that Rin resided there. Setting aside the fact that his younger brother Izuna had previously visited, Madara was curious as to why Hashirama was so familiar with the route. "Because Rin saved my brother Tobarama's life recently, he has unknowingly become more familiar with it." Upon hearing Hashirama's explanation, Madara was enlightened. Though Rin appeared frail, he indeed possessed the ability to save lives. Isn't that something you witnessed yourself, Madara? Rin treated your bruises back then. Speaking of which, you saved Rin. And Rin saved my brother, which means, Madara, you are also my lifesaver. Madara glanced at Hashirama, who spoke thus, then turned his gaze toward the distant figure, feeling an inexplicable shift in his mindset. However, before he could utter a word, the individual over there noticed the two of them. Madara saw the white-haired one's eyes land on him first, raising an eyebrow in curiosity before breaking into a grin and greeting him. Hey, isn't this the one who stands behind? Puffed ha ha ha. Honestly, at that moment, hearing Hashirama's laughter ring in his ears made Madara scowl, clenching his fists, itching to rush over and silence those two. But just then, a kind old lady emerged from the house, inviting them to sit. Madara had no choice but to suppress that impulse on the spot. Yet, during today's visit, when he heard the other person intentionally call him the one who stands behind, Madara swiftly turned to glare at him, suppressing his voice as he said, "Are you ever going to stop, you jerk?" Tobirama feigned innocence, blinking his eyes and extending his teacup. "The old lady saw you were tired from chopping wood and asked me to bring you some water. Normally, this would be Hashirama's task, but since he didn't come with you today, it falls to you." Tough luck. Madara scoffed and accepted the cup. As the rim touched his lips, the cool tea quenched some of his fatigue. After he finished drinking, he noticed Tobirama had pulled over a stool to sit beside him, looking at him with a serious expression. "What do you want?" Under such scrutiny, Madara furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Tobirama asked, "Is something wrong?" Hearing the concerned tone, Madara momentarily lost focus, then shoved the cup into Tobirama's hand, stating that it was none of his concern. He looked up at the sky and lowered his voice, saying, "You don't need to know." Seeing that Madara was unwilling to share, Tobirama refrained from pressing further. He simply nodded, indicating that he wouldn't have to do the remaining chores, thanking him. Upon hearing this, Madara lowered his gaze, surprise flickering in his eyes, then smirked slightly, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips. At that moment, Madara no longer viewed the person before him as an honest individual. He recognized that the shyness and politeness he had observed when saving this person from the river were mere facades. Once that mouth started moving, it could infuriate him to no end, especially when Tobirama and Hashirama harmonized in their antics. Madara felt the urge to pummel both fools. Yet he refrained, for strength was meant to protect the weak, not to unleash upon them. However, Izuna had mentioned that Rin was quite formidable. At that time, Izuna had appeared somewhat bashful, leading Madara to assume that his brother's reference to Rin's prowess pertained solely to his healing abilities, so he gave it little thought. Madara's gaze remained fixed ahead. Tobirama seemed to have no further words to share, taking the cup and quietly turning to re-enter the house. The sunlight outside was warm yet glaring. Madara stood still for a moment, suddenly realizing that the ensuing silence was not entirely a blessing. What had Rin gone back to do? Unconsciously, he followed the direction the others had departed, and in the next instant, a shadow caught his eye. Tobirama had taken a water jug and secured it deftly at his waist, clearly preparing to head out. "Are you going to gather herbs again?" "No." Madara saw him shake his head as he approached directly. Then, grabbing Madara's arm, he proposed, "Madara, how about a race?" In his line of sight, the owner of the heterochromatic eyes gazed at him, a gentle smile reflecting in his eyes. Madara was taken aback. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself racing up the mountain with Tobirama. This mountain had been climbed alongside Hashirama, and upon reaching the summit, the scenery at the base remained unchanged. Yet, the person beside him was different now, and so was his own mindset. Facing the wind, Madara tilted his head slightly, his gaze complexly fixed on the individual who had nearly reached the summit alongside him. And if one looked closely, they might detect a hint of sharp suspicion hidden within. "Are you a doctor or a ninja?" Tobirama replied naturally while removing the water jug from his waist. "I consider myself a doctor, and besides, a doctor must possess self-defense skills. It's not surprising to know some basics and have the qualifications to become stronger. Furthermore, I study these skills solely to better save lives." Madara's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in shock, leaving him speechless. Tobirama successfully brought the jug to his lips, just as Madara snatched it away. "Hey!" Tobirama glared at him. "You already drank the water I gave you, so why are you stealing mine?" Madara paid no heed, tilting his head to drink first. Then he looked down, catching sight of the protest and dissatisfaction in Tobirama's eyes, and for some reason, he felt a pang of guilt and turned away. "I'll return it." "Don't worry, I haven't finished it." Tobarama retorted, "If you dare gulp it all down, I'll hit you." The water jug was snatched back, and after a brief silence, Madara turned to look. The corners of his lips, which had been tightly pressed, finally revealed a genuine smile. After quenching his thirst, noticing Madara's smile, Tobarama instinctively paused. His earlier annoyance dissipated slightly. After lingering a while longer, admiring the beautiful scenery at the foot of the mountain, Tobarama finally stood up, clapping his hands together. "Let us head back." Madara nodded. "Brother." At that moment, a voice approached from afar, and soon the newcomer came into view. Chapter 94, Not Sister, but Brother. The one who arrived was Izuna, looking anxious and flustered, as though something significant had occurred. Ban felt a tightness in his heart, his expression growing serious. "What happened, Izuna?" he inquired, but as soon as his words fell, Kamishiro Naruki, walking beside him, suddenly halted, exclaiming in astonishment. In that brief moment, Izuna had already dashed to stand before them, panting and bent over, attempting to catch his breath before responding to Ban's question. But the next moment, a hand grasped Izuna's little braid, and a cheerful, white-haired face leaned in close to his eyes. "Oh, it's you, handfishing brother." Upon hearing that voice, Izuna realized that things were not looking good. Ban, however, was somewhat bewildered. "Let go." Izuna struggled, but fearing a repeat of the last incident when he was pinned down and beaten, he could only cast a pleading glance at Ban. Before Ban could react, Naruki chuckled. "The last time I saw you, I thought you looked familiar. I didn't expect you to be Izuna, Ban's younger brother. So, that mischievous behavior of Izuna's must have been taught by you, Ban." "Ban, what mischievous behavior?" Seeing Ban's perplexed expression, Izuna felt utterly embarrassed. Just as he was intensely contemplating how to retaliate, Naruki released him. "Forget it, you two go. Your brother is in a rush to find you. There must be something urgent. Come visit my house again when you have time." The white-haired boy brushed past the two brothers, not forgetting to ruffle Izuna's hair. His teasing voice lingering, "The hand-fishing brother can come along with your brother too." Izuna, whose ears were nearly bleeding from embarrassment after Naruki left, was pressed by Ban to reveal what had transpired that day, leading Ban into a peculiar silence. He had merely commented that a certain individual resembled a girl and expressed concern about being fished by them, without instructing Izuna to actually go and fish anyone. Their journey home was smooth, and Naruki spotted Granny Ryoko peering outside as they reached the door. "Did Ban leave?" "Yes, he just left." Granny Ryoko pulled him down to sit, sighing. "It's been a while since Hashirama and Tobarama came to play. Has something happened?" Naruki shook his head, signaling her not to worry. "But they are all your friends, right? Please, don't let them quarrel. If they are at odds, you must mediate, as you have a good temper. I trust you." Hearing this, Naruki sighed silently. How could he mediate? Who did he think he was? After all, the conflicts and struggles between the Uchiha and Senju clans were not matters that outsiders could easily intervene in. "Don't worry, Granny Ryoko." To reassure her, he could only nod in agreement. Almost as soon as he spoke, shouts echoed from outside the courtyard. Hashirama and Tobarama had actually arrived. Naruki squinted, focusing on the figure behind Tobarama, who, like Izuna, was blushing and hiding behind his older brother. Granny Ryoko lamented, "Oh dear, you arrived late. Ban just left." Upon hearing Ban's name, both Hashirama and Tobarama paused, their faces reflecting displeasure. From this, Naruki could surmise that something must have transpired between Ban and Hashirama. Their parents must have discovered their interactions, perhaps leading to further unpleasant incidents. While Granny Ryoko went inside to prepare tea, Hashirama turned to Naruki. "So, Ben has already visited you?" He smiled, though his expression was strained. "Is he well?" "Big brother." Tobarama's serious voice interrupted, reminding Hashirama to focus. Naruki then glanced past the two of them at the shy boy. "I apologize for taking so long to see you." The boy, with great courage, bowed deeply, thanking him. "Thank you for saving me." Naruki was charmed by the child's earnestness and couldn't help but smile, saying it was a small effort. The boy, being honest, spoke up. "Sister, your eye color is really beautiful." Naruki nodded. "Yes, and your hair color is wonderful too." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed something was amiss. His expression stiffened. "What did you call me?" The boy tilted his head and sweetly replied, "Sister." "Naruki." He vacantly turned his gaze away, first glancing at the awkwardly smiling Hashirama, then at the cold-faced Tobarama. Finally, the white-haired boy swiftly pulled out a mirror, staring into it with self-doubt for several seconds. Granny Ryoko emerged with tea and, seeing him lost in thought, asked, "What's wrong, Naruki?" Granny Ryoko, please seriously tell them whether you have gained a grandson or a granddaughter. Granny Ryoko chuckled. What a question. Of course, I have gained a sensible grandson. After a brief moment of silence, Hashirama exclaimed in shock. Huh, Naruki is a boy? Naruki's expression remained unchanged, finding it absurd. You thought I was a girl all along? Wasn't it Ban who was wildly guessing? How could you believe that for so long? Hashirama, feeling the sting of his friend's harsh words, shrugged, squatting down in reflection. Tobirama was taken aback for a while, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The boy clutched his head in disbelief. How could it be? You three brothers are being ridiculous. Naruki was at a loss for words. If that's the case, it would be easier for you to join our clan. Tobirama suddenly spoke up. He closed his eyes, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Then, facing Naruki again. He seemed to have reluctantly accepted the fact that Naruki was not a girl. The white-haired boy asked curiously, what do you want me to do in your clan? Mentioning this, Hashirama perked up, standing earnestly before Naruki. Naruki, we would like to invite you to join the Senju clan. Tobirama added, here's the situation. Unlike Hashirama, who struggled with negotiations, Tobirama stepped forward, showcasing his eloquence. After listening, Naruki finally understood why the three had come. They wished for him to become the Senju clan's designated doctor. Tobirama went on to list enticing conditions, promising absolute safety, the best living conditions, and generous compensation. Why are you three the ones to discuss such serious matters? Naruki asked. We are the clan leader's sons, and what I say represents my father's intentions, Tobirama replied. Naruki scrutinized Tobirama for a long time. So long that Tobirama furrowed his brow in confusion, before Naruki finally spoke pointedly. I don't like choosing sides. Tobirama understood this as a rejection. Chapter 95, No Midnight Scares. Night enveloped the room in darkness, thick and oppressive, as if suffocating. The windows stood ajar, the curtains swaying in the wind, flickering like drifting shadows. Faintly, voices could be heard from within. Before long, a quarrel erupted inside. Half a minute later, Hashirama and Tobirama emerged from the room, one after the other. Big brother, second brother, the youngest, the boy, stood outside with a worried expression. Having overheard their father speaking loudly inside, uncertain of what had transpired. Seeing his youngest brother, the dejected Hashirama immediately perked up, saying a few comforting words to reassure him. Turning around, he spotted Tobirama walking out. Tobirama, where are you going? I'm going to find Naruki and discuss things further. There's no need, Tobirama. Hashirama, startled, stepped forward to stop him. Father and I have made things very clear. Naruki is not one of us, and there's no need to force it. But, big brother, do you know how much value he could bring us? Moreover, you have witnessed the amicable relationship he shares with Danzo. Now that Danzo has decisively severed ties with you, he is likely to draw Ling into the Uchiha clan's fold. As my father just mentioned, Ling may pose a significant threat to us. You are overthinking it, Tobirama. Ling has expressed his aversion to taking sides. He merely wishes to accompany Granny Yoshiko. Tobirama's expression remained taut, showing no signs of relaxation. In fact, he seemed even more strained. I do not trust him. Hashirama fell silent for a moment, observing Tobirama with furrowed brows, and spoke in a lowered voice. In any case, do not provoke Ling. No one desires war, nor do they wish to become embroiled in it. We have witnessed countless battles, each time resulting in mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, and heart-wrenching sorrow. Ling has likely seen his fair share as well. We must respect others' desire to remain uninvolved. Hearing Hashirama's earnest words, Tobirama stood still, eyes wide open, and eventually, his stiff demeanor softened somewhat. Very well. He turned to his elder brother, his expression serious. Even if you have persuaded me, what about our father and the others, including the Uchiha and those from the Yui clan who may share similar sentiments? You cannot control their thoughts. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. Tobirama did not continue. Instead, he grasped the hand of the nearby, expressionless Izuna, and the two departed from Hashirama's view. The following afternoon, the weather was somewhat gloomy and oppressive, suggesting an impending rain. Usuji Narumi went outside to the laundry area to retrieve the washed bed linens. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure with red eyes and white hair standing not far off on a hillside, gazing in his direction. Recognizing who it was, Usuji furrowed his brow. Aren't you coming in to sit? Tobirama frowned. He did not expect that after such an unpleasant conversation the previous day, the other party would still smile and invite him inside. You should be able to guess why I have come to see you again. Tobarama approached step by step. Despite his youth, his stern demeanor coupled with his presence exuded a certain pressure. However, Yusuji was unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the tension emanating from the second Hokage. Yusuji replied nonchalantly, "Then you should also be able to guess my answer." Tobarama halted in his tracks. He had promised his brother not to seek out Ling. But after contemplating through the night, he resolved to try again for the sake of the clan. Yet it seemed futile. "You might want to reconsider." Tobarama was reluctant to concede so easily. Yusuji, however, simply smiled and continued to gather the laundry. After waiting in vain for any response, Tobarama felt a hint of frustration rise within him. Yet, lashing out seemed pointless. He let out a cold, humorless laugh and asked, "Will you choose to side with Danzo?" "Who saved you?" Yusuji was taken aback. "Why are we suddenly discussing Danzo?" Seeing the surprise in his eyes, Tobarama pressed on. "If that is the case, Yusuji interrupted without hesitation. "What? Are you going to dispose of me here?" Tobarama was momentarily stunned. Yusuji shook his head and continued, "You are quite the planner. But you are overthinking it. Instead of squabbling amongst ourselves, it would be wiser to invest time in creating opportunities for peace. Although it is true that there is no everlasting peace in this world, and that human interactions are often fraught with deceit and rivalry, a momentary peace is invaluable to us common folk, more precious than the stars in the sky. Of course, for clans like yours, peace is equally precious. What do you think?" With this, Yusuji's smile faded, and he ignored Tobarama, cradling the neatly folded clothes and turning to enter the house. His unguarded back was a stark irony. Tobarama, with a kunai at his waist, furrowed his brow. When Yusuji re-emerged, he scanned the surroundings and realized that Tobarama had already left. Subsequently, life continued peacefully. At least for Yusuji, it was quiet. That night, he was jolted awake by a series of loud knocks on the window. He threw off the covers and opened the window a crack. Outside, a pair of crimson eyes stared intently at him. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he reluctantly opened the window wider and looked at Danzo. "Don't give me a fright in the dead of night. It's quite unsettling." Danzo silently climbed through the window and settled into a corner as if it were his right. Yusuji was puzzled by the presence of the young Uchiha. Just as he was contemplating this, Danzo turned to him. His Sharingan was activated, and the moonlight filtering into the dark room alleviated the silent tension, though it did not reach Danzo's shadowed figure. Danzo's throat felt parched. He was unsure why he had sought out this individual. After a few moments of contemplation, he chose to speak quietly. "Today, many in the clan fell, and Azuna was injured." Yusuji asked, "Is it serious?" "Fortunately not," Danzo replied with a shake of his head. At that moment, Yusuji crouched before him. Their gazes locking, Yusuji's heterochromatic eyes met Danzo's Sharingan. The question arose, "And what about you? How are you?" Danzo met his gaze, straining to decipher Yusuji's expression in the dim light. After a pause, he chuckled softly, averting his eyes. "Of course, Before he could finish, Yusuji had already rolled up the sleeve of Danzo's shirt. Chapter 96. Give up. Tobarama Senju, seeing that Danzo's arm bore no significant injuries, Yusuji lowered the sleeve. He then turned to examine Danzo's chest. Danzo was taken aback by Yusuji's audacity in inspecting his injuries without consent, and when Yusuji continued to unbutton his shirt, Danzo's brows furrowed in alarm. "What are you doing?" Yusuji replied. "Oh, are you afraid of being seen? You're not a girl." Noticing that Danzo wasn't letting go, Yusuji smirked and added, "Oh, should I check first to confirm your gender?" Danzo's Sharingan widened as he recognized that Yusuji was not one to forget grievances lightly. "My abdominal wound has already been bandaged. There is no need for your treatment. However, seeing your lips turn pale from the pain, you must have come to seek my help, right? TSK, if you needed treatment, you could have just said so instead of pretending to be tough." As Danzo's shirt was unfastened, he felt a surge of irritation at Yusuji's words, causing him to inadvertently tense up, only to feel relief as Yusuji's hand gently covered his wound, alleviating the sharp pain until it vanished. Danzo's heart raced, and after a few seconds, he wiped the perspiration that had formed on his brow, feeling a sense of stability return. "Is that better now?" Yusuji withdrew his hand, adjusted Danzo's clothing, and announced, "Time to go back. I need to sleep." Danzo did not respond, but Yusuji slowly stood up. The window was open, and the wind rushed in. Yusuji moved towards the window, as if urging Danzo to leave quickly. Danzo found no reason to linger. He stood up and soon stepped onto the windowsill. one hand resting on the frame as he glanced back at Yasuji, his gaze somewhat complex. "Do you have anything else to say?" Yasuji inquired. Before Danzo could respond, Yasuji smiled and added, "By the way, the treatment I just provided comes at a cost." Danzo blinked. "A cost?" "Indeed. Otherwise, do you think I would be so eager to examine you? However, I noticed you had no money on you when I checked. So remember to bring some next time we meet." Danzo nearly slipped off the ledge. He knew there were no free lunches in this world. Watching Yasuji's receding figure in the darkness, Danzo couldn't help but chuckle. Although some actions may be perplexing, the little one remains undeniably adorable at this moment. From here on, however, the days of unrest began. It seemed as if a switch had been flipped within Ban, as he started to approach others with money in tow. This behavior left Izuna in a state of shock. Who had his brother been giving his pocket money to? Driven by curiosity, Izuna stealthily followed Ban. When he witnessed his brother, with a proud expression, handing money to the smiling white-haired individual, Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief. Was his brother being coerced by that person? Otherwise, what reason would he have to give away money for no apparent reason? As Izuna pondered these thoughts, his presence was discovered by Ban and Kamizaki. After some explanation, Izuna finally understood his brother's actions. It was a close call. He almost jumped out to confront someone. Yet, he seemed to realize he was no match for that spirit. Just like now, he was once again toyed with, missing his strike completely. Beneath the brilliant sunlight, Izuna panted, his small face flushed from exhaustion, while Ban remained calm, arms crossed, observing the sparring session between his brother and Kamizaki. He was aware that the latter possessed some skill, yet he had not anticipated that Izuna, whom he had trained with since childhood, would be so thoroughly dominated. "Let us take a break, children." Noticing the delightful refreshments prepared by Granny Ryoko, Kamizaki made a gesture to pause. Izuna tossed aside his shuriken, begrudgingly stating, "The shuriken is too short. I can't even reach you. Next time, let us use swords instead." Taken aback, Kamizaki noticed the fierce fire igniting in Izuna's eyes and nodded. "All right, I just happen to have a sword." "You?" Kamizaki didn't elaborate further and retreated to fetch a blade. Izuna gazed in astonishment at the white cloud-patterned sun blade, inquiring, "Whose sword is this?" The white-haired youth fibbed without flinching. It's a family heirloom. Can you wield a sword?" Izuna pressed. "Just a little," Kamizaki replied, eliciting further surprise from Izuna. As they made their way back, Izuna's mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of the sword, excitement bubbling in his eyes. Ban glanced at him and bluntly doused his enthusiasm. "You cannot defeat Ling." Pierced by his brother's pointed remark, Izuna asked, "Can you defeat him?" "I don't know. I haven't tried," Ban responded. Izuna tilted his head, about to question why his brother hadn't sparred with that individual in all this time. But he heard Ban's voice continue, "He is unlike us. He seeks only a peaceful existence, while we bear the responsibilities of the Uchiha clan. Our pursuit of strength must far exceed his. You may not be able to overcome Ling now, but remember, we possess these eyes." Ban activated his Sharingan, staring intently at Izuna. "One day, we shall stand together at the peak." Deeply moved by Ban's solemn tone, Izuna nodded earnestly. "Forgive me, Ling. It seems I must trouble you once more. Rest assured, we will cover the medical expenses." Observing the bitter expression on Hashirama's face, Kamizaki refrained from further comments and promptly began his work upon being welcomed into the Senju clan's grounds. Over the past 2 years, under Hashirama's leadership, the Senju clan had engaged in countless battles with the Uchiha clan's ninjas, resulting in a stalemate with losses on both sides. Caught in the middle, Kamizaki had been summoned numerous times to treat the clan members. In this tumultuous era of conflict, healers were scarce. Initially, he sensed a degree of disdain from them towards him, a mere child. However, adopting a better-than-nothing attitude allowed him to treat their wounded. And as they recognized his true skill, their demeanor towards him softened. Yet, with the escalating conflicts, Kamizaki sensed that the Senju clan was beginning to consider drawing him in. However, due to his seemingly rigid disposition and Hashirama's protection, the obstinate Tobarama merely cast a few more glares without making things too difficult for him. Under the night sky, Tobarama escorted Kamizaki out of the clan's territory, maintaining the same cold expression he had 2 years ago, neither smiling nor frowning. Would he be able to find his way back on his own? "I can manage. You go back to your duties," Kamizaki replied, waving at Tobarama as he turned to leave. However, Tobarama changed his mind and approached again. "Ling, let us talk." Upon hearing this, Kamizaki realized Tobarama was about to engage in verbal sparring, and his lips twitched slightly. Before he could say anything, a unique, somber voice emerged from beneath the trees in the darkness. "Give it up, Senju Tobarama." The voice was one that Tobarama had grown numb to over time. "Ban. In this current situation, you dare to come alone to the Senju. Are you prepared to stay?" Tobarama said, lowering his voice. In the darkness, a low, cold chuckle responded, mocking the futility of Tobarama's threats. Then, amidst the shifting shadows, the newcomer stepped forward. Ban's face emerged from the previously concealed darkness, his hair having grown long over the past 2 years, and his glance exuded a daunting disdain. "You are mistaken." Tobarama's heart tightened, and he immediately narrowed his eyes. Indeed. In the next moment, another shadow emerged from behind Ban, standing alongside him to confront Tobarama. As an adversary, having clashed countless times on the battlefield, Tobarama knew precisely who stood beside Ban, causing his aura to tighten, brimming with an impending tension. Yet in the next instant, Kamizaki stepped forward, successfully blocking the gaze shared between Tobarama and Ban as well as Izuna. Feeling the air crackle with intensity, Kamizaki felt overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that Ban and Izuna would come here, especially together. Wasn't this akin to challenging Tobarama directly? It was also a provocation towards the Senju clan. He genuinely feared they might engage in battle right there. Thus, Kamizaki quickly turned to the stern-faced Tobarama, attempting to change the subject and diffuse the situation. "Let us discuss this another time. Tobarama, you should return." His tone had softened considerably compared to his earlier indifference. Tobarama, being perceptive, understood that Kamizaki was worried about the potential for conflict, especially since both sides had suffered losses in their recent encounters and were likely fatigued, making immediate conflict unlikely. He would not confront both Ban and Izuna alone. "Then let us talk another time." Weighing the pros and cons, Tobarama relaxed his expression, following Kamizaki's lead without specifying what would be discussed next. As he turned to leave, he deliberately cast a glance at Ban, as if to retaliate. Noticing this, Ban's expression noticeably darkened. Even Izuna felt Tobarama's intent and frowned in displeasure. "Ling, be careful on your way back. Farewell." "Ah, farewell." As Kamizaki turned to face Tobarama, he completely overlooked the expressions of Ban and Izuna behind him. He merely felt puzzled at how Tobarama's previously rigid demeanor had suddenly softened, even reminding him to be cautious on his journey home. Was Tobarama laying a trap along the way? Once Tobarama had walked far enough away, Ban felt a peculiar sensation arise within him, observing Kamizaki still gazing after Tobarama. Was he reluctant to part with that fellow? Furthermore, what did it mean to say "let's talk next time"? He was not foolish. He could see that Tobarama's desire to recruit someone into the clan had not waned, and it seemed that they did not outright reject it, instead suggesting a future conversation, which implied some willingness in that regard. "Brother." Noticing Ban suddenly fall silent and turn to leave, Izuna instinctively jolted. Hearing the voice, Kamizaki returned to his senses and approached Izuna with a puzzled expression. "What is wrong with your brother?" Izuna appeared torn between pursuing his brother or remaining to clarify their purpose with the white-haired youth. I don't know." Ushimatsu cast a perplexed glance at the retreating figure of Madara, uncertain of the latter's intentions, and decided to disregard it for the time being. He casually draped an arm around Izuna's shoulders, giving him a gentle pat. "Let us not dwell on trivialities. It's quite impressive that you brothers strolled all the way out here at such an hour." Startled by the unexpected familiarity, Izuna stiffened momentarily before huffing, pouting, and turning his head away, as if it were a casual stroll. "We came to fetch you." Ushimatsu paused, observing the haughty Uchiha before him, and then glancing at the distance where the proud elder Uchiha had walked off. Realizing they were indeed seeking him to accompany them back to the Uchiha clan for treatment of the injured, he raised his gaze to the darkening sky. "Then let me return and inform Granny Ryoko. I wouldn't want her waiting for me at dinner." Izuna grabbed his arm, urgency in his voice. "There's no time. Come with us first." All right, he replied, as he noticed Madara quickening his pace to catch up, eventually slowing down. However, just as he came to a halt, his brother and the white-haired one dashed past him. He could even faintly hear the white-haired one whispering to Izuna, "Your brother must have been riled up by Tobarama. Let him cool off alone for a bit. We should steer clear of trouble." Izuna, momentarily considering this logic, responded, Oh. Madara's irritation intensified. After a long night filled with tending to both Senju and Uchiha, Ueshimatsu finally completed the treatments around 3 in the morning. He utilized the rebirth technique to stabilize the severely injured, ensuring their survival, while the lightly injured could simply apply some ointment and recuperate on their own. Sitting on a bench, he yawned and stretched his arms comfortably. Before he could retract his arms, they were seized by a pair of cool hands. He looked up in confusion. Madara was gazing down at him. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a shiver from the lofty gaze directed at him. Was Madara still in a foul mood? Could you let go? Ueshimatsu spoke up, feeling as though he was being forced to surrender. The situation struck him as bizarre, and he felt a distinct lack of security, as if Madara might strike him from behind at any moment. It was as if Madara's emotional turmoil were manifesting, and he could sense an impending confrontation. Madara's eyes reflected the white-haired one's awkward expression. After a brief pause, he slowly released his grip. You nearly struck me just now. Ueshimatsu turned in surprise. I had no idea you were behind me. Madara shot him a sidelong glance. You ought to be more vigilant. The white-haired one, now even more astonished, retorted, I should be vigilant? You're the one behind me. Madara's eyes widened slightly. The gloom that had accumulated since encountering Tobirama dissipated a fraction upon hearing those words. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips, almost betraying his gratitude for the trust expressed. But then Ueshimatsu added, after all, if someone were behind me, I would still know how to relieve myself. Madara's expression turned impassive. Is that so? At that moment, the white-haired one found himself being pulled up by Madara's grip. Chapter 98. In need of a warm bed, the suddenness and speed of the motion caused Ueshimatsu to lose his balance, stumbling several steps as his mind raced to comprehend what was happening. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, he abruptly halted Madara's stride, panic evident in his voice. What are you doing? Madara replied, I'm giving you a chance to prove your earlier statement. Ueshimatsu's heart raced like thunder, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had merely made a jest. He had no inclination to expose himself in front of others. No, he protested, struggling against Madara's grip. You really don't understand humor at all. Madara shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, but his grip tightened once more. Ueshimatsu, now feeling the weight of impending humiliation, was nearly brought to his knees. Madara. His panic was palpable. Madara, undeterred, continued to drag him along. Hey, don't pretend you can't hear me. Madara maintained his silence. In that brief moment, Ueshimatsu felt an added weight on his legs. The white-haired one seemed to be lowering his center of gravity in an attempt to resist Madara's strength. How naive. In the next instant, Ueshimatsu realized his feet had left the ground entirely. Madara had effortlessly lifted him with sheer force. Had the little brat truly transformed into such a formidable figure in just 2 years? Surely he wouldn't actually verify whether he could relieve himself. When Izuna entered, he was greeted by the sight of Ueshimatsu suspended awkwardly, astonished, unable to escape Madara's grasp. What are those two up to now? Izuna, help me. Ueshimatsu cried out desperately as he noticed Izuna's approach, fearing for his dignity. Izuna glanced at Madara, perplexed by the scene unfolding, and finally shouted, Brother, it's getting late. Let Ling rest properly. With that remark, Madara squinted, surveying the surroundings, before releasing his hold a moment later. Ueshimatsu, now set free, could faintly hear Madara's cold huff, seemingly mocking him for the jokes he might have made. Thank you, Izuna, Ueshimatsu said gratefully, rushing to Izuna's side. You're truly an angel. Izuna, feeling a tad embarrassed, shifted awkwardly but didn't push him away. He cleared his throat and suggested, Why don't you stay here and rest? You can return when the sun rises. Am I to share a room with you? Ueshimatsu asked, taken aback. Izuna hesitated momentarily before softly explaining, We have more injured patients than usual. If you don't mind, you can share a room with us. Us? Yes, I share a bed with my brother. Ueshimatsu instinctively turned to see Madara, who stood silently with his arms crossed. As their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze. Can I have the same bedding as you? Izuna hesitated again, then replied, Sure, that's fine. He didn't mention that there were extra blankets in the room that could easily accommodate another bed. All right then, I'll take Ling to rest now. As Izuna led Ueshimatsu away, Madara remained rooted in place, observing them. At that moment, Uchiha Taijima approached, his tone grave. Ling seems to have a close relationship with Izuna. If he persuades him, it's bound to succeed. Madara furrowed his brow, not responding to his father's words. Taijima continued, I've heard that before you found him, he was treating those Senju fellows. We need to devise a way to make him refuse any involvement with the Senju. That would be the most advantageous outcome for us. Madara, you shall think of a plan. As the door creaked open gently, Madara entered to find the two figures nestled together, seemingly already asleep. He approached, only to notice Izuna lying wide-eyed and alert. Upon seeing him enter, Izuna snapped back to reality, attempting to rise but hesitating, concerned that any movement might disturb the sleeping figure beside him. Instead, he lay back quietly, yet his anxiety was evident in his eyes. Madara saw through Izuna's facade and shook his head, signaling that everything was fine. He then turned his gaze to the sleeping individual, observing them for several seconds. The other was peacefully asleep, devoid of the panic he had displayed when being dragged away, the flush on his face now absent. It was the first time Madara had witnessed this individual in such a flustered state, and it intrigued him. Now, this person was sound asleep, seemingly indifferent to the hidden dangers lurking outside. It was hard to determine whether he was blissfully unaware or held a profound trust in Madara and Izuna. Perhaps he was simply too exhausted to concern himself with anything else. Ban regained his composure and turned his gaze away, walking to the bedside and lying down. He initially believed he would have a dreamless night, but instead, he was haunted by a nightmare. In the dream, someone stood before him, their face concealed by the shadows of the night, yet he sensed it was someone he knew. Squinting, he attempted to discern the figure, confirming that the frail silhouette was familiar to him. As he stepped closer, eager to unveil the identity, the scene abruptly shifted. A gleaming knife, polished to a blinding shine, appeared, casting an eerie glow in the darkness. The blade, raised by a hand under the moonlight, seemed to smile coldly like a ghost. Viscous crimson liquid dripped from the knife, pooling on the ground into a dark stain. A figure lay amidst the blood, reaching out towards him, seemingly pleading for help. Yet, upon closer inspection, Ban still could not discern the person's face. It was not until a flicker of flame illuminated the scene that he caught a glimpse of the sorrowful, helpless visage. Startled by the overwhelming impact, Ban awoke with a jolt, the encroaching darkness replacing the warmth of the firelight. He found himself staring at a pitch-black ceiling, devoid of any light or bloodshed. Aware of his rapid breathing and the cold sweat that enveloped him, he closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure. For reasons unknown, despite being covered by numerous blankets, a chill still crept over him. He turned to curl up, only to unexpectedly meet a pair of mismatched eyes. The other person had awoken at some point and was also lying on their side, gazing at him. Sensing something, the individual tugged at the corner of their mouth and smiled. Izuna, your brother seems a bit cold. It appears he lacks someone warm to snuggle with. Ban, expressionless, sat up and regarded the person who dared to jest with him, their demeanor starkly contrasting with the frail figure from his nightmare. He resolved to take action. Thus, he patted the empty space beside him, silently suggesting. Uchiha Seiya blinked, as if suddenly enlightened, then turned and called out, Izuna, your brother is inviting you to sleep over. A groggy Izuna responded, Huh? Ban replied, Chapter 99, More Experts. As the sun rose, casting its golden rays through the window, Uchiha Seiya awoke to find the space beside him empty. Not only was Izuna absent, but so was Ban, who had turned away from him yesterday after a lengthy gaze. The two brothers, dedicated to enhancing their abilities, had likely ventured out. Considering that Uchiha had visited numerous times, returning alone posed no problem. He swiftly dressed and tidied the bedding before pulling open the door, only to be greeted not by the warm sunlight, but by a cascade of long, unmistakable black hair and a face devoid of discernible emotion. Ben seemed to be on the verge of opening the door, yet unexpectedly, he was the one who opened it first, resulting in a moment of surprise as they stood face to face. Good morning. Uchiha Seiya blinked in unexpected astonishment, greeting Ban. You didn't go out? Ban replied, There was nothing I needed to do outside. He opened the door further, stepping past Seiya and surveying the neatly arranged bedding within. Ban then shifted his gaze back to Seiya. Seizing the opportunity, Seiya bid farewell. If there's nothing urgent, I'll head back. Otherwise, Granny Ryoko will worry. Ban interjected, No need to rush, have breakfast first. Seiya paused, finding it troublesome. I'll pass on that. Seeing him decline, Ban furrowed his brow, studying him intently before speaking slowly. Do you wish to return home so desperately? Seiya chuckled lightly. Yes, after all, there are people at home who care. Ban recognized that he referred to Granny Ryoko, perhaps the only person he genuinely cared about in this world. For reasons unknown, this thought stirred a sense of oppression within Ban. Recalling the conversation he had with Uchiha Taijima a few hours earlier, he cast a look at the white-haired youth. His eyes suddenly infused with an undeniable emotion. How long can it take to have breakfast? Or do you simply not wish to be with me? Why? Is it because I almost made you wet yourself back then? Seiya's smile froze. Ban's rapid-fire inquiries caught him off guard, leaving him wide-eyed and momentarily speechless. Am I really that petty? After a brief pause, he finally responded, somewhat at a loss for words. Ban smirked. That's good. Observing Ban's expression, which resembled one of triumph, Seiya felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of cement, leaving his throat dry and scratchy. He had yet to ponder where Ban had learned to speak so explosively when a bright voice cut through the air. You're awake, Ling. A smiling Izuna entered, carrying breakfast. As he glanced at Ban, who was silently gazing in a particular direction, Seiya realized he could no longer refuse. So he nodded and went to fetch water to wash up. Izuna stepped into the room, placing the tray on the low table. Turning back, he noticed Ban still fixated on a point, as if watching the white-haired youth's temporary departure. He curiously inquired, what were you and Ling discussing just now? Nothing much. Ban withdrew his gaze, settling into a comfortable position as he rested his chin on his hand, nonchalantly remarking, I was just contemplating how to make that guy have more people to care about him. Upon hearing this, Izuna's eyes widened with surprise. After a moment of thought, he felt a twinge of discomfort but chose not to voice it, instead asking, do we not fall within that category? Ban remained silent. For he, too, lacked an answer. Although he had known Ling for quite some time, if one were to define their relationship, it perhaps fell short of being true friends. It was merely a transactional arrangement, healing in exchange for payment. Ling maintained an even demeanor, showing no favoritism towards the Senju or anyone else, meticulously avoiding entanglements with others. Yet, recalling the conversation from the previous night between Ling and Tobirama left Ban with an uneasy sensation in his chest. He touched the area, feeling a sense of blockage. What was this feeling for? Was it concern that Ling might choose the Senju, opt for Hashirama or Tobirama's side, or something else entirely? Uncertainty clouded his thoughts. Thus, he remained silent, and Izuna did not speak either, leaving the room enveloped in quietude. When Uchiha Seiya returned, he found the two of them, proud and facing each other, wearing serious expressions. After finishing this oddly tense meal, Seiya announced he was heading back, prompting Izuna to immediately rise and offer to accompany him. At that moment, Taijima appeared from seemingly nowhere, calling Izuna away. Just before leaving, Taijima cast a glance in Ban's direction. Due to the angle, Seiya failed to notice the exchange of glances between father and son. He only observed Ban adjusting the wrinkles in his sleeves before moving beside him, calmly gazing at him. Let us go? All right. As they walked along the path, Seiya sensed Ban was preoccupied with something. However, he knew that even if he asked, Ban would not share. So he prudently remained silent. Ban and I. Just then, a girl dashed over like a whirlwind. Upon spotting Ban, she exclaimed in surprise, Wow, you must be Ling. I've heard so much about you. I've wanted to meet you officially for ages, but Ban and I always kept me away. I heard we're the same age. But why do you look so thin? Haven't you been eating properly? You're really handsome, though your hair is a bit short. Why don't you grow it long? A beautiful girl like you would look even better with long hair. Seiya, hearing the gender confusion, he widened his eyes in surprise, yet the girl continued chattering, oblivious to his attempt to clarify. She even cheerfully took his hand, incessantly asking, Where do you live? Xiaoyan, we have matters to attend to. Izuna is free, so go play with him. Ban coolly intervened, separating the girl from the white-haired youth. Uchiha Yun pouted in dissatisfaction, protesting, Ban and I, why do you always say that? What is wrong with me talking to Ling? You cannot prevent others from seeing simply because of your own preferences. Ban's gaze abruptly froze. He had not anticipated that there would be someone from the Uchiha clan with a more explosive way of speaking than his own. Ueshima Naruya, feeling quite helpless, clarified, I believe you are mistaken. I am male. Gasp. The air fell silent for a moment, followed by Uchiha Yun's face contorting in fear. She scrutinized the white-haired figure before her, noting his flat chest and recalling that his voice did not possess the delicate timbre typical of a girl. Feeling deflated, she hung her head. So, you are a man. Ban, you and Izuna deceived me. You are quite foolish, Ban stated gravely, before adding a final remark, and rather loud. Uchiha Yun's heart felt as if it were pierced by 1,000 arrows in that fleeting moment. Gritting her teeth, she shot a disdainful glance at Ban. If you are male, Just say so. Why conceal it from me? I would not mock you for having feelings for a boy. Chapter 100. Deception again now. What is the situation? Raising his gaze to the sky, confirming that the sunlight was not too harsh and would not cloud one's mind with nonsensical thoughts. Kamishima Naruke's perplexed gaze returned to Ban. As if he were equally taken aback by Uchiha Yun's words, Ban's expression was hardly tranquil. The atmosphere around him visibly chilled, suggesting he was angry. Sensing impending trouble, Uchiha Yun quickly made a face, attempting to escape. Chatting is one thing, but why get angry? Forget it. I won't disturb you any longer. I'm off to find Izuna. Bye. The instigator of the commotion hastily departed, leaving two individuals staring at each other in confusion. Kamishima Naruke's, she. Ban regarded the person before him and then spoke. Do not mind her. I believe it is necessary to pay attention, Kamishima Naruke's replied, taking a deep breath as a headache began to form. You can overlook the mistake regarding my gender, but she spoke such nonsense in front of you. And you won't address it? Nonsense. Ban's eyes revealed a lack of understanding. Kamishima Naruke's gaze filled with incredulity for a brief moment. Did you not hear? She claimed you like men. I am indifferent to such matters, Ban retorted, turning his face away as he began to walk forward. Kamishima Naruke's, huh? Is Ban truly all right? You are quite something, he muttered. Since the principal party did not wish to address the issue, there was little he could say. He thus hurried to catch up, giving the audacious Ban a thumbs up. Seeing his expression, the flicker of anger that Uchiha Yun had stirred within Ban began to dissipate. When she first emerged, I thought she was your little girlfriend, the white-haired boy murmured quietly. He had initially intended to tease further. But Uchiha Yun's shocking statement left him speechless. By the way, it seems the Uchiha do not intermarry with outsiders, right? Ban paused, casting a sidelong glance. What is it? Have you taken a liking to one of our clan members? Kamishima Naruke's nearly stumbled, realizing that chatting casually with Ban was ill-advised. This fellow often relied on his boldness to make audacious statements that left him at a disadvantage. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he could not simply deny it. He must elicit a surprising reaction from Ban. Thus, the white-haired boy pretended to cough, nodding, yes. I see you've noticed. Before he could finish his sentence, he found himself alone. Kamishima Naruke's paused in confusion, glancing back to see Ban lingering 2 steps behind. Standing still with a grim expression. His heart raced. He feared his jest had offended the Uchiha clan, especially since they were known for their disdain for outsiders. He quickly added, I was just saying it casually. I would never intrude on someone simply because of affection. Upon hearing this, Ban finally moved. Though only his eyelid twitched slightly. Kamishima Naruke's sighed helplessly, thinking it best to tell Ban that it was merely a joke when he heard Ban ask, Who do you like? Huh? The question struck him like a stone to the head, leaving him momentarily dazed. After being here for so long, he could count the Uchiha clan members he knew on one hand, let alone recall any girl's name. Ban's inquiry clearly aimed to discern which clan member he fancied. Perhaps to play matchmaker? No, that was implausible. Ban would not stoop to such trivialities. He did not wish to invite trouble upon himself. After a moment of contemplation, Kamishima Naruke's forced a smile, attempting to maintain composure, and replied, I won't tell you. Ban, anticipating that he would not easily receive an answer, swiftly ran through a mental list of suitable clan members' names. He then compiled a list in his mind. Ban smirked, ready to speak and verify each name. When he noticed the white-haired boy casually walking away, waving, I'll leave you here, I'm off. As Uchiha Yun clung to Izuna, causing him considerable distress, Ban returned. Izuna's face instantly lit up as if he had seen a savior. Although little Yun was mischievous, she still feared her brother. But how did he sense that his brother was in a foul mood? What had happened? Before he could inquire, Uchiha Yun interjected, It's just a brief separation. It's not as if we won't see each other again. Why the long face? At that moment, under Ban's sharp glare, she felt a pang of anxiety and quickly stood at attention, exclaiming, Oh, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must be going. Once the noise subsided, Izuna finally asked, Did brother not take Ling home? Recalling their recent conversation, Ban narrowed his eyes, countering, Have you noticed Ling getting close to any of our clan members? Especially the females? Izuna, huh? He initially froze for 2 seconds, before a wry smile appeared on his face. Here, isn't brother the one closest to Ling? I haven't seen him with anyone else you mentioned. Ban felt a sudden jolt in his heart, puzzled. He is close to me? Izuna nodded. Yes, brother. Did you not notice? Perhaps because you are closer in age, Ling feels more at ease conversing with you. He jokes with me too. But it doesn't feel the same as it does with you. Izuna's expression fell, and he fell silent. Upon hearing this, Ban's mind drifted through memories of their interactions. As if he had finally grasped something significant. He raised a hand to partially shield his eyes. What affection for a clan member. That rascal Ling was deceiving him again. Chapter 101. I Need You. Kamishima Naruke's returned home, where he was greeted at the door by the eagerly awaiting Granny Ryoko. Knowing that he had been picked up midway by Ban and Izuna and had spent the night at their home, Granny Ryoko nodded vigorously, relieved. As long as you are safe. She had feared that Ling might encounter ill-intentioned individuals or be caught up in some conflict. Especially when she recalled the tragic death of her son, which lingered heavily on her heart. Regrettably, she did not know what the enemy looked like or their name. Only vaguely remembering a red and white fan emblem on the back of the ninja who had killed her son. However, she had not disclosed any of this to Ling. Kamishima Naruke understood Granny Ryoko's concerns for his safety and nodded, assuring her that he would inform someone the next time he stayed over somewhere. Ling, what do your friends do? Granny Ryoko suddenly inquired, recalling that their family had been plagued by illness over the past 2 years. Kamishima Naruke was momentarily taken aback. Considering that Granny Ryoko's son had been killed by a ninja, she likely harbored a negative view of ninjas. He had never mentioned that Ban and Hashirama were ninjas. Ban and Hashirama, who were careful to keep their identities hidden, did not flaunt their clan insignia in front of him. The reclusive Granny Ryoko mistakenly believed that the group of children were merely ordinary locals. Nevertheless, it sufficed for her to recognize them as good-hearted youths. Without waiting for Ueshima Naruya to formulate his words, Granny Ryoko sighed and turned back into the house, allowing the matter to fade away. A week later, Ueshima Naruya returned from fetching water and spotted Madara outside. Over the past 2 years, Madara had indeed grown significantly taller. His attire having transformed from the loose-fitting dark blue and black traditional kimono devoid of the Uchiha clan crest to a fitted, high-collared black robe, complemented by black gloves. As he raised his hand slightly, the wide sleeves revealed a wrist that could not be concealed, exuding an aura of undeniable authority. 2 long swords hung at his waist and back, bestowing upon him an air of renewal. Noticing the commotion, Madara silently turned to Naruya. His cold gaze and long hair failing to obscure the formidable presence he commanded, momentarily reminding Naruya of the intimidating old leader from before. What was he doing? Had he come to confront him over their previous encounter, dressed in his new attire? It was merely a jest. Confused, Naruya set down the water bucket, cleared his throat, and hastily approached Madara, pulling him along. Did he think that appearing so brazenly with a sword would go unnoticed by Granny Ryoko? If she found out, so what? Madara exerted force, causing Narumi's white hair to sway, nearly toppling him over. Madara steadied him, and Naruya shot him a glance. What do you mean? The old lady might take it badly. Seeing Madara's bewildered expression, Naruya quietly divulged the news that Granny Ryoko's son had been slain by a ninja. Madara's gaze flickered slightly, but he said nothing more, only uttering a sudden, oppressive statement. Yun is dead. Narumi's head snapped up, the face of the girl he had seen just a week prior flashing in his mind. Though their interactions had been few, the loss of a vibrant life caused his heart to lurch painfully, and his brow furrowed deeply. Had they already gone to war with the Senju clan again? Madara regarded him for a moment before releasing his grip and turning away, neither confirming nor denying. War was unpredictable. One could never guarantee that the next moment would not claim a friend, a relative, or oneself. Accepting Madara's tacit acknowledgement, Naruya inhaled deeply and asked, "Why didn't you come find me?" She was gravely injured. There was no time, Madara replied softly, his voice clear yet subdued. You lived too far. By the time I reached her, she could no longer hold on. Silence enveloped them. After a moment, as if resolved, Madara's somber voice broke the stillness. Come to the Uchiha with me. I need you. Ling, who are you speaking to? The final word escaped Madara's lips, just as Granny Ryoko's voice resonated. Naruya immediately turned to see her standing in the doorway. Initially smiling, her demeanor shifted upon recognizing Madara, and she did not dwell on his peculiar attire, instead warmly inviting him inside. Madara shook his head, his gaze fixed firmly on her, urging softly, "Give me an answer." Naruya remained silent. It was a tall order to elicit such a straightforward admission of need from someone as proud as Madara. The death of Uchiha Yun had illuminated the stark reality of distance for him. Thus, it was to protect his clan that Madara sought him. I will not waver in my promise to you. Just as the Senju have not, Madara extended a hand towards him. So come to my side. Narumi stood frozen. The sincerity in Madara's demeanor rendered it nearly impossible to utter a word of rejection. The sadness and hope reflected in his eyes left Narumi feeling disoriented. The current Madara had yet to evolve into the formidable Uchiha Madara of the future, both in strength and cunning. Lowering his gaze, he saw Madara's stubbornly outstretched hand, his heart racing as he grappled with how to respond. In that moment, Madara too felt a surge of anxiety, pressed by his father's persistent expectations, the grief over Yun's death, and a hint of his own selfish desires. Before he could fully comprehend it, he found himself at Ling's doorstep. Having poured out his heart, he noticed Ling's expression seemed taken aback. However, the words had escaped his lips, and there was no turning back. Just then, a bucket of cold water splashed over them, and Madara reacted swiftly, pulling Narumi out of harm's way. They turned to see Granny Ryoko standing there, furious, brandishing a wooden basin. Leave. Get away from Ling. Stay far from her, you despicable ruffians. The sudden turn of events left both Narumi and Madara momentarily stunned, bewildered by her outburst. Realizing the ineffectiveness of her actions, she grabbed a pole and advanced towards them, her agitation palpable. You must go. Sensing the urgency, Narumi quickly pushed Madara away. Madara frowned, glancing at Granny Ryoko, who had moments ago been warm and welcoming, but now glared at him with hostility. He turned away, quietly signaling to Narumi. I'll wait for you by the river tomorrow at noon. Narumi was taken aback, understanding Madara's intent, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 102. The release of the doves. Until Madara's figure faded from view, Granny Ryoko continued her vehement curses, her words harsh and unforgiving. Tears of sorrow streamed down her aged cheeks, and the strain of her emotions made her appear several years older. Narumi was taken aback by Granny Ryoko's sudden transformation. Reflecting on Madara's attire, a chill ran down his spine as he wondered if she had recognized Madara's identity as a ninja, which could explain her vehement reaction. Yet the truth was even more complex than he had imagined. Granny Ryoko had merely glimpsed the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on the back of Madara's new garment. The red and white fan symbol struck her like a hook, cruelly unearthing the most painful memories she had buried deep within her heart. Ling, those people are ominous. They bring calamity. You must sever ties with them. Granny Ryoko lay on her bed, gripping Narumi's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Think of your parents, your family. Consider what has made this world so chaotic. You must end this. The moon soon rose, casting its cold and quiet light across the window. After calming the elderly woman, Narumi lay on his side, unable to find sleep. He rose and sat up, gently pushing open the window to gaze into the pitch-black night, remaining there until dawn. I'll wait for you by the river tomorrow at noon. Madara's words echoed in his mind. After preparing breakfast, Narumi approached Granny Ryoko's room, as usual, and knocked on the door. Granny Ryoko, are you awake? There was no response from within. Believing he had knocked too softly, Narumi increased the force of his raps. Granny? Still, there was no answer. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he forcefully pushed the door open and stepped inside. Sunlight streamed through the partially opened window, illuminating Granny Ryoko's serene face, casting an aura of tranquility over everything. The gentle sound of flowing water accompanied the vibrant blue sky. Madara sat quietly on a rock by the riverbank, his fingers idly twirling a blade of grass. The brilliant sunlight bathed him, yet the passage of time was starkly contrasted by the deepening solemnity etched upon his features. Uncertain how long he had been waiting, Madara noted that no other figure appeared on the opposite bank. Ling had not come. Had he been rejected in such a manner? As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Madara tossed aside the dried grass he had been playing with, his expression unchanging as he stood and turned away from the river. The lonely wind blew past, as if no one had ever come here. At dusk, atop a hill, there stood two old graves overgrown with wild grass. In front of the rightmost newly erected grave, three distinct shadows lingered. How could this happen so suddenly? Hashirama's eyes widened. Standing beside him, Tobirama spoke. In this era of turmoil, reaching such an advanced age as Granny Ryoko is indeed a rarity. She has passed away peacefully. What are your plans from here on? Tobirama's gaze fell upon the figure kneeling before the gravestone, a flicker of concern flashing in his crimson eyes. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Hashirama restrained him with a gentle pull. Hashirama shook his head, clearly wishing to avoid discussing those matters at this moment. Tobirama, being a man of discretion, understood the inappropriateness of the timing and approached the gravestone to pay his respects alongside the kneeling figure. Not long after, the three of them descended the mountain together. Outside the house, Hashirama halted the approaching Ueshima, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Ryoko, could you accompany us for a brief visit?" Ueshima turned slightly, squinting. "If none of your clan members are in peril, there is no need to summon me. After all, my previous assistance was not intended to expedite your recovery for a confrontation with the Uchiha clan." The words carried a hint of sarcasm, causing Hashirama to stiffen momentarily and release his grip. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of dark eyes observed them coldly from behind a distant tree. Tobirama furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, but an inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart, as though someone were watching him. He quickly turned to follow the sensation, yet found nothing but falling leaves in his line of sight. Hashirama asked, "Apologies, may we procure some medicine?" Ueshima replied affirmatively, and Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged relieved glances. Before long, after seeing off Hashirama and the others, Ueshima paused at the threshold, suddenly struck by a thought. "Oh no, I forgot something." He swiftly turned to observe the darkening sky, but after a few seconds, seemed to abandon the idea. "It's all right. Madara isn't foolish enough to be waiting by the river." He entered the house, closing the door and shutting out the evening glow. The sun sank further, casting a more desolate ambience. A minute later, the tightly shut door opened once again, and Ueshima sighed in resignation, stepping outside. "I should check the river to see if Madara is there. If he isn't, I'll apologize to the Uchiha. After all, it was he who stood him up." The afterglow was mostly obscured by trees, and the sky grew darker, but fortunately, when Ueshima reached the river, it hadn't yet succumbed to complete darkness. He called out Madara's name several times, but received no reply. Knowing this to be the case, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, something caught his eye. It was a wilted blade of wild grass, its stem marked with clear indentations, likely the result of someone idly picking at it for amusement. Ueshima picked it up, realizing it must be Madara's handiwork, and pocketed it before heading in another direction. "Ryoko?" Outside the Uchiha residence, upon seeing him, Izuna first displayed surprise, followed by a visible cheerlessness. "Where's Madara?" Ueshima inquired directly. At the mention of Madara, the smile in Izuna's eyes faded, though he concealed it well, replying, "Brother is out and hasn't returned yet." "Ryoko, why not come in and wait? Help me give this to him." Before Izuna could finish, Ueshima took his hand and pressed the blade of grass into his palm. Izuna was taken aback. The white-haired youth added, "Also, please convey my apologies to him. Farewell." Without waiting for Izuna to urge him to stay, Ueshima waved and blended into the night. Izuna clutched the wild grass, waiting inside. At last, Madara returned from outside. "Brother, this is from Ryoko, entrusted to me for you." Upon seeing the grass offered by Izuna, Madara froze momentarily. The next instant, he irritably snatched it away and ruthlessly tossed it out of the room. Chapter 103. You truly are a good person. "Brother?" Izuna was bewildered by Madara's cold demeanor. Watching the discarded grass, he contemplated retrieving it, but Madara decisively closed the door, interrupting his movement. "Never seek that person again." Madara's voice was low yet clear, and Izuna's eyes widened with confusion. "Why?" "Because he has made his own choice." Izuna stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before shaking his head. "No. Ryoko would not suddenly make a choice. You do not understand that individual." Remembering everything he had observed from behind the tree, a shadow of mockery crossed Madara's features. The fact that he did not show up and instead spent time with Hashirama was enough to indicate the unfolding of events. "Did you know this beforehand?" Izuna retorted. "Before you returned, Ryoko specifically sought you out and asked me to deliver that item to you. How could you simply discard it?" Hearing this, Madara's expression darkened further. He recognized it as the grass he had discarded by the river, which meant Ryoko had indeed been there. But why did he go so late? Madara, consumed by anger, did not wish to ponder these matters. He turned to Izuna, understanding that if that person had the decency to come by, it certainly wasn't he merely to leave a blade of grass. There must have been something more. Thus, Madara coldly asked, "Did he leave any words behind?" At this, Izuna suddenly froze. "Please tell him I am sorry." Why would Ryoko apologize to brother? Had he done something wrong? Did this apology imply that Ryoko had chosen the Senju clan and felt remorseful toward them? Seeing Izuna's troubled expression, Madara surmised that Ryoko's words might not have been pleasant. With a derisive snort, he uttered, "If you comprehend my words, then retire for the night." Having said that, Madara undressed and lay down, wishing to say no more. Feeling the air grow heavy with tension, Izuna tightened his grip on his sleeves, took a deep breath, and softly spoke. Ryoko asked me to convey his apologies to you. Madara remained motionless, his back to him, leaving Izuna uncertain if he had heard. Days turned into weeks, and as a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, the future heir, Izuna and Madara immersed themselves in enhancing their skills. Although under their father's leadership, the Uchiha and Yuhi clans jointly opposed the Senju. As time passed, the Yuhi clan dwindled, leaving the Uchiha and Senju in direct conflict. When Izuna next encountered Ryoko, a year had swiftly passed. He sneaked out of the clan's estate with Madara, not for any trivial reason, but because their father lay gravely ill, and he resolved to seek out Ryoko for his father's sake. However, upon arriving at the house at the foot of the mountain, he found it deserted. The yard was overrun with weeds and dry leaves, as though no one had lived there for quite some time. The door was locked, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Staring at the scene before him, Izuna was jolted into stillness. Where is Ryoko? Throughout this time, he and Madara had been excessively busy, burdened by numerous matters, and now that he finally regained his senses, a year had slipped away. Where had Ryoko gone during this time? Could it be that he truly aligned with the Senju? Izuna's heart raced with disbelief, and just then, he heard a faint sound. Instinctively, he sought shelter, embodying the vigilance of a ninja. On a mountain path beside blooming wildflowers, two figures walked side by side. Thank you for accompanying me to pay respects at Granny Ryoko's grave, Tobarama. But could you refrain from trailing behind me? With the energy you expend following me, you might as well pursue a few maidens instead. In the serene ambience, Tobarama donned a light-colored kimono, arms crossed, his gaze fixed upon the white-haired figure beside him, issuing a warning. Do not attempt to divert our conversation with your nonsensical chatter. I have not, Usuji Naruhito retorted with a smirk, dismissing Tobarama's displeasure. With a nimble leap, he descended the slope and made his way to the courtyard. After half a year away, the place had indeed fallen into disarray. Reflecting on this, he turned to see Tobarama approaching, and in surprise, he asked, "Aren't you returning? Or do you wish to stay and assist me in tidying up, as you did last time?" Before Tobarama could respond, the white-haired one, appearing oblivious, seized Tobarama's hands and cheerfully declared, "Aha, so it's true. Tobarama, you are truly a good soul." Tobarama felt a broom thrust forcefully into his hands, a headache brewing within him, yet he could not muster the heart to refuse cruelly. Thus, with a stoic expression, he resigned himself to sweeping the fallen leaves. As he swept, he observed the individual beside him struggling to uproot weeds. "Even if we clean this place, you want to return to live here again. Why cling to this?" Usuji Naruhito chuckled softly. "As humans, we must retain beautiful memories. Even though Granny Ryoko is no longer here, guarding the home where she lived her life brings me joy." Tobarama surveyed the surroundings, his mind devoid of pleasant recollections. He vaguely recalled the time 3 years prior when he laboriously filled 3 large barrels with water. Usuji Naruhito glanced at the 3 moss-covered barrels outside the kitchen, seemingly reminded of something, and abruptly turned to Tobarama. "What is it this time?" Tobarama inquired. Usuji Naruhito hesitated for a moment before saying, "Tobarama, there is something I have kept from you." Upon hearing his serious tone, Tobarama narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on the broom. Usuji Naruhito confessed, "Back then, all you needed to do was bring back 1 bucket of water. I must apologize, due to my grudge against you for pinning me down and beating me. I secretly drained the water from the 3 barrels. Tobarama, so that is why I thought this fellow was a weak girl, running back and forth until my arms grew weary, trying to fill 3 barrels with water?" After confessing his misdeed, Usuji Naruhito heard a sound that seemed to snap something. It was the sound of the broomstick breaking, akin to the shattering of Tobarama's composure. He blinked in shock, swallowing hard. "Don't act rashly." Fortunately, Tobarama took a deep breath, discarded the broken broomstick, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more, just that one," Usuji Naruhito replied. "I am not referring to the broom. I am inquiring about your tricks and deceptions. Isn't that an abundance?" The white-haired one blinked innocently. "Every time, you seem quite angry. Yet you never truly unleash your wrath upon me." Tobarama sneered. "If anger were effective, you would have perished hundreds of times by now." Chapter 104. Do me a favor. The 2 white-haired individuals continued their banter, oblivious to the tension, while Izuna, hiding in the shadows, anxiously observed. Had Granny Ryoko truly passed away? Ling was no longer residing here. Surely, he must have gone to the Senju clan, otherwise he would not be in such amiable company with the detestable Tobarama. Realizing this truth, a pang of sorrow filled Izuna's heart. He was uncertain if his visit was wise, but for his father's sake, he would wait a little longer. Meanwhile, noticing Usuji Naruhito momentarily at a loss for words due to his own remarks, Tobarama bent down to retrieve the broken broomstick, intending to repair it. In the moment he straightened, an instinctive reflex surged through him, and he flung the half-broomstick like a shuriken. This unexpected action startled Usuji Naruhito. "Come out. You've been hiding there for so long. Did you truly believe no one would notice?" The atmosphere became markedly tense. After 2 seconds, Izuna emerged from behind the tree, his expression cold as he glanced at the broomstick embedded in the trunk. "Izuna?" Usuji Naruhito exclaimed, quickly rising and stepping forward to intercede between Tobarama and Izuna, whose gazes sparked with tension. This encounter bore the weight of enmity. "Tobarama, the broom is broken. You need not toil today. Go home. I can manage alone." Tobarama saw through his flimsy excuse and coolly retorted, "Are you certain you can handle it alone?" Usuji Naruhito faltered, If you were to lose your temper and cleave me in half, I would have no retort." As he continued to babble in an attempt to lighten the mood, he suddenly felt a hand reach from behind. The hand gently rested on his shoulder. "Ling, I need your assistance." Upon seeing Izuna approach, Tobarama instinctively grasped Usuji Naruhito's arm without a moment's hesitation. "We will clean this place tomorrow. Right now, come with me." Izuna, equally unyielding, gripped Usuji Naruhito's arm, asserting, "Senju Tobarama, this does not concern you." In their standoff, sparks seemed to fly, the very air charged with intensity. Usuji Naruhito felt cold sweat trickling down his back, dreading a confrontation that could potentially dismantle the fragile structure around them. Thus, he forced a smile, adopting a conciliatory tone. "Tobarama, grant me a favor." Turning to Izuna, he added, "And you, do not emulate your brother's intimidating demeanor." The two, however, showed no signs of relenting, tightening their grips even further. Seeing no progress, Usuji Naruhito clicked his tongue and furrowed his brow, joining the cold-faced brigade. "Today marks the anniversary of Granny Ryoko's passing. My intention was merely to show her that I am living happily now, so she wouldn't worry about me. However, if you two refuse to heed my words, do not blame me for what follows." As his words lingered, Tobarama and Izuna felt a sudden jolt in their arms, as if an unseen force had separated them from Usuji Naruhito, compelling them to release their grips. Seizing the moment, Usuji Naruhito walked past them, devoid of expression, and took a seat on the small stool beneath the eaves. "Tobarama, thank you for today. However, you know the way back, so I shall not escort you. Travel safely." Tobarama's heart fluttered instinctively, sensing a shift from their earlier playful banter to something more serious. He understood that Usuji Naruhito was genuinely upset, a rare occurrence that always left him feeling troubled. Tobarama wished to speak further. Yet, upon meeting those heterochromatic eyes, the eloquent and commanding Tobarama found his throat tightening. Reluctantly, he began to depart. Izuna averted his gaze, staring blankly at the figure in the distance. Granny Ryoko was not in poor health, was she? With Ling by her side. How could she who knows? Usuji Naruhito seemed to sigh, looking at Izuna. "You've grown quite tall over these days. It's surprising to see how much you've changed since we last met." Izuna unconsciously stepped forward but hesitated, recalling Usuji Naruhito's earlier forceful rejection of his presence with Tobarama, retreating his footfalls. "You seem to be living well. The Senju clan has not mistreated you." Usuji Naruhito smiled softly. "Let us not dwell on the past. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Izuna was taken aback, quickly revealing the grave condition of his father. Usuji Naruhito pondered for a few seconds before nodding. "I can accompany you." Izuna's face lit up with relief. "That's wonderful." Usuji Naruhito said, "Since it's still early, let us set off now." As he rose, Izuna seemed to recall something and quickly stopped him. "Wait, what is it?" "That spirit. Perhaps it would be wise to have you wear this cloak, with the hood up to shield your face." Moments later, seeing the hood completely conceal the person's face and the ample cloak making it impossible to discern gender, Izuna finally felt reassured. "My brother does not wish to see Ling. The Uchiha clan members who have caught wind of this will not welcome Ling either, so it is better to exercise caution." The Uchiha residents awaited, entered smoothly, his identity as the son of the clan leader eliciting curious glances from the Uchiha clansmen who instinctively stepped aside. After several minutes, in front of Uchiha Taijima's bed, Kamishima Seiya earnestly explained the situation to Izuna. He conveyed that due to countless battles over the years, Taijima's health had deteriorated significantly, compounded by lingering old injuries. Although he was barely holding on to life, he could only endure for a maximum of 1 more year. Upon hearing this, Izuna remained silent, offering no interjections. Once Seiya finished, Izuna nodded firmly and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Seiya. I will escort you out." As they reached the door, they opened it to find a silhouette standing outside, an imposing presence that even Seiya, cloaked in a hood, could not ignore. His heart skipped a beat as he lowered his gaze, catching sight of the dark hem of the figure's attire and the gloved hands at either side. It was Madara. He wanted to look up, but Izuna, seemingly fearful, abruptly pulled him away and said to Madara, "Brother, I'll take the doctor back first. You should go in and check on father. He is much better." Madara, momentarily diverted by this abrupt shift in focus, narrowed his eyes but felt no need for further suspicion. After all, several doctors had visited the Uchiha household recently, both young and old. Yet none had been able to alleviate his father's condition. He acknowledged with a grunt and stepped into the room. Meanwhile, Izuna led Seiya aside, ensuring that Madara could not see them, and let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 105. There must be some mistake. Why didn't you let me greet your brother? And why did you lie, saying I was a doctor? Seiya asked, perplexed. Shouldn't you have figured out my gender when you were pulling me out back then? Izuna blinked. His previously calm demeanor now flushed with embarrassment. My brother, he. Izuna stuttered, his gaze drifting. Seiya, sensing the oddness of the situation, grasped Izuna's shoulders and pressed. What is going on? Izuna struggled to speak, finally mustering the courage to say, he dislikes you. What have I done? Seiya was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he smirked slightly. It can't be because I stood him up, can it? Stood him up? Seiya nodded. Yes. He invited me to meet by the river at noon, but that morning I discovered that Granny Ryoko had passed away. With the help of Hashirama and Tobarama, I arranged her funeral and grave. By the time I remembered, it was already dusk, and when I arrived at the river, he was nowhere to be found. I only found some wild grass he might have discarded, so I picked it up and intended to apologize to him at your house, only to find he wasn't there. You know the rest. I gave you the grass to pass along my apology, and he actually harbored a grudge to the point of disliking me? I was wondering why I hadn't seen him for a year, nor you, Izuna. It turns out the issue lies here. Izuna interjected, No, there must be a mistake. Seiya, didn't you choose the Senju? What? Seiya questioned. Just because you see me with Tobarama doesn't mean I'm one of the Senju. I still live alone, though I've moved to a livelier village. At this point, Izuna realized the enormity of the misunderstanding. Sometimes, what one witnesses firsthand is not necessarily the truth, and even one's own brother is not exempt from this. Understanding this, Izuna felt the tension in his body release, suddenly becoming weak and leaning against Seiya. Seiya, surprised, wrapped his arms around Izuna, and his hood was inadvertently pulled down, revealing his striking white hair. However, he paid it no mind, only reflecting on how absurdly imaginative Madara and Izuna were. It seemed his earlier remark about Madara's vivid imagination wasn't unfounded. With this in mind, he patted Izuna's back, his tone laced with exasperation. No wonder you didn't want Madara to see me. You were trying to protect me. But now that I'm going to see your brother, I'm afraid. Before he could finish, the air fell silent. Izuna sensed something was off and suppressed his embarrassment over being embraced by the white-haired boy. As he glanced up, he found himself empty-handed. Seiya was abruptly yanked away, landing in the arms of the figure who had pulled him. Startled, Izuna turned to face Madara's dark eyes. Brother. Without speaking, Madara twisted Seiya's wrist, forcing him to turn around, his hands pinned behind his back. Brother. Izuna exclaimed anxiously. Madara coldly asked, why did you bring this suspicious person here and allow him to treat father? What if he was sent by the Senju to assassinate him? No, it's not like that. This is all a misunderstanding. Brother, listen to me. Madara interpreted Izuna's plea as an excuse for bringing someone in to treat his father. But whether it was a misunderstanding or not was irrelevant, as the person was already in his grasp, since he had willingly walked into danger. He could not blame Madara for his actions. Ignoring Izuna's protests, Madara forcefully dragged Seiya away and threw him into a cell. Given the current circumstances of his father's grave illness, the situation between the Uchiha and Senju was highly sensitive. Enemies might seize the opportunity to strike at any moment. Rather than release Seiya, and allow him a chance to treat the Senju. It was better to detain him and cut off the Senju's opportunity to recover. Inside the cell, Madara gazed at the person he hadn't seen in a year, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. After a few seconds, he suppressed the turmoil within and turned to leave. At that moment, Seiya, unperturbed, spoke, his words dripping with provocation that irked Madara. "Unless you break my arms and legs, I can assure you I will escape. Breaking your limbs is an option too," Madara shot back, his gaze piercing as he turned to look at Seiya, causing him to flinch. Was it necessary to exhibit such a terrifying glare? It felt as though his Sharingan might activate. "If it's too much trouble, you could also control me with your Jinjutsu," Seiya suggested, trying to remain calm. Madara approached, his brow furrowed, eyes radiating an icy chill. "Don't provoke me. This cell will be your home from now on. You will remain here until your death. I have no fear of your escape. For the materials used in its construction are special, capable of absorbing chakra and even high-level ninjutsu." "Surely not," Seiya replied, surprised at Madara's meticulousness. "Are you really that angry with me?" "Angry?" Madara echoed, shaking his head. "I do not harbor such childish emotions toward enemies. The current predicament is entirely of your own making." With that, Madara turned his back and walked away. "Wait." Seiya felt that this development was entirely wrong and attempted to catch up to say something meaningful, but as he hastily rose and took a step, he tripped over himself. Still feeling the pain from being thrown in, Madara felt a sudden impact against his back, nearly losing his balance, but managed to steady himself in time. "Apologies," Seiya said, grabbing onto Madara's white sash, "but can you at least listen to me?" Madara closed his eyes, battling internally. When he opened them again, he unceremoniously brushed away Seiya's hand from his waist. "There's no use in trying to extract information from me. I currently lack the time to deal with you. Once this phase has passed, you shall face the consequences." After a brief silence, the other party's irate voice finally emerged. "Uchiha Madara, it was indeed my fault for not arriving at our appointment that day, and I sincerely apologize. However, there were circumstances that warranted my absence, and I can explain. If you continue to harbor such extreme and misguided notions, then our friendship shall come to an end." Chapter 106. Getting to the point. Evidently, my words had an effect. I noticed Madara's silhouette stiffen, indicating that his heart still experienced fluctuations. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly maneuvered to stand directly before him, adopting a serious tone. "If you are willing to listen, then please take a seat." Madara furrowed his brow, his hands instinctively tightening at his sides, shrouded in an unreadable expression. After a moment, he slowly turned his face away and replied, "I will not sit." Upon hearing this, I initially believed Madara was merely stubborn and unyielding, which ignited my frustration. Yet, before I could react, he added in a calm voice, "This place is rather filthy. If Madara continues to speak in such a breathless manner, I might just have to punch him." I inhaled deeply, forcing a smirk. "Oh, you do recognize filth. Yet, when you unceremoniously cast me aside just moments ago, did you spare a thought for me?" Madara's expression darkened. "Enough of that. I won't hold it against you. I wish to clarify things to prevent any further misunderstandings." After speaking for quite a while, I found my throat parched. I had already explained to Izuna earlier, and now I was reiterating to Madara. As I concluded, I began to reflect on whether I had overlooked any details, completely oblivious to the astonished expression in Madara's eyes. Was this all a misunderstanding? At that moment, was Madara simply apologizing to Izuna for failing to keep his promise? Had he calmed down now? As I regained my composure, I waved my hand in front of Madara. Abruptly, he seized my hand with an iron grip. I looked down, feeling the undeniable strength of his grasp, and sighed. It appeared he was still not entirely placated. "Madara?" I raised my eyes in confusion, meeting his dark gaze. He spoke as calmly as possible. "While you have clarified the situation, I suggest you remain here to reflect." "Uchiha Madara, is this how you treat esteemed guests?" Ignoring me, Madara released my hand and swiftly departed. Upon exiting, I encountered a worried Izuna. But Madara had no time to address him, for he needed to ascertain the veracity of that fellow's words. By the time Madara returned, intent on retrieving the white-haired individual from the cell, night had already fallen. I lay with my eyes closed, seemingly asleep for quite some time. My dark clothing was now coated with a layer of dust, rendering me quite disheveled. Madara observed me from above and then crouched down. Izuna, standing nearby, assumed his brother intended to awaken me, but the next moment, he was astonished to see Madara scoop me up. Feeling the commotion, I groggily opened my eyes, just in time to catch a glimpse of Madara's perfectly sculpted jawline. Huh, what's happening? I struggled and murmured, I'm neither injured nor disabled. Why are you carrying me? I can walk, Madara replied. If you wish to avoid being surrounded and assaulted with questions by those who remain unaware of the truth, then it would be wise to remain still. Instantly, I complied in his embrace. Receiving a knowing glance from Madara, Izuna promptly understood and draped a cloak over my upper body and head. Thus, as I emerged from the cell cradled in Madara's arms, the Uchiha clansmen along the way stared in shock, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Once my eyes adjusted to the light, I realized I had been set down in a relatively quiet room. I scanned my surroundings and saw Madara alone at a cabinet, busily rummaging through its contents. Before long, he produced a white circular bottle, opened it to find it empty, and discarded it to continue searching. I watched in bemusement. Noticing my gaze, Madara abruptly asked, "Does it hurt?" "Hurt? What are you talking about?" Before I could inquire further, Madara's voice interrupted again. "Take off your clothes." His command caused my expression to freeze, and I widened my eyes in disbelief, staring at his profile in confusion. Why would I need to remove my clothing? If you do not undress, how can I administer the medication? If you move later and feel pain, who will you blame? I was left utterly bewildered, feeling as though a lightning bolt had struck me, leaving my thoughts in utter disarray. Wait, what exactly was Madara implying? My shock morphed into horror. Surely he couldn't mean what I thought he did. Madara, offering no further explanation, found a medicine bottle and approached me. Instinctively, I tightened my grip on the cloak, nearly making a break for the door. How was I to know that Madara possessed such interests? He was still so young. Why do you look so tense? Madara squinted, holding the porcelain bottle, seemingly realizing something as he chuckled self-deprecatingly. I forgot you have exceptional recuperative abilities, requiring no excessive concern from me. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. With that, he tossed the porcelain vessel aside and turned back to the cabinet, beginning to unfasten his own belt. Witnessing this, I felt as if I had been struck by a jolt of electricity, left utterly speechless. No, surely this was madness. Why was Madara disrobing again? I quickly turned away, my heart racing. No, I must remain calm. Madara could not possibly mean anything inappropriate. At his age, he surely lacked such understanding. I must have misinterpreted his intentions. Seeing me remain as still as a statue, Madara urged, "Are you not going to undress?" My expression faltered, and I gritted my teeth, declaring, "I will not." Madara immediately turned around, unable to see my face. He paused, then resumed searching the cabinet, stating, "If you prefer not to undress, which position do you feel comfortable with?" My lips twitched slightly, and my mind began to fog. What exactly was he referring to, the front or the back? Madara interrupted. "Which are you referring to?" I widened my eyes, thoughts racing through my mind, until I could no longer contain myself and sprang to my feet. "Madara, we need to have a serious discussion about this." With a deep breath, I confronted him. "Honestly, engaging in such matters is far too premature for someone of your age. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, should you not be assuming your father's responsibilities and leading the clan? Why entertain such frivolities? I understand that adolescent impulses can be difficult to manage. If you truly feel the need to relieve yourself, I could assist you, rather than being so casual with another individual." "What are you saying?" Madara frowned, interrupting me. My lecture abruptly ceased. Madara naturally retrieved 2 sets of clothing from the cabinet, resembling sleepwear. "Your clothes have become too dirty after rolling on the ground in the cell. I carried you back, and my own clothes are now soiled as well. So we need to change. These are clean garments. The ties are positioned at the back for easier fastening. Also, when I dropped you, you must have hurt yourself. I intended to find ointment to relieve the swelling from your fall. However, it seems we have been thinking about this quite differently since earlier. Would you not agree?" Chapter 107. Uchiha Little Lamb, this could not be true. Just listen to what you have said. Every word is rife with ambiguity. What do you mean by rolling around in the cell? Who rolled with you? And why did you mention the positioning of the ties? Why not simply refer to them as ties? As I reflected on Madara's every statement, the more I sensed something was amiss. Strangely, as the conversation progressed, the atmosphere between Madara and me grew increasingly peculiar, especially when he noticed that Ban had heard his words of persuasion. Ueshima Naruya wished he could find a crevice to hide in. How absurd. Ban, clearly showing rare concern for him, was misconstrued as a rogue. Those thoughts he entertained earlier were merely figments of his imagination. One could hardly blame him, though, after all, Ban's manner of speaking was rather ambiguous. Anyone would have misinterpreted it. A year had passed, and this fellow's explosive speaking skills had not diminished, but rather intensified. How ridiculous. No, it's the same. We are undoubtedly the same. To mask his overwhelming embarrassment, Ueshima feigned calmness, jokingly brushing off the situation, while he took a black nightgown from Ban's hands, curiously feeling its texture. The quality is quite exquisite. However, it bore the Uchiha clan emblem, which would not be appropriate for him to wear. Just as he pondered this, Ban's mortifying question pierced the air. What did you just say you could begrudgingly assist me with? No, nothing. You must have misheard. The white-haired youth, his hand trembling, stubbornly denied having misunderstood Ban, clutching the garment and retreating to a corner. Seeing his evident guilt, Ban paused, a silent smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. He refrained from pressing further, calmly disrobing and changing, exhibiting a demeanor of ease, unperturbed by being observed. Ueshima heard the rustle of fabric behind him and sighed. Then he, too, began to undress. Knowing it was a misunderstanding, the absurd psychological burden dissipated, and he felt his actions were now entirely justified. It was merely the removal of clothing. What was there to fear? Silence enveloped the room. When Ban tied his garment and turned, he was met with the sight of another smooth, fair back. Ban's gaze fixed upon it, captivated. The other knelt there, having only removed his soiled top, swiftly picking up the clothes at his side and elegantly draping them over himself. The scene, momentarily frozen, was abruptly interrupted by the Uchiha clan's emblem on the fabric. Ban narrowed his eyes, unexpectedly finding a harmony between their clan's insignia and the silhouette before him. Ueshima sensed Ban's gaze upon him and understood its implication. However, he deemed it inconsequential. Thus, he continued to arrange his own attire, unperturbed. Just as he grasped the waistband to tie it behind him, Ban's distinctive voice broke the stillness. You used to shy away from letting me see you fall by the riverbank, yet now you can calmly undress. Should I commend your progress? That praise, however, felt oddly unsettling, leaving him devoid of joy. Why not remove your soiled pants? Ban's gaze shifted downward, posing another question. Ueshima halted his hand, poised to withdraw, and replied, If I take them off, I'll be left in the lurch, and you haven't provided me with new ones. Ban frowned and said, You could simply ask me for them. The white-haired youth raised an eyebrow in jest. Oh, so you'd just hand them over if I asked? As he caught Ban's sidelong glance, an inexplicable force guided Ban to raise his right hand and gently tuck aside a stray lock of hair obscuring Ueshima's eyes. Upon witnessing this unexpectedly tender gesture from Ban, Ueshima's pupils dilated in shock. He immediately averted his gaze, brushing Ban's hand away. Stop boasting. You clearly cannot even trust me. Not only do you not believe in me, but after a year apart, you meet me with such rudeness, seizing me and throwing me to the ground. Apologize, Uchiha Ban. Ban stared blankly at the hand that had been brushed away, his fingers unconsciously curling, as if lingering on the softness of the other's hair, evoking a sense of longing. Upon hearing Ueshima's accusation, a certain part of him softened unexpectedly, leading Ban to utter without thinking, I'm sorry. Ueshima, taken aback by this unforeseen apology, stood frozen, his eyes wide with surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly stood up and swiftly placed his hand on Ban's forehead. No fever. How was he behaving like a different person? What had become of the imposing Uchiha Ban? How had he transformed into this gentle Uchiha lamb? I ask, are you all right? Upon hearing the doubtful inquiry and witnessing the forehead check, Ban surmised that this fellow suspected his mental state was compromised. What's wrong? Ban grasped the wrist of the hand that had touched him, pulling it into his own as he retorted. Ueshima twitched his lips, conceding that perhaps it was his own misperception. Judging by Ban's tone, he was evidently the familiar Ban he knew, so he shifted the subject. The issue is that you need to give me a pair of pants to change into. Attempting to withdraw his hand, he realized he could not. Instinctively puzzled, he glanced at Ban, who was staring back at him. The dark depths of Ban's eyes glimmered with an unusual light, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. What is going on? Are you looking for a fight? Is it because I've taken the liberty to command you? Brother, have you finished changing? Fortunately, the timely knock from Izuna outside broke the tension. Ueshima blinked back to reality, noticing that Ban had released his grip and turned to fetch him some pants. He could only respond to Izuna, stating that he would be ready shortly. In the midst of confusion, an outsider could see clearly. Izuna immediately noticed the hint of tension in Ueshima's voice. Surely, His brother hadn't he done anything to Izuna to have brought him here? He must have already calmed down. 2 minutes later, the closed door swung open, and Ueshima emerged, his sleeves rolled up, looking relaxed, followed by Ban, both appearing quite normal. Which relieved Izuna. Your brother's clothes are a bit large for me. It's because you've developed too slowly, Ban naturally interjected. Even though it was directed at Izuna. Feeling slightly offended, Ueshima turned sharply to Ban. Don't get cocky. I can calculate your future height limit. Moreover, had he not deliberately concealed his age, he would undoubtedly be taller than Ban. Ban met his gaze without flinching, seemingly intrigued. Oh really? Then do tell. Ueshima found himself at a loss for words. How was he to explain to this Uchiha lamb, no, Ban, that his future height would be 179 centimeters? Izuna observed in bewilderment, particularly noting the Uchiha clan emblem peeking from behind Ueshima as he turned to speak with Ban. Slowly, Izuna remarked, I think it's quite good. What? Ueshima, caught off guard by Ban's scrutiny, turned in surprise. Izuna smiled, masking his thoughts. I meant the size of the clothing. Good? I'd fit into yours better, Izuna. No, my clothes might still be a tad small for you. Haha, then you'd better grow up quickly. Izuna nodded with a smile. I will. Chapter 108. This is not another person. As Ueshima conversed with Izuna, Ban suddenly grasped his hand, forcibly turning him around. Now that we have some time, shall we have a proper chat? Though phrased as a question, it sounded more like a statement, leaving no room for casual dissent. Ueshima paused, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. The once youthful Ban had undergone remarkable changes, both in appearance and demeanor. He now resembled the old Ban who would silently observe him. Curiously, Ueshima inquired, what shall we discuss? Many things. Ban tightened his grip, seemingly intent on pulling him back into the room. Izuna, observing, wished to interject, but just then, an Uchiha clansman hurriedly approached, seeking their assistance. With remarkable speed, Ban pushed Ueshima into the room, closed the door with his hands, and cautioned through a narrow gap, don't wander off. I will return shortly. Oh, Ueshima replied, watching as Ban efficiently secured the door and left with Izuna. He could surmise what Ban wished to discuss. I need you. So come to my side, Ueshima. The words Ban had spoken lingered vividly in his mind, a remnant of the time following Uchiha Yone's death, when his emotional fragility had driven him to express such sentiments. In the present moment, Ban's absence is keenly felt. Yet Izuna and the others are diligently leading the Uchiha clan in the face of Taijima's grave illness. It is unlikely that they will reveal their true feelings towards him again. Ueshima and Arataki sat in contemplation for a lengthy period when suddenly, a sound broke the stillness of the room. He lifted his gaze, drawn to a pair of sneaky cat paws straining to ascend the window. The calico cat, evidently unaware of his presence, was fervently battling against the slick window ledge, its still-growing body struggling to find purchase. Its hind legs flailed in the air, making little progress. Huali, if it's too difficult, just come down, remarked a black cat of similar size below the window, while a white cat beside it added with concern. Perhaps it's best to give up. What if Lord Ban discovers you? You two are such cowards. Huali, the calico, turned her head, regarding her timid companions with disdain. Stop spectating and help me. But even if we stack ourselves, we wouldn't be enough for you to step on, the white cat retorted, albeit reluctantly inching closer alongside the black cat to act as a stepping stone for Huali. As they drew near, Huali's flailing paws found support. And just as she prepared to leap up, she glanced up to find a shadowy figure standing before her. The person had white hair, wore dark attire, and possessed striking heterochromatic eyes, resembling a specter. Huali was instantly paralyzed with fear, her fur standing on end. Meow? The black and white cats, hearing her short yelp, assumed she had lost her footing and were about to speak when they felt a sudden lightness on their backs, and Huali's companions vanished. What just happened? The two cats exchanged bewildered glances, and then, in a moment of shocking realization, they scattered in a panic. The room has been invaded by a cat-eating monster. Inside, Huali trembled in fright, convinced she had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. She hardly had time to consider her friends' absurd theories or their hasty retreat as she pleaded for mercy. Please, mighty one, spare me. I am but an innocent little kitten. I am not delicious. My meat is sour. In her dazed state, she heard a soft chuckle, and a soothing hand began to caress her back. How can you be so small? Have you just turned 3 months? The voice above was gentle, and the touch was tender, calming her frantic mind. The embrace was warm. accompanied by a tranquil conversation that dispelled her ghostly fears. Huali's ears twitched, and she cautiously lifted her head to observe. Who are you? I shan't tell you. Her head was playfully ruffled several times, confirming her suspicions that this was indeed a human. With newfound courage, Huali struggled to climb onto the person's chest, her claws gripping the fabric as she interrogated. You wouldn't be the one they say Lord Ban carries around, would you? Ueshima Naruya recalled such an incident and, without further contemplation, nodded. Huali's eyes widened in disbelief, her emerald gaze fixated on him as she leaped down and circled him in astonishment. Noticing the attire he wore, which belonged to Ban, her shock deepened. So this is Lord Ban's taste. Ueshima Naruya, though his chest was somewhat flat and his voice rough. His visage was undeniably handsome. Ueshima Naruya, clearing his throat, he said, since you have joined the Uchiha clan, you must attend to Lord Ban diligently. When he is weary, you should massage his legs. When he is thirsty, you must pour him water. When he desires affection, you ought to kiss him. Ueshima Naruya's eyelid twitched, utterly unprepared for Huali's utterance, which echoed Ban's sentiments to a T. Truly, one could say she is a reflection of Uchiha Ban. Were you even listening to me? Seeing him lost in thought, the incessant Huali found the situation rather dull. Just as she finished her sentence, Ueshima Naruya finally spoke. What you are suggesting is not my role, that is the duty of his wife. Huh, Huali frowned, aren't you? After all, she had been there for nearly 2 months, and had yet to witness Lord Ban carry any other girl into the house. I am male. Ueshima Naruya was exhausted from explaining this. Oh, Huali elongated her tone, suddenly enlightened, a male wife. Ueshima Naruya, the atmosphere became oddly silent for 2 seconds before erupting into a loud cat shriek. You are male? Realizing the essential point at last, Huali gasped, murmuring, so Lord Ban prefers men. Ueshima Naruya's smile froze, his expression revealing his exasperation. How could her thought process mirror that of Uchiha Cloud so closely? Huali must be the reincarnation of that girl. Huali, we have come to rescue you. Outside, urgent cat cries rang out just before the door swung open, revealing Ban's figure at the threshold. The black cat rushed inside, urgently announcing, Lord Ban, quickly eliminate her. The white cat followed, expressing concern. Huali, are you all right? Come here. Wrong. You two fools. Huali rolled her eyes. This is not just anyone. This is Lord Ban's wife. Ban's heart sank at the thought of suddenly having a wife at such a young age. His gaze fell upon Ueshima Naruya, who accidentally met his eyes and promptly looked away, smacking his forehead in disbelief.